Chapter 0001 Graduation Season, Breakup Season. July marks the annual graduation season, and also a fierce breakup season. The campus is filled with couples who are reluctant to part ways, on the playground, in the woods, and in every nook and cranny of classrooms. Arrigo sat on the parallel bars in the playground, chewing on a dogwood grass, listening to the sound of sobbing from a nearby grove because of breakups. It made his heart ache too. He didn't even need a breakup since the person he liked would never like him back. Under the blazing sun, Arrigo's heart was as cold as ice. How melancholy. His long legs swung together aimlessly. With fair skin and little body hair, Arrigo's white legs were quite eye-catching even from a distance. "What are you doing here? You didn't pick up my call. Our classmates are about to take a group photo, and we're waiting for you." Behind him came the voice of his steel-headed friend, a voice familiar to Arrigo. This person is the source of Arrigo's melancholy. Spike, 23 years old, male, lover of females. Arrigo turned around and watched Spike walk around to face him, following his movement. "Come down." Spike stretched out both arms, looking up at Arrigo. Arrigo had known this face for 15 years, yet it only got better with age. Even under the intense midday sun, Arrigo didn't frown. Yet Spike's radiant smile made him squint. Seeing Arrigo's expression, Spike became slightly anxious. "Come down quickly, it's so hot here. Don't bake yourself in the sun." Spike's concern stung Arrigo's heart. Knowing that this straight man could only care about him as a friend, Arrigo fell deeper into these concerns over the years. But since he decided to end this unrequited love, one more moment wouldn't be too much, right? Thinking this, Arrigo jumped down and landed securely in Spike's muscular arms, his face bumping into Spike's basketball vest. Spike caught Arrigo, steadying his waist before lifting his hand to touch his face reprovingly. "You're all red from the sun. You won't peel. All your fairness just gone to waste." Arrigo inwardly mocked. "Steelhead, am I baked by the sun? Didn't we already take graduation photos? Why again?" Arrigo pulled himself away from Spike's embrace quietly and asked lazily. He only seized the opportunity, not being greedy at all. Feeling the void in his arms, Spike paused briefly and replied, "That was organized by the school, stiff and formal. Our class president got a camera to take our separate album. He always does things that are pointless." Arrigo complained while walking towards the small garden, with Spike following behind. Two pairs of the same style but different-sized white sneakers moved in sync. "You look so good." "Not liking photography is strange," said Spike. "Arrigo, no matter how handsome I grow up, you can't see it." Arrigo sighed. "Little Bram, what's on your mind? Why have you been gloomy for the past 2 days? Are you worried about job prospects?" After the thesis defense, everyone started planning for their future. Of the 4 roommates, 2 prepared to return home, having contacted local companies, ready for interviews. Yet the outstanding Arrigo hadn't submitted his resume yet. Neither did Spike. He naturally thought they should apply for the same company after Arrigo made his decision. What troubled Arrigo was exactly this. Since he had decided to give up, it was best to stay as far away as possible. If they were still inseparable as before, he might never get over it. It was fine during school. In the future, they would grow older. Watching Spike marry and have children would be too painful. Arrigo thought the best solution was to stay as far away from Spike as possible. "Yeah, I haven't found a suitable job yet. Anyway, streaming brings me income, I'll slowly look for one. You go ahead and submit your resumes," Arrigo urged him. "Well, I'm not in a rush either. Doing some freelance work and post-production can make a living. Let's find a place to live first, then slowly look for jobs," said Spike matter-of-factly. Hearing that Spike wanted to look for a house with him gave Arrigo goosebumps. Sharing an apartment would make him unable to resist one day taking Spike. Just imagining the scene made Arrigo feel a bit warm. He had been ice-cold on the sunny playground, but now in the shade, he was sweating. He repeated silently, "I'm straight, like girls. I'm straight, like girls." Arrigo chanted his cleansing mantra. The 2 of them walked through the teaching building to the small garden at the back. This large area was the trial field of the botany department. As long as no one picked or trampled on the plants, it was fine to take photos here. These past few days, many people had come here to take commemorative photos. Everyone from their game design class had gathered, just waiting for Spike to bring Yencheng. "You 2 are finally back. We thought you had eloped," the class president joked. Over the 4 years of college, everyone had gotten used to Spike and Yencheng being inseparable. At first, there were suspicions they were a couple, but after living together for 4 years, everyone knew they were just friends, and jokes were made casually. "Let's get started. How do we take it?" Yencheng asked. "First, let's take a group photo. Then you can take individual ones with whomever you want. I'll pick some and print an album for everyone," the class president explained. These youthful faces naturally looked good in any angle. Yencheng stood out particularly. With naturally fair skin, exquisite features, and a perfect bone structure. A thin layer of muscle covering his slender frame was just right, neither too lean nor frail. But Yanqing didn't like taking photos. After the group photo, he went to the side by the flower bed to reply to messages from his fans. Suddenly, a camera shutter sound came from above him, making Yanqing lift his head in confusion. It was an unfamiliar male classmate holding a phone, snapping a picture of him. Seeing Yanqing look up, the boy smiled apologetically and explained, "Sorry, you really matched the flowers behind you, so I couldn't help but take a picture. Take a look, if you think it's good, I can send it to you." The boy sat next to Yanqing and showed him the phone. "Oh, and those flowers behind you? I planted them myself. You really matched them perfectly." Yanqing glanced at the photo. It did capture him well, but he disliked having his picture taken, especially by strangers. "Sorry, if I'm blocking your photo of the flowers, I'll move now. But please delete the photo." "Oh." The boy felt a little disappointed but respected Yanqing's request and deleted the photo right in front of him. "There, deleted. And cleared from the recycle bin too." "Thank you," Yanqing gave him a brief smile. Spike, who was taking photos with other classmates, frowned. Who was that guy talking to Yanqing? Did he need to sit so close, heads nearly touching? Why was Yanqing smiling at him? Chapter 0002 This dog, whoever loves it, can keep it. It's not unreasonable for Eric to make a fuss. Arigo's good looks are truly universally appealing. During college, Arigo received numerous confessions from male students. Arigo is indeed fair-skinned and delicate-looking, yet not at all feminine. He could never understand if those boys were blind. As Arigo's best friend since childhood, Eric felt it was his duty to protect Arigo from the harassment of unsavory men. Eric walked over briskly. "Bram, come take a picture with me." Arigo stood up, nodded politely to that male classmate, and then walked towards Eric. The male classmate suddenly mustered up the courage to follow. Senior, can I add you on WeChat?" Arigo paused and looked at Eric. Sure enough, Eric's face darkened. He shielded Arigo behind him and answered on his behalf as a matter of course, "No." The male classmate was taken aback, feeling somewhat reluctant, but Senior hasn't said. "Listen, freshman, you're here to study. You should focus on your studies, not on getting Senior's WeChat accounts. What do you intend to do?" "Oh. I don't want to do anything." The junior was intimidated by Eric's righteous demeanor, realizing his behavior was inappropriate. He lowered his head guiltily. Arigo silently mourned for the junior in his heart. See, Eric always thought that befriending or seeking contact information from someone of the same sex was unacceptable. He had always treated such advances this way. At first, Arigo still held out hope, thinking Eric might be acting out of jealousy. But after so many years, he confirmed that Eric simply believed that love between the same sex was unacceptable. So, not only did Arigo dare not confess, he even dared not reveal his sexual orientation in front of Eric, for fear of being disliked. But now, having decided to give up this secret crush, was he destined to be alone for the rest of his life? He had to try interacting with others, right? Starting today. Arigo suddenly stepped out from behind Eric and said to the junior, "Sure." Both the junior and Eric stared at him with wide eyes. One filled with excitement. The other filled with confusion and anger. Arigo, enduring Eric's burning gaze, unlocked his phone and brought up the WeChat QR code. The junior was so excited his hands were sweating, and his fingerprint unlock failed. Fumbling, he typed in the password and opened the scanner. Before he could aim the camera at Arigo's phone screen, Eric's large hand covered and snatched away Arigo's phone. "Arigo? Elwin?" "Eric, I said no, let's go." Eric grabbed Arigo's shoulder and effortlessly pulled him away. The junior stretched out a hand, looking heartbroken. "Senior." Arigo didn't say a word but was seething inside. He started to resent Eric. If it weren't for this stubborn straight man constantly doing things that caused misunderstandings, would he have been secretly in love with him for 5 years without being able to stop? Not marrying, yet flirting. Eric was also furious. Arigo used to always reject people who showed interest in him. Why was he willing to give this guy his WeChat today? Something was off with Arigo. But he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong or why. Eric said he wanted a photo and took Arigo to the class monitor. "Old monitor, take one for us." "Do you two really need me?" "Your phones already have plenty of photos of both of you," the monitor replied, exasperated. "Didn't you want to make an album? Without both of us, how would it work? Hurry up." Eric draped an arm around Arigo's shoulders and stood in front of the flower bed. Suddenly, Arigo tried to turn and leave. Eric quickly grabbed his wrist. "What are you doing?" Arigo twisted his wrist but couldn't break free. Eric wasn't joking when he ate more than him every meal. "I don't like taking photos," Arigo said indifferently. Eric knew very well that Arigo didn't like taking photos, but he never refused to take photos with him. Eric's phone was full of photos of Arigo, solos, and photos of them together, spanning from high school to the present day. Now Arigo clearly seemed angry. But why was he angry? Because of that junior? Because Eric didn't let him add the junior's WeChat? Usually, Eric would have already appeased Arrigo, but today he was also inexplicably annoyed. He didn't let go. Arrigo couldn't get away either, and they remained in this standoff. The monitor, holding the camera, glanced at their classic melodrama-style scene and asked uncertainly, "You two want a photo like this?" "Acheng, come here," Eric gently shook Arrigo's hand. Arrigo felt like he was being called a dog. In the past, he was willing to be that dog, but now that he had decided to give up, this dog could be kept by whoever loved it. Arrigo didn't move. If he could have broken free, he would have run long ago. No, he couldn't run, his phone was still in Eric's hand. "Give me back my phone." Arrigo extended his other hand. "I'll give it to you after you take the photo with me." Eric tried to negotiate. "Eric." Arrigo was so angry he felt like biting someone. Take a few more. Since we won't see each other much in the future anyway." Arrigo came back sulking and muttered. "What did you say?" "I said take enough pictures." Arrigo stood beside Eric, urging the class monitor to take the photos quickly. With two handsome guys standing together, any angle or frame would look good, even hastily snapped photos turned out great. Today, Arrigo's face was somewhat sour, but even when sour, it exuded an icy and domineering charm, like a high mountain flower. The class monitor took over a dozen photos before Eric was satisfied. "Give me my phone." Eric looked around, the junior who asked for WeChat had already disappeared. Only then did he return the phone to Arrigo. In the evening. Eric was about to ask what they should have for dinner, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Arrigo ran off with the phone. "Find a job. Find one that provides accommodation and meals. Find a job outside the city with accommodation and meals." Back in the dorm, Arrigo immediately opened his computer to search for jobs. With specific requirements, finding a job became easier. Graduates majoring in game design found jobs easily in big cities. Arrigo submitted his graduation project and resume to several companies in the South. Eric returned right after him. Reflecting on it, Arrigo wouldn't be upset just because of that freshman, he wasn't worth it. So the reason Arrigo was upset might be that Eric made him lose face in front of others. Men care about their dignity. Eric's forceful interference in his socializing had embarrassed Arrigo. Eric didn't think there was anything wrong with interfering, just that his method was inappropriate. So, people still needed to be comforted. When he got back to the dorm, Arrigo had just gone to the toilet, leaving the computer on. Eric sat down at the computer and glanced at the screen, only to be taken aback. Arrigo had sent several resumes without consulting him, all to the far south. And, why were they all jobs that provided accommodation? Was Arrigo planning to leave him behind? Chapter 0003 Really enough. Arrigo opened the bathroom door and almost bumped into Eric. "Why are you blocking here?" Arrigo took a step back and asked. Eric frowned. Something was wrong with Arrigo. Previously, Arrigo had always been closest to him. Why did he act as if he touched something dirty when encountering himself now? "Why didn't you tell me you submitted your resume?" Eric interrogated. "Why must I tell you?" Arrigo retorted. "Didn't we do everything together from childhood? Why suddenly separate?" Arrigo had heard this during the daytime in the small woods, with a girl crying and questioning her boyfriend about why they had to separate after graduation. Now these words coming from Eric's mouth made him seem like an irresponsible scoundrel. How did that male classmate say it in the daytime? "I can't hold back your happiness." Eric waved his hand in front of Arrigo. "You're spacing out again, Bram. Why have you been so distracted lately? What are you thinking about?" Arrigo cleared his throat and said, "I can't hold back your happiness." "What? Hold back what?" Eric suspected there was something wrong with his ears. "Your happiness." Arrigo repeated slowly. Eric lifted his hand to support the back of Arrigo's head and leaned over. Foreheads touching, Eric felt for a while before letting go of Arrigo. "No fever, what nonsense are you talking?" When Eric approached just now, Arrigo's heart nearly leapt out of his throat. For a moment, he thought Eric had realized and was going to kiss him, but the facts proved he had overthought it. Again. Always again. All these years, Eric had no boundaries regarding physical contact with him, hugging whenever, touching whenever. Arrigo repeatedly held out hope that Eric might love him without realizing it, only to be disappointed time and again. Really enough. He was even more determined to stay away from Eric to end this one-sided crush. "Eric, we've grown up and should become independent. Don't you want to be together all the time?" Arrigo asked. Why not? Eric had never thought of separating from Arrigo. Since elementary school, the two had been classmates, then roommates in college, inseparable for over 10 years. He couldn't think of anything that could possibly force them apart. Why? Are you going to live with me even after you get married? Arrigo almost laughed in frustration. If he hadn't known him so well all these years, Arrigo would have suspected he was feigning stupidity. Eric froze. Marriage? Yes, they were supposed to marry. Not right, Arrigo was to marry. With whom? Eric finally understood Arrigo's recent strangeness. Arrigo wanted to date, hence feeling it inconvenient being with him all day. Thinking of Arrigo wearing a neat suit, reaching out to hold the bride walking towards him step by step, a three-dimensional, bold, large NO appeared in Eric's mind. Suddenly feeling blocked, a kind of heartbreaking sorrow overwhelmed him as if he'd been abandoned by a scoundrel. Looking at Eric's ever-changing expressions, the corner of Arrigo's mouth twitched. He knew this dimwit hadn't thought about future things at all. But how could he wait until that day came to be desperate? But. After a long pause, Eric couldn't think of any but. But sooner or later, we will each have our own family, Arrigo helped him complete the sentence. No, don't we live fine together? Why marry? Bram, with your temper now, even socks are washed by me because you're too lazy. Which girl could tolerate you? Arrigo raised his hand to interrupt him. Correction, I'm not lazy, you insist on helping me. I don't need to, and you'll be upset if I refuse. Eric scratched his head anxiously. Yes, that's why I think living together is great, I can help you with everything. His old roommate Lao Deng said he often helped his girlfriend wash socks and aimed to spoil her so she couldn't leave him. Eric had taken inspiration from him. But now, if the person he cherished was to wash socks for someone else, it would be worse than dying. Arrigo rolled his eyes, still blocked at the toilet door by him. Pushing Eric's huge body aside, he walked out in a huff. You'd better bring me along for your wedding night too. Eric followed behind him, chuckling. Sitting in front of the computer, Arrigo continued browsing job websites. Eric pulled over a chair, sat next to Arrigo with legs spread, his arm resting on the back of Arrigo's chair. He was accustomed to including Arrigo entirely within his territory. Arrigo didn't bother to pay attention to him. If he said it shouldn't be this way, this dolt would definitely ask why it shouldn't be this way. The main issue was that no matter how he explained, Eric wouldn't listen. Eric also glanced at the screen as Arrigo clicked on a company in Guan City. Eric remarked, I've heard that the cockroaches there are especially big. If you live in the company dormitory, the environment will definitely be dirty, messy, and crawling with cockroaches. Arrigo closed the page and moved on to the next one. This was an emerging game company in Hangzhou City, currently hiring modelers, offering generous salaries. Eric commented again, didn't you hear people say that place is a food desert? With your picky stomach, you won't last half a year before you cry and beg to come back. Arrigo closed another page and continued looking. This one should have no problems, it's located in Nanchang and is a large factory. This one is even worse. They're infamous for exploiting employees, working 7 days a week, fierce competition, and high pressure. Angered, Arrigo threw the mouse down, why don't you just become a boss yourself? I'll work for you. Eric stroked his chin thoughtfully, not impossible. Arrigo was speechless, have you been reading too many CEO novels? What capital do you have? You're daydreaming. You don't know, the teacher talked to me about this. He wants to start a small game studio with a few classmates. He puts up the money, we provide the technology, and create our own games. Arrigo looked at him, why haven't you ever mentioned this? Eric pleaded, I did mention it. I asked if you wanted to make our own games, and you said I was talking in my sleep. But you didn't say the teacher was starting a studio. I thought you meant we should start it ourselves. Am I that unreliable? Eric couldn't help but laugh. Admittedly, apart from matters of emotion where Eric seemed clueless, he was reliable in other aspects. Why didn't you explain more clearly? Arrigo felt like he could die of frustration. My fault, Eric hurriedly admitted, sliding his arm from the chair back to wrap around Arrigo's waist, trying to soothe him. Such intimate gestures were too common in their past interactions, and Eric never found any problem with it. Arrigo was used to it too. If he reacted awkwardly, it would be strange. So, puffing angrily, he let Eric hold him. Bram, stop looking for jobs. If you're interested, we can talk to the teacher and start the studio. Arrigo swore that it wasn't because he wanted to be with Eric that he was interested. It was truly because setting up his own studio and making his own games was something he found very intriguing, a dream for every game major student. Chapter 0004, Can't Avoid Hua. Hehe, so your plan to stay away from Eric failed so quickly? From Arrigo's mobile phone, a bright female voice was heard. Can't exactly say it failed. I stayed because I wanted to work with the teacher on the studio, not because of him. Arrigo said while jogging on the playground, wearing headphones for his conversation with the girl. And there is no way I will agree to co-rent with him. I'll rent a place by myself. Arrigo said firmly. Another, hehe. Admit it, you can't bear to leave him. After he sweet-talks you for a bit, you'll compromise, the girl exposed mercilessly. In the past few years, Arrigo indeed had always tried his best to fulfill any request of Eric. Even if there were things he didn't want to do, he would still be convinced after being teased and cajoled by Eric. Well, what could he do? He used to have a crush on Eric. But he wouldn't be that kind of person anymore. Just wait and see, this time I'll definitely stick to my principles. Alright, let's bet on a box of chicken claws then, the girl said while eating. You're not trying to lose weight? Arrigo asked amusingly. Just last week, she had sworn to lose 5 pounds before autumn came, but now here she was munching on chicken claws while chatting with him. I've given up on losing weight. My dream of a heartthrob has shattered, only chicken claws can relieve my worries. Arrigo laughed softly. Deal, let's bet on a box of chicken claws. Well, I'm going to have snacks every day for the next month, the girl replied confidently about her win. This made Arrigo feel quite defeated. How indulgent must he have been to Eric in the past that led to her being this confident? Anyway, whatever he says this time, I won't give in. The girl giggled several times. That sounds less credible than your claim to lose weight. Tilda, Arrigo called his friend's name helplessly. Tilda said indifferently, remember my evaluation of you. If it's a blessing, it's not hwa. If it's hwa, you can't avoid it. Just accept your fate. Arrigo gradually slowed down his running pace. He put one hand on his hip, strolling along the edge of the track. The streetlight stretched and shortened his slender tall figure. Not this time, Arrigo muttered gloomily. No matter how much he liked Eric, 5 years of unrequited love was enough. It was time to let go. Everyone has a heart, and he's not made of iron. Of course, it hurts. Poor Cheng baby, why don't you come live with big sister? What? Has our Lady Leng become so destitute that you need someone to split the rent? Arrigo teased her. Phew, don't curse me. I'm doing great at work and got promoted and even got a raise. Then congratulations in advance. Looking forward to celebrating your good news when I return home for National Day. Arrigo. How dare you talk like that? Why don't you use that sharp tongue of yours on hwa? I'm already downstairs at the dormitory building. Gotta go. Arrigo decided to run after causing trouble. I curse you never escape from hwa. Tilda hung up angrily. Arrigo smiled silently. If this curse was cast before, it would have been a blessing he desperately wished for. Indeed, those closest to you know where to stab you deepest. Arrigo took a few deep breaths, then pushed open the door to the dorm room. There was only a week left until their graduation class would depart from campus. Their 4-person dorm now had only 2 people left. Others either went home or rented houses, but Arrigo was still having a competition of will with Eric. Neither started looking for a house. When Arrigo came in, he brought in a wave of damp heat. Eric looked up from the screen. Go take a shower fast, or you'll catch a cold from sweating under the air conditioner. Oh. Arrigo grabbed some toiletries and clothes from the wardrobe and went into the bathroom. After coming out, he felt refreshed. A glass of lukewarm plum juice was placed on the table. Prepared by Eric for him. Arrigo's desk was beside Eric's, and their beds on the top bunks faced each other as well. Arrigo sat down and opened his laptop. He had pretty features, his hair slightly long covered half his ears, still messy after blow-drying post-shower, giving off an appealing lazy charm. Wearing a black singlet, it made his skin look even fairer. Eric couldn't help but steal several glances. Even after knowing each other for so many years, he couldn't help but marvel at how handsome Arrigo could look. At 9 o'clock sharp, it was Arrigo's live streaming time. He was playing a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, RPG, that had just entered public beta testing and climbed onto various website charts. Arrigo made games himself, so playing this game served more as studying the successful framework and modeling techniques behind blockbuster games, earning some money on the side. Arrigo streamed as a voice-only caster because he had a pleasant speaking voice, neither too loud nor too soft, and he was also a skilled player. He had quite a few fans who enjoyed his stream. Not only did he showcase his skills, but he would also explain techniques from the game itself, resulting in an almost equal number of male and female fans in his live stream. Some came to learn techniques, some came to listen to him speak, and others used his voice for sleep aid. Typically, his streams wouldn't last too long, as dorm lights turned off at 11 p.m., so he would stop streaming by then. But today, a new dungeon opened, and he needed to conquer it, not knowing how late it would go. I hope my teammates today are competent enough to clear the dungeon before my laptop runs out of power. Wait for me a bit, I'll finish up here and join you. We can do it faster together, Eric said softly next to him. Eric always played the same games as Arrigo, whether on PC or mobile. Where there was Arrigo, there was inevitably a teammate called Good Homehwa accompanying him. Chat, is Sol's wife coming? Arrigo, yes. Chat, then you won't take too long today, your teamwork is unbeatable. Chat, come on, let us see true skills. Chat, Sol's wife, hurry up. It wasn't strange that the chat messages were chaotic, as Eric's character was female. The class was the same as Arrigo's, a warrior, and both wore the top-tier damage-dealing gear set provided by the system. Standing next to each other, they looked like a cute couple. Eric did this entirely because too many people wanted to add Arrigo as a friend in-game. Who wouldn't love a player with great skill and deep pockets? Frequently, team members would say through voice chat, "Little brother, carry me." So, Eric simply created a new female character and stayed by Arigo's side. Gradually, the in-game community learned that the top two on the damage leaderboard were a pair, even described as possessive about not allowing anyone to add Arigo as a friend. Fans discovered that Soul was male during one live stream event. That day, there was an official fan match organized by the game company, where a male fan infiltrated their team and professed his love to Arigo passionately over the microphone. After Arigo politely refused and advised the fan, the man became furious, accusing Soul of being a fan who climbed up and claiming that Arigo privately contacted fans. The chat immediately fell into chaos, with some watching for amusement, others criticizing Arigo subtly, and his fans defending him. As it was an official event, Arigo felt that his issue disrupted the progress and was quite embarrassed. Eric quickly opened his mic, proving his friendship identity, which calmed the storm down. At the same time, he gained a batch of fans who supported their pairing. Chapter 0005 Straight Guys Tricks. There's no issue with CP fans, the problem is that most people support King, rather than Manny. Arigo doesn't show his face, and just by voices alone, it's indeed hard to distinguish their positions. But who let Eric be a female character, and Arigo adores her so much that he auctions off any good equipment he gets and buys them back for her first. So Eric has always been called Soul Wife. Eric doesn't really mind. After all, whatever they call him doesn't affect their relationship. He would respond no matter who calls him Soul Wife. The two characters grouped with two teammates to enter the dungeon. No one knew the new dungeon's mechanism, everything had to be explored on their own, and cooperation with teammates was needed. They played from 9 until 12 but didn't finish. They were stuck in a minigame. This game required pairs of players to coordinate and run through an obstacle course together to pass. Arigo and Eric naturally formed a team and passed after running twice. The other two teammates tried 7 or 8 times but still couldn't synchronize their movements. Arigo was very sleepy today and wanted to quit and play tomorrow, but those two teammates were stubborn and insisted on passing. He was so tired that his eyelids were heavy. "You go sleep. Turn off the live stream, I'll keep an eye on the computer," Eric whispered. "Okay, everyone, we're signing off. The computer's running out of battery. Good night, good night." Arigo said goodbye to the viewers and closed the live stream, leaving the game running while the two teammates continued practicing. He climbed up to the top bunk to sleep. "Do you want me to wash your socks? Where did you throw them?" Eric asked. "I threw them in the bathroom," Arigo answered drowsily from his pillow. "Oh, what do you want for breakfast tomorrow?" Fried noodles." "No way, eating such spicy food in the morning can hurt your stomach. Come on, choose something else." "Then beef noodle salad." "Fine, I'll get it for you. Go to sleep now, good night." Eric stood below, reaching up to rub Arigo's hair. "Good night." After saying this, Arigo fell asleep completely. Eric washed Arigo's white socks and hung them out to dry. When he returned to the computer, he realized Arigo's live stream hadn't actually been turned off. Arigo must have clicked the wrong button due to extreme sleepiness, only pushing the live stream page to the background. At this moment, the CP fans in the live stream room were going crazy. "Chat, isn't it weird for this couple to treat us like outsiders?" "Chat, only couples wash each other's socks." "Chat, Liu Bei wouldn't wash Zhang Fei's socks either." "Chat, Mamma Mia, am I shipping the real deal here?" "Chat, why is Soul Wife washing socks and buying breakfast for her husband? Have I been rooting for the wrong ship all along?" "Chat. Don't say such terrifying things." "Chat, actually, I've always thought Soul is so indulgent with Ah Cheng, I've always supported Manny." "Chat, our Ah Cheng is also super indulgent towards Soul. Can it be mutual top?" Eric quickly closed the live stream. All these husband, wife, and mutual top stuff, these girls are really saying anything wild. How embarrassing. Weren't all these normal actions between good brothers? It's completely normal for straight guys to even call each other wives or hug and kiss, it's not like he kissed Arigo. These girls are always seeing homosexuality where there isn't any, turning everything into ships. The two teammates finally gave up trying, and Eric shut down the computer and went to bed. The next morning, when Arigo opened his eyes, he was already eating the beef noodle salad Eric bought. Butler, let's go find a real estate agent today. We should rent a house before the school starts evicting us," Eric suggested. "You go by yourself," Arigo said with his mouth full of noodles. "If I go alone, what if you don't like the house I pick? Then you live there yourself." "What did you say?" Arigo swallowed his noodles and repeated, "You live by yourself. How can you live by yourself? Why can't I live by myself?" "Eric." Eric suddenly shouted his name loudly. "What?" Arigo raised an eyebrow at him. Rarely standing firm, Eric immediately lost his nerve as soon as he met Arigo's big black eyes. "Butler, don't abandon me. Stop whining. Butler Great Lord Cheng, just take me in, I'll be your servant. Eric hugged Arrigo's waist and shook him. Arrigo narrowed his eyes, here he goes again. Every time Eric wanted something from him, he'd hug and cling. Arrigo loved him so much, how could he withstand such affection? In the end, he always agreed. But Arrigo had made up his mind to give up on him and couldn't be swayed by his sweet talk anymore. Just like Tilda said, these were all straight guys' tricks. Arrigo pried off the hand that was clinging to his waist and put on a serious expression. Yale, I ask you, why do we have to live together? Ah. We're good brothers. You and your brother are real brothers, why don't you live with him? Well. I still need to take care of you. I can take care of myself. Well, it can save one person's rent. Do you lack money? Yale shook his head, no, I don't. So, there's no reason for us to have to live together. But there's no reason for us not to live together either. Yale was getting a little anxious. He had known Arrigo for more than 10 years, and Arrigo had never been so stubborn. Although he always kept a distance from others, he was always easygoing with him. There is, Arrigo suddenly said. Yale was stunned, what reason? We've grown up and need our own private space. We can't live like before. One day you'll have a girlfriend, and I will too, so living together would be inconvenient. This was the first time Arrigo talked seriously to Yale. Actually, these reasons made sense to Yale after Arrigo finished talking yesterday, but he just couldn't accept it. Well, wait until you have a girlfriend. I'll move out then. Yale's voice grew smaller, feeling an ache in his heart. Was something wrong with him? Arrigo felt disappointed by what Yale said. It seemed that he could accept the idea of Arrigo dating someone else. But Arrigo couldn't accept Yale dating others. Just thinking about seeing another girl appear in their home someday, he felt like he would suffocate from pain. Seeing Arrigo's eyes turning red, on the verge of crying, Yale hurriedly comforted him, don't be so upset. Don't cry. I promise not to live together anymore, okay? Really? Yale agreed, and he should be happy, yet why did he feel even more like crying? Really, Yale nodded solemnly. Though he didn't understand why they couldn't live together, since he had already pushed Arrigo to tears, what else could he say? Chapter 0006, That Me, Who Sat Next to Me. Arrigo and Eric set out to find a real estate agent to rent a house. Arrigo listed his requirements, the environment must be quiet, the transportation convenient, and the size doesn't need to be too large since he lives alone, the neighbors should not be too noisy. Eric also mentioned his requirement, to be neighbors with Arrigo. The real estate agent's staff member handed them a tablet, yes. This community has 2 apartments on 1 elevator floor, both are for rent, and they completely meet both of your requirements. Arrigo. Is there such an operation? Brother, what's the difference from living together, may I ask? Don't look at me, I've already taken a big step back. Eric was extremely wronged but had no way against Arrigo. No renting. Arrigo stood up and turned to leave. Wait, what about, living upstairs or downstairs from each other? Eric held his hand and started to bargain. Staff member, yes. This community, upstairs and downstairs, and especially convenient transportation, meeting both of your requirements. Arrigo gave Eric a sidelong glance and didn't say anything. Then, can we live in the same building? Eric took another step back. Staff member, yes. This community, 1 on the 8th floor and 1 on the 15th floor, with excellent lighting. Arrigo still didn't speak. Then the same community will do, right? Now it was Eric's turn to be on the verge of tears. Staff member, yes. Eric vented his anger on the staff member, why do you have everything? The staff member smiled, we have plenty of listings and a wide variety to choose from, which can definitely meet both of your needs. Do you have one opposite the building where I can see him if I open my window? Yes. But this community is a bit old. As you know, only old communities have buildings so close together. No. Eric shook his head, if he could see Arrigo by opening his window, others could too. That wouldn't do. Eric's words became more and more absurd, and Arrigo couldn't bear to listen anymore, so he grabbed the tablet to browse through the housing information himself. Eric said he needed to go to the restroom and left for a while. Just as Arrigo was looking, he received a call from his mom. Mom. Arrigo answered. On the other side, his mom began to shout, Arrigo, just because you can earn money, you think you're capable enough? Why aren't you renting with Xiao Zhe? It's a waste of money. Arrigo glanced toward the bathroom, knowing without asking that Eric must have used the excuse of going to the bathroom to tattle. Mom, we are not conjoined twins, there's no reason we have to do everything together. You've been together for over 10 years, why can't you continue now? Are you secretly dating someone? Let me tell you, I don't care if you date, but cohabiting without being married is unacceptable. Our family can never do that, and you can't become corrupt. Arrigo's mother, Jaden, had Arrigo due to an unplanned pregnancy when she wasn't married. Later, the man ran away, and Jaden raised Arrigo on her own. Therefore, her only requirement for Arrigo was that he absolutely could not cohabit with a girl before marriage. "Oh Mom, don't listen to Eric's nonsense. I don't have a girlfriend." Arrigo was speechless. This Eric really knew how to hit her sore spots. "Don't blame Jingza, we've watched him grow up. He cares deeply for you. He just worries that you won't take good care of yourself living alone." "Mom, I am 23 this year, not 13. I can take care of myself." "If you had stayed in Jiangzhou, I would have disagreed. But both you and Jingza said it had better prospects for development, and you promised to take care of each other. If you don't co-rent with Jingza, then you'd better come back home. The business isn't big, but it won't let you starve." Arrigo propped his elbow on the table, supporting his forehead, feeling utterly powerless. He couldn't tell his mother the truth, yet she wouldn't understand unless he did. Was he supposed to face the future scenario of Eric being affectionate with his girlfriend? Hua. Jing. Zay. It's all this damn straight man's fault. He doesn't even like men but keeps clinging to him as if he couldn't live without him. What a... Yes, he must be sick. Suddenly, Arrigo looked up and saw Eric coming out of the restroom. Eric knew it was despicable to report to Jaden, but he had no choice. Arrigo was determined to separate from him this time. Originally, he had prepared to endure Arrigo's anger, but unexpectedly, Arrigo looked at him with sympathy. "What's going on? Did he get angry to the point of losing it?" Bram, what's wrong?" Arrigo bit his cheek and stared at Eric for a while, thinking about his past behaviors, feeling more convinced that something was off with him. If he were gay, those actions would make sense, but he's not. Arrigo was certain he had no feelings for him, so he must be sick. With his mind made up, Arrigo stood up. "What? We haven't decided on a house yet?" Eric asked. "Let's not look at houses today. Follow me." "Hey, just to remind you, if you don't look at houses now, the agency fee won't be refunded," the staff member reminded them. "I know. We'll look at houses tomorrow. We have something to take care of now," Arrigo said, dragging Eric out of the real estate office. "Bram, where are we going?" Eric asked, slightly unwilling to be pulled along. Is he so angry that he wants to take him to some remote place to eliminate him? Arrigo smiled, pulling one side of his mouth up. "You'll see when we get there." Arrigo opened the navigation on his phone and handed it to the driver. "Driver, let's go to this place." The driver responded, "All right. Why can't you just tell me the address? Is Arrigo serious?" Eric clung to Arrigo. "Bram, I've followed you for so many years, even without credit, I deserve some sympathy. How can you be so heartless?" The driver looked at Arrigo through the rearview mirror, nodding sympathetically, as if agreeing that this boy really needed psychiatric help. Arrigo nodded in return, indicating he understood. Eric saw it as a conspiracy between the two to sell him off. "Bram, you can't do this. Think about who has always been by your side, who bought you midnight snacks, who bought you hot tea in winter, who gave you pencils and erasers. It was me, your desk mate." Arrigo's lips twitched. "Stop wailing." As the car drove out of the city towards the mountain, Eric clung tighter to Arrigo. "Bram, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tattled to Gracie. I really know I was wrong." Arrigo felt a headache coming on. He never knew Eric could act like such a drama queen. "Fine, look ahead. I'm bringing you here to see a doctor." "See a doctor? For what? I'm not sick." Eric looked forward and saw a scenic courtyard with magnificent buildings. Above it was a large sign. Jiangzhou City Psychiatric Hospital. Chapter 0007 Confirmation of Affection. "Bram? I." Eric was momentarily at a loss for words. Arrigo scanned the QR code to pay the fare and pulled Eric out of the car as well. The driver didn't even wait for the door to close before turning around and driving down the hill. Eric looked back at the hospital, then at the departing taxi, feeling utterly helpless. "Bram, this is not how you play jokes. Let's go back. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. I definitely shouldn't have told on you to Gracie. Jingza, there's not only the psychiatry department here but also a psychological counseling department. I checked online, this place is the most authoritative. Let's go inside and see," said Arrigo, who felt he should be gentler with Eric, thinking he might have psychological issues. "Do you think I have a mental disorder?" Eric now realized that Arrigo wasn't joking, he was serious. But what could be wrong with him when he was so sunny and healthy? Arrigo took a deep breath and said, "Do you think your dependence on me is normal? Which pair of good friends stick together more than couples?" As Arrigo spoke, he felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He wondered what sin he had committed. Clearly liking him, he still had to help cure his dependency on him. But haven't we always been like this? Why did you never think I was sick before? "Arrigo, I think it's you who's off." Eric complained with a touch of grievance. "Whether someone has an illness or not isn't up to me or you. Let's hear what the doctor says." Though Eric had 10,000 reasons not to want to go inside, they were already there, and Arrigo insisted. So he reluctantly followed in. They registered, queued up, and waited for their turn. Only then did Eric realize just how many people suffered from mental illnesses these days. When his name was called, Arrigo accompanied him into the doctor's office. The doctor was a middle-aged man. He pushed his glasses up and asked, "Who is the patient?" Eric pointed at Arrigo, and Arrigo pointed at Eric. Both said simultaneously, "He is." "You need 2 appointments then." "Who is Eric?" "I." Eric lowered his head. So you'll go first. If the other person needs treatment too, they can get another appointment." Arrigo shook his head. "I don't need to be treated. I brought him here." "Oh, then please wait outside." "I'll stay with him," Arrigo insisted, fearing Eric wouldn't cooperate. The doctor said sternly, "No, our department is different from internal medicine or surgery. Patient privacy must be strictly protected. Also, having family present might lead the patient to hide their condition. I understand your concern, but please wait outside." All right, realizing the doctor made sense, Arrigo complied. Before leaving, he reminded Eric, "Behave and cooperate with the doctor, okay?" "Yeah," Eric mumbled, hanging his head. After Arrigo left, the doctor asked Eric to sit down. "Relax. Tell me what problems you're facing." Eric said, "I don't think I have any problem." "He thinks I do." "Oh, let me rephrase that. What does he think is wrong with you?" "He thinks I'm too clingy." The doctor paused. "What exactly does clingy mean here?" "Well, we've grown up together since childhood. We've always been together, through school and college. Now after graduation, it's only natural that we would rent together. But he doesn't want to live with me. He feels your feelings for him exceed friendship, so he refuses to share a rental with you." Eric nodded. "That's about right. Besides, he doesn't take care of himself at all. He has a picky appetite, often stays up late, and skips meals. If I don't live with him, who will buy him food if he gets hungry at midnight? And what if he starves and damages his stomach? Plus, he has a weak constitution. He catches a cold every season change and complains that medicine tastes bitter. How can I not keep an eye on him?" Eric rambled on for a while. The doctor listened silently, offering him a glass of water once he paused to catch his breath. Summarizing his points, the doctor said, "So basically, you're worried about him." "Yes." "Okay. How long have you known each other?" "About 15 years, give or take." "Have you ever had a girlfriend? Or has your friend ever had one?" "Nope," Eric shook his head. "Have you ever liked a girl?" "Nope," Eric affirmed again. "And neither has he?" "No." The doctor studied Eric closely for a moment before asking, "Would you help him pursue a girl if he fell for one?" Eric frowned. "Why would I do that?" "Just answer the question." "Never." "Why?" "Because, modern girls need protection, and no one can take care of him like I do." The doctor took a breath and asked, "Have you ever considered, you might actually like him?" "I do like him," Eric admitted without hesitation. The doctor shook his head. "Not that kind of like, but a liking similar to romantic feelings between men and women." "How could that be possible?" "No, doctor, are you some kind of yaoi fan?" Eric thought this doctor was like their CP fans who saw chemistry between them and just wanted to ship them. The doctor took a deep breath and continued asking, "So, you think your dependence on him and all the interactions between you two are normal?" "Of course, they are normal." "Alright, let's change the question. If it wasn't him but another boy, would you treat him the same way?" "Definitely not," Eric answered firmly. The doctor spread out his hands. "So, do you still think your interactions are normal?" Eric fell silent. "If it were someone else. Letting other boys wash their socks. Ugh. Letting other boys buy midnight snacks. Ugh. Cuddling with other boys. Ugh. No, those scenes were too much for him." So, did he really have a problem? Eric wasn't sure if he liked Arrigo in that way, but he was certain he didn't like boys. That's normal. Sometimes we like someone regardless of gender or appearance. Have you ever thought he was very handsome? Yes. Have you ever had any urges towards him in that aspect? No, I haven't. In your fantasies, who appears? Eric didn't understand. Fantasies about what? The doctor explained a bit more. Eric shook his head. "No, I've never fantasized." The doctor raised an eyebrow. "You do have a problem, but it's not serious. Does that friend of yours like you?" Eric thought for a while. Arrigo probably didn't like him, right? Otherwise, why wouldn't he agree to live together? And Arrigo already noticed something was off, so he didn't want to live with him and brought him to see a doctor. Arrigo must think he's disgusting. He must think liking the same sex is a sickness. Heaven, what should he do? Chapter 0008 What would a kiss feel like? Arrigo had been waiting at the clinic's door all along. Upon seeing Eric coming out, he hurriedly asked, "How was it?" "What did the doctor say?" Eric felt guilty and dared not look at Arrigo. They had been friends for over 10 years, yet he actually harbored such feelings towards him. He felt he had wronged Arrigo. Arrigo had never seen Eric so dejected before. How could a mere medical examination affect him this much? What happened? Is it that serious? Forget it, I'll go ask. Arrigo made a move as if to enter and find the doctor. Don't go. Eric blocked the door. It's nothing, just. I might have been too dependent on you. The doctor talked some sense into me, I've thought it through. I agree with your decision. We'll live separately. All right, a pang of bitterness surged in Arrigo's heart. But it was his insistence on bringing Eric along, there was no turning back now. Putting on an act of being carefree, Arrigo said, then let's look for houses tomorrow. Yeah, Eric nearly burst into tears. His heart was aching. Was there anyone more miserable than him in this world? The good news was, he wasn't ill, he just liked someone. The bad news was, that person was his best friend. Ever since they left the hospital, Eric had been gloomy, as if his soul had been lost. Arrigo felt a little heartache for him. So he suggested taking him to see a movie. They drove down from the mountain and returned to the city, finding a cinema where Arrigo randomly picked a film for the nearest showing. After the movie started, Eric finally dared to sneak a peek at Arrigo. He had always thought Arrigo was the most handsome person he had ever seen. With exquisite bone structure akin to a perfect game character model, and fair skin like porcelain. There was nothing to criticize about his features either. His eyes were crystal clear, and whenever Eric looked into them, it felt as though he was soaking in a cool lake, making his entire body feel comfortable. Arrigo's lips were slightly thin, usually very pale. But he loved spicy food, which turned his lips bright red each time he ate, making his skin appear even whiter and stunning. Eric's gaze fell on Arrigo's lips, suddenly wondering what it would feel like to kiss him. Damn. Did he really have this kind of thought about Arrigo? It was all because of that doctor. He had never thought of it until the doctor mentioned it. Why did he keep thinking about it after that? The breathing beside him seemed a bit erratic. Arrigo shifted his gaze from the screen to Eric. Caught off guard, Eric scrambled for a topic. Well, this movie is pretty good, hee. Arrigo glanced at him twice before turning his head back. Relieved, Eric sighed, thankfully the dim light in the cinema hit his blushing face. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Actually, the movie wasn't very interesting, it was an art house film. The plot revolved around the male lead liking the female lead, who liked the second male lead, who in turn liked the male lead. In the end, the second male lead withdrew for love and went away alone. Eric immersed himself in the role of the second male lead by the end, thinking of how he too had to live apart from Arrigo, renting a house elsewhere. He completely empathized with the helplessness and sorrow of the second male lead, crying messily. Arrigo also felt quite upset. Though he empathized with the second male lead, he was mentally prepared and thus didn't cry. Eric's reaction genuinely startled Arrigo. The usual carefree Eric shouldn't be brought to tears by such an art house film. It seemed like the visit to the doctor really had something to do with it. Arrigo handed him tissues and coaxed, "Stop crying. Look, even the girls aren't crying." That was Arrigo, though he appeared aloof and indifferent, he had always been good to him. Ever since childhood, he had treated Eric better than anyone else, always sharing the best foods and fun activities without excluding him. Eric's parents were both unreliable, his father earned money but was often away from home, and his mother, obsessed with mahjong, barely paid attention to him. Eric learned how to spend money eating out when he was only 6. No one taught him manners or propriety, so he naturally grew up unruly, frequently getting into fights. Whenever parents of those involved came, his mom would settle things with money. Living such a wayward life didn't last long before he met Arrigo. Arrigo gave him a band-aid and disinfected his wound with hydrogen peroxide. A layer of white foam formed on the wound, and Eric found it fascinating. Patiently, Arrigo explained the principles of oxidation and reduction reactions to him. 8-year-old Eric listened wide-eyed, they hadn't started chemistry lessons yet, and these weren't covered by teachers. This Arrigo sure was impressive. Later, Eric found out he was the excellent student all teachers praised. Eric started frequenting Arrigo, fascinated by the vast knowledge and new stories he shared. Having never listened to bedtime stories from his own mother, Eric was utterly captivated by Arrigo's tales. Gradually, he lost interest in fighting and internet surfing. All he wanted was to hear more of Arrigo's stories. He wanted to be in the same class as Arrigo, as it would make it easier for him to find him. However, Arrigo was in the advanced class, and he needed to get himself admitted through an exam. Then he really did get admitted. Not only that, he even became desk mates with Arrigo, a role that lasted over a decade. Later on, he found out that Arrigo came from a single-parent family and had never even met his father. Little Eric began to pity Arrigo while simultaneously admiring him even more. Although his own father often wasn't at home, he still had a father, whereas little Arrigo didn't have one and never complained about it. The doctor today said that it was because he was too accustomed to Arrigo's presence that he failed to notice his own feelings, hence the anxiety during their impending separation. The solution was temporary separation, to allow him to understand his true feelings. Thinking about this made Eric cry harder, he didn't want to be separated from Arrigo. Sitting there crying despite being tall and strong, he attracted many people's attention. Arrigo dragged him away from the cinema with a headache, bought 2 ice cream cones, and they sat on the roadside flower bed eating. Feeling better? Arrigo asked. Eric kept his head down. Arrigo's slender, fair legs were right next to his. There was a faint scar on Arrigo's knee, a result of when they climbed over a wall to play once. Arrigo's athletic ability wasn't as developed as his, but he was willing to go crazy with him. Ever since then, Eric didn't dare let Arrigo do anything dangerous anymore. In the future, who would replace him to take care of Arrigo? Arrigo sighed, clearly not feeling any better. We are just living separately, we can still visit each other. Once the teacher's studio is set up, we can still see each other every day, Arrigo said. Eric suddenly lifted his head. Right, it's not like they won't see each other again. Let's go. Eric stood up suddenly. What for? Let's go find the teacher, the studio must be set up. It doesn't need to be so urgent, does it? Yes, very urgent. Their professional teacher wasn't much older than them and always had the idea of setting up a studio. Now, the people were gathered, but there were some issues with funding. The original investor had found a more promising project. I can solve the funding issue, Eric promised, patting his chest. This isn't a small amount, the teacher hesitated, seeing them still as children in his mind. I know, it's no problem. Why don't you discuss it with your family? Once the game is launched, the teacher will give you a percentage of the profit, and you won't lose money. Chapter 0009, Dreamed of. Javier called his mother as soon as he got back to the dormitory. How much? Javier mentioned a figure. Oh, that's not much. The initial investment for a small studio didn't need to be substantial. Who are you working with? April. Teacher, and Arrigo, and... Oh, Bram, okay, aha. Got it. I'll transfer the money to you later. Is there anything else? Nope. Okay, sweetheart, goodbye. Give Bram my regards. Javier hung up the phone and told Arrigo, it's settled. Arrigo suddenly felt speechless. It was no wonder Javier relied on him so much. Over the years, he had spent more time with Javier than Javier's own parents. Thinking of how Javier had cried profusely today made Arrigo's heart soften. No, he quickly expelled the thought of, maybe I should stay by his side a little longer from his mind. Javier was already confused enough, he couldn't vacillate anymore. He had to make a clean break. That evening, Arrigo wasn't streaming live since he streamed only 3 days a week and took on private jobs for the remaining days. After a shower, he sat cross-legged on a chair in front of his computer, wearing a tank top and shorts. Javier was sitting next to him, completely unable to concentrate on any real work. Arrigo's slender, pale arms and legs were making his thoughts jumbled. Suddenly, Javier realized that his desire to hold Arrigo tightly stemmed from liking him. He finally understood that this feeling of comfort and joy while holding him in his arms was what it meant to like someone. But in a few days, let alone holding him, he might not even see Arrigo easily. Javier felt as if there was a countdown clock ticking in his head. He bought a bunch of Arrigo's favorite late-night snacks. Seeing the table piled high with snacks, Arrigo was momentarily stunned. You, trying to fatten me up? You're not even close to a pig. Since we will be living separately in the future, no one will buy you late-night snacks anymore. Eat them, eat until they're all gone. Javier, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. What did he mean by eat until they're all gone? I mean it. After saying this, Javier went to the computer and isolated himself. Arrigo sighed inwardly. If Javier hadn't done those confusing things, he wouldn't have been stuck in this dilemma. Late night. Javier, Jingza. Arrigo lay naked on the bed, clutching the sheets with his fingers, his long legs gripped by Javier, his face flushed, and moans escaping from his rosy lips, making Javier's scalp tingle. Such an alluring sight. Javier lost control. Then he woke up. That beautiful voice still seemed to linger in his ears, but the person was gone, leaving only a white ceiling. Javier shot up immediately. Dawn was just breaking. Arrigo was still sleeping on his bed, the thin blanket rising and falling gently with his breathing, one leg exposed outside the quilt. Javier's mind buzzed. He actually dreaming of having intimate moments with Arrigo. Damn. Yesterday he told the doctor he hadn't dreamed about it, yet today he did, and it was with Arrigo. Oh, heavens. If Arrigo knew, he would definitely think he was a pervert and cut ties with him. But that dream felt so good, so real. Javier stared at Arrigo's exposed leg, then looked at his own hand. In the dream, he was gripping that very leg. No, he couldn't think about it. Every time he did, he was doomed. He really liked Arrigo. Arrigo was woken up by Javier's noise. He glanced at the phone by his pillow. It was only 6 o'clock. Why was Javier washing sheets this early in the morning? What are you doing? Arrigo asked from the top bunk. Just finished washing clothes and sheets. Javier was startled by Arrigo's voice. Nothing, just, washing clothes. Of course I see you're washing clothes, but it's too early, isn't it? And why are you washing sheets? Javier didn't dare look up at Arrigo. His mind was filled with images from the dream, refusing to fade away. Well, we're renting a place today, right? I'm just tidying up in advance, he lied offhandedly. Oh. Arrigo felt a bit disappointed. Was Javier so proactive now? Well, it was better if he could let go. It would save Arrigo from not being able to bring himself to do it. After getting up and freshening up, Arrigo and Javier went to the same real estate agency as yesterday. Arrigo found a house in a good neighborhood close to the subway with 2 bedrooms, one of which he could use for streaming. After he picked his place, Javier chose one near a snack street, accessible by only 3 subway stops to Arrigo's place. This way, if Arrigo wanted some late-night snacks, Javier could get to him quickly. After viewing the house and paying half a year's rent, Arrigo and Javier went to the mall to buy some daily necessities. Renting a house was different from living in a dormitory. Javier was afraid that Arrigo would be uncomfortable in the slightest, so he bought everything he could think of and carried all the packages for him while helping him organize. How nice it would be if this could be their own home, Javier thought as he watched Arrigo tidy up the bed. But Arrigo was straight and liked girls. Javier looked down at himself. If he were a bit smaller, maybe he could consider gender reassignment surgery. Unfortunately, his nearly 6 feet 3 inches height blocked even that last possibility. After helping Arrigo settle into the new place, Javier felt extremely reluctant to leave, knowing that Arrigo would move in after packing up his belongings tomorrow. On the subway ride back, they encountered the evening rush hour. There was no space to stand, let alone sit. Javier shielded Arrigo within his arms, looking down at the top of his head, thinking that chances of such close contact would decrease in the future. Taking advantage of the train stopping at a station and the forward lean due to inertia, he secretly hugged Arrigo, wanting to leave a memory for this newly discovered but soon-to-be aborted crush. The summer subway car was filled with the smell of sweat and perfume, which was not pleasant. However, Arrigo, protected by Javier, breathed in only the clean and sunny scent of him, a familiar fragrance. Javier had never been stingy with his protection. Such scenes had occurred countless times over the past dozen years. In childhood, it was on the school bus, where Javier always used his height advantage to shield him from crowds. Later, on subways and trains returning to the city, it was always the same. While enjoying Javier's care, Arrigo heartbreakingly reminded himself that this was just his way of expressing friendship and not to fall deeper. Yet, he couldn't control his heart, he had harbored secret love for Javier for 5 years. As the subway stopped at a station, Javier lost balance and leaned toward Arrigo. With eyes closed, Arrigo crashed into Javier's embrace, quietly bidding farewell to his 5-year-long secret affection. Chapter 0010, Supporting Bram. Dominantly protecting his wife. After moving, Arrigo and Eric officially said goodbye to campus life and began living separately. Hey, I underestimated your perseverance before. I'll buy you a box of chicken claws as the bet prize. Arrigo chuckled, forget it, I don't really like them. Do you really not like them, or are you just in no mood to eat because of a breakup? Tilda teased him sarcastically over the phone. How can there be a breakup when there was no relationship? What a pity. 5 years, I thought I'd see some twists, but reality isn't as beautiful as novels. Read fewer books then, oh bookworm. Tilda is a high school classmate of Arrigo and Eric, a veteran fan of boys' love stories, and a true bookworm. She was also the first one to notice Arrigo's feelings for Eric. From fangirling every day to sympathizing with Arrigo's unrequited love, she eventually became friends with Arrigo. She majored in photography in college and joined a major production company in her senior year, working as a short drama director, fulfilling her dream. Over all these years, she has been the only person Arrigo could confide in about his heartache. Tilda's character has nothing to do with her name, she is cheerful, lively, and warm-hearted. Eric's behavior would make anyone think he likes you. Though I've been mocking him all this time, deep down, I've always hoped he would suddenly realize his feelings. I took him to see a psychologist. Arrigo recounted how he had taken Eric to see a doctor, causing Tilda to laugh loudly, forcing Arrigo to hold his phone at arm's length. My goodness, only you would do something like that. Sorry, even though it's sad, it's hilarious. Taking your crush to see a psychologist to keep distance, tut, little Arrigo is truly a tragic flower. What else could I do? I'd say, pin him down. Maybe he just hasn't thought about it that way. You could help him realize. Stop right there. I won't do something like converting someone from straight to gay. Arrigo had his principles. If Eric could naturally develop feelings for him, it would be great. But if not, he wouldn't force or guide him into it. This path wasn't easy to walk on, and if he did such things, he wouldn't be able to face Eric's family. Moreover, if Eric didn't like him, any aggressive move would ruin their friendship forever. Eric could dislike him, but Arrigo couldn't bear it if Eric came to hate him. Alright, may you successfully move on from this relationship and start a new chapter. I'll introduce you to suitable girls if I find any. Forget it. On the first day of Arrigo and Eric's official separation, Arrigo started his live stream at 9. It was still a peaceful gaming session, but today, Arrigo's gameplay seemed more agitated. Chat, is Bram in a bad mood today? Chat, definitely, even small monsters got big attacks. Arrigo, no. Chat, today's cold Bram sounds so good. Meanwhile, Eric was watching Arrigo's live stream on his computer in his newly rented house. Though he couldn't see his face, just listening to his voice felt good. Chat, hey. Wife Soul is also watching Bram's stream. Why aren't they playing together today? Chat, yeah, Wife Soul hasn't spoken all night. Chat, didn't you forget? Bram graduated this year, they're probably not roommates anymore. Chat, oh no wonder he's so irritable. Separated from his wife. Chat, they didn't even choose co-renting. Seeing the comments flood in, after a while, Arrigo responded, we're friends. His intention was that they were still friends even if they weren't living together anymore. However, both the chat and Eric on the other side were stunned by this statement. To Eric, it sounded like Arrigo was explaining to everyone that they were not a couple but just friends. Eric deleted what he had typed, explaining that they were just living apart after graduation. The word friends hurt Eric deeply. He hugged the computer and silently wept. The chat also interpreted it similarly, seeing the main party clarify their non-relationship status was like throwing a bomb. Chat, Bram, did you two fight? Chat, seriously, you CP fans need to stop. Bram said they're friends, stop pushing it. Chat, exactly, we've put up with you for too long. They are just friends, your minds are dirty. Chat, don't ship them anymore. Our Bram stands alone. Chat, clearly, Wife Soul was riding on Bram's popularity. Now that Bram is clear-headed, stop clinging. Seeing the CP fans and anti-fans argue in the chat, Arrigo sighed. Stop arguing. Soul will always be my friend. Moderators, kick out anyone who insults him in my stream. Chat, support Bram. Dominantly protecting his wife. Chat, the Chenghua banner never falls. Eric cried while biting the edge of his blanket. Bram was always the one who wouldn't allow anyone to say anything bad about him. But such a good Bram would eventually belong to someone else. No, I absolutely cannot sink into depression. Eric got up and called his teacher to discuss the details of setting up the studio. First was funding, which had already been resolved. Then came the location. His teacher had long found an old factory building. The previous tenant had been involved in pyramid schemes and left after being investigated. It was a 2-story standalone property with its own yard. The upstairs could serve as a temporary rest area for them since they often worked days and nights on end without returning home. The downstairs would be the office area. Lastly, there were the staff members. Arrigo and a senior student took charge of the art, Eric and 2 other seniors handled programming, the teacher managed operations and promotion, and another senior student was in charge of customer service and internal affairs. With these elements in place, the studio could start running. Since Eric contributed half the funds, he directly became a partner, half owner. He previously thought his father's behavior of only providing money and never showing up was unacceptable, but now it seemed perfect. If he couldn't secure the money to set up the studio so quickly, he might not even have the chance to see Arrigo again. Just 2 days without seeing each other felt like several lifetimes to Eric, and he couldn't stop staring at Arrigo. Have you not been eating properly? I feel like you've lost weight. Arrigo was speechless. He had only lost half a pound. How did Eric notice? No, rather, you, how heavy are your dark circles? Didn't sleep well. Arrigo pointed at his face. Eric was deeply moved. Bram was indeed the most concerned about him, noticing the change in him right away. Not only did he not sleep well, he was completely sleepless for 2 days. Without Arrigo by his side, he couldn't find a comfortable position no matter how he lay. Tossing and turning, he reviewed their entire journey together over the years. This made him even more certain that he liked Arrigo and couldn't live without him at all. Because of this, he secretly visited the psychologist again yesterday. Chapter 0011 Neighbors on the 20th floor. What you're experiencing now isn't within the scope of psychological disorders anymore, the doctor said with difficulty after listening to Eric's account. Eric looked distressed. How can I return to the original state, just treating him as a good friend? Ever since you mentioned it that day, I dreamed about being with him. The doctor nodded in understanding. This is quite normal. Previously, you hadn't realized your feelings, and your subconscious was avoiding changes in your relationship. But once someone opened up this topic, you naturally began to understand. But what should I do? He doesn't like me anyway. In such cases, we can use transference or aversion therapy, but are you sure you want to proceed? How would I transfer my feelings? How could I feel aversion? Simply put, it involves making you like someone else or dislike him. Eric thought for a moment. Like someone else? Who could be better than Arrigo? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Anyone could be better. Dislike Arrigo? That was even more out of the question. Even if he came to hate himself one day, he wouldn't be able to dislike Arrigo. Eric glanced at the doctor sorrowfully before bidding farewell and leaving the hospital. In front of Arrigo, Eric put on a strong face. I suddenly switched beds and didn't sleep well. Actually, it was the absence of someone beside him that caused his insomnia. Clearly, they had been inseparable friends before, yet now they exchanged polite small talk like ordinary classmates. It felt like Eric had been punched hard in the chest, struggling to catch his breath. Oh. Arrigo half believed, nodding. Come, I've had 2 versions of the renovation plan designed. Let's see which one suits best. Grover placed a tablet on the table for them to review. The teacher had asked them to come mainly to confirm the renovation style and then start the work officially. Let's go with version 2, Amal, who shared programming responsibilities with Eric, suggested. Grover continued, Arrigo, Jingza, what do you think? This one, Arrigo and Eric pointed to the first plan simultaneously. Eric's fingertip touched Arrigo's, causing Arrigo to retract his finger as if shocked, his heart rate accelerating. Before Eric could savor the moment, those slender fingers withdrew, leaving a sharp sting in his nerves. Arrigo's reaction made it seem like he was trying to avoid someone infected with a virus, yet Arrigo had never been like this before. No one noticed the strange atmosphere between them, but Grover nodded, okay, I've also sent the designs to others, and they preferred the first version too. We'll go with the majority decision. Is that alright, Amal? Amal reluctantly nodded, if everyone thinks the first version is good, what can I say? He just found the second version more comfortable and slightly more expensive, but if someone else was footing the bill, shouldn't a better office environment be preferable? They must have chosen the cheaper option to please the teacher, hypocrites. Alright, let's finalize this. The renovation company works fast, so it should be done in half a month. I'll get the equipment and procedures sorted as soon as possible. You can handle personal matters during this time, as things will get busy when the studio opens. Yes, teacher. Grover smiled, outside the campus, don't call me teacher. We're colleagues now. Should I call you boss? Amal asked. No, call me brother he. Alright, brother he, I'll head back. Good. After Amal left, Eric stole a glance at Arrigo, unwilling to part ways after finally seeing him. But he was afraid Arrigo would reject him. Torn inside, Eric stood up hurriedly when he saw Arrigo about to leave. Hey, shall we grab dinner before going back? I'm not hungry, no appetite, Arrigo forced himself to say. As expected, Arrigo was now rejecting any contact with him. Eric rubbed his nose, okay, let's walk together then. We take the same subway line. Sure. Since they were taking the same subway, rejecting further would seem odd. After parting ways with the teacher, Arrigo and Eric got on the subway together. During this time slot, there weren't many people on the subway. They found seats and sat down after boarding. Eric needed to get off after 5 stops while Arrigo had to stay on for 7 more. Eric would disembark first. Take care of yourself and eat properly. If you feel uncomfortable at night, you can always call me, Eric couldn't help but say. Alright, you rest well too. Arrigo pointed to his dark circles. Okay, I'll get off now. Take care of yourself. Eric lingered by the door before getting off, reluctant to leave. Only after Eric left did Arrigo breathe a sigh of relief. His gentle expression instantly crumbled, reverting to his usual cold, distant self. He had finally returned to the orbit of ordinary friends with Eric. This wasn't what he wanted, but it was an inevitable outcome. After 2 more stops, Arrigo got off the subway and slowly walked out of the metro exit toward his home. Passing by a fruit stand, he bought a slice of watermelon. When he reached the elevator lobby, another person was also waiting for the elevator. Arrigo hadn't noticed at first, he was still lost in thought about Eric. Inside the elevator, when he raised his hand to press the floor button, the other person almost simultaneously pressed the same floor as him. Do you also live on the 20th floor? Are you a new neighbor? Only then did Arrigo look up at the person in front of him. The boy looked about 2 years younger than him, with a round face that was rather adorable, dressed in cartoon-patterned pajamas, holding a slice of watermelon. Yes, I just moved in, Arrigo replied. Great. I was worried it might be some weird person. Since it's you, that's great. My name is Galen. I'm 20 years old and work as a live streamer. What about you? My name is Arrigo. I'm 23 years old. Arrigo didn't intend to say much. You're 3 years older than me, so I'll call you Brother Arrigo. Hey, did you buy your watermelon from that fruit store at the entrance too? Yeah. Their watermelons are very sweet. I've been buying from there for 5 days straight. Now we're neighbors. If anything happens, we can help each other out. I've lived here for over a year and know all the nearby shops. Let's add each other on WeChat. You can ask me if you need anything. Galen's overly outgoing personality made it hard for Arrigo to refuse. Moreover, what Galen said made sense. Seeing no ill intent from him, Arrigo took out his phone and added Galen on WeChat. The elevator arrived at the 20th floor. Arrigo stepped out first, with Galen following behind. Brother Arrigo, see you later. Galen waved to Arrigo. Alright, see you later. Arrigo nodded lightly and opened the door to go inside. Down by the flower bed, Eric squatted beside the flower bed, looking up at Arrigo's window, hesitating to leave as he watched the clothes hanging on his balcony. After getting off the subway, he had boarded the adjacent carriage and secretly followed Arrigo home. He admitted that his behavior was rather creepy, but he couldn't control himself. He missed Arrigo too much. Chapter 0012 Butler, Open the Door. Kenneth started a live stream that night. He played games while eating watermelon. He usually didn't talk much during his streams, and now he talked even less. His live stream used to have no background music, only the sound effects from the game were heard because originally, when streaming in the dormitory, the roommates' voices served as background noise. Today, he had background music on, with the game volume turned down, silently showing off his skills. Chat, today's aloof Kenneth again. Chat, is Kenneth eating watermelon? It sounds so sweet. Chat, why isn't Soul's wife here today? Chat, please do not bind the streamer. Chat, eat less watermelon at night, be careful of stomach pain. Eric didn't want the chat to argue over him. Those were Kenneth's fans who could protect him, but if other streamers exploited it to stir up conflicts between CP fans and solo fans, Kenneth's popularity would suffer. So Eric logged in with a new account and stayed in Kenneth's live stream, but he couldn't help but remind him to eat less watermelon at night. Kenneth's stomach was delicate, yet he didn't pay attention to it. He had suffered from stomachaches twice after eating too much cold food like watermelon in the summer, and Eric had always been vigilant. Now without him watching over, who knew if Kenneth would take care of himself? Kenneth's eyes always stayed on the VIP seats on the secondary screen, yet he hadn't seen Eric appear. Without Eric there, Kenneth felt unusually low, his voice becoming colder. This mechanism can actually trigger a bug in the bottom right corner, let me demonstrate. Kenneth skillfully manipulated his character to attract all monsters into the bottom right corner with 2 swords. The more monsters there were, the easier it was to cause critical hits, and the colorful damage numbers flashed on the screen. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Kenneth frowned, it was already past 9 o'clock, he hadn't ordered any takeaway, who would press the doorbell? The room where he streamed was close to the door, so the sound of the doorbell also came through to the live stream. Eric listened very attentively. He sat up from the bed, this late, who was looking for Butler? Kenneth wasn't done playing, so he cleared the monsters faster before going to open the door. Through the peephole, he saw the neighbor he met today outside. Kenneth opened the door, what's up? Giacomo, holding a box, offered it to Kenneth, I made some desserts. As an original resident of the 20th floor, I'm giving you a welcoming gift, welcome to be my neighbor. Kenneth wanted to refuse, so he lied, thank you, I appreciate it, but it's late, I won't eat anything. These can be kept in the fridge for breakfast tomorrow. Not to brag, but my cooking is pretty good, no worse than those dessert shops out there. Kenneth couldn't refuse, so he took the box and thanked again, thank you, but I'm busy now, and it's late. We'll chat another time. Alright, then go ahead and get back to work. Good night, brother Kenneth. Giacomo smiled happily, his cheeks flushing slightly. Kenneth closed the door and returned to his computer to check the chat. Chat, I wish I had such a good neighbor. Chat, where does Butler live? I can make desserts too, I want to be Butler's neighbor. Chat, Soul's wife, someone is trying to steal your husband. Eric, who is this guy? Who sends sweets at midnight? Kenneth, a neighbor I met during the day, quite cute and enthusiastic. Eric, cute? How cute? Boys are not supposed to be cute. Chat, a boy living alone should be cautious, don't eat things from strangers. Chat, he's just being kind, don't think everyone has ulterior motives. The chat argued over whether the neighbor's gift should be eaten or not. Eric became anxious, what if it was a bad person with ill intentions towards Kenneth? The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. But he couldn't just go to find Kenneth, what could he do? In the end, Kenneth didn't eat the dessert. It wasn't because he was wary, he had unconsciously eaten too much watermelon, and his stomach hurt a little. Streaming until 11:30, he found it hard to hold on. Brothers, my stomach isn't feeling well, I'll stop streaming today, Kenneth explained to his fans. Chat, seriously? Is there something wrong with the dessert? Kenneth hurried to explain, no, I ate too much watermelon, I haven't touched the dessert, don't suspect unnecessarily. Chat, drink some hot water quickly. Chat, you always had Soul taking care of you. Now he's not here, you have to take care of yourself. Chat, Soul, your husband's stomach hurts. Kenneth smiled helplessly, it wasn't surprising that Eric was always worried about him. After so many years of being taken care of by him, he indeed had become more dependent on him. After just a few days apart, he had messed himself up. Okay, I really have to log off now, bye-bye. Kenneth ended the stream. The acid in his stomach was churning, and he didn't even have the strength to get up to boil water for himself. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Kenneth laid his head on the computer desk, gritting his teeth to bear the pain, planning to wait until it subsided slightly before getting up to boil water and take medicine. The doorbell rang again. Kenneth didn't feel like opening the door at all. It was nearly 12 o'clock, no decent person would come looking for him this late. Even if it was Giacomo again, he wasn't in the mood to deal with him. The doorbell persisted relentlessly, which only made Kenneth's heart irritated and his stomach more painful. After a while, the doorbell finally stopped, and the phone beside him rang. Kenneth reached down to grab the phone and glanced at the screen. Eric? Why was he calling this late? Kenneth answered the call with a shaky voice, hello. Eric's worried voice immediately came through, "Butler, open the door." Kenneth lifted his head abruptly. I'm at your doorstep." All of Kenneth's energy to get up and boil water vanished as soon as he heard Eric's voice. It felt like he had suddenly been recharged, and he got up and walked towards the door. As soon as the door opened, Eric's handsome face appeared. Eric's work shirt was soaked through, his chest heaving, clearly indicating that he had rushed over. Seeing Kenneth, who was drenched in sweat and pale-faced, Eric's heart ached. "Have you taken any medicine?" Eric asked anxiously. "No." Suddenly, Kenneth felt a bit wronged, and his eyes misted over. "Go lie down inside. I brought medicine. Do you have hot water?" Eric slipped off his shoes and walked straight in. "No. I'll go boil some for you." Eric headed towards the kitchen. Watching Eric soaked back, Kenneth felt a sting in his eyes. Not hearing any movement behind him, Eric turned around and saw Kenneth still standing there. Thinking he was in too much pain to move, Eric hurriedly went to him, bent down, slipped his arms under Kenneth's armpits and legs, and carried him towards the bedroom. Kenneth clung tightly to his neck, resting his head against Eric's chest, biting his lip. Why couldn't someone as wonderful as Eric like him? Chapter 0013 Staying Overnight. Javier laid Arrigo on the bed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Lie down for a while, I'll go boil some water for you." After saying this, Javier got up, turned up the air conditioning a few degrees, then went to the kitchen to boil water. Soon, he returned with the stomach medicine that Arrigo usually took. "Bram, sit up and take your medicine. If it doesn't ease up later, I'll take you to the hospital." Javier helped Arrigo sit up, blew to cool the medicine, and handed the bowl to him. Arrigo held the bowl and drank the medicine. The warm water entering his stomach relieved some of the pain, making him feel better than before. However, he still felt icy cold all over and instinctively wanted to get closer to the heat source nearby. Javier let him lie down, covered his legs with a light blanket, placed his hand on his stomach, and warmed him. In the past, when Arrigo had stomach pain in the dormitory at midnight, Javier would squeeze into one bed with him and warm his stomach like this. Even though he basically caused the pain by not taking care of himself, Javier had never blamed him. Arrigo blinked and asked, "Why did you come?" Javier's eyes darted away. "I saw your live stream." Javier just casually mentioned this one thing. He didn't say that he had left halfway through the live stream because he was worried that the neighbor might have ill intentions towards him and wanted to wait for him downstairs. He didn't mention that as soon as he heard Arrigo say he had stomach pain near the end of the live stream, he immediately rushed out to buy medicine, going to 2 pharmacies before getting it. It was humid and hot during the summer night, and he ran so hard that his clothes were drenched. Arrigo said with lowered eyes, "You weren't in the live stream room." "Cough, I watched using a side account," Javier said shyly. Knowing that he was paying attention to him made Arrigo a little happy, but he didn't show it as he asked, "Why use a side account?" "Because, last time your fans quarreled because of me, I don't want to cause trouble for you. Moreover, they always say we are, I'm afraid it will have a bad impact on you," Javier said, suppressing his heartache. Arrigo's fleeting joy vanished instantly. "Fearful of having a bad impact yet you still came to see me." Arrigo muttered softly, carrying a tinge of grievance. Javier quickly explained, "No, it's different in the live stream room, they don't know how we are privately, you also said we will always be friends." Arrigo sniffed and hummed in response. Javier's warm palms remained on Arrigo's stomach, and Arrigo's icy body gradually heated up. "Do you feel better? If it doesn't improve, I'll take you to the hospital." "No need, much better," Arrigo shook his head. He pretended not to care about Javier most of the time, but now he wished more than anything that Javier could stay with him. "Are you leaving?" Arrigo asked. Javier was taken aback, thinking that Arrigo was urging him to leave. His heart ached, and just as he was about to speak, Arrigo added, "It's too late, why don't you stay overnight here?" Javier nodded vigorously without thinking, then realized he was too eager and worried that Arrigo would think he was taking advantage of the situation, so he hastily added, "Then I'll sleep on the sofa." Arrigo didn't respond, his dark eyes fixed on him. Confused by what Arrigo meant, Javier felt guilty and didn't dare to look into his eyes. After a while, Arrigo sighed. "Your clothes are soaked, go take a shower and change into something else. But you don't have any clothes that fit me here." Standing at 187 centimeters, Javier was more than 2 sizes larger than Arrigo. Arrigo pointed to the wardrobe, "There's a set of clothes in the bottom drawer that should fit you." "Ah. Oh." Javier got up to fetch them. He was puzzled as to why there would be clothes his size in Arrigo's place. When Javier unfolded the clothes from the bag, he was stunned. This is my favorite team's jersey, isn't it? How do you have it?" "I planned to give it to you for your birthday, it's still a month away, but here it is early." "Bram," Javier felt moved, "these are limited editions, very hard to get, how did you manage to get one?" I hired someone to snap it up for me." Actually, he had lied about staying up all night to help his teacher make software, sneaking out to Q and bought it. "Thank you." Javier loved it. "Go take a shower." "Okay, wait for me, I'll be quick." Javier placed a glass of lukewarm water by Arrigo's bedside and then went to shower. Worried that Arrigo would have another bout of pain, Javier rushed through his shower and quickly washed his hair before coming out. That basketball jersey looked perfect on him, bright and handsome. When he appeared in front of Arrigo again, it felt like a flash of brilliance to Arrigo. Javier suited basketball attire well. Very good looking, Arrigo said sincerely. Javier's face flushed involuntarily. Hadn't the doctor said that if he thought Arrigo, a boy, was good looking, it meant he liked him? Did Arrigo's compliment mean? Javier shook his head quickly to clear his thoughts. How could he think such things about Arrigo? How are you feeling now? Javier asked. Much better. There's a light blanket on the sofa, you should go to sleep too. All right. If you feel uncomfortable, call me immediately. Okay. Arrigo nodded and watched Javier close the door and go to the living room. Actually, he hadn't slept well for the past 2 days. Suddenly changing his environment and forcing himself to stay away from Javier had left him mentally exhausted. Today's stomachache wasn't entirely due to eating too much watermelon, it was also because of the stress from these few days. He could still feel the warmth of Javier's palm on his abdomen. Now that Javier was in his home, within earshot, Arrigo felt at ease and fell asleep hugging his quilt. However, Javier couldn't fall asleep on the living room sofa. He used Arrigo's shower gel and was holding the thin blanket Arrigo had used, making him feel enveloped by Arrigo's scent everywhere. The palm he used to warm Arrigo's stomach also seemed to be subtly heated. Arrigo's abdomen was flat yet soft, so he always liked hugging Arrigo before. Arrigo had a very slender waist. The scene from that day's dream appeared in front of him again. Javier quickly squeezed his legs together and covered his head with the blanket. Arrigo letting him stay overnight was a sign of trust. How could he have these kinds of thoughts towards Arrigo at this moment? Feeling guilty to his good friend, Javier couldn't help but hug Arrigo's blanket and smell his scent. Javier, sob 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 sob, I'm like some creepy uncle, sob 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 sob, Bram smells so good. After tossing and turning until dawn, he finally managed to fall asleep after taking a cold shower. He slept all the way until noon. Arrigo also rarely overslept. Probably because Javier was there, he felt especially secure. Javier was woken up by the doorbell, got up from the sofa, and went to open the door half asleep. When Gerson saw a tall man opening the door, he hesitated and took a step back. You're who? Javier instantly became alert, recognizing this voice as the concerned neighbor who delivered desserts to Arrigo yesterday. Narrowing his eyes, he sized up Gerson, his heart racing with alarm. Chapter 0014, Sending People Away. Among all the boys who had confessed to Arrigo over the years, most of them were like Giacomo. So Eric could instantly tell from the moment he saw Giacomo that his relationship with Arrigo was not just a simple neighborly one. He squinted and said, "Are you Bram's neighbor? He hasn't woken up yet. If you have anything, you can tell me first." Giacomo was momentarily unsure about Eric's relationship with Arrigo, and he felt a bit intimidated by Eric's sullen face. He stammered awkwardly, "Oh. Nothing, I just made some milk tea and wondered if Brother Arrigo would like to drink it." "Brother? Arrigo?" Eric repeated through gritted teeth, who allowed him to be so intimate. Giacomo tilted his head and peeped inside, "If Brother Arrigo hasn't woken up, maybe I'll come back later." Eric stopped him and extended his hand, "Give me the milk tea. I'll pass it to him when he wakes up." Giacomo clearly didn't want to give it to him, stepping back again, "I think I'll just come back later." "Who's at the door?" Arrigo was awakened by the talking outside the door. Coming out from his bedroom and seeing Eric chatting with someone, he asked aloud. The moment Giacomo heard Arrigo's voice, his eyes brightened, as if he finally found his savior. He called over Eric, "Brother Arrigo, it's me, Giacomo." Arrigo walked to the door and asked, "What's up?" "I made some milk tea for you to try. He sent sweets yesterday, and now milk tea today." This neighbor seemed too enthusiastic, but Arrigo couldn't reject him so bluntly, so he invited tentatively, "Why don't you come in and have a seat?" Before Eric could object, Giacomo nodded, "Sure." Eric felt a headache coming on. Arrigo had only lived here for a few days and hadn't planned on entertaining guests. Now the only spare pair of slippers was on Eric's feet. Luckily, Giacomo lived next door and came wearing slippers, so it saved them the trouble of changing. Upon entering, Giacomo noticed traces on the sofa that indicated someone had slept there, giving Eric a knowing smile. So this man slept on the sofa last night. Looks like he isn't in that kind of relationship with Brother Arrigo. Seeing Giacomo looking at Eric, Arrigo introduced them, "This is my friend, Eric. This is my neighbor, Giacomo. Hello." Upon realizing that Eric wasn't in a romantic relationship with Arrigo, Giacomo breathed a sigh of relief and greeted Eric with a smile. Eric's jaw nearly clenched off. He naturally knew Giacomo's emotional changes and what he was thinking. But he couldn't reasonably kick him out. "Brother Arrigo, did you not eat the pastries I brought yesterday?" Giacomo saw the unopened box on the dining table that he had delivered yesterday. "He has a stomachache and can't eat sweet things," Eric answered on behalf of Arrigo, then proceeded to open the box and took a bite. Pretty good." He deliberately finished the pastries in front of Giacomo. Giacomo puffed out his round cheeks. Those pastries were specially made for Arrigo, but he hadn't touched any, and they all went into this man's mouth. Giacomo shoved the milk tea into Arrigo's hands. Brother Arrigo, drink this then. Eric had been eating pastries and feeling a bit parched. He snatched the milk tea from Arrigo. His stomach hurt just yesterday, he shouldn't touch such sweet stuff. As Eric stuck a straw into the cup and drank the milk tea, Giacomo glared at him, clenching his lips in anger. How shameless could this guy be? Eric challenged him with a raised eyebrow. Arrigo watched helplessly as they stared daggers at each other. Eric had always guarded vigilantly against any boy approaching him these past years, fearing he would go astray. Now it was clear Eric believed Giacomo had an interest in pursuing him. Yet he was gay. Did Eric think he should find a woman to marry in the future? Arrigo felt vexed, his fragile rationality restored after the pain last night. Rubbing his temples, he said, I want to sleep some more. Both of you should go home. Both of us? They both pointed to themselves and asked simultaneously. Arrigo nodded. Yeah, Giacomo, thank you for the pastries and milk tea, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, please don't send me anything anymore. And you, Eric, you've eaten and drunk enough, go home. Thanks for taking care of me last night. Yesterday, Arrigo let Eric stay overnight and even gave him a birthday gift ahead of time, which made him rather pleased. But now, Arrigo was calling him coldly to leave, all because of this brat. Eric thought bitterly. Giacomo didn't feel offended, they had only just met, and it was natural for Arrigo to be distant. Besides, this tall man treated him the same way, so it balanced out. Eric couldn't very well stick around either, reminding him to take medicine on time, then grabbed his clothes and left with Giacomo. Eric waited for the elevator, and behind him, Giacomo asked with his arms crossed, do you like brother Arrigo too? Eric turned back, what are you trying to do? Giacomo shrugged, nothing, since you like him, and I like him too, let's compete fairly then. Upon hearing that Giacomo dared to admit he liked Arrigo right in front of him, Eric was so angry that veins bulged on his temple. I warn you, don't have designs on him. Giacomo raised an eyebrow, why not? When you opened the door for me, I thought you were his boyfriend. But now it seems you're not. What right do you have to stop me from pursuing him? Arrigo is straight, he doesn't like men. Don't waste your effort. Giacomo smiled enigmatically, really? But you don't look gay either. Aren't you liking brother Arrigo as well? Whether I'm gay or not has nothing to do with whether I like Arrigo. We've grown up together as friends. Don't even think about wrecking our relationship. Oh, childhood sweethearts, huh? But you've known each other for so many years. If he could like you, he would have done so long ago. Looks like there's no chance between you and brother Arrigo, and you're the one wasting efforts. Giacomo's cheerful words broke through Eric's defense. You. Eric lifted his hand as if to grab Giacomo's collar, only to find that Giacomo had already been prepared and jumped back 2 steps to his own door, turning into it. Fuming, Eric stared at the door, thinking he must remind Arrigo to keep a distance from this person later. Just as he was about to step into the elevator, Giacomo's door opened again. Giacomo poked his head out and said, you don't have to try to report me to brother Arrigo because I won't admit anything. One is a cute, warm-hearted neighbor, the other is a scheming childhood friend. Guess who he will believe? Eric wanted to get out of the elevator to punch him, but the elevator door had already closed, and Giacomo also slipped back inside and shut the door. The elevator doors closed in front of Eric, making him want to scratch the wall. There were just too many suitors around Arrigo, and it made him furious. Chapter 15, Hi, what a coincidence. Arrigo buried himself into the sofa as soon as Eric closed the door and left. He curled up in the spot where he had lain yesterday, hugging a thin blanket and sighing. He felt like he was going to lose his mind if this continued. What should I do? Arrigo chose to seek help from the audience outside the scene. Tilda chuckled on the other side, isn't it still half a month before you officially start work? Why don't you come play with me? This suggestion truly tempted Arrigo. It would not only let him avoid Eric but also that mysterious neighbor. Are you not busy? Not really. They are now shooting scenes for the supporting actors, the lead actor hasn't arrived yet. It's quite remote here, but the scenery is beautiful. Okay. Arrigo made up his mind immediately, booked the train ticket, and began packing. Since he was going out, he wouldn't be able to live stream. Without live streaming, he had to inform his fans in the live stream room, which Eric would surely know about. After some thought, Arrigo decided to tell Eric first. Eric was initially pleased that Arrigo would call him voluntarily, but then he fell into gloominess. Do you want to go out? Can't I accompany you instead? Why must you find her? And go to the countryside? Eric knew about Tilda and Arrigo's good relationship. He knew that Arrigo would often chat on the phone with Tilda, even avoiding him sometimes. In the past, Eric hadn't thought much of it. In high school, Tilda was a chubby girl with a lively personality. He didn't think Tilda was Arrigo's type. But at the class reunion during the Lunar New Year this year, he saw Tilda. Women do change a lot as they grow older. Tilda wasn't just thinner, she had blossomed into a very beautiful woman. Thinking back, Arrigo had maintained contact with Tilda all these years apart from him. Could it be that Arrigo likes Tilda? The more Eric thought, the more suspicious he became. Arrigo hadn't expected Eric to guess this way and tried to reassure him, if anything happens with my teacher, I'll come back right away. How can you come back so quickly if you go to such a remote place? Eric really didn't want Arrigo to go. It won't be for many days. I'll also call my teacher later, Arrigo insisted. Unable to tie Arrigo up, Eric thought all night and decided to buy a ticket to Lee City too. Jiangzhou isn't far from Lee City, but there was only one direct train per day. Arrigo got up early in the morning and headed to the station. The old-fashioned green train took 3 hours. Although slow, the scenery along the way was excellent, and there weren't many passengers on board, making for a pleasant journey. The lush crops outside the window rolled by like green waves, and the people working in the fields appeared especially small. In the distance, misty mountains stretched continuously, with villages at their base featuring red-tiled roofs and white walls, like a moving picture. The tranquility and beauty of summer leaped off the landscape. Arrigo leaned against the seat, wearing headphones, listening to music while gazing absent-mindedly out the window. Behind him, Eric watched him in fascination. Arrigo's head turned towards the window, forming an elegant curve between his neck and shoulders. Sunlight illuminated the fine down on his cheeks, making him seem almost radiant. Eric watched throughout the journey, recalling the years he spent with Arrigo. Arrigo had always been by his side, and it seemed he had gotten used to seeing Arrigo whenever he turned around. But now, Arrigo had unknowingly moved ahead, and he had to catch up to see him. He was willing to follow Arrigo, so in the future, whenever Arrigo looked back, he could see him behind, as long as he was willing to turn around. Arrigo, please look back at me. Seemingly sensing something strange, Arrigo slowly turned his head to look back. Damn, Eric was startled and quickly hit his face on the table. He wanted Arrigo to look back at him, but not actually now. Oh heavens, you're too real. Through the seat back, Arrigo saw a familiar back of the head. Eric? Eric had a slight whirlpool at the nape of his neck and a tiny mole behind his ear, usually hidden by his hair ends but visible when he lowered his head. He had seen this back of the head for over 10 years, there was no way he could mistake it. Eric only dared to lift his head after a few minutes to check if Arrigo was still paying attention. Damn. Eric was shocked again. Arrigo stood right in front of him, hands on his hips, looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Eric covered his chest and greeted Arrigo awkwardly, "Hi, what a coincidence." Arrigo couldn't help but laugh, sat in the empty seat opposite him, and asked, "Why are you following me?" Coincidence? Who would believe that? Eric had no reason to go to Lee City. Still shaken, Eric rubbed his nose guiltily. I wasn't quite comfortable with you traveling alone, so, are you mad at me? It wasn't that Arrigo was angry, but he found it hard to understand his behavior. From the things Eric had been doing recently, it was as if the person who had harbored a secret crush for many years was him. Not angry. It took Arrigo a few seconds to reply. Eric let out a sigh of relief. As long as Bram wasn't mad at him. We've known each other for so many years and have never gone on a trip together. Can we consider this our graduation trip? Eric smiled in a placating manner. Now that he had come along, what else could be done? Throw him out of the window? Arrigo was speechless. He came out to avoid him, and now it turned into a trip for two. Arrigo wanted to give up. Eric seemed to see his concession from Arrigo's expression and seized the opportunity, moving closer to push Arrigo to the window seat. Bram, what are you listening to? Eric tried to make conversation. Arrigo took off one of his earphones and offered it to him. Want to listen? Yes. Eric nodded enthusiastically. Over these past few years of university life, every time they went home during holidays, they would share one pair of headphones to listen to music on the train. They always took the bullet train, and this slow old-fashioned green train was their first experience. The music in the headphones was lively, the view outside the window was vibrant summer scenery, the rhythmic sound of the train rolling over the tracks, and beside him was the person he liked. Eric felt this moment was almost too beautiful to be true. Summer is really nice. I love summer. His good mood lasted until the train arrived at Lee City Station. Lee City was a small town with a tiny station. Not many people got off here, and he spotted Tilda waiting for them immediately. Tilda had come here with the film crew. She was dressed simply in a tight t-shirt and cargo pants, with light makeup and her short hair flying freely, looking fresh and cool. Eric surreptitiously observed Arrigo's reaction, only to see Arrigo smiling and waving to Tilda. Tilda approached and pointed at Eric, who was following behind Arrigo, then asked with an exasperated expression, "What's going on here?" Chapter 0016, A Lingering Gaze. Arrigo had clearly said he came to visit Tilda to avoid Eric, yet when they got out of the car, Eric was right behind him. Arrigo felt awkward and didn't know how to explain, so he simply shrugged, "It's a long story." Then make it short. I was worried about Bram going to such a remote place alone, so I followed. Eric stepped in to explain. Tilda laughed sarcastically, "I wouldn't sell him, you know. Let's go. Since he's already here, let's just have fun together." Arrigo didn't want to make Eric too uncomfortable. Tilda looked at Arrigo with frustration and then glanced at Eric, who looked alert. She felt something was different about Eric this time. Suddenly, she came up with an idea and handed Arrigo's luggage to Eric. Since you invited yourself, you can take care of the luggage. Eric willingly carried the luggage for Arrigo. But in the next moment, Tilda linked her arm with Arrigo's. Let's go. Eric nearly bulged his eyes out. What was she doing? How could she hold Arrigo's arm like that? Why didn't Arrigo refuse? When did they become so close as to link arms? So Arrigo really liked Tilda, and they were already together. That was why he wanted separate living arrangements, feeling that having Eric around would be inconvenient for dating. Eric stood rooted to the spot. Arrigo glanced down at Tilda's hand, questioning her with his eyes. Tilda whispered a threat, you dare let go and you're dead. After speaking, Tilda turned around and called to Eric, who was still standing there stunned, come on, don't get lost. I won't be responsible if you do. Eric's throat was dry, his head spinning as he followed them dazedly. What happened between you two, these few days? Tilda asked quietly. Nothing much. Then why is he acting strange? He's been weird ever since I said I wanted to rent a house separately. Maybe he's not used to being apart suddenly. That doesn't seem right, Tilda shook her head. Based on her expertise as a photographer in observing people's expressions, Eric was definitely not as simple as Arrigo described. From the moment they got out of the car, Eric had shown hostility towards her. When she tried to test him by linking arms with Arrigo, his expression almost broke. Could it be that Arrigo's decision to give up on him actually affected Eric, making him finally realize something? Tilda's eyes sparkled, maybe little Arrigo's hidden love was finally going to blossom. From the station to the production site in the mountains, they still had to ride a bus and walk a section of mountain road. On the way, Eric pursed his lips and remained silent, while Tilda chatted with Arrigo about gossip from the crew, occasionally sneaking glances at Eric's reactions. Though she also hated how dense Eric had been all these years, causing Arrigo so much pain from unrequited love, what could she do? Arrigo liked him. As a good friend, she naturally hoped Arrigo's years of waiting wouldn't be in vain and that he would eventually see the light. I borrowed a house from the villagers for us because you said you'd come, but you didn't mention Eric, so you two will have to share a bed. Is that okay? Tilda asked Arrigo. Arrigo was taken aback, he indeed hadn't thought about this. If it were before, Eric would probably have loudly agreed without hesitation, but now he hesitated. Eric avoided looking at Arrigo and said to Tilda in a low voice, sorry, I've caused you trouble, haven't I? Tilda raised an eyebrow. Was this something Eric would say? Something was definitely off. Seeing Eric's guilt, Arrigo softened his heart and told Tilda, it's fine. They had slept together before, and he had endured it for so long, getting used to it. There shouldn't be any unexpected incidents. Eric only responded with a gloomy, He regretted coming. What was he doing, crashing into their couple's date? Witnessing their public displays of affection firsthand? He should have stayed in the car, no, under the car. Arrigo patted Eric on the shoulder, Tilda isn't blaming you, why are you so down? Tilda chuckled and continued chatting with Arrigo. Lishan village, as its name suggests, mainly grows pear trees. The pears produced here are juicy and sweet, free of grit. Pears hung yellow and green all over the branches everywhere in the village, giving off an impression worthy of an oil painting. Unfortunately, Eric had no heart to appreciate it. Tilda and Arrigo walked ahead, arriving at a villager's house. This is Shauna, you'll sleep in her spare room tonight. Hello, Shauna. Both Arrigo and Eric greeted her. Oh, what handsome young men. Shauna looked very kind. We're sorry for troubling you. Not at all, not at all. Xiao Yenner and the others came here to film, promoting our Lishan village. We welcome them. Shauna led them to a side house in the courtyard. Although the furnishings were simple, it had been cleaned thoroughly. Tilda chatted with Shauna in the yard while Arrigo and Eric put away their luggage inside. Inside the room, there was only one bed made from wooden planks, but it wasn't too small, big enough for both of them. Children from the city who hadn't stayed in the countryside found everything new and interesting. After putting down his luggage, Arrigo went out for a stroll. Eric silently followed behind him. Tilda took them to the filming location. Recently, the scenes were shot under an old pear tree by the river. The short drama was about should be replaced with time travel, story where the female lead traveled back to the 1970s and married a farmer in the mountains, gradually being moved by his kindness as they worked together to become prosperous. Arrigo and Eric sat on a hillside in the distance, resting and enjoying the spectacle, while Tilda returned to work on set. Here, the mountains were clear, and the water sparkled. The summer heat was alleviated in such an environment, and restless hearts seemed to be gradually calmed. The leads were in their flirty phase, repeating a scene that involved lingering gazes several times. Suddenly, Eric realized that the atmosphere between Arrigo and Tilda didn't resemble that of lovers, at least not those who had confirmed their relationship. There were no lingering gazes, nor any flirtatious vibes. Eric suddenly felt hopeful again, and his previously suppressed mood eased. A butterfly had landed on Arrigo's hair without him noticing. Eric didn't bear to disturb him, watching Arrigo unknowingly with a gentle smile. At that moment, Tilda happened to look over, taking out her camera to capture the scene. Oh my goodness, this Eric must have fallen for Arrigo. His gaze wasn't just lingering, it was practically bursting with affection. Tilda hurriedly called the male lead, "Did you see that? Just act with that kind of expression." The male lead looked at the photo, then at the two boys in the distance, falling into deep thought. Chapter 0017 The Village Grocery Store. "Roberta, let me give it a try." The protagonist steeled himself and tried acting again. Tilda was about to send the photos to Arrigo when she cancelled it. She knew Arrigo all too well. While she believed he had decided to give up on Eric, deep down, he couldn't let go. Otherwise, he wouldn't always try to avoid him instead of facing him. If Arrigo knew right now that Eric also liked him, given how low he's felt over the past few years, he'd surely run straight into Eric's arms. No, after little Arrigo has endured so much hardship these past years, Eric should suffer a bit too, it would make him appreciate Arrigo even more in the future. Still, Tilda looked at the photo in her hand, grinning from ear to ear. Putting aside her role as a friend, she was an avid fangirl. Though she only started shipping this CP 5 years late, better late than never for the sweet moments. TSK, little Arrigo has finally reached this day, flowers for you. This acting isn't very interesting either, shall we take a walk? Eric suddenly suggested. He noticed the male lead kept looking their way while not fully concentrating on his lines. Could he be interested in Arrigo? Eric now saw everyone as potential rivals. He planned to take Arrigo away, adhering to the principle of rather be wrong and do than miss out. Arrigo had rested enough, and since Eric seemed to be in a better mood, he naturally agreed. After messaging Tilda, Arrigo walked off with Eric. Neither knew the way, so they didn't dare wander too far, just following the riverside path. "I used to be busy studying and didn't think much about going out to play. From now on, during holidays, let's go explore," Eric proposed. Arrigo clenched his fingers at his side and said, "In the future, you'll bring your girlfriend out to play, I don't want to be a third wheel." "I won't look for a girlfriend," Eric blurted out, then realizing how abrupt it sounded, quickly explained, "At least, not right now. Sooner or later you will." Arrigo wasn't sure if he was reminding Eric or himself. "Bram, there's a small supermarket ahead. Let's buy some drinks." Eric wanted to change the subject. It was technically a village grocery store, not stocked with the high-end snacks and drinks found in cities but still filled with goodies they rarely saw. Village kids, sweaty from playing, sat outside the store munching on popsicles wrapped in plastic shells, grinning widely despite their dirty faces. "Bram. They still have this type of popsicle here. I thought they stopped producing it long ago." Eric pointed excitedly at a kid's popsicle. "Yes, I haven't seen one in years," Arrigo said nostalgically. These popsicles were common outside schools during their childhood summers. Eric and he would often share one each on their way home from school. Encased in clear plastic, the popsicles contained artificially colored frozen drinks. Biting into them revealed the sweet icy treat inside. Those popsicles weren't as delicious as modern ice creams but held dear memories from their childhood. "Bram, do you still want the strawberry flavor?" Eric asked by the freezer. "Yeah, I'll take strawberry again." After paying, Eric bought several childhood snacks and candies he hadn't seen in years, filling a large bag without spending much. The prices in the village remained like those from years ago. He happily handed a popsicle to Arrigo, and they sat under a tree to eat. When young, Arrigo preferred strawberry flavor, while Eric favored orange. They often swapped tastes. Back then, they only knew popsicles were sweet, oblivious to any other implications. But now, seeing Arrigo, Eric blushed deeply. Didn't this mean they indirectly shared a kiss long ago? Arrigo's lips were tinged red from the popsicle, slightly pouted, looking soft. Arrigo, holding the popsicle, turned back to look at Eric. "Why are you so flushed? Not heatstroke? Do you want another popsicle?" "No. Nothing, just feeling a bit warm." Eric quickly looked away. Why did his mind keep drifting to such thoughts? "Sorry, Arrigo." Arrigo watched groups of children playing carefree in the summer sun, the taste of childhood bringing back memories. If only time could stay like that, Eric always by his side, never growing up, never discovering his feelings, never fearing the possibility of him leaving for someone else. Growing up brought many worries, especially those that couldn't be resolved. Such melancholy. Arrigo propped himself up on the grass, lazily gazing at the cloudless blue sky. He was dressed in a white shirt, beige shorts, white socks, and sneakers. Even after graduation, he still looked like a vibrant college student. A lock of hair damp with sweat clung to his forehead. Eric impulsively reached out to brush it away. Arrigo looked at him in confusion, their gazes locking together. Eric's hand froze mid-air. Arrigo's heart pounded fiercely twice. "Hey, how about next time I cast you two for a drama scene?" Tilda said, hands on her hips. How frustrating. She was fuming over the protagonist's poor acting skills, while these two were here indulging in an idle drama with their popsicles. She had secretly captured that moment just now, setting aside her bias against Eric. The scene was simply too beautiful. TSK, Eric, look at how you're looking at little Arrigo, it's as if you want to swallow him whole. And little Arrigo, those adoring eyes are a dead giveaway. With this look, how can you even say you're going to give up on that wooden-headed actor? Eric awkwardly retracted his hand. Arrigo cleared his dry throat and said, how did it end so quickly? Don't ask. I asked the protagonist to find his feelings, he can't even manage a simple scene. Dinner is being served by the crew soon. You two should come along. That wouldn't be appropriate, we're not part of the crew. It's fine. They often have friends and relatives visiting. Besides, it's just country-style dishes, no extra burden. Arrigo thought about it and felt it would be impolite to decline. He agreed to go with Tilda for dinner. The entire crew, about a dozen people, had rented a large courtyard. Both the male and female leads were present. The female lead was already a bit irked because the male lead's performance delay cost her half a day. The male lead's mood was also affected, sitting to the side gloomily. Tilda introduced them around after bringing them over. The director smiled and said, such handsome young men, how could Tilda keep you hidden? Are you two interested in short dramas? Arrigo shook his head politely, we're just here for a vacation and will be very busy once we return to work. The director sighed wistfully, short dramas are very popular now. If you ever want to act, just find Tilda. Thank you, director, Arrigo replied courteously. Seeing them arrive, the male lead began glancing their way again. Eric felt irritable and blocked Arrigo from his view. Why is this person so annoying? Keep staring, and our Arrigo will never look at you. Chapter 0018 No acting, only emotion. The film crew paid well and the villagers were hospitable. Even before the meal was ready, a plate of pears was brought out to quench their thirst. The pears were quite large, most people cut them up to share. Arrigo prepared to take a knife and cut one to share with Eric. Eric grabbed a pear and started eating it right away. Sharing a pear sounds like separation in Chinese. He did not want to share a pear with Arrigo. Arrigo? Are you going to be able to eat dinner after such a big pear? Arrigo asked in concern. I can, I'm hungry, Eric said. Fine, Arrigo couldn't finish such a large one, so he cut it in half and gave the other half to Tilda. Eric felt secretly delighted inside. During the meal, everyone sat around two tables casually, but that leading actor actually sat next to Eric. Eric thought he aimed for Arrigo and wished he could be bigger to shield Arrigo completely. Knowing how picky Arrigo's precious stomach was, Eric worried the food here wouldn't suit him and kept picking dishes he liked for him. With so many people eating together, Arrigo didn't feel it was appropriate and lightly touched Eric's leg under the table. Though hit by his leg, Eric felt it as if his heart had been struck, causing ripples inside him. After the meal, Eric was about to leave with Arrigo when he was stopped by the leading actor. What? Eric asked warily. Come over here, I need to talk to you. The leading actor mysteriously called Eric aside. Just say what you need. I just want to ask, how do you perform those lingering gazes? The leading actor asked helplessly. Throughout the meal, he had been observing Eric, who looked at Arrigo like he was chewing gum. That was exactly what the director wanted, yet he couldn't achieve it, so he had no choice but to ask the person himself. Eric was puzzled. I can't act, how would I know? Why don't you look at me then? The leading actor was preparing to learn up close. Eric frowned and stared fiercely at him. What is wrong with you? That's not the right kind of look. What kind of look should it be then? What are you talking about? We can go now, Arrigo walked over and said. Not much, let's go. Are you full? If you're still hungry, I think there are some snack shops in the village, we can go eat more later. I'm full, I'm not that delicate. This isn't being delicate. You have a weak stomach. But it's fine, I bought a lot of snacks this afternoon, you can eat them if you get hungry. Eric talked while walking with Arrigo. Looking at Arrigo while speaking, his eyes were filled with tenderness that seemed like water droplets could fall from them. Tilda patted the leading actor on the shoulder, that kind of look you can't learn. His gaze comes purely from emotions, not acting skills. You. All acting, no feeling. The leading actor suddenly realized, oh. Tilda, oh indeed. Back at Shauna's yard, Eric and Arrigo set up the bed together. Just thinking about sleeping with Arrigo made Eric nervous, which made him thirsty. Luckily, there was a pot of water on the table, which he drank entirely. It would be romantic to watch the mountain stars and catch fireflies at night and sleep together afterward. Eric imagined scenes from movies where two people gradually developed feelings for each other in an atmosphere-charged setting. But just as dusk fell, Eric, who had planned to enjoy a romantic night with Arrigo outside, ended up having diarrhea due to the change in environment. Landlady Shauna brought medicine over. You look so strong, how come you aren't as healthy as him with skinny arms and legs? Eric had gone to the toilet 3 times and was nearly exhausted, lying on the bed groaning. Thank you, Shauna, please give me the medicine. Once the water boils, I'll make him drink it. Yes, you mustn't drink raw water, locals are used to it, but outsiders will surely get stomach trouble. Seeing the empty teapot on the table, Arrigo finally understood why Eric had diarrhea. He had eaten a huge pear before the meal and drank so much raw water after it, no wonder he had diarrhea. But seeing him looking pitiful, Arrigo couldn't bring himself to blame him. It was getting late, and after sending Shauna back, just as he was about to enter the room, Eric ran to the bathroom again. How embarrassing. After managing to come out for a trip, he actually got so weak from diarrhea. Dragging his weak steps, Eric returned from the bathroom for the 6th time. He buried his face into the pillow, ashamed to face Arrigo. Arrigo reached out to touch his forehead. Fortunately, there was no fever. Just diarrhea, he should be fine after taking medicine tomorrow morning. Eric broke out in a cold sweat, and his forehead was icy cold. Being touched by Arrigo's palm felt so comforting that he groaned in satisfaction. Hey, turn over, Arrigo patted his shoulder. What? Eric asked gloomily. He really couldn't face Arrigo now, it was so embarrassing, wailing to himself. Turn over, Arrigo said. Although he didn't have much strength, it was more than enough to handle the now exhausted Eric. He gently laid Eric flat on the bed. Eric looked at Arrigo with pleading eyes as Arrigo placed his hand on Eric's stomach. Eric's eyes instantly widened, Arrigo's hand was on his stomach. Arrigo asked, does this feel better? Whenever Eric had a stomach ache, he did this for him, always making Eric feel much better. So Arrigo tried to take care of him in the same way. Eric was incredibly touched and nodded vigorously, yeah. It was almost midnight. The night in the mountains was very quiet, with no streetlights outside. Inside the room, the only light source was from the moonlight filtering through. Eric lay on his back, while Arrigo lay on his side beside him, his hand resting on Eric's stomach. Outside the room, insects chirped in the summer night, and inside, there were only the alternating breaths of the two men. Bram. Eric suddenly called out. Arrigo was already feeling drowsy. Today's travel and taking care of Eric had been quite exhausting. Bram, do you like Tilda? Perhaps in his exhausted state, he felt especially vulnerable, or perhaps the warmth of Arrigo's palm gave him the courage to ask. Arrigo, half asleep, heard this ridiculous question and patted Eric's stomach. You're talking nonsense. She and I are just friends. Go to sleep. Really? Hearing this answer, Eric sat up abruptly from his near-death state. Arrigo's wrist was twisted, and he winced. Are you going to the bathroom again? No, sorry, does it hurt? Let me rub it for you. Eric pulled Arrigo's wrist into his hands and rubbed it gently. Do you really not like Tilda? Eric asked for confirmation again. We're just friends. We've known each other for so many years, don't you know that? Don't say things like that anymore, it concerns her reputation. Okay, won't say it again, hee. Eric's mood improved significantly, the resentment he had harbored all day dissipated, and even his body felt less uncomfortable. Go to sleep quickly, Arrigo pressed Eric back onto the pillow. Bram, can you warm my stomach a bit more? Eric tugged at Arrigo's wrist and coaxed in a petulant tone. Arrigo, helpless, put his hand back on Eric's stomach, found a comfortable position on the pillow, and fell asleep. Chapter 0019 How Much I Want to Kiss Him. The next day, Eric was the first to wake up. But he didn't dare move an inch. For some reason last night, Arrigo's hand that had been warming his abdomen through his clothes slipped inside and rested directly on his stomach. And his own hand grabbed Arrigo's wrist, making it look like he had placed the hand there himself. Worse still, men generally are at their most alert in the morning, and he wasn't an exception. Eric lifted his upper body slightly to take a look, it was too obvious. If Arrigo woke up now, he would definitely think he was a pervert. So Eric dared not pull his hand away, for fear of waking him. With his head tilted back and eyes closed, Eric negotiated with blmanhwa, buddy, you must hold on. Go back to sleep quickly, whatever you do, don't let Bram see. He thought this, but with Arrigo's hand resting on his abdomen and Arrigo's beautiful sleeping face beside him, blmanhwa only became more energetic. What bad luck. In his drowsiness, Arrigo felt warm breath on his face, frowned, and slowly woke up. In the dim morning light, Eric's deep eyes were looking at him, filled with emotions that Arrigo hadn't seen in all these years. Arrigo felt as if he was being pulled by those eyes, unable to move, heart racing, almost forgetting his hand was still inside Eric's shirt. Kiss him. He so much wanted to kiss him. Every cell in Eric's body urged him to kiss down. Arrigo looked stunningly handsome with messy hair after just waking up, lazily staring at him without blinking, almost inviting him to continue. There was barely the distance of a forearm between them, all he needed was to lean forward a little bit to kiss Arrigo. Eric's mind went blank, his thumb nervously stroking Arrigo's wrist. Only then did Arrigo notice where his hand was and instantly woke up. As if burned, Arrigo pulled back his wrist. Are you feeling better? Startled back to reality, Eric, sweating profusely from the shock, quickly sat up, turning away from Arrigo and said, I'm fine, I'm going to go relieve myself. Watching Eric hurriedly scurry off with a hunched back, Arrigo felt a bit worried, was he really better? Eric washed his face with cold water to snap out of it. It's ruined. Why did it feel like he was possessed? In the past, holding Arrigo never mattered, why can't he be calm lying together now? Does this mean he cannot get close to Arrigo anymore? What kind of life would that be? When Eric returned, Arrigo had already gotten up. Are you really okay? We should go back today and see a doctor. Please, I'm fine, Eric insisted, unwilling to go back so soon. At least here he could still share a bed with Arrigo. Once they return, he'd only be able to hear Arrigo's voice during his live streams. Well, pay attention to what you eat these few days. Arrigo decided to keep an eye on him. Tilda came to invite them for breakfast and couldn't help teasing after hearing about Eric's diarrhea yesterday. You sure are something, looking so tall and strong, yet so frail. Convinced that Tilda meant nothing to Arrigo, Eric steeled himself. Moreover, how could he allow anyone to question his strength, especially in front of the person he liked? How am I frail? Eric wanted to say he was quite energetic this morning, but held it back. Seeing him struggle made Tilda happy. After all, it was his fault he opened his eyes so late, causing Arrigo so much trouble. If you're not frail, then help us out with some work for the film crew later. Okay. Eric agreed readily. Since they ate with the crew, helping out was the least he could do. Plus, he needed to prove to Arrigo that he wasn't frail. Just don't overdo it. Arrigo still worried, thinking of the countless times Eric ran to the toilet yesterday. Determined to prove he wasn't frail, Eric went to help with the film set construction right after eating. They needed to catch up on lost time since the lead actor delayed progress yesterday. There weren't enough hands available. Although Arrigo wanted Eric to rest and offered to help instead, how could Eric bear to leave Arrigo with Tilda for simple tasks while he worked high up? Arrigo glanced at him anxiously every now and then. Tilda teased, Arrigo, look at how worried you are. Arrigo immediately lowered his head, I'm not. Your eyes are almost glued to him, and you still say no. Just because we're friends doesn't mean I can't care a little. Tisk. Just then, Tilda saw the male lead running to help Eric and nudged Arrigo. Didn't you notice this male lead is always finding Eric? Yes, he even spoke to him after dinner yesterday. Arrigo nodded. Don't you feel jealous? Tilda tried to stir up the fire. I don't, since Eric doesn't like men, Arrigo said calmly. How can you be so sure? What if he changes? Arrigo laughed at her attempt. This is innate, there's no change in it. What if? Feelings are unpredictable. What if Eric just realized his preferences later? Look, he never liked any girl before. If he could like men, he would definitely like me. If he doesn't like me, it's even less likely for him to like others. It was the first time Tilda had heard Arrigo say such words, finding it unbelievable. Little Arrigo, where does your confidence come from? He didn't have this kind of confidence towards others, but he absolutely did towards Eric. The way Eric treated him was something that even Eric himself might misunderstand. Unfortunately, Eric didn't like men, making the assumption, if he likes men, he would definitely like me, invalid. After helping with the crew work, Eric was drenched in sweat. He was about to go back and change when the male lead offered him a set of clothes. This size should fit you. No need, I'll change into mine at home. Eric had a bit of a germ phobia and didn't want to wear someone else's clothes. Bram, let's go. Eric called out to Arrigo as they returned to Shauna's house. Eric washed his clothes by the well in the courtyard while Arrigo sat under the eaves scrolling through his phone. Having not live-streamed or used social media for 3 days, he almost crashed the server upon logging in. His private messages were flooded. Confused, Arrigo checked a few of the messages to understand what was going on. Someone posted a picture online claiming it was him and accusing him of being a playboy who privately contacted female fans, complete with fabricated WeChat chat records, turning Arrigo into a sleazy and oily man. These rumors were absurd, none matching up with his reality. Arrigo directly issued a post, due to the overwhelming amount of private messages, I'm explaining this here. The rumor is laughable, and the innocent will naturally be clear. He thought clearing things up would be enough, but unexpectedly, the situation got worse because of his rebuttal. Netizen, isn't the innocent will naturally be clear funny? The last person who said this was already operating a sewing machine, wasn't he? Netizen, you say he defaults if he doesn't clarify, yet you don't believe him when he does. What do you black-hearted trolls expect Bram to do? Chapter 20 Denial. Eustace washed both his and Arrigo's clothes and hung them in the yard. Under this bright sun, they would be dry before nightfall. However, when he turned around, he saw Arrigo staring at his phone with an unhappy look. What's wrong? Eustace sat down next to him and asked. You see for yourself, Arrigo moved his phone over to him. This is nonsense. Who did it? Eustace exploded after reading it. I don't know who did it. Eustace regretted not bringing his computer along on this trip, otherwise, tracing the source of the post wouldn't be a big deal for a programmer like him. So what should we do now? Arrigo watched helplessly as many of his hard-earned followers were already unfollowing him. He just discovered that this incident had been escalating since yesterday. In just one day, many people were led to believe those rumors. More infuriatingly, even after Arrigo debunked the rumors, the so-called gossiper insisted that Arrigo had traveled with a female fan. This situation was clearly not something that could be resolved easily with a simple denial. This couldn't just be left alone. Not to mention losing followers, even if he stopped live streaming in the future, he couldn't let such an embarrassing record remain on the internet. Moreover, if he didn't take action against the rumor monger, the person would only become more emboldened and might cause trouble for others in the future. I want to go live. Arrigo said, since I've never shown my face before, that's why this person dared to exploit this loophole. If I stream once with my face shown, the rumors will be debunked automatically. It might work, but you'll also be more likely to draw attention afterward. Arrigo had already attracted some extreme fans without showing his face. With his good looks, he would likely attract stalkers if he showed his face. Not only do I want to go live, but I also want to find the person who released this information and make sure they get punished. Arrigo made up his mind. Okay, since you've decided, then let's do it. I'll join your stream, and once we're back, we'll report it. I'll trace the source of the post, and we will definitely expose this person. Eustace was concerned about Arrigo's safety, but he couldn't stand seeing him suffer. Arrigo announced the live stream preview. They went by the river under a pear tree for the stream to avoid disturbing Shauna's nap. Usually, Arrigo streamed using a computer and never showed his face, so this was his first time streaming on a mobile phone, and he wasn't familiar with its functions. Is it live now? Arrigo furrowed his brow slightly, looking at the screen. Because of his recent denial post, both people arguing and onlookers saw his preview. They were already waiting in his live stream room, continuing their arguments. Now 10,000 viewers simultaneously watched Arrigo's finely chiseled face fill the entire screen. The impact was significant. Chat, oh my god. Is this Butler? Chat, I knew Butler's voice can't belong to that ugly guy. Chat, maybe it's fake, hired to reassure fans, When Arrigo asked if the stream had started, the fans confirmed from his voice which was undeniably Butler's. Chat, it's live, dummy husband. Chat, this is Butler's voice. Black fans, close your mouths. Chat, I'm hit by the beauty filter during the stream. Butler is too handsome. Only when Arrigo saw the chat saying, live, did he confirm the stream had begun. He moved the phone a bit further away and said, hello everyone. Although I've been streaming for almost 2 years, this is the first time meeting all of you formally. Hi, I'm your game streamer Butler. Chat, I've been following for 2 years only to find out Butler is a handsome streamer. Chat, the streamer seems so distant. How can someone this handsome never turn on the camera? Chat, what use is being handsome? Isn't he just privately contacting fans because of his looks? You guys, don't get fooled by him. Arrigo, facing the camera for the first time, felt somewhat unnatural, especially with non-stop chat messages flying across the screen, making him feel even more embarrassed. Well, the main reason I'm streaming today is to clarify these rumors. Actually, I'm not offended by claims that I'm not handsome. I've always been a technical streamer and don't rely on my looks. However, spreading rumors about me privately contacting fans and faking WeChat conversations is an attack on my character, and I feel it's necessary to clear this up. I have never privately contacted any fan, neither in the past nor in the future. Those records are all fake. I will use legal means to protect myself and make sure those who spread false accusations pay the price. Chat, support Butler's rights protection. Chat, right, they shouldn't be let off. Chat, if you are really innocent, then report it instead of live streaming here for sympathy. Arrigo saw this message and moved the screen a bit further to show everyone his surroundings. The reason I'm live streaming now instead of on my way to report this is that I mentioned in the fan group before that I was going out with a friend for a few days and am currently in the mountains. It will take a few more days before I can return. Chat, who did this? Let Butler have a peaceful vacation. Chat, indeed, Butler should enjoy first and deal with it after coming back. We always trust you. Chat, which friend did Butler go out with? A girlfriend? Chat, the gossiper said Arrigo went out with a female fan. Arrigo moved the camera a bit to the right, showing Eustace's face on the screen. Arrigo said, come on, say hello to everyone and let them hear if the voice is familiar. Eustace flashed his white teeth, smiling and waving his hand, hello everyone. Chat, who is this handsome guy? Is this Alf? Chat, the voice does sound like Alf. Chat, damn, is Alf's wife this handsome? Chat, so Butler came out to play with his wife, what a joke the gossiper is. Chat, hahaha, thought it would be some big news, rushed into the live stream but ended up being fed dog food. Arrigo turned the camera back, yes, he's Alf. So those who spread rumors are really laughable. I hope in the future, no matter what rumors you hear, don't easily follow the trend. Keep your own judgment. Chat, agreed, given Butler's looks, if he were the type to privately contact fans, he would have shown his face long ago. That would attract more fans, wouldn't it? Chat, spreading rumors is easy, refuting them is exhausting. Those who spread rumors are despicable, and so are those who blindly follow. Arrigo warned his fans again, regarding the photo released by the rumormonger, I hope you treat it rationally. He might also be a victim. Don't dox him or cyberbully him. People's appearance is natural, and I never show my face because I dislike judging people by their looks. I hope you like me for my gaming skills rather than just my face. Chat, Butler has such a good sense of values. Chat, right, don't let anyone manipulate you to target innocent people. We should listen to the streamer. Seeing the chat room turn harmonious, Arrigo sighed in relief and smiled. The beautiful green mountains and clear waters behind them formed the best backdrop, and the sunlight filtered through the lush branches and leaves of ancient trees, casting mottled light spots on Arrigo's body. His smile seemed to blend perfectly into nature. Chat, aw. Butler is truly beautiful, what a top omega. On the side, Eustace noticed the comment and asked curiously, what's an omega? Chapter 21 PK Application. Chat, ha 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 ha, how can he not even know what an omega is? Did we write all those stories for nothing? Chat, is it possible that we did write them for nothing? We've been shipping King, but... Chat, but it's highly likely that we shipped the wrong way. Chat, Butler should explain it to him. Chat, ha ha ha, is Butler blushing? Eric didn't know, but Arrigo did. However, he couldn't explain it to Eric. Alright, I started this live stream just to clarify the rumors. Since everything has been cleared up, I'll sign off now. I'll live stream my gaming again when I get back in a few days. Arrigo wanted to end the live stream as soon as possible to cover up his embarrassment. Chat, can the streamer do a live stream with a webcam in the future? Arrigo said firmly, no. Chat, can the streamer let us see Soul again? Arrigo smiled slightly, no. Chat, AI you can only look at your own husband, right? Lost in the chat's repeated husband and wife, Eric was overwhelmed by his brother-in-law syndrome, squeezing himself next to Arrigo on screen. We're signing off. Bye-bye. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Butler. Arrigo? Who was it who said to avoid suspicion and watch the live stream with a side account? Eric, can't avoid it at all. Arrigo already had girlfriend fans as a voice-only streamer, let alone after showing his face. He had to announce his ownership first. After bidding farewell to his fans once more, Arrigo turned off the live stream. Now, the comments section was harmonious. Any occasional unpleasant comments were drowned out by discussions about Butler and Soul's appearances. Having settled the storm, Arrigo and Eric walked back. They were blocked by a boy of around 15 or 16 years old as they entered the village from the riverside. Pretty boy. Arrigo looked around. At this crossroads, there were only the two of them. Eric became anxious, whose pretty boy are you calling? The boy sneered at him, look at your skin color. Could it be you? Damn, I'm really not angry when you insult me, but it's unacceptable to insult him. Eric rolled up his sleeves to teach this impolite kid a lesson. Arrigo stopped him quickly and asked, you're looking for me? The boy pointed at Arrigo, yes, I'm looking for you. You're the game streamer Butler, right? Arrigo really didn't expect to meet someone who watched his live streams here in this small village. This child didn't look like a fan. More like he came to confront him. Eric blocked Arrigo behind him and asked, what do you want? The boy, probably not yet past puberty, spoke in a milky but tough tone, I want to challenge him to a duel. Upon hearing this, Arrigo pushed Eric aside and sized up the boy, you want to challenge me to a duel? What game? The one you're currently streaming. It turned out the boy was also a player of this game, frequently watching Arrigo's live streams. He had wanted to duel with him for a long time, but Arrigo never accepted any duel requests. The boy coincidentally saw their latest live stream, recognizing them by the riverside, and came to block their path. Originally, the boy thought his target would be a handsome, imposing man, not a pale-faced beauty occupying the top of the server. The boy felt incredibly discontented. Indeed, the game had a duel system, but Arrigo rarely engaged in duels with others. As a cash-heavy player, he felt it was bullying others. I know you have good equipment, and I'm not as rich as you. Dare we compete without equipment, purely based on skill? The boy puffed up his chest confidently and issued the challenge to Arrigo. Arrigo thought for a moment, I won't duel with you. The boy stared with wide eyes, why? Eric laughed and asked, little brother, aren't you still a minor? The boy refused to back down, sticking his neck out defiantly, none of your business. It can't be none of our business. This game is for players 18 and above only. I can't accept your challenge, and I think you shouldn't play it anymore either. There were too many kids like him, registering for games with their parents' IDs because the parents were too lazy to stop them. As a game streamer, a half-public figure, Arrigo needed to pay attention to his actions. The boy squinted his eyes and chuckled mockingly, you're saying this because you're afraid to duel with me, right? Losing to a kid wouldn't be embarrassing. Arrigo was amused by his attempt to act grown-up, little brother, trying to provoke me won't work. Go home and do your homework. Unable to stand being underestimated, the boy didn't give up, blocking Arrigo's way stubbornly, no, you must duel me today. Otherwise I'll expose your location here. Fans will surely find you, and then you'll be in trouble. Hey, you little punk, threatening people now. Eric made a move as if to scare him. Arrigo stopped him. Little brother, since it's a PK, there should be some stakes, right? What do you want to bet? The boy thought for a moment and said, if I win, no need for stakes. My name will naturally appear on the leaderboard, and your acknowledgement of my superiority is the stake. Arrigo nodded, all right, then if I win, you have to stop playing games. Hearing this, the boy hesitated instantly. Stopping him from playing games was impossible. Arrigo spread his hands, so you don't have 100% confidence in winning either. Sorry, can't accept your challenge. Wait. The boy called him back, gritting his teeth. Fine, I agree. Arrigo turned around and smiled at Eric. Seeing Arrigo successfully use a reverse psychology to easily deal with the kid, Eric found it incredibly adorable. Arrigo turned around and smiled at him again, making Eric's heart skip a beat with that mischievous and lively look. How do we compete without bringing a computer? Arrigo asked. The boy said, come to my place. Okay. The boy led the way while Eric and Arrigo followed behind. They wound through several turns and entered a villager's yard. Where are your parents? Arrigo asked. My parents work in the city, I live with my grandpa. No wonder he could get hold of an ID card to register for the game. With only an elderly person at home, managing such a big boy would indeed be difficult. The boy pushed open the door and went in. An old man hunched over came out of the house. Seeing two unfamiliar adults behind the child, he asked anxiously, what trouble did Abner cause? Suddenly, Arrigo felt a bit uncomfortable. This grandfather looked to be in his 70s or 80s, not in good health, and by how he asked, Abner seemed to often get into trouble and people came looking. Arrigo hurriedly explained, no, grandfather, we're friends of Abner. We're just borrowing the computer. Oh, that's fine then. Go ahead. The grandfather relaxed and went to the backyard. Arrigo followed Abner into the house. In Abner's room were two computers, both old models. The configurations are about the same. Choose one, so I'm not bullying you, Abner said generously. Arrigo checked the configuration after powering on. Indeed, they were similar. He chose one randomly and logged into his game account. Every day, too many people wanted to PK with Arrigo. Who wouldn't want to challenge the top player? But Arrigo never opened his messages to see them. He found Abner's application request and realized Abner had been sending requests to PK with him sporadically for a month. Quite persistent, Eric remarked, standing behind Arrigo with crossed arms. Ready? Or do you need more preparation? Arrigo asked. Let's go, take off your equipment. Arrigo took off all his equipment and weapons, dressed in newbie clothes, and entered the arena. Chapter 0022, Bram Strong Like a Script. The arena has system notifications and only requires a ticket to enter for watching matches. Arrigo had just finished his live stream, and discussions about it were still hot. The legendary player who never easily accepted PK requests suddenly entered the arena, causing half the server's population to flood into the arena to watch. Public chat, who is he piking? Public chat, no idea. He seems to have taken off all his gear. Public chat, the opponent did too. Both are at max level with no equipment, so this will be a test of skills. Public chat, who's brave enough to compete in skill against a legend? Public chat, this is going to be exciting. The screen prompted that players had entered the arena and were ready. PK began. Arrigo used a warrior, holding the free dual swords for beginners. Gregor used a mage deck. Mages don't need any weapons. The rule was simple, within 10 minutes, the one who could reduce the other's health bar to 0 wins. If it exceeded 10 minutes, the PK would be invalid. Though Arrigo's warrior didn't have as fast an attack speed as the mage, it had more control options, higher damage, and thicker health bars. Moreover, under Arrigo's expert handling, the warrior character wasn't clumsy at all. Gregor's card deck required a higher proficiency, sending true and false signals to deceive the opponent into misusing skills and cooldowns. At first, Arrigo somewhat underestimated Gregor but quickly adjusted his state. The dazzling skills and effects on the screen were mesmerizing. After all, kids are kids, being caught out several times made Gregor panic a bit. Once panicked, operations became erratic. Arrigo seized the opportunity and ended the battle in 7 minutes. Public chat, a legend is truly a legend, the operations are fluid. Public chat, dodging card skills was cool, he must have hit less than 1/3 of them. Public chat, honestly, this mage deck is pretty strong. If it weren't for Bram, he might have lost. Public chat, Bram is strong like a script, how did he not fall for the tricks? Public chat, it's the intuition of a master. Arrigo looked at the pouting Gregor and said, how about it? You know you should take your loss. Gregor couldn't figure out why Arrigo could dodge so accurately. If Arrigo wasn't right next to him using his own computer, he would have suspected some special cheating method. But Gregor had promised to stop playing games, which was unlikely. Seeing his hesitation, Arrigo said, I already know your account. If you log in again, I'll report you. You can try getting a new ID and creating a new account, but if I catch you once, I'll make sure you regret it. And I won't respect you anymore. Gregor pursed his lips, muttering quietly, what else can I do if I don't play games? Study. Pfft. Gregor scoffed. Arrigo understood what Gregor was thinking. As boys, they had gone through similar phases and both lacked affection, finding solace in games. Do you know why I can dodge most of your skill deceptions? Why? Because I do game modeling. I graduated from Jiangzhou University's software engineering school. Games may be just games to you, but to me, I study every frame of its movements. Gregor didn't believe it. I've suspected there might be differences before, but I specifically compared them, and they're identical. Arrigo smiled. To us, there are differences. But even if I told you what they are, you wouldn't see it. If you're interested, focus on your studies and learn the best technology at the best schools. Gregor wanted to argue but couldn't. He knew that when facing a superior enemy, stubbornness was futile. Eric, who had been silent, suddenly asked, "Can I borrow your computer?" "Sure," Gregor replied. Arrigo stood up to let Eric sit down, guessing Eric's intentions the moment he asked. Eric found the gossiper who slandered Arrigo and ran some code, quickly locating the IP address of the gossiper. "Heh, it's that male fan who caused a fuss during the last official event," Eric remarked. "Now we have solid evidence, he's headed for jail." "Yeah, and he's a repeat offender with multiple accounts sharing the same IP, spreading rumors about other streamers and small celebrities for attention." Eric took out a USB drive to save the evidence, planning to collaborate with the victims to bring the shameless gossiper to justice. Gregor watched in awe, recognizing Eric's actions from movies. "Are you, the legendary hacker?" Gregor asked. Eric chuckled. "Don't exaggerate, I'm just a legit programmer. Just hacking into someone's computer like that isn't really proper, is it?" "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures," Eric said with a bit of pride in front of the kid. Gregor asked Arrigo, "Can you do what he did?" Arrigo shook his head, "A little, but not as well as him. We specialize in different areas. I focus on game modeling, while he focuses on programming." "Do universities teach all this stuff?" "Sure." Gregor, who always thought studying was useless, suddenly became interested in what Arrigo and Eric were doing. If university was like this, then going to school wouldn't be so boring after all. After finishing his work, Eric prepared to leave with Arrigo, but Gregor wasn't quite done yet. "Can you teach me something?" Arrigo asked. "What do you want to learn?" "Like what you just did. If anyone bullies me in the future, I'll hack their computer." Eric replied, "What are you thinking? I can't teach you that. Even if I wanted to, you don't have the foundation and won't understand it. Write your summer homework today, and tomorrow I'll teach you something that will make you look cool in front of your classmates." "Okay, you must come to me tomorrow." "Deal." Eric gave Gregor a high five, then left Gregor's house with Arrigo. "Are you really coming tomorrow?" Arrigo asked. "Of course, would I lie to a kid? He's just like my little brother, easy to handle." Seeing that Arrigo didn't say anything, Eric patted his head, "Thinking about our childhood because of him?" "Yeah," Arrigo nodded. Both he and Eric grew up neglected by their parents, not unlike left-behind children. The only difference was that they lived in the city. Arrigo's mother worked shifts frequently, and he grew up at his grandmother's house. Back then, there was no computer at home, so his attachment wasn't games but various books. Jaden never hesitated to buy books for Arrigo despite her financial struggles. Eric, on the other hand, was raised by a nanny and mastered various electronic games from a young age. Arrigo chose to study game development entirely because of Eric. He didn't even know when his crush on Eric started, only realizing it as senior high approached. Knowing that Eric loved games and coding, Arrigo motivated himself by aiming to study game development together, eventually getting them both admitted to Jiangzhou University. So when he saw Gregor, he felt like he was seeing their younger selves. If he could guide Gregor back on the right path using his influence, it would be a good deed. Chapter 0023 Unwilling to Let Go. In the evening, Eric finished washing up and was lying in bed when he suddenly remembered the Omega mentioned in the barrage during Arrigo's live broadcast. Curiosity drove him to want to learn everything about Arrigo, so he opened a search engine. Holy cow! Eric felt like he had opened a new world. How thrilling it was, even though he knew it was fake, but if only it were true. Just imagining that Arrigo's fair neck could have a special organ for marking, making him belong only to himself, Eric nearly twisted into knots on the bed. Guided by their couple fans, Eric even found the super topic where people wrote original stories about them. No way, in these little girls' eyes, did they see him and Arrigo at this level already? Where was the ethics? Where was the bottom line? Where was the next one? Eric became hooked. After finishing washing up, Arrigo ran into Tilda again. Tilda and her team had been rushing to meet the schedule and only just wrapped up today. Upon hearing what happened regarding the rumors, she cursed along with Arrigo for a while. "It's okay, it's all settled. And we had a great time today. You should busy yourself, you don't need to worry about us." "Oh, saying us now, did you forget about giving him up?" Tilda teased him intentionally. "No, I didn't. Since I'm here, I can't just let him act alone." Tilda didn't expose him. Based on what she knew of Arrigo, he couldn't be separated from Eric. Fortunately, Eric had woken up. "Let the two handle it slowly. I'm dead tired, going to sleep," Tilda yawned. "I'll take you back, it's too dark." The village didn't have streetlights at night, and it was overcast today without any moon, leaving Arrigo worried about her safety as a woman alone. "Alright, giving you a chance to be a gentleman. I'll go tell him first." Arrigo wanted to tell Eric before leaving. Upon opening the door, Eric was startled, almost throwing his phone. "What are you doing?" He was not only shocked but also surprised by such a reaction. Nothing, you just scared me coming in suddenly. Have you finished washing up? Yeah, Tilda came over, and we chatted a bit. It's getting late, I'll escort her back. Logically, the windows should have been open during summer, yet Eric hadn't heard their conversation outside the door at all. What was he looking at so intently that his face turned pale upon seeing him enter? Upon hearing Arrigo wanted to go out, Eric got out of bed and said, I'll come with you. It was pitch black outside, he couldn't bear to let Arrigo go alone. It's fine, it's not far. Let's go, it's a good walk. Waiting at the door, Tilda wasn't surprised to see them both come out together. Over the years, although Eric hadn't woken up until now, his kindness towards Arrigo was unquestionable. Otherwise, Arrigo wouldn't still linger. She gave Eric a meaningful look, thinking that he deserved it. If only he had woken up earlier, he would have won Arrigo long ago, no need for secret admiration. Tilda's place wasn't far. After sending her off, the two headed back. The path was flanked by dense woods, the night breeze rustling through the leaves. Frogs croaked in the fields and crickets chirped in the grass, harmonizing beautifully with the tranquil night. Eric and Arrigo walked side by side on the path, shoulders occasionally brushing against each other. Eric, who rarely had a chance to be so close to Arrigo, intentionally leaned closer, almost pushing Arrigo into the roadside grass. Well, the countryside is nice, right? Look, the air is fresh, and there are many stars, Eric made small talk. Just as he said that, a raindrop fell on Arrigo's nose. Then it started drizzling. Arrigo looked at him speechlessly. Eric felt a bit awkward, it was cloudy tonight, where were the stars? Hurry, we'll get drenched, and you'll have washed your hair for nothing. Arrigo didn't bother arguing about the stars, the rain showed signs of intensifying. Without hesitation, Eric took off his short-sleeved shirt and held it over their heads with one arm. Run! His arm looped around Arrigo's shoulder, sheltering his head. Before long, Arrigo was enveloped in Eric's embrace. Eric's bare skin radiated heat that was hard to ignore. Arrigo's heart skipped a beat, lost in thought, tripped over a rock, nearly falling. Eric quickly caught him, helping him stabilize with his arms. But Arrigo was already wrapped tightly in his embrace. Under the drizzle with no one around, the two of them were sheltered under Eric's shirt. Arrigo could hear Eric's strong heartbeat, each thud seeming to collide into his heart, making him immobile. It felt like they were frozen in the rain, the world outside their little shelter gradually blurring, leaving only their gazes locked on each other. For a moment, Arrigo felt that he was done for. He might never be able to stop liking Eric in this lifetime. Eric held Arrigo tightly, unwilling to let go. In that instant, Eric threw away all the constraints in his mind. He was determined to have Arrigo. The air under the shirt was rapidly depleted by their increasingly rapid breaths. Arrigo wasn't sure if he was dizzy from lack of oxygen or from his heart beating too fast. He spoke first, thank you. We should hurry back. Only after taking a deep breath did Eric release Arrigo and hold up the shirt again to run back together. When they got back inside, both were soaked, but fortunately their hair was still dry. All they needed was a change of clothes and a quick wipe down. There was only one basin of clear water left in the house. The two of them crowded around the basin to wash their faces and bodies. Eric was still naked, and Arrigo didn't dare to look at him. Even though they had known each other for so many years, Arrigo couldn't help but be drawn to Eric's physique. He was the only person Arrigo had ever fantasized about during his confused adolescent years. He knew it must seem strange to Eric that he was acting this way. Why shouldn't two men be able to look at each other? But he couldn't. He felt both moved and sad. Sad because he knew he would never truly belong to himself. Eric actually hadn't noticed Arrigo's intentional avoidance. His attention was captivated by the white nape of Arrigo's neck as he squatted to wash his face. Was it because of what he read online, or was it his own instinct? He wanted to pounce and bite. Before he really did it, Eric stood up and went to his suitcase to find some clothes. After Eric stood up, Arrigo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0024 How to Make a Straight Man Fall for You. In bed, Arrigo faced the wall and slept on the inside of the bed, while Eric lay sideways in the same direction, scrolling through his phone. Search content, how to make a straight man fall for you. Answer, this is immoral, I suggest giving up. Eric felt a bit hesitant but then cast aside these moral concerns. As long as Bram liked him, he promised that he would only be good to Bram for the rest of his life. As long as he took responsibility for Bram, bending him wasn't too unethical. Moreover, if it were unethical, so be it, compared to his Bram, everything else was insignificant. He simply couldn't bear the thought of Arrigo being with someone else, the bitter and painful feeling was unbearable. Eric switched to another social app and posted, how to make a straight man fall for you. Many people quickly replied underneath. Helpful netizen, another pitiful soul who's fallen for a straight man. Helpful netizen, give up, brother. Loving a straight man will never lead anywhere. Gritting his teeth, Eric refused to give in and continued scrolling. Helpful netizen, speaking of which, I'm not sleepy anymore. My current boyfriend used to be my best buddy. Eric perked up, tell me more. Helpful netizen, First, share common interests. Eric thought about it, he and Arrigo did have quite a few common hobbies. Whether it was gaming, watching anime, or playing sports, they almost always did everything together. This shouldn't be a problem. Helpful netizen, next, make him rely on you, can't live without you. Eric, how do I make him unable to live without me? Helpful netizen, if he lacks money, give him money, if he lacks love, give him love, if he needs anything, provide everything. Straight men are generally lazy, take over his life entirely, and let him realize he can't live without you. Eric thought he had been doing this all along, yet Arrigo hadn't relied on him at all. Instead, he moved out despite all efforts. Eric, this doesn't seem effective for him. Helpful netizen, then proceed to the next step, try physical contact. Once he doesn't mind your touch, strike while the iron is hot. Eric, he has never minded my physical contact. Helpful netizen, what are you waiting for? Just put him on the bed. Men, once they've tried, will be unable to leave you, you know what I mean. Eric, I don't get it. Helpful netizen, you'll understand as you learn more. However, remember, straight men are ultimately straight men. Even if they accept you temporarily, they will eventually marry and have kids. Just think about enjoying the moment. Eric. What he wanted was for Bram to like him and stay with him forever. What kind of nonsense was this person talking? Helpful netizen, do you want pure love? Just flirt with him. Think about what makes him tick, and do it to him. Men understanding each other. Eric found this somewhat reasonable. He looked at Arrigo's beautiful nape, thinking about what Arrigo did that made him feel something. For instance, right now, he was already moved by just seeing Arrigo, even just the back of his head stirred feelings within him. Eric reflected on when exactly he started having these thoughts about Arrigo without realizing it. He had always thought his discomfort when someone confessed to Arrigo was because he feared Arrigo would be misled or get hurt. But now, upon reflection, it was clearly jealousy. He was uncomfortable with anyone approaching Arrigo, regardless of gender or age. Come to think of it, his possessiveness towards Arrigo dated back to school days. Arrigo had been in school for so many years, and he had only ever had one seatmate, himself. It wasn't coincidental that they were always paired as seatmates, it was intentional. In elementary school, he bribed the teacher with the latest toy car to switch seats so he could sit next to Arrigo. It seemed that no one else could be around Arrigo except himself. Tracing further back, it might go all the way to that first bandage. Those stories he had never heard. Bram, are you asleep? Eric whispered. Actually, Arrigo hadn't fallen asleep either. The few seconds of silent eye contact with Eric in the rain left him puzzled. He liked Eric and couldn't ignore his gaze, but what had Eric been thinking during those few seconds? Why were his eyes so unfathomably deep? The awkwardness between them after returning was strange. He knew Eric was still awake and scrolling through his phone, so he lay still, counting sheep. Hearing Eric ask, Arrigo softly replied, not yet. How about I tell you a story? Huh? Didn't you used to tell me stories when we were kids? I've never told you any. Arrigo was baffled by Eric's sudden idea. What kind of stories do you know? Close your eyes, as a bedtime story. Okay, go ahead, Arrigo said indifferently. How could Eric tell any story? He didn't even watch idle dramas, so he urgently searched for bedtime stories. Once upon a time, there was a little dog. He bought many fruit seeds and planted them in the soil, strawberry, banana, watermelon, dragon fruit, and sweet peaches. Soon, all the fruits he planted grew very well, except strawberries, which grew extremely slowly. So the puppy said to the strawberry, without you, berry, it's not okay. Arrigo. After finishing the story, Eric was puzzled by how it just ended like that. After 2 seconds, he realized why his face turned red. What? Are modern stories like this? Why is it different from what I heard as a child? Cough, let's change to another one. Once upon a time, there was a little pig living a carefree life every day. The pig loved sunbathing on the lawn. But these days, it rained for many consecutive days, making the lawn muddy. The owner asked the little pig to go home quickly, but the little pig refused to return. Do you know why? Why? Because he wanted to be with the mud. Arrigo. Eric, maybe I picked the wrong one. Let me find another one. Arrigo, are you sure you're trying to lull someone to sleep? How come bedtime stories nowadays are all so improper? Eric complained to cover up his embarrassment. Alright, stop it. Let me tell you one. Arrigo turned over and lay flat on the bed. There was a bear who created a software application. This app couldn't be installed in the morning, at noon, or in the afternoon, only at night. With his head resting on his arm, Eric asked, why? Because it's good night time. Eric burst out laughing. Alright, we still need to find Gregor tomorrow. Let's get some sleep. Although Eric's bedtime stories were somewhat inappropriate, they magically eased the slightly awkward atmosphere between them. Arrigo relaxed and turned back, feeling drowsy. Eric felt sweet inside, looking at Arrigo's back silhouette and whispered softly, good night. Before falling asleep, he was secretly planning that he could arrange such inappropriate bedtime stories in the future. The rain outside drizzled until midnight before stopping. Inside the house, the two people gradually drifted into each other's embrace while sleeping. Chapter 25, Heartbeats Almost Shattered. In his dream last night, Eric was hugging Arrigo while sleeping. He thought it was just a dream, but who would have thought that Arrigo was really in his arms when he woke up? Arrigo was almost squished against the wall by him. One of his arms was draped around Arrigo's waist, and his leg was pressing down on one of Arrigo's legs. Ahahaha. Eric felt overjoyed inside and hurriedly closed his eyes to pretend he was still asleep. He, it had been so long since he last slept hugging Arrigo. Since they were close to graduation, forget about sleeping with Arrigo in his arms, even a hug wasn't allowed anymore. Bram smells so good. Soft yet firm enough when held in his arms, how comfortable. If only I could hug him every day. But first, he must make Arrigo fall for him, otherwise, wouldn't he be behaving improperly? Eric quietly removed his arm and leg, moving away reluctantly. Step 1 to win Arrigo's heart: take care of him, be nice to him, make him depend on him. Although Eric had always subconsciously taken care of Arrigo, he felt it was not enough, he could do better. When Arrigo woke up, Eric was already out of bed. Arrigo quickly got up too. The rain from last night seemed to have washed this small village clean. Today was bright and sunny, the air filled with the fragrance of earth, green leaves, and lush grass. Arrigo stretched at the door. The bedtime story Eric told him last night made him sleep soundly with a sweet heart, and now he felt refreshed. Just as Eric came back with water, he saw Arrigo stretching lazily with messy hair under the morning light, his face rosy. Sunlight shone through the fabric, vaguely outlining his lean waist and fair, slender arms. At that moment, Eric truly understood what it meant by peaceful times. Why did you get up so early? Arrigo also saw him. Good sleep last night. What about you? Quite well. I fetched water, go wash up. After breakfast, let's go find Gregor. Eric carried the basin into the room, followed by Arrigo. Not only did Eric fetch water for washing, but he also squeezed toothpaste onto Arrigo's toothbrush and placed it aside. Arrigo looked at him suspiciously. Eric walked up to him, raised his large hand naturally and affectionately tidied his hair. No wonder boys confess to you all the time, our Bram looks so beautiful. Arrigo's face flushed suddenly. He felt something was off with Eric. Would a straight guy say that to his good buddy? And the way he looked at him seemed different from before. Eric turned him around, pushing him to the basin to wash his face, while he started making the bed. Everything seemed so natural as if they were an old married couple. Arrigo quickly splashed cold water on his face, driving away those chaotic thoughts in his head. It must be because I've been staying with him these past days and my mind is muddled again. I'm straight. Arrigo repeated silently, warning himself not to ruin the decision he had barely made. Once we separate in a few days, everything will get back to normal. After breakfast, they joined the crew for a meal. Tilda informed them that tomorrow was the annual pear festival in the village, which included rituals and performances, with the highlight being a pear-picking competition. Their production team would also film relevant scenes, inviting Arrigo and Eric to join them on the mountain. They readily agreed as they were here to have fun anyway. After having breakfast, they went to find Gregor. With Eric's skills, fooling a middle school student was a piece of cake. A few lines of code ran a simple program on the computer, leaving Gregor nearly worshipping him as some hacker god. I don't have that much power, but disabling your computer to prevent you from using it would be easy. I already know your online account, so you're not allowed to play games anymore. Focus on studying and don't worry your grandfather, understand? Yes, I'll keep my word. When I get into Jiangzhou University, I can learn these things, right? Internet technology is constantly updating, you might be even better than us by then. Gregor nodded, seeming to mature after finding a goal, knowing what to do next. By the way, are you going to participate in our village's pear festival tomorrow? Gregor asked. Yeah, we are. Are you coming? My grandfather organizes the yearly rituals with a few other elders, so I will help out too. Alright, see you tomorrow. By the time Arrigo and Eric left Gregor's house, it was already afternoon. They had seen several restaurants at the village entrance on their way in. They couldn't keep freeload meals from the crew, so they planned to eat by themselves tonight. While eating, Arrigo checked the messages on his account from the past few days. After the rumor storm subsided, he unexpectedly gained a wave of followers, and even Eric's social media account was dug out from their previous interactions. Arrigo's account only had content related to live streaming with no other posts, but Eric's was different. It was all about sharing his life, and 9 out of 10 posts were related to Arrigo. Arrigo didn't appear in the posts, yet he was everywhere. Took graduation photos with Bram today, a picture of 2 boys not showing their heads but taking a shoulder-to-shoulder photo. The meat slices at the canteen today were delicious, Bram ate half a bowl more. Picture of meat slices. Played basketball with Bram today and won by 30 points against the opponents. Back view picture of Bram shooting a 3-pointer. Such life records have been kept since freshman year until now. And the latest few posts did not mention Arrigo, but they all conveyed a sense of sadness. Insomnia, obviously still not used to being alone. Crying face. Even eating alone is not as tasty. Sad face. Why can't college last a lifetime? Grieved face. Netizens, since Ho-Ho separated from Bram, the tone has changed drastically, every post is so sad. Netizen, this is what separation anxiety looks like. Netizen, Bram should give him a hug, Ho-Ho is about to break. Arigo. Eric really used the social app like a diary. Let's eat first, we can check it later when we get back. Surprisingly, the two found a barbecue restaurant. The shop was small, but the food was great, with fresh meat all hand-cut and marinated by the boss. When they ate barbecue together, Eric always took charge of grilling while Arigo enjoyed eating. Actually, Arigo wasn't lazy and could do anything, but Eric wouldn't let him do it. Living with his mom since childhood had its difficulties, and Eric had always felt that he should take care of Arigo more, a habit that continued to this day. Thanks. Arigo felt he should thank Eric for all these years of care. But Eric disliked hearing this, don't be polite with me, just eat. If you're willing to let me take care of you for life, I should thank you. Eric thought. Feeding Arigo was one of his greatest joys. Watching Arigo's cheeks puff up made him think of an adorable little squirrel. Yesterday, he learned a term from their fanfiction, raising type. He found it quite fitting. Arigo was someone he carefully raised from a young age, and nobody should swoop in to reap benefits halfway through. Chapter 0026, Omar's Boyfriend Skills Overflow. The Pear Fragrance Festival is a distinctive holiday of Pear Hill Village, held annually during the pear harvest season. Since the village relies on selling pears and pear products for living, the tradition of worshipping the mountain god of Pear Hill has been passed down from long ago. On Pear Hill stands an ancient pear tree, rumored to be nearly 600 years old. Its trunk is so thick that it takes 4 adults holding hands to encircle it. Attached to its massive canopy are red cloth strips for blessings, representing villagers' wishes for favorable weather. The branches are laden with fruits, emitting sweet pear fragrance from afar. Kenneth and Omar entered the mountain early in the morning with the film crew to witness the villagers' sacrificial ceremony. Following the ceremony was the pear-picking event. The production team had obtained permission from the village to live-stream the event. The village deemed this as a good way to promote itself, thus placing great importance on this broadcast. Jay's grandfather introduced the event slightly awkwardly before the camera. This pear tree is cared for collectively by everyone, it is over 600 years old and yields around 1,000 pounds of pears annually. We hold pear-picking events every year during the harvest season, hoping for a good omen. The person who picks the most pears will win the best luck for high productivity this year. However, one must follow a rule, do not damage the pear tree, as it is the sacred tree of Pear Hill Village, a priceless treasure handed down through generations. Thanks to the crew's prior promotion and the popularity of the leads, a large number of viewers watched the live stream. After grandfather finished introducing the situation, the cameraman focused the lens on the pear tree. Villagers started taking out their prepared tools for picking. Each household could send only one representative, some carrying ladders while others carried specially made poles, getting ready to pick as many as possible. Even Jay participated, carrying a bamboo basket and a clamp attached to a long bamboo pole. Initially, Kenneth and Omar did not plan to join, as they were outsiders merely there for sightseeing. But Kenneth suddenly thought of Shauna. Her 2 sons work outside the village, leaving her living alone. Given her age, she wouldn't be able to participate in such activities. Kenneth and Omar had stayed at Shauna's house for several days. Though the crew paid rent, Kenneth still felt a bit guilty. Growing up with his grandmother, he instinctively felt close to kind elderly women. Seeing him look towards Shauna, Omar understood and pulled Kenneth to find her. Shauna, even if you have a basket, you can't reach the pears, said Omar. Shauna sighed regretfully, my legs won't allow me to climb. I'll just wait for others to pick and then collect whatever they discard, for a bit of luck. You don't know how delicious the pears from this old tree are. Looking at the pear tree with longing, Shauna hadn't participated in this activity since her sons left the village. Haven't the fallen pears rotted by the time they're picked up? We can go pick some for you, offered Kenneth. Shauna was concerned, but you 2 city kids won't know how to pick pears, and you lack tools. The tree is too tall. We'll figure it out, Omar assured her. Oh, that would be wonderful. Just be careful, don't get hurt, Shauna warned. Don't worry, Grandma. Omar took the bamboo basket from Shauna and wore it on his back. He borrowed a tripod from Tilda and found a spot with lower branches along with Kenneth. After Grandfather Jay led everyone in worshipping the tree deity, the pear picking began. Initially, Omar copied the movements of those nearby, using the tripod to knock pears off while Kenneth caught them below. However, there weren't many pears in the lower branches, and they were quickly picked clean by a few people. Observing others who came prepared with suitable tools, Omar scratched his head anxiously. He glanced down at Kenneth. Why not use himself as a tool? Kenneth? Stand still, Bram. Omar moved behind Kenneth. What are you planning? Asked a confused Kenneth. Just stand still, spread your legs a bit. Though unsure, Kenneth complied. Suddenly, Omar squatted, stuck his head between Kenneth's legs, and lifted him on his shoulders. Ah! Startled, Kenneth grabbed Omar's head, stammering, You. Omar held onto Kenneth's legs and adjusted him higher, saying, Relax, I've got you. Pick the pears and pass them down. At 187 centimeters tall, Omar's height combined with Kenneth's upper body reached over 2 meters. With Kenneth's long arms, he could reach up to 3 meters. This was the first time Kenneth had been lifted like this. He hadn't even experienced such treatment when he was young. When they went to the park, other kids had their dads carrying them, but he didn't. Omar always unintentionally touched the softest spot in his heart. Bram, look ahead, there are so many, Omar pointed out while looking up for Arrigo to see. Arrigo snapped back to reality and stretched out his arm to pick a pear. At first, he was a bit scared, but Omar's shoulders were so steady that he gradually forgot about his fear. He bent his knees to hold Omar's upper body and used both hands to pick pears. Omar, move a little to the right. Omar, come a little closer to me. Omar, you can tiptoe a bit. Just a little more and I'll be able to reach it. Arrigo's competitive spirit arose, and he enjoyed himself immensely. On the other side, the male lead and female lead of the production crew also wanted to copy their method, trying to stir up some chemistry to add heat to the drama. The male lead gritted his teeth and squatted down to let the female lead ride on his neck. The male lead thought this action would be easy. Seeing Omar carry another man with ease, he felt very confident as he tried to stand up. The female lead weighed less than 100 pounds, a very slender girl, but the male lead couldn't even stand up. They fell together, causing surrounding people to laugh. The male lead brushed off his bottom and tried again for the second time before barely managing to carry the female lead, his legs trembling. Tilda, watching behind the live streaming screen, rolled her eyes at this couple clumsily imitating Omar and Arrigo. They were truly weak. Looking at Omar and Arrigo. TSK, love seemed more interesting to watch from afar. She took out her phone and secretly snapped many photos of them. In the photos, Arrigo's eyes curved into a bright smile, and Omar grinned like a fool. Only around Omar did Arrigo smile so happily. And only around Arrigo did Omar act like a 120-pound silly dog. After 5 years of secret admiration, her best friend finally saw hope, and Tilda felt gratified for Arrigo. She thought maybe she should give Arrigo a hint and break that barrier between them. This way, Arrigo could enjoy the fruits of his secret admiration sooner. Arrigo riding on Omar's shoulders was too conspicuous among the crowd. Some fans of Arrigo recognized him in the live stream. Chat, is that Bram? Chat, it seems so, the one below is probably Soul. Chat, it should be him. 2 days ago, during their live stream, Soul wore this shirt. Chat, wow, what a boyfriend pose. Soul is overflowing with boyfriend vibes. Chat, this physique difference has me shipping them hardcore. Chat, Soul is so doting on Bram. Chat, raise the Huiching flag. Chat, Bram is so blessed. Soul has such good physical strength. TSK. Chat, Soul is the lucky one. Our Bram is so beautiful, those waist and legs, TSK. Chat, we CP fans are so blessed. They're always feeding us sugar. I'm getting so sweet. By the time the activity ended, Arrigo and Omar had already filled the bamboo basket, with a small mountain of pears spilling over. Omar slowly squatted down and gently placed Arrigo down, then massaged his legs. Did it go numb? No. Arrigo pinched Omar's shoulder, a bit concerned. Are you tired? Even though he wasn't fat, he was still a boy weighing over 120 pounds. Omar smiled, showing his white teeth, not tired at all. He even wanted Arrigo to ride for a little longer. Chapter 0027 You Deserve Not Having a Wife. Eric returned to Shauna's side with the pear basket on his back. Shauna beamed with joy and patted Eric's arm. You two are really something, young man. You're in great shape. Eric chuckled. Although we didn't pick the most, it's all about participating and getting some good luck. Oh, I truly thank you both. Since the children left, I haven't picked so many pears from the old pear tree. Come, sit down, have a pear to quench your thirst and rest for a while. Eric put the basket on the ground and took out a pear, handing it to Shauna first, then wiped another one on his clothes and gave it to Arrigo. Here, you eat it. You were very tired just now, Arrigo insisted that Eric eat first. I'm not tired. You should eat. There are still so many here. Shall Bram give me one, please? Tilda sat next to Arrigo and asked. Arrigo was holding only one pear, so he directly handed it over to her. Seeing the pear he had specially wiped clean for Arrigo end up in Tilda's hand, Eric's smile vanished. Tilda whispered while holding the pear, just now during the live stream, one of your fans recognized you. Oh, it's fine. Arrigo didn't care, I already let people know where I was when I went live 2 days ago. Anyway, we're going back tomorrow. I know. What I mean is that many of your CP fans are shipping you two in the live stream. The way you two acted just now was really like a couple. Arrigo was used to it, he kept the internet and real life clearly separate. No matter what the fans thought or shipped, it wouldn't affect his life. Actually, I think, Tilda wanted to say that she thought Eric was starting to get the idea, but before she could finish, Arrigo was pulled into Eric's arms. Eric was almost furious. Didn't Arrigo say he didn't like Tilda? Didn't he say they were just friends? Why did they talk so closely then? From his view, Tilda was blocked by Arrigo, who turned his head slightly to talk to her, looking like a couple kissing. Taking away his pair and trying to take his person too, how could this be tolerated? Eric stretched out his long arm, put an arm around Arrigo's shoulder, and pulled them apart. Arrigo? Tilda was about to call Eric petty, but in the next moment, the pear in her hand was also taken by him. These are the fruits of our hard work. I saw that your crew received plenty of pears from the villagers. Go eat theirs. Eric said coldly. Tilda was speechless from anger. She had intended to give a friendly reminder to Arrigo, hoping they would fall in love sooner, but this fool treated her like this. You're good, okay. Tilda stood up and stormed off to the crew. Forget it, she wouldn't bother with this mess anymore. Let him have his crush, let him be jealous, and serve him right for having no wife. What annoyed Tilda was Eric's baseless possessiveness. Wasn't it implying that Xiao Bram couldn't have his own social circle if they were together? She would find Xiao Bram a better guy, someone much better, and leave Bart to stew in his jealousy, humph. As a friend of Arrigo too, Arrigo felt uncomfortable seeing Tilda upset, even slightly blaming Eric. Why did you treat her like that? Why did you treat her so well? Eric retorted. She's my friend. What about me? Eric regretted asking as soon as he finished the sentence. He knew Arrigo would say they were friends, yet hearing those words felt like needles pricking him. You're my friend too, Arrigo said, head hanging down. The damned word, friend. Eric's good mood vanished instantly. Arrigo felt the same, he couldn't understand why Eric, who obviously didn't like him, had such a strong possessive desire. It was too easy to misunderstand. Arrigo felt a lump in his chest. He even wanted to ask Eric loudly, what did he think of him? A pet raised since childhood. Nobody likes being treated like a pet. Arrigo stubbornly lowered his head, staring at the ground, while Eric gloomily looked at the old pear tree ahead. Neither of them spoke, and no one ended up eating the pear. Shauna noticed their awkwardness and chuckled, let's go. I can't carry this big basket of pears. Both of you need to help me take it back. Arrigo glanced at Eric and got ready to carry the basket himself. I'll do it, Eric said sullenly, picking up the basket without waiting for any objections and leading the way down the mountain. Shauna held Arrigo's hand. Let's go together. My legs and eyesight aren't good. Thanks to both of you today. You don't need to be so polite. We've disturbed you for several days, so it's natural for us to help. Supporting Shauna, the three of them returned to the courtyard. Shauna washed a basin full of pears, leaving quite a few behind. I can't finish eating all of these by myself. Let me make some sweet pear preserves for you both, and you two can help me. Arrigo wasn't in the mood, but he couldn't refuse after Shauna asked. How should we do it? First, wash the pears, then peel and cut them into pieces. We'll divide the tasks, I'll handle the washing, one of you will peel, and the other will cut. Eric said, I'll do the cutting. Arrigo rarely cooked, so he was worried that Arrigo might hurt himself. Arrigo squatted on a wooden stool nearby to peel the pears, passing the peeled ones to Eric. Eric's anger subsided when he realized Arrigo was genuinely upset today. Ultimately, it was his fault today, Arrigo didn't know how he felt about him. He shouldn't have acted jealously without reason, it wasn't Arrigo's fault. He needed to find a way to comfort him, but Arrigo wouldn't even look at him, and with Shauna around, Eric couldn't get a word in edgewise. Shauna glanced between the two and asked with a smile, you two seem very close. How long have you known each other? 15 years, Eric replied. That's quite a long time. Have you always been classmates? Yes, always seatmates. Wow, that's really rare. Even brothers can't be as close as you two. Eric stole a glance at Arrigo. Arrigo felt guilty and avoided looking at Shauna. With such a long friendship, you must have argued quite a bit. Eric laughed helplessly, not really. How could I argue with him? He seems easygoing, but he can be stubborn. Whenever he gets mad, he ignores me. Each time, I'm the one who has to beg him first. Arrigo pouted, me? It's always you who makes me angry. Right, it's all my fault. Today is also my mistake. Please don't ignore me. Give me a chance to make up for it, okay? Eric seized the opportunity to apologize. Arrigo tried to maintain a blank expression. This person always acted shamelessly. Every time he made Arrigo angry, he would apologize with great sincerity. As the saying goes, a smiling face is hard to resist. This time, Arrigo found it hard to deal with him. But this time, Arrigo didn't want to forgive him easily. He wasn't someone who valued romantic relationships over friendships. Since Eric had upset Tilda, he decided to stand on Tilda's side. Chapter 0028 I will be your dog for life. The three worked together, and the basket of pears was quickly sliced. Shauna took the slices to cook over the stove. Giselbert pulled Arrigo back to the room. Bram, I was wrong. Can you just consider it as me having a weird day? I didn't mean to be so unkind. Blseries, am I your dog? Can't I even have my own friends? Arrigo asked with a hint of grievance. Blseries' heart almost melted. He hurriedly said, no, how could you be a dog? I'm the dog, I'm your dog. I can be your dog for life if you want. Don't throw forever around so easily. Who's going to be with you forever? Arrigo muttered softly. I'm serious. Anyway, you'll never get rid of me in this life. I know I was wrong today. Once Shauna finishes the preserves, I'll ask her for a portion and deliver it to Tilda, apologizing to her in person. Would that be okay? Arrigo wasn't someone who wouldn't let go even when he was right. Seeing Blseries admitting his mistake and planning to apologize to Tilda, his anger subsided. Why are you making things so hard on yourself? Blseries knew from Arrigo's expression that he was no longer angry. With a playful grin, he said, yeah, why am I doing this? For nothing but to make you upset. I was so happy today. We picked so many pears, and I got my clothes all wet. Then because of my bad mood, we ended up unhappy. I really know I was wrong. With a bit of self-pity from Blseries, Arrigo couldn't hold it anymore. He glanced at Blseries and asked awkwardly, your shoulder doesn't really hurt, does it? Not really, just, my neck is a bit sore. Then let me give you a massage. Blseries had only wanted to soften Arrigo's heart and didn't really want him to do it. No need. Let's go check on Shauna's pear preserves. When they came out of the room again, the earlier tension had disappeared, and smiles were playing at the corners of their mouths. Shauna knew immediately that the two had reconciled. The pears are ready. Come taste if they're sweet enough. Blseries picked up a spoon by the pot, ladled some pear in syrup, blew to cool it and offered it to Arrigo. Try this. Arrigo tasted it from Blseries' hand. Indeed, these fruits from the centuries-old tree were fragrant, cooked with rock sugar, making them sweet and delicious. Delicious, Arrigo praised sincerely. Shauna, can I have a bottle to give to a friend? Blseries asked. Of course, I found all my jars and filled them for you both. Take them back and enjoy slowly. No, Shauna, you should keep them for yourself. How much can an old woman eat? They'll just spoil otherwise. You take them either for yourselves or to share with friends, it's better than letting them go to waste. Seeing reason in what Shauna said, Arrigo and Blseries thanked her profusely before taking the jars back to their room. Seeing the two reconcile, Shauna felt relieved and returned to her room with a gentle smile. Blseries and Arrigo took 2 large bottles of preserves to find Tilda. Upon seeing Blseries, Tilda's temper flared. What are you here for? Tilda, Blseries didn't mean to upset you today. He's already apologized to me, don't stay mad at him. Arrigo spoke first, considering Blseries' feelings. Tilda couldn't help but feel disappointed in him. Why did little Arrigo look like he was apologizing on behalf of his husband to his best friend? Blseries thought Tilda was still upset with Arrigo and quickly explained, sorry, I acted weirdly today. When we went back, Shauna made those pears into preserves. We brought you 2 bottles as an apology. Tilda looked at the jars in his hands and huffed. Miser. Yes, I'm stingy, Blseries smiled apologetically. If this could make Arrigo happy, it wasn't too big a deal. Tilda understood why Arrigo always gave in to Blseries. With his handsome face, sincere apologies, and stubborn persistence, holding a grudge would make her seem like the bully. She accepted the jars and exchanged a glance with Arrigo, indicating she forgave him to avoid putting him in an awkward position. Arrigo gave her a grateful look in return. Seeing the silent communication between them, Blseries felt a pang of jealousy. But having just coaxed Arrigo out of his anger, he didn't dare risk upsetting him again. He forced a smile, pretending everything was fine. Tilda noticed Blseries' strained expression and secretly felt satisfied. During those years when Arrigo had a crush on Blseries, he must have experienced such feelings countless times. It wasn't too bad for him to experience it now. Yet, she said generously, all right, let's put this behind us. After dinner on set, Blseries and Arrigo returned to the small courtyard. Blseries went to wash up first, while Arrigo played games in the room. When Eric came in, he was carrying a basin of hot water. Today we went up the mountain and picked pears, walking a lot. Soaking your feet will help relieve tiredness, Eric said as he squatted by the bed, pulling on Arrigo's ankle to put his feet into the water. Arrigo was completely taken aback. He didn't even pause his game and hurriedly tried to pull his foot back. What are you doing? Helping you wash your feet. Eric, can you act normal? Eric laughed with frustration, how am I not normal? Get up, I'll do it myself. Eric stood up and sat beside Arrigo. Did you do something wrong to me? Arrigo suddenly asked. Otherwise, Eric's extra attentiveness these few days wouldn't make sense. In the past, Eric had always been considerate towards him, but never as frightening as these 2 days. Telling bedtime stories, squeezing toothpaste for him, now he even fetched water to wash his feet. I haven't done anything. The sudden kindness must mean trouble. Just tell me what's going on. After knowing Eric for so many years, he had always been straightforward. This was the first time Arrigo couldn't figure out his thoughts. Eric felt helpless. This matter couldn't be directly explained. Everything else could be said outright, except this. If he said it directly, Arrigo would run away. I really didn't do anything, it's just, Eric carefully chose his words, maybe I've always been with you every day, neglecting many details. Now that we're apart, I realized many things. What things? Arrigo tilted his head, asking. Eric looked into Arrigo's clear eyes, nervously licking his lips. It seemed like there was a voice in his heart urging him to confess. The more he thought about confessing, the more nervous he became, breaking out in a cold sweat even in the summer heat. Just as he opened his mouth but hadn't spoken yet, Arrigo interrupted, "What's wrong? You look terrible. Where does it hurt? Did you eat something bad today?" All the courage Eric had gathered was gone. He dared not think of confessing anymore. Following Arrigo's question, he said, Maybe. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable, ouch. Eric leaned against Arrigo's shoulder, whining pitifully. Arrigo immediately touched his forehead to check if he had a fever, relieved when there was none. It seemed Liashan village's climate wasn't friendly to Eric's stomach. Arrigo decided to return to Jiangzhou the next day. Stay 2 more days, I'm fine. Eric didn't actually want to leave because they wouldn't be able to sleep in the same bed back home. He would start having insomnia again. Though sleeping with Arrigo also caused restless nights. But compared to lonely nights, it was much better. Determined to go back, Arrigo made an excuse about dealing with those who were spreading rumors about him. Eric couldn't find any reason to stop him and reluctantly agreed. Chapter 0029 Protect yourself out there. Tilda drove them to the train station in the production crew's car. It's so rare to see you, yet you won't stay longer. Tilda gave Eric a somewhat dissatisfied look. If not for his insistence on tagging along, Arrigo could have stayed several more days. I'll come find you in Jiangzhou during National Day. Arrigo nodded. Sure. Eric was displeased, he had plans with Butler too. Tilda glared at him and said to Arrigo, now that you're living on your own, it's not as safe as when you were in school. You're such an attractive boy, you must protect yourself out there, don't let people with ill intentions take advantage of you, okay? Eric, why does it feel like she's insulting me? Arrigo smiled and said, got it, we'll be off then. See you at National Day. Waving goodbye to Tilda, Arrigo and Eric boarded the train back to Jiangzhou. A pair of headphones was shared between the two of them, listening to the same song. Eric, suffering from separation anxiety last night and unable to sleep, finally dozed off on the old-fashioned green train. As Arrigo's shoulder became heavier, his heart did too. Eric's short, stiff hair tickled his neck. Gently pushing Eric's head, Arrigo tried moving it to rest against the seat back. In his dreams, Eric only wanted to get closer to the pleasant scent beside him. He grumbled unhappily, then snuggled even closer to Arrigo's chest. With no choice, Arrigo adjusted his sitting position to make them both more comfortable. Recalling the time spent in Lishan village, this was his first trip out with Eric. Though there were a few unpleasant moments, happy memories outnumbered them. Soon work would resume, and distance between himself and Eric would need to be restored. This moment of tranquility felt fleeting and indulgent. Stealthily, Arrigo rubbed his cheek against Eric's hair, feeling bittersweet inside. As the train neared its stop, Arrigo gently patted Eric's face to wake him. Realizing he had fallen asleep on Arrigo's shoulder, Eric's first reaction was to check if he had drooled. Fortunately, he hadn't. How did it end so soon? He didn't want to part ways with Butler. We should contact the parties involved in those rumors. We'd stand a better chance together when filing charges. Eric thought for a while and came up with a reason to go home with Arrigo. I'll drive you back. Let's resolve this issue, then I'll accompany you to file the report tomorrow. Eric sounded reasonable and practical, so Arrigo agreed to let him follow him home. Exiting the elevator, they dragged their suitcases toward the apartment door when the next door suddenly opened. Giacomo popped his head out upon seeing Arrigo return and bounced out happily. Brother Arrigo, you're back. Yep, Arrigo replied coolly. Brother Arrigo, you're really Butler. I was thrilled to see your face during your live stream that day. I'm your fan. I mean, phew, I'm your fan, already level 20 in the fan club. My name is Ocean Baby, remember? Giacomo spoke incoherently, but Arrigo could tell he was genuinely excited. Yep, I remember, thanks for your support, Arrigo thanked officially. Can I have an autograph? Giacomo asked expectantly. Sorry, I don't give out autographs. I'm just a game streamer, not a celebrity. Unexpectedly, Giacomo turned out to be his fan. Alright. Can I play games with you? I'm also a game streamer, can I join you for a raid sometime? Sure, maybe next time when we team up. That's great, thank you brother Arrigo. Giacomo clapped happily before noticing Eric standing behind Arrigo with a dark expression. Since watching Arrigo's live streams, Giacomo knew Eric well, having watched him stream too. Feeling guilty about his previous tough words towards Eric, Giacomo felt awkward knowing now they were fans of both Ho-Ho and Butler. Eric detested this kid, Why could he live next to Arrigo while he had to stay far away? We've just returned, Butler is tired. Let's talk another day, Eric interjected between Arrigo and Giacomo. Right. Rest well, brother Arrigo, remember to call me for team-ups. Okay, noted. Arrigo unlocked the door and went inside. Eric followed, closing the door and blocking Giacomo's view. This kid is really annoying. Butler, you shouldn't trust him too much, who knows what he's up to. The one who spread rumors about you also claimed to be your fan. If you don't meet his demands, he might turn around and smear you. I'm not a kid, I know how to protect myself. Go to the study and turn on the computer, we need to get started on work. You go ahead and open it. Your place hasn't been lived in for days and needs airing out and cleaning. I'll take care of that. Eric didn't act like a guest at all, opening all the windows in Arrigo's apartment before starting to clean. Arrigo had no choice but to turn on the computer himself, as he also had some unfinished work. Eric was usually quick with his tasks, but today he moved slowly, only following Arrigo into the study when Arrigo came looking for him. He just wanted to spend more time with Arrigo. The efficient Eric quickly contacted several victims from the rumor incident. 2 were willing to provide evidence and join Arrigo in filing charges. Most chose to let things lie. After all, such cases wouldn't result in severe penalties for the rumormongers. If they retaliated, it could lead to endless trouble. But Arrigo thought differently. It was because people were too lenient towards online rumors that these individuals found opportunities to exploit. He wanted the rumormonger to be punished. Only if everyone stood up for their rights would these people stop their actions. By the time they finished, it was already dark. Eric insisted on having dinner before saying goodbye and going home. These past few days in the village were inconvenient, so Arrigo hadn't had a proper shower. He threw his dirty clothes into the washing machine and took a good bath. While organizing his luggage, he found the pear preserves brought back and suddenly remembered the desserts and milk tea Giacomo delivered. Although Eric ate everything, it wasn't polite not to reciprocate. Arrigo took a jar of preserves to knock on the next door. Seeing it was Arrigo, Giacomo quickly opened the door, asking happily, "Brother Arrigo, why did you come over?" Arrigo handed him the jar. "These are from Lishan. Consider this a return gift for the desserts and milk tea you sent me." Giacomo scratched his head awkwardly. "But you didn't even eat them, they were all eaten by someone else. Your gesture means a lot to me. Take it." "Brother Arrigo, are you streaming today?" "Not today, I'm too tired. I should stream tomorrow." "Got it, thanks, Brother Arrigo. Get back to work, I'm going to rest." Just as Arrigo turned back 2 steps, Giacomo called him, "Brother Arrigo, do you like soul?" Chapter 0030, cried, sour. Arrigo's footsteps paused for a moment, and he said, "We are friends." Giacomo puffed out his cheek on one side. Regardless of whether it was from the perspective of a former CP fan or someone who genuinely wanted to pursue Arrigo, he felt that the atmosphere between Arrigo and Eric was very strange. But Eric claimed that Arrigo was straight, and Arrigo insisted they were just friends, making it seem like there wasn't much of a relationship between them at all. "Then can I pursue you?" Giacomo asked. Arrigo replied bluntly, "No." "Why not?" "Because I have someone I like." "Is it, Soul?" Giacomo probed cautiously. "No." Arrigo just wanted Giacomo to give up this idea and didn't want to explain further. If he admitted it was Eric, it would be awkward for both of them if he blabbed it out. Moreover, he had already decided to give up on Eric, perhaps he would fall for someone else in the future. Giacomo was thrown into disarray. Not only had his wish to pursue Arrigo been nipped in the bud, but also the couple he supported seemed to end in failure. If Arrigo didn't like Eric, then who did he like? Arrigo didn't care about his reaction and returned to his room, getting into bed and under the covers. His phone screen lit up, showing a message from Eric, "Good night." After several seconds, Arrigo replied with, "Good night." Then he buried his head under the blanket, kicking the covers in frustration. The next day, Arrigo took the evidence to file a case. At the same time, 2 other victims also received notifications that their complaints had been accepted. Initially, the person causing trouble still tried to argue, saying that Arrigo was trying to extort money from him. But after Arrigo posted an explanation on social media, stating that he wouldn't accept any form of mediation and only hoped that everyone who spread rumors online would face the consequences they deserved, the rumormonger deleted all the posts by afternoon and hired a lawyer to contact Arrigo, hoping for reconciliation. Arrigo's response remained unchanged, "I do not accept any form of mediation." The incident escalated from a defamation case involving a small-scale gaming streamer to a widely followed event across the web. Public opinion called for faster implementation of online real name policies. When Arrigo went live that night, his audience was unusually large. However, he didn't mention the incident at all, ignoring the barrage of comments as usual. He didn't want to ride this wave of attention and continued playing games quietly. This gained him even more admiration. Who wouldn't love a no-nonsense, good-sounding, and skilled streamer? The only downside was that he refused to turn on the camera. Eric abandoned his alternate account and openly entered Arrigo's live stream using his main account, joining his team. Giacomo also joined in. Arrigo explained to his fans, "Today, Ocean Baby in our team is also a streamer. If you like his style of play, you can check out his stream and support him." Giacomo was almost moved to tears. With Arrigo's influence as a major streamer, just a few words could bring him a huge influx of followers. Eric was almost ready to cry too, feeling sour. Why was Arrigo now so nice to everyone but so heartless towards him? But he wouldn't lose heart. No matter what, in-game, he and Arrigo were a pair, and no one could snatch his spot during duo missions. Chat, isn't Soul treating the new streamer quite harshly today? Chat, have you checked out Ocean Baby's stream? Such a cute puppy. Chat, yes, so adorable, he even wore dog ears while streaming. Eric thought darkly, who wears dog ears while being a decent streamer, wondering who he's trying to lure. Chat, no wonder Soul targeted him, must be jealous. Chat, this plot twist was unexpected, loving it, feed me more. As long as the chat didn't break out into arguments, Arrigo usually let people say whatever they wanted. And as a semi-public figure, Arrigo knew the impact he had on his fans, so he avoided discussing his personal relationships. Many students watched his streams, and sexual orientation was a sensitive topic. The chat asked about their trip to Pear Mountain Village, and Arrigo started chatting with them. That village is really great, very clean. I recommend visiting it this season. The local pears are especially delicious, and the grandmother we stayed with made pear preserves for us to take home. Chat, you and Soul picked those pears together, we saw the live stream. Giacomo was eating the preserve and showed it off in his own stream, this is what Bram mentioned. He gave me a jar, and it's truly delicious. I've never tasted such yummy pear preserves. Chat, wow, it looks so good. Chat, hey, it seems Bram and Ocean Baby have a good relationship, huh? Eric was almost grinding his mouse to pieces at his computer. Why did Bram give him a jar of preserves? Wasn't it true that he had no right to eat the preserves they had picked, made, and brought back together? Arrigo was still promoting the beauty of Pear Mountain Village in the live stream. Giacomo, who knew how to make sweets, asked Arrigo, how did you make this preserve? I never liked pears before. Did you add any special ingredients? No, we saw Grandma making it very simply with rock sugar and pears. What's special is the pears themselves. The pear tree is said to be 600 years old, so the fruits are exceptionally delicious. Arrigo and Giacomo chatted intermittently. Chat, by the way, in an unnoticed corner, Soul has already killed over 200 small monsters. Chat, hahaha, Soul looks like a big dog that's been abandoned. Eric, you were the one abandoned, your whole family was abandoned. After the incident with Tilda, Arrigo had been quite upset. Afraid of interfering with Arrigo's friendships again, Alvis could only vent his frustration on the small monsters in the game. He really wanted to lock Bram away where no one else could see him. Alvis gritted his teeth. Eric decided to read several fanfics that night to mend the wounds on his heart. But he didn't expect these young girls to be so quick to update, writing Giacomo into their stories as well, relegating him to an ex-love interest. Eric was furious and couldn't sleep all night. Finally, the renovation of their game studio was completed and officially open for business. Grover gathered all employees for the first time. Let me introduce the person beside me, who will be responsible for company operations along with me. He is my senior, having participated in many large game projects. Roy, you can call him Brother Yi. Next is the art team, Arrigo, Barney. Programming team, Eric, Amal, Hampton. It's important to mention that Eric is a partner in the studio. Though he doesn't have management power, being a shareholder means better benefits. Don't overthink it. And this is our only female employee, Faith, who will handle reception and customer service. Our initial team is enough for now, but we'll expand as we develop. To what extent we can grow depends on all our efforts. Chapter 0031 An Unexpected Brush of Lips. The good treatment given to Eric was concretely demonstrated by reserving a private rest room for him on the second floor. It was common for those in his line of work to pull all-nighters at the company. This would be the case especially during the early stages, and once the game went live, they had to be ready for maintenance any time. To ensure high efficiency, naps were absolutely necessary. The first floor was their office area, while the second floor was designated for rest. Two people usually shared one room except for Eric, who had his own. Eric naturally wouldn't let Arrigo share with someone else and insisted that he be arranged into his own room. In this way, he took some personal benefits for himself. After getting acquainted, a small meeting was held where Grover and Roy shared their ideas and thoughts, and everyone perfected the details from their professional perspectives. Arrigo and Barney had the biggest pressure initially. They needed to design characters that fit the looking aesthetically pleasing while considering resolution and game memory among other issues. Transforming the original character designs into vivid characters was what gave Arrigo the greatest sense of achievement. The game was planned to launch at the end of the year, leaving them only 6 months. Arrigo and Eric's desks were back to back, and a glance up could see each other. From classmates and dorm mates, they were now colleagues. Eric felt many emotions, but, being a science student, he couldn't come up with poetic words. So he snapped a picture of Arrigo's focused side profile, partially blocked by the screen, and posted it online. Experiencing another stage of life with you. Netizen, wow, Cheng looks so handsome under Soul's lens. Netizen, the post above, that's called boyfriend view. Netizen, these two are inseparable even after starting work. Netizen, the most romantic thing is going through the long journey of life with you. Eric liked the comment vigorously. That night, Grover treated everyone to a meal to celebrate the establishment of the studio. Eric stood by Arrigo's side, shielding him from drinking. Arrigo has had stomach issues since childhood due to poor living conditions when he stayed with his grandmother. His sister, Jaden, was too busy with work, and without her presence, Arrigo often missed meals. Jaden gave him living expenses, but Arrigo knew how hard it was for his mother to raise him alone, so he secretly saved the money instead of spending it on food. This issue was first discovered by Eric. How could a normal boy be satisfied with just an egg for lunch? No wonder he was so thin. So Eric started inviting Arrigo to have lunch together every day, deliberately ordering extra food. Teenagers have pride, how could Arrigo accept his help without feeling indebted? He refused and ate lunch in the classroom instead. Eric simply packed takeout to eat with him and refused the money Arrigo offered in return. Eric lacked nothing except money. Ultimately, they agreed that Arrigo would do Eric's homework. However, the stomach problems persisted. While usually fine, he must avoid cold, spicy or pungent foods to prevent flare-ups. Yet Arrigo loved spicy food, leading Eric to carry a portable medicine kit, always having a box of antacids ready in his backpack. As Tilda summed up, if Arrigo fell for Eric, Eric must take primary responsibility. These few people at the studio were around the same age, brought together by the same dream. They had plenty to chat about, inevitably leading to more drinks than usual. In the end, only Arrigo and Roy were left sober enough to walk straight. Roy drank quite a bit but could walk straight due to his alcohol tolerance. After paying the bill, he carried the drunk Grover over and divided the task of sending the others home with Arrigo. Eric had bad drinking habits and would cling on to Arrigo like chewing gum once intoxicated. Arrigo was used to it, letting Eric wrap his arms around his waist from behind. I'll send Barney and Faith as we're on the same route. Amal and Hampton will need ye brother to send. Roy hailed a taxi and helped get everyone in. Faith, being female, sat in the passenger seat while the three men sat in the back. After dropping off their colleagues one by one, Arrigo reluctantly reported his home address, unable to leave the drunken Eric to go home alone. Wanting to lay Eric on the sofa and brew him some sober-up tea, Eric refused to release his grip. Arrigo nearly bent in half carrying the heavy accessory into the kitchen. He patiently coaxed him to drink the tea. A little hot, let me blow it cool. Drink it all and go to sleep obediently. Arrigo blew on the cup for him. Staring at Arrigo's puckered lips, Eric's mind buzzed. The drunk man ignored the cup and saw the soft lips before him as an invitation to kiss. Eric wrapped his arms around Arrigo's waist and slowly leaned closer. Arrigo was already drenched in sweat, blowing on the cup to cool it down so that this heavy accessory on him would drink up and go to sleep. He felt Alvis's face getting closer and closer. As Arrigo looked up, his lips brushed against Alvis's. For a moment, both of them froze. Arrigo was sober, he tightened his grip on the cup, his heart racing uncontrollably. Alvis was puzzled, had he just touched something warm? But why did it happen so quickly? He wanted to feel it again. Alvis leaned forward once more toward Arrigo's lips. Realizing what Alvis was about to do, Arrigo's scalp tingled with fear. Alvis was drunk, but he himself was not. If he allowed Alvis to kiss him today, tomorrow when Alvis woke up, they would fall into the awkward relationship he least wanted. In this moment, Arrigo was exceptionally clear-headed. Alvis could dislike him, but he absolutely couldn't hate him. Just as Alvis was about to touch him, Arrigo raised the cup in his hand. Alvis's lips, aiming for Arrigo's, collided with the glass cup instead. Alvis frowned. That wasn't the right feeling. It was soft and warm just now, why is it hard this time? Trembling, Arrigo pinched Alvis's chin and made him drink the sobering tea. Then, with all his strength, he dragged him into the bedroom and threw him onto the bed, locking the door behind him in one fluid motion. Arrigo leaned against the door and panted heavily, taking a long time to calm his breathing. He used his fingertips to touch the spot on his lips where Alvis had touched him. Though it was just a brief moment, the sensation seemed imprinted there. Alvis's breath, Alvis's warmth, Alvis's scent. Slowly sliding down the door, Arrigo crouched, hugging his arms and burying his head in his knees, tears streaming uncontrollably. Arrigo didn't know why he was crying. It was just an accident, no one's fault, neither his nor Alvis's. It couldn't even be called a real kiss. Yet it shattered his resolve to stay away from Alvis into pieces. He had tried so hard, why couldn't he stop being moved by him? The ties between him and Alvis were like a cursed fate. Every time he managed to take a step back, Alvis would follow with another step, as if mocking his efforts as futile. But Alvis clearly didn't like him. Arrigo's tears fell silently, hitting the floor soundlessly. Chapter 0032 Did I Kiss You Last Night? When Eric woke up, it took him a while to realize he was at Arrigo's place. But he was alone in bed. Where was Arrigo? Eric recalled what had happened last night. They had a dinner party together, and he had drunk too much. It was Arrigo who brought him back here. Later. Eric touched his lips. Damn. He thought he had kissed Arrigo in a dream. Could it be real, not a dream? But the memory of the kiss felt odd. Shouldn't lips feel soft? Why did his memory of Arrigo's lips feel so hard? Ever since Eric realized he liked Arrigo, he often dreamed about him and did everything with him in dreams, so he couldn't really tell if it was a real kiss or just another dream. Eric got up and went out of the room, finding Arrigo sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Did he really kiss him? Otherwise, why would Arrigo sleep on the sofa instead of in bed? Would Arrigo hate him now? Would he find him disgusting and rather sleep on the sofa than be near him? Eric didn't dare to wake Arrigo up but went out quietly to buy breakfast for him. He calmed down a bit outside and thought about how to explain to Arrigo. Should he confess that he had liked him for a long time? Or should he pretend to have no memory of what happened yesterday? Pretending to forget seemed despicable, but if he confessed directly, what if Butler didn't want to be friends with him anymore? What should I do after drunkenly kissing my good brother? Waiting online for advice, urgent. Concerned netizen, what's wrong with kissing and hugging your good brother? Concerned netizen, where did you kiss? Concerned netizen, let your good brother kiss back and then it's even. Eric kept scrolling through his phone frantically in the elevator for help, only to get all sorts of irrelevant replies. The elevator door opened, and Eric ran into Giacomo. Seeing his rival made him even more irritable. Plus, Eric was already annoyed, so he found Giacomo even more unbearable. Giacomo wasn't weak either, lifting his head to mock Eric, your efforts are useless. Brother Arrigo won't like you. What did you say? Eric was full of hostility, and Giacomo stepped back a few steps before continuing, Brother Arrigo likes someone else, not you. Eric nearly choked, you're talking nonsense. Who does Arrigo like? If you spread rumors again, I'll sue you too. Giacomo shrugged, I'm not making it up. I asked Brother Arrigo, and he said it himself. He said it himself? That he likes someone? Eric repeated in disbelief. Yes, and it's not you. Giacomo added sharply. How could that be? He had been so attentive to Arrigo, how could he not know whom Arrigo liked? The only person he could think of was Tilda, but Arrigo denied it, and their relationship didn't seem right. Eric was dumbfounded. Giacomo finally got the upper hand over Eric and got into the elevator triumphantly. With a hangover headache, Eric felt dizzy and inputted the password sluggishly to enter the house. Arrigo was already awake and took the breakfast from his hands when he saw it. Up so early? Do you have a headache? There is still some, so bring soup. Should I heat another cup for you? Arrigo acted as if nothing had happened last night. Eric didn't know whether it was more serious that Arrigo might like someone else or that he had kissed Arrigo last night. Do you want to take a shower before going to work? Arrigo pointed to his exhausted face. Those two questions weighed heavily on Eric's heart. Unable to hold back any longer, he chose the less severe one and asked, Did I kiss you last night? Arrigo's hand shook as he poured soy milk into a bowl, spilling the scalding liquid on his hand. He didn't expect Eric to ask him directly. Eric rushed over and held Arrigo's hand under cold water. The pale fingers turned red from the scald. Eric felt heartbroken, I'm sorry. I wasn't careful. Why are you apologizing? Arrigo, No, Arrigo interrupted. Eric was stunned. No. So it was just his dream. Arrigo dried his hand with a towel and picked up the cup Eric hadn't washed after drinking sobering tea yesterday, saying, You were drunk and kissed the cup. Ah. Eric didn't expect to have lost control so embarrassingly last night. But at least it was just a false alarm. If he had really kissed Arrigo drunk, he would have felt guilty. Seeing Eric obviously relieved, Arrigo's heart ached. Did he hope it was just a dream so much? Eric didn't dare let Arrigo into the kitchen anymore. He pushed him out and set the breakfast on the table himself. The soy milk has sugar added, the small steamed buns have a custard filling, and the pan-fried dumplings are filled with pure meat. These were all Arrigo's favorite flavors. Eric clearly had no appetite. He watched Arrigo eat for a while before coughing lightly and asking, I ran into Giacomo from next door when I came back just now. What about it? He said, that you told him you like someone. Eric stirred his soy milk with a spoon as he asked. Arrigo stared at Eric for a moment before countering, Why do you care about this? Eric hurriedly covered up, I don't really care, I was just, you know, as good brothers, you've never been in love, I'm worried you might get taken advantage of, so I wanted to check things out for you. Arrigo laughed in spite of himself, have you ever been in love? No, but even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run around, right? Who do you like? Let me see if they're reliable. Eric acted as if nothing was amiss, but inside he was shouting, quickly deny it. Say you're just kidding around. Please don't admit it. Arrigo withdrew his gaze and took a sip of soy milk, saying, What did mean? Are you really in love with someone? Eric stood up in agitation. Arrigo replied with another Who is it? Eric no longer cared about his tone or facial expressions. Arrigo really liked someone and admitted it to him. What should he do now? You don't know them, Arrigo said. How can there be someone around you I don't know? Did you meet online? That can't be reliable, right? Have you two been together? Eric questioned Arrigo as if catching his boyfriend cheating. Suddenly, Arrigo found it amusing. What right did Eric have to question him? Even as friends, it didn't make sense to interfere with whom he dated. Eric's possessiveness was too absurd, and for years he had indulged it. But now, Arrigo didn't want to take pleasure in this ambiguous attitude anymore. Pouting, Arrigo said, not yet, but it should happen soon. Once I succeed, I'll tell you first. Chapter 0033 Suddenly, a younger brother emerges. Javier felt like his world had collapsed. He followed Arrigo, disheveled, to the studio. Who did Arrigo actually like? Javier observed everyone in the studio. It seemed none of them were it, and Arrigo had also said that he didn't know the person. How could someone he doesn't know be this person? Within a week, Javier felt almost paranoid. Every time Arrigo's phone rang, he thought it was that unscrupulous lover trying to seduce Arrigo. But Arrigo was busy making game models and didn't have time to chat with anyone. During lunch breaks, Arrigo would rest in the lounge after eating, and when Javier secretly followed him after work at night, no suspicious people appeared during live streams either. Arrigo's life, going between 2 points, was incredibly regular. Who would think he was pursuing someone he liked? All the way until September, summer was almost over, but Javier still hadn't figured out who Arrigo was pursuing. Even if Arrigo had someone he liked, he didn't seem to be able to get close. Javier wasn't entirely without a chance. So Arrigo often received some odd packages. Like a dedicated sock-washing mini washing machine, a vacuum robot, a neck and shoulder massager, a breakfast maker, and various snacks. Arrigo, helpless, lived without Javier but somehow felt Javier's presence everywhere. On this weekend, Arrigo was resting when he received a call from Jaden. His mother, who always seemed to appear unexpectedly, would only contact him if there was something important. Mom, what's up? I'm in Jiangzhou. Send me your address, I want to come see you. Where are you? Let me pick you up. No need. I have to wait for you here. Just send me your location. Jaden's personality was always domineering, never wavering. So Arrigo didn't say more and sent the location. 20 minutes later, Jaden arrived downstairs at Arrigo's place. Arrigo was already waiting downstairs. Jaden was a classic beauty, but years of earning money and raising children had cultivated a strong personality, which didn't align with the gentle and affectionate nature typically associated with women from waterside towns. Instead, she exuded dominance. Arrigo wasn't afraid of her but pitied his mom and didn't want to upset her, so he usually listened to her. Having not seen each other since New Year, they hugged. Mom, why did you suddenly come to Jiangzhou? Jaden patted his back. To see you. If we don't meet soon, I'm afraid you'll forget you have a mom like me. Mom, let's talk about what's really going on. You didn't visit once during my 4 years of college. There must be something this time. A mother knows her son best. Jaden replied, let's talk at your place. Arrigo took her upstairs. Jaden first walked around the house to confirm Arrigo was living alone before sitting down on the sofa. How's Jingza doing recently? He's fine. Humph, I don't know what got into you. If you two lived together, I'd have one less thing to worry about. Over the years, Jaden had been able to travel confidently, largely due to Javier. That child was sincere and came from a wealthy family, ensuring he wouldn't do anything outlandish for money. His genuine care for Arrigo made her feel safe leaving him behind. Mom, we're not kids anymore. We can't live together forever. He will eventually have a girlfriend. It's inconvenient for us to live together. That's true. But I warn you, you can date, but if you dare to cohabit before marriage like your deadbeat father, I'll break your legs. This warning had been drilled into Arrigo since childhood, and he always promised faithfully that he wouldn't do it. Besides, it wasn't even a possibility for him. You've checked. What signs of any girl have you seen here? Work keeps me too busy to have time for dating. Jaden nodded. Arrigo had always been obedient, so she felt reassured. Bram, this time I actually have something to tell you. Jaden suddenly turned serious. What is it? This time during my business trip, I met your aunt. My aunt? Who's my aunt? Your deadbeat father's sister. Oh. Arrigo didn't feel much about this. He had never even seen his real father, so this aunt held no meaning for him. After talking with her, I found out that your father passed away long ago. Jaden observed Arrigo's reaction. Arrigo showed no reaction. This person had always been dispensable to him. If he had any feelings, it was hate. Hate for his irresponsibility, hate for making his mother work so hard. Arrigo never thought he would encounter this person again in his life, so whether he existed or not made no difference to Arrigo. Jaden sighed. I hated him for over 20 years, but when I heard he was gone, I couldn't help feeling a bit sentimental. This feud ended more suddenly than I expected. Arrigo poured his mother a cup of warm water and sat beside her, putting an arm around her shoulders to comfort her. That's all in the past. Let it go. It's better for us to focus on living our best lives now. Indeed. Actually, there's something I need to tell you. Your father left behind another child, who is now 17 years old. His name is Rodney, he's your half-brother. Oh. Arrigo responded indifferently. He didn't feel that this had anything to do with him. This boy is also in Jiangzhou. Here's a photo of him. Your father really caused trouble. Not long after giving birth to him, he was gone. The boy's mother passed away last year, and he has been placed under his aunt's guardianship, but nobody can really take care of him. Arrigo glanced at the photo, furrowing his brows. Mom, why are you telling me this? Maybe I'm getting old. When I heard about your father, I thought if one day I'm gone too, you'd be left alone without any family, Jaden said. No matter how strong she appeared, she was still a mother who always thought from Arrigo's perspective. So what now? So your aunt thinks that the grievances between adults have nothing to do with you kids. Even during conflicts, brothers should stick together. You two can help each other out in the future. I don't need that, Arrigo refused bluntly. Arrigo did not want to have anything to do with a father who abandoned them after their birth. What brother? He didn't need one at all. When they had nothing, he and his mother survived by relying on each other. Now the hardest days were over, and he didn't need anyone else's help. Besides, if they truly wanted to recognize family ties, they could have found Jaden long ago. It felt like they only came forward because his mother was gone and his aunt couldn't manage him anymore. Such family wasn't worth considering. Jaden placed the photo on the coffee table and told Arrigo, your aunt made a good point. This decision should be up to you. If you want to acknowledge this brother, we'll arrange a meeting. If not, Mom won't force you. Although Jaden was strong-willed, she respected Arrigo's wishes on this matter. Arrigo hadn't planned to consider it. He had no intention of acknowledging any brother. Just let it sink in, you don't have to decide now. In fact, your relationship with Javier is closer than most real brothers, blood isn't everything. Speaking of which, I do miss him. Does he live far from here? Let's invite him to join us for dinner. Not far, just 2 subway stops away. I'll call him and see if he's available. Go ahead. Jaden noticed that Arrigo seemed a bit odd. They used to be so close that it was as if they were one person. When did they become so distant? Why would he need to ask if Javier was free? Chapter 0034 Meeting Future Mother-in-Law. Upon receiving the call from Arrigo, Eric was naturally delighted. It was a rare occurrence for Arrigo to initiate a phone call. Bram, what's up? Eric's clear voice came through. Arrigo's slightly suppressed mood brightened inexplicably upon hearing Eric's voice. My mom is here and wants to have dinner with you. Are you free? Of course I am. Where are you and Gracie going? I'll come right over. We haven't left yet, so it's not too late. I'll send you the location. Arrigo chose a restaurant known for its good Jiangzhou cuisine and sent the location to Eric. This was Eric's first meeting with Jaden after he realized he liked Arrigo. Although they often saw each other over the years, this meeting had different significance as he now cherished Arrigo deeply, bringing a nervousness akin to meeting his future mother-in-law. He carefully dressed himself in the clothes chosen by Arrigo and headed to the restaurant. The Yen family arrived at the private room first, and Arrigo had already ordered dishes according to Eric's taste. When Eric pushed the door open, Arrigo couldn't help but be momentarily blinded by his appearance. Hello, Gracie. Eric greeted cheerfully. Jaden genuinely liked Eric. The more she encountered schemes in business, the more she appreciated straightforward people like him. Jaden smiled warmly and beckoned, Sol, you look so handsome today. Come sit next to Bram. Yes. Eric replied and sat beside Arrigo. Arrigo sized him up. Eric looked almost overly polished today. His hair was styled, his beard freshly shaved, and he smelled fresh. Quite suspicious. Why did Gracie come to Jiangzhou? On business? How long can you stay? Eric asked while pouring water for Jaden and Arrigo. I'm not staying. I'll leave tonight, just passing through to see both of you. Take care of yourself even when busy. Bram is in my care, so don't worry. Why do you insist on living separately? It would be better if you lived together for mutual support, Jaden reproached, glancing at Arrigo. Eric quickly said, Gracie, don't blame Bram. It was also my fault before. He wanted his personal space, which we should understand. But rest assured, even if we don't live together, I'll take good care of him. Arrigo almost choked on his water. Eric was really putting on a good act in front of Mom. When did he start understanding me? Bram has been spoiled by you. Everything revolves around him. Good friends should take care of each other. Why let you bear all the responsibility? Bram, you should care more about Jingza. Gracie, Bram treats me very well, Eric smiled. Arrigo pouted, at least you have a conscience. Throughout the meal, Arrigo barely spoke. Though he didn't plan to involve himself with his brother's issues, mentioning many childhood regrets left him somewhat down. Jaden kept chatting with Eric. Eric talked about their studio and served Arrigo the dishes he liked. Seeing Eric still attentive to Arrigo, even more so now, Jaden felt some doubt. Any stiffness between the two seemed to originate entirely from her son, who always bottled up his thoughts. Jingza, let me toast you with tea. My son and I seldom meet, and he never tells me his worries. You are his closest person, so please keep an eye on him. Don't worry, Gracie. Eric raised his teacup and solemnly clinked it against Jaden's. Arrigo bit his cheek, it felt like Mom was handing him over to Eric. After dinner, Jaden took the two shopping, buying seasonal clothes before hurriedly leaving. Arrigo and Eric saw her off at the airport. Arrigo hugged his mother and whispered in her ear, Mom, take care of yourself and don't work too hard. Now I can earn money, and I will support you in the future. Though strong-willed, Jaden was still a woman. Hearing such heartfelt words from her son, whom she had raised with hardship, made her eyes moisten. Good boy, just be happy. Mom is still young. When I can't run anymore, I'll settle down and let you take care of me. Sure, I promise. Well, I'm off. Take care, both of you. Don't bottle things up, talk to Jingza if anything happens. Jaden patted Arrigo's back. Arrigo nodded, released her, and stood there dazedly as she left. Eric lovingly ruffled his hair, it's already September, only a few months until the new year. You'll see her again soon, don't be sad. Arrigo sniffled, brushing off Eric's hand and turning to walk out, let's go home. Bram, it's already dinner time. Let's have dinner together before going back. Haven't you already eaten? That was at noon. It's been hours now, and we walked around all afternoon, I'm hungry again. I'm not hungry. Even if you're not, keep me company for a little while. Come on. Eric disregarded Arrigo's reluctance and pulled him along to find somewhere to eat. Arrigo seemed distracted today. Eric had noticed this during lunch, and during dinner, he saw that Arrigo kept zoning out. Eric waved his hand in front of Arrigo's face, what are you thinking about? Arrigo was thinking about his father. When his mother said she was getting old today, Arrigo felt genuinely sad inside. But these thoughts were ones Arrigo didn't want to share with Eric. His dependency on Eric should come to an end. Nothing much. Thinking about your upcoming birthday. In 2 days, Eric would be turning 24. Hearing that Arrigo was considering how to celebrate his birthday made Eric feel happy, it meant Arrigo cared. He had planned to spend the day just with Bram, strolling around, eating cake. In recent years, Bram had always been there for his birthdays. Do you want anything? Arrigo asked. Eric thought to himself, what he really wanted was Arrigo. But he didn't dare say that aloud, didn't you already give me my gift early? That jersey, I love it. A simple dinner is enough. Okay, sounds good. Eric thought they had reached an agreement, so he looked forward to his birthday with great anticipation. On the day of his birthday, Eric specially dressed up because Arrigo invited him to a bar. Arrigo had never taken him to a bar before, and Eric was thrilled. He imagined the cozy bar atmosphere, having drinks with Bram, then taking Bram home smoothly. If he could stay overnight, cuddle on the couch watching a movie, and snuggle closer, his birthday would be perfect. However, when he arrived at the bar and saw all his colleagues there, his face turned green with dismay. Chapter 0035 Let go of him first. What about the agreed birthday celebration for two? What about the agreed atmosphere? Why did they all come? No wonder he was puzzled, why would two people drinking need a private room? Surprise. Grover smiled and welcomed them. How about that? Surprised? Javier was almost in tears. Surprise indeed, this was truly surprising. He looked past a few people towards Arrigo. Arrigo, carefree as always, sat there and smiled at him. Javier gritted his teeth in anger. Come on, today's birthday boy takes the main seat, we'll blow out candles and cut the cake later. Grover pushed Javier to sit in the middle of the sofa. Pushed into the situation, Javier's expected intimate moment for two had turned into this. He couldn't just not give face to his colleagues, so he forced a smile and said through clenched teeth, thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. It's our duty. Our studio may be small, but we're all alumni. Naturally, we're closer than others. We're one big family, and in the future, everyone's birthday will be celebrated like this. Thanks, brother everyone said together. Here, let's raise our glasses to wish Jingza a happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you everyone. Javier took a sip of wine, his eyes looking towards Arrigo. Arrigo sat at the end of the sofa, separated by two people. As Arrigo lifted his glass to drink, tilting his head slightly, the movement of his Adam's apple on his pale, slender neck caught Javier's gaze, which couldn't help but stay fixed. Despite being somewhat angry with Arrigo's insensitivity, clearly wanting a two-person celebration, it turned into a studio team-building event. It wasn't entirely unacceptable. After all these days of interaction, they all got along well, blending seamlessly. The working atmosphere was usually relaxed and pleasant. All young people, gathering to drink was enjoyable too. There was a karaoke machine in the private room. After having a few drinks, Grover became the lead singer, singing from Happy Birthday to Wishing You Wealth, even dragging Roy to sing duets. Roy was reluctantly pulled into singing with him, but the atmosphere became lively. Javier was pulled by Hampton to play dice, while Arrigo went to the bathroom. He hadn't planned to deliberately invite colleagues to celebrate Javier's birthday, it was all Grover's arrangement. He reviewed all their entry information and specially noted down each person's birthday. Javier happened to be the first one to celebrate since the studio opened. When Grover told him about surprising Javier, Arrigo could only agree. Returning from the bathroom, Arrigo walked back towards the private room when a door suddenly opened halfway, almost colliding with him. Taking a step back, Arrigo avoided being hit. The door opening exposed the loud noise inside. F***CK. Where's your boss? You ungrateful brat, bring us your boss. Just go find him yourself, you pervert. I'm truly unlucky to run into someone like you today. The door was pushed open by a boy in a waiter's uniform, who kept cursing as he walked out. Someone inside chased after him, drunkenly holding onto the boy's arm. You're not going anywhere, did you hit me and think you can leave? This isn't over. Let me go, you pervert. The boy didn't back down, kicking the man. Accompanied by several friends, the man easily outnumbered the boy. Seeing the boy kick, they immediately joined in. The boy missed and was shoved against the wall. Biting his lips in pain, the boy glanced up and saw Arrigo watching the scene unfold. Both were stunned. Rodney? That photo Arrigo had only seen once, yet his ability to remember faces made it unforgettable. What a coincidence. Why was he working here? Wasn't he under 18? Rodney also recognized Arrigo. Knowing about an older brother since childhood, he had only recently discovered who he was. His aunt showed him Arrigo's photo. Though Rodney didn't have Arrigo's precision in remembering faces, Arrigo's appearance was striking enough to be memorable. However, Rodney had no intention of acknowledging anyone. He didn't want anyone interfering in his life. Going to beg from a brother he hadn't seen for over 10 years. He'd rather starve. Besides, he could earn his own money and wouldn't live dependently. Yet, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed being seen like this. Rodney blamed it all on the man. F***CK, you sicko, clearly a man, yet you touched me while I was pouring wine. Disgusting. Ignoring Arrigo, Rodney attempted to fight again. Arrigo watched coldly. Obviously outnumbered and outmatched, the boy was still trying to fight, acting foolish. Sure enough, Rodney was quickly restrained. The man tried to drag him back into the room. Rodney, despite being restrained, continued to hurl insults, shouting as loudly as he could. He spat at the man and cursed even louder. Arrigo sighed. Regardless of the slight blood relation, even if they were strangers, a child in this situation couldn't be left alone. Arrigo walked over and spoke to the man, let go of him first, and we can talk things out calmly. Who the hell are you? Arrigo was dressed casually, looking like a college student, so naturally, no one took him seriously. Who I am isn't important, but I see you all appear to be influential figures. Bullying a child while drunk won't look good if it gets out. F***CK, are you threatening us? Let's see who dares to spread it today. I dare, Arrigo said calmly. By chance, I'm a slightly influential streamer. If you use violent or coercive means against him, I'll post your behavior online. I've already filmed a video and sent it to my friend. One of the men who hadn't drunk too much tried to calm the leader down after hearing about the video evidence. Let's just let it go. We shouldn't stoop to the level of 2 kids. Why should I fear him? He hit me first. I don't believe that some smelly streamer can do anything. The bar manager, having heard from his staff, hurried over and put on a smile. Oh, Ridge, what happened here? My staff didn't know better, please don't take offense. Come, I'll make him apologize. The manager glared at Rodney, you caused trouble right after starting work. Hurry up and apologize. Ridge wasn't letting it go, do you know what happened? How can an apology fix hitting me? Upon hearing it involved physical violence, the manager's face changed instantly. Little Jiang, how could you? Assaulting a guest is the worst mistake you could make. Apologize to Ridge and find a way to make him forgive you. Rodney spat again. Dream on. That pervert dared to touch me. Hitting him was light. Chapter 0036, Leaving Behind a Mess of Debts. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be able to show my face in public anymore. Ridge, tipsy and unwilling to back down, insisted on punishing Rodney. Arrigo pulled Rodney behind him. Though Arrigo looked slender, he wasn't weak at all. He just appeared lethargic from being pampered by Eric but was fiercely competitive on the sports field. Rodney didn't think it necessary to be protected by someone weaker than himself. The two of them had not been at a disadvantage even when facing 5 opponents. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, the manager quickly called the security guards. Eric, who hadn't seen Arrigo return, came out looking for him. Spotting Arrigo fighting with others, Eric immediately rushed over and pulled Arrigo away. With an additional powerful fighter joining their side, the opposing party saw no benefit and stopped under the persuasion of the security guards. What happened? Eric scrutinized Arrigo from head to toe, checking if he was hurt. Arrigo glanced at Rodney and said to Eric, I'll explain later, let's get this person out first. Only now did Eric notice Rodney, a complete stranger. But since Arrigo spoke, he would follow his wishes. Manager, what happened can be viewed from different perspectives. Your private room doesn't have surveillance cameras, so there's no solid evidence of who started it first. But my brother is under 18 years old this year. You can have him work as a waiter, but it's not appropriate for him to serve drinks to guests, Arrigo said. The manager knew he was at fault. It was common for waiters to encounter difficult customers, and drinking a glass of wine wasn't a big deal, but he hadn't expected Rodney to be so stubborn. Offending a customer was something strictly forbidden while working for him, and he wouldn't let it go easily. Seeing that Arrigo seemed willing to resolve the issue, the manager negotiated. This matter could escalate or settle down depending on how we handle it. He did offend my guest today. Regardless of the reason, using violence is never right. If he apologizes to the guest and takes responsibility by having his wages deducted to cover the loss, then leaves immediately, we can put this behind us. Why should he? I've worked for 5 days, I shouldn't lose a single penny. Rodney needed money badly and felt it wasn't his fault today. The manager glanced at Arrigo. Can you make decisions for him? Arrigo glared at Rodney, signaling him to shut up. I can. F***ck off, who are you to boss me around? Rodney yelled. Eric couldn't stand anyone insulting Arrigo, so he grabbed Rodney by the throat, muffling his mouth and holding him down. Arrigo said to Ridge, I think an apology isn't necessary. Both parties know how this started today, and it wouldn't reflect well if spread. Manager deducting his wages and firing him should be enough of a lesson. I can ensure he won't appear here again. Ridge was about to argue, but the manager intervened. Don't let this brat ruin everyone's mood. Today's expenses in your room will be waived, and I'll bring you another bottle of good wine. Let's discuss inside. The manager gave Arrigo a nod and led them back into the room. Turning to Rodney, Arrigo said, change out of this uniform, we'll talk outside. Wah, muffled sounds escaped Rodney's mouth as he kicked his legs in frustration while still restrained by Eric. Arrigo said, let him go. No way, I can't hold back if he insults you again. Who is this guy anyway? Arrigo took a deep breath, my brother. Huh? Where did you get a brother from? Let's take him to the staff area to change clothes first. Eric led Rodney to the changing room, where they changed out of the waiter's uniform. Arrigo glanced at Eric and said, maybe you should go back. You're the main event today, leaving like this isn't fitting. There's nothing inappropriate. Leaving you alone with him would be more unsuitable. They're all drunk, whether I stay or leave doesn't matter. Let's go. Eric left the bar along with Arrigo and Rodney. On the street behind the bar, bathed in streetlights, Arrigo carefully observed the boy in front of him. His bony frame was even thinner than his own. The simplest cotton shirt showed signs of wear from frequent washing, and his shoes were turning yellow with age. Yet, despite everything, he had a fairly good-looking face, otherwise, he wouldn't have caught Ridge's attention. Feeling scrutinized like this wounded Rodney's pride. He turned and attempted to leave, muttering, mind your own business. You stay put. Eric blocked his path. Rodney wasn't afraid of Arrigo, but he feared Eric. He couldn't break free when choked earlier. How could this person be so strong? What do you want? Rodney stepped back and asked. Just tell us about yourself. Shouldn't you be in high school now? Why are you working? Don't give me lectures. Can you speak properly? Eric complained. Rodney glanced at him and said, of course, who would willingly come out to suffer this humiliation if they could go to school? Are you really short of money? Arrigo asked. Humph, what do you think? You should be clear about what kind of person our father is, right? What about your mom? Didn't she leave you anything? Rodney laughed, with a hint of wickedness, and said, she did leave something behind, a pile of debts. Arrigo thought for a moment and asked, how much debt do you have? What for? Are you going to pay it off for me? No, Arrigo realized that Rodney was someone with very strong self-esteem. He wouldn't accept help even if offered. Besides, Arrigo couldn't possibly pay off his debts either. He wasn't a savior to take on the burden for someone he had never met before. So what are you trying to do? Don't you have an aunt? Doesn't she take care of you? She has her own family. Because I was under her name, Hobie almost divorced her. Should I wait to starve to death without working? How are your grades? Rodney didn't answer, just snorted and laughed. What's the point of talking about my grades now given my situation? Do you plan to work in bars from now on? Today it's Ridge, tomorrow it might be Mr. Lee. With this temper of yours, are you planning to offend everyone in every bar? That's none of your business. Don't think that because we share some blood ties, you're really my brother. Mind your own business. Rodney tried to walk around Eric, who wanted to stop him but was held back by Arrigo. Stopping him now wouldn't solve anything, more information was needed about Rodney first. Eric had already gotten the gist of the conversation. You actually have a younger brother. Why haven't you ever mentioned him? I only found out recently. My mom told me during her last visit. No wonder, you seemed distracted the day Gracie I came. It was because of this. Yes. Arrigo explained the situation to Eric. Eric asked, so what do you plan to do? Will you take care of him? Originally, I didn't intend to. But today's encounter can be considered my bad luck. Let's go back, I'll inquire about his specific situation first. If his grades aren't good, then it's up to him what he does. If his grades are decent, I'll try to get him back into school. Chapter 0037, Eric, do you like me? Eric and Arrigo walked back together. On the way, Eric called Grover to inform him they had to leave early for some matters. Eric and Arrigo often hung out in a small group, their closeness was something that everyone else had gotten used to long ago. It was early September, the transition period from late summer to early autumn in Jiangzhou. The evenings were already starting to get a bit chilly. But walking close to Eric, Arrigo didn't feel so cold. Was it you who told Grover about my birthday? Eric asked. No, he saw it on the employee records. When he found me, he made me promise to keep it secret because he wanted to surprise you. What could I do but agree? Oh. So, it wasn't that Arrigo deliberately brought along colleagues just to avoid being alone with him. Feeling down all evening, Eric's mood finally started improving. But this doesn't really count as you celebrating my birthday. It's 11 now, there's still an hour left. Let's celebrate again. Arrigo had been feeling restless over the matter of Rodney, but seeing Eric's hopeful expression, he couldn't help but smile. Alright, you're the boss today. Where do you want to go? Most shops were closed at this hour except for watching movies. Arrigo really couldn't think of anywhere else. Follow me, Eric said mysteriously as he led Arrigo. Halfway through, Arrigo figured out where Eric was headed. Jiangzhou University. Yeah, there's a dessert shop outside the university that stays open late every day. Ah, the one you climbed out of the school wall at midnight to buy desserts from for me? Eric laughed heartily. Yes, exactly that one. On the way, Eric reminisced about interesting college stories, trying to keep Arrigo entertained. Oh, by the way, our class president has finished making the photo album and will send it out these days. Yeah, I saw the notification in the group chat. He's such a good guy. Remember how in sophomore year, he insisted on upgrading his old computer to run some programs? Ended up cutting off power to the entire dorm building. Remember that, he almost lost his position as class president over it. Later on, when he managed to run those programs and won an award for the department, he kept it. That night without electricity, Eudora insisted on telling ghost stories. You were too scared to sleep, so I ended up sleeping next to you. Recalling that, Arrigo blushed. Eudora loved to play yet was always the weakest in everything. Telling a story set in the dorm, it made everything terrifyingly realistic. That night, when Eric found Arrigo couldn't sleep, he crawled into bed next to him. That night would forever stay in Arrigo's memory, Eric lying on the outer side protecting him, driving away all his fears. Eric really missed those days when Arrigo relied on him so much. Back then, whenever Eric wanted to get close to him, Arrigo never refused. Unlike now, even a hug felt like a challenge. He regretted not realizing his feelings for Arrigo sooner, wasting so much time. While chatting as they walked, it only took half an hour to reach the entrance of Jiangzhou University. Sure enough, the dessert shop was still open. Eric walked ahead and pushed open the door. The young shop assistant smiled upon seeing him and asked, climbing out of the school wall at midnight again to buy cake for your girlfriend? Previously, she had assumed Eric bought the cakes for a girlfriend, which Eric hadn't denied, leading her to believe it was true. Eric scratched his head embarrassedly. Not my girlfriend, it's him. Eric moved aside, revealing Arrigo behind him. The assistant's eyes lit up as she said meaningfully, oh, boyfriend then. No, he. I understand, is it the taro cream and tiger skin puff again? She asked with an expression suggesting she already knew the answer. Eric was about to say yes instinctively since it was Arrigo's favorite flavor. But Arrigo interrupted first. Since it's his birthday today, let's get a small cake. Oh, sure, we happen to have a 4-inch rose lover's cake left. Would you like a free candle as well? Eric was delighted. It was perfect, as if the cake was specifically left for him. Arrigo hesitated slightly. The cake was fine, but rose lovers, that sounded a bit much, didn't it? Seeing Arrigo's hesitation, the assistant quickly added, it's very late, and that's the only one left. Honestly, the design of the cake isn't important. What's important is celebrating a friend's birthday, right? Finding a bakery open this late was rare, and it was almost midnight. There wasn't enough time to look elsewhere. Let's pack it up. Arrigo said. The assistant gave Eric a thumbs up discreetly. After paying via QR code, Arrigo carried the cake out of the shop with Eric. At this hour, the bus stop was deserted and offered shelter from the wind. Arrigo sat on the bench, opened the cake box, and the rich aroma of red roses and rose jam spread through the air, adding a layer of intimacy to the atmosphere. The shop assistant also thoughtfully provided a lighter. Arrigo lit the candle and held up the cake in front of Eric, saying, make a wish quickly, it's almost midnight. The flickering candlelight made Arrigo's face look particularly handsome behind the roses. The phrase, shame the moon and close the flowers should not just be used to describe women, it should be used to describe the person you love. Eric opened his mouth, but with his attention all on Arrigo's face, he momentarily forgot to make a wish. Hurry up, the candle will burn out soon. Arrigo urged. Eric suddenly grabbed Arrigo's wrist and asked, "Answer me one question first." "What?" "You said earlier that you had someone you like, was that true or false?" Arrigo didn't expect him to still be hung up on this issue. But whether it was true or false, what did it have to do with him? "Eric, do you like me?" Arrigo really wanted to ask him. However, over the past years, Arrigo had already asked himself this question many times in his heart, each time followed by disappointment after hope. He didn't dare think about it anymore. Eric insisted he answer, "Tell me quickly, it's almost midnight. There are only 3 minutes left, if you don't speak up I won't have a chance to make my wish." It was Eric's birthday today, and Arrigo couldn't bear to lie to him anymore. So he told the truth, "No, I lied to Giacomo at first, and then I lied to you too." Eric finally heard the answer he wanted to hear, and he couldn't be happier. He let go of Arrigo, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands together devoutly to make a wish. Arrigo watched him through the candlelight, unable to resist falling in love again. He could control his body from getting closer to Eric, but he couldn't stop his heart from inching closer to him. The person in front of him, from boyhood to manhood, filled almost all of his memories, with every key moment in his life intertwined with Eric. Unless he lost his memory one day, Arrigo couldn't imagine how else he could stop liking him. What a sad and helpless fact. I hope Arrigo can always be healthy and happy, and that family issues won't affect him. Eric silently wished. The clock struck midnight, and Eric blew out the candle. The two of them sat at the bus stop, finishing the rose cake between them. Chapter 0038 I am his creditor. It wasn't difficult to find information about Rodney. There were only a few high schools in Jiangzhou, and asking around would yield results. Actually, the simplest way was to ask his aunt directly, but to find the aunt, one would have to ask Jaden. Arrigo didn't want to alarm or worry his mother. Arrigo and Eric started their search from number 1 high school during lunch break and had good luck, finding Rodney's information at number 3 high school. It turned out that he had been absent for a week already. Arrigo explained their purpose to the teacher and inquired about his academic performance. The teacher sighed with regret, "This child has truly been dragged down by his family." His junior high school exam results were excellent, and so were his first-year high school results. Later, after his mother passed away and his aunt's family couldn't accommodate him, his grades plummeted sharply during that time. Arrigo also inquired about Rodney's usual behavior, and the teacher gave a positive evaluation of him. After leaving the teacher's office, Eric saw that Arrigo remained silent and wanted to comfort him. Arrigo shook his head, "I'm just thinking that I don't know whether my father is lucky or unlucky. To say he's unlucky, both his sons did well in their studies, to say he's lucky, he messed up such a good hand, and now both children hate him." Eric patted Arrigo's head affectionately, saying, "This is his retribution." "Hey, are you looking for Rodney?" Suddenly, someone called out from behind them. Arrigo stopped and turned to look. It was a tall, handsome boy. "Who are you?" "I'm his classmate." "Who are you to him?" The boy approached. "I'm his brother," said Arrigo. "Tch, what brother does he have?" The boy put his hands in his pockets and said arrogantly. "Right, I only recently found out I have this troublemaking younger brother." "What do you want to tell us?" "Do you know where he is?" "Yeah." The boy nodded. "Are you his friend?" Arrigo asked uncertainly. This person didn't seem very friendly. "Friend? Ha, no, I'm not. I'm his creditor. If you want to find him, pay off his debt first, then I'll tell you where he is." "If you know where he is, why don't you go collect your debt yourself?" Eric asked. "He doesn't have money. It would be useless even if I brought him out." The boy smiled. Arrigo, though seething with anger, had to ask patiently, "How much does he owe you?" "Not much, 500. Indeed, it wasn't much, but 500 yuan was worth chasing after strangers like this? Because I also didn't have money, I kindly helped him out, but who knew he'd be so untrustworthy?" The boy shrugged. Having no money yet lending money to others, yet easily betraying classmates to strangers over 500 yuan, this boy was quite peculiar. "What, can't you two come up with 500 yuan? The boy sized up the two men in front of him, who didn't look like they were short of money. "Fine, where is he? Now might not be a good time to catch him. We get off school at 5 tonight, wait for me at the school gate, and I'll lead you to him." "All right." Arrigo nodded. "See you tonight, then." The boy turned to leave but looked back and reminded them, "Don't forget to bring the money." "What kind of karma did I accrue?" Arrigo said, frowning. Arrigo's sulky expression was genuinely adorable, and Eric couldn't help but laugh. "Then why do you insist on helping him? Is it because of blood ties?" "No, we've only met once." "What blood ties?" "I can't explain why I want to help him, but thinking that he was betrayed by the same scoundrel as I was makes me think he's pretty pitiful too." Arrigo felt a sense of empathy. Eric, knowing Arrigo for so long, understood that he was just tough on the outside but soft-hearted inside. He always used part of his live-streaming earnings to support underprivileged students. His Bram was the kind of person who, having been through hardships himself, wanted to lend a helping hand to others. Eric pinched Arrigo's cheek, saying, "That's because our Bram is the kindest person there is." Arrigo swatted his hand away, not at all. I'm just doing it because he seems to have decent grades. If he were a poor student, I'd let him work. I wouldn't bother with him. Sure, you care for talent and land, unwilling to see our country lose an outstanding talent. Arrigo laughed. Stop being silly. Let's go back to work. The two walked away chatting and laughing. The boy who had spoken to them watched them leave from a distance. Arrigo thought all afternoon about what to do with Rodney. At the root of it, what Rodney lacked most right now was money. With money, he wouldn't need to work part-time and could focus on his studies. But just giving him money without more thought wasn't a good idea either. Arrigo was unsure whether he would appreciate it or not. Easily obtained money might not be a good thing for him, it could even have the opposite effect, making him not value it and become unmotivated. Moreover, what right did he have to give him money for nothing? While hesitating, Arrigo thought of the boy they met today. He said that he was short on money too. When they finished work that evening, Arrigo and Eric arrived at the school gate on time. The boy also came as agreed. Didn't get your name yet. My name is Rusty. Rusty? Eric thought he heard wrong. Rusty gave him a scornful look, as in bathed in sunshine, moo. Anyway, what's wrong with Rusty? It's quite clever. Rusty, I want to discuss something with you, Arrigo said seriously. What is it? Rusty looked at Arrigo guardedly. You mentioned you need money, right? I can offer you an easy job that pays well. What kind of job? I'll pay you a salary, and you help me keep an eye on Rodney. If anything happens, you must report it to me immediately. Arrigo had considered this. He didn't have the energy to watch Rodney every day. If he put in all the effort to get him back to school only for him to run away again, nobody could do anything about it. But if there was someone at school who could keep an eye on him and contact him whenever there was a problem, it would save him a lot of trouble. Besides, this Rusty seemed like someone not easily messed with. Rodney wouldn't stand a chance against him. Rusty thought for a moment and asked, how much are you willing to pay? What do you think is fair? I won't take advantage of you. Let's say 500 yuan. Deal. Arrigo agreed readily. Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and deny it? Rusty asked with a mischievous grin. If you wanted to cheat, you should have asked for more. 500 isn't worth the trouble. Alright, you're much more straightforward than your idiot brother. Add me on WeChat so we can stay in touch. After adding Rusty on WeChat, the three of them went to find Rodney. Rusty led them to a fast food restaurant in a residential area. Through the glass, they saw Rodney working as a server inside. He works here because they provide accommodation. After finishing his shift here, he goes to work at a bar as a waiter, Rusty explained. Thanks. Arrigo was about to enter the store. Hey, wait, transfer first. Rusty shook his phone. Arrigo transferred 1,000 yuan, 500 to pay off his debt, and 500 for this month's salary. Rusty confirmed the receipt and smiled contentedly. Since you're so generous, I'll go with you. This kid runs fast, I'm afraid you two can't catch up. Chapter 0039 The kind of deep affection my male lead can't even act out. Arrigo pushed the door open and entered the fast food restaurant. Upon seeing him, Rodney rolled his eyes. But when he saw Rusty standing behind them, his face turned pale. Rusty snickered. Rodney stiffened himself and asked Arrigo, what are you doing here again? Do you want to mess up this job of mine as well? No, what time do you finish work? What for? Just chat. What's there to chat about between us? After saying this, Rodney glanced at Rusty. I didn't say I wouldn't repay you. I'll give you the money once I get paid. Is it necessary for you to betray me like this? Rusty didn't think that betraying him was wrong at all. They paid your debt for you. Rodney grew anxious. Did I ask you guys to meddle in my business? Alvis really wanted to beat up this brat. You should go back to work first. We will talk after you finish work today. The three of them found a place to sit down, ordered a few dishes, and had dinner. Arrigo was a picky eater and only ate a little bit since he wasn't hungry. Alvis noticed this but didn't force him. Instead, he automatically cleaned up the half bowl of rice Arrigo left behind. He thought they could eat some snacks Arrigo loved on the way home later. After finishing his meal, Arrigo kept observing Rodney. The fast food joint near the school did not stay open too late and closed its doors by 8 o'clock. Rodney went to change in the kitchen, and Rusty suddenly rushed out of the door towards the back. Only then did Arrigo realize that Rodney must have intended to run away through the back door while changing clothes. So he and Alvis hurriedly ran to the back as well. Sure enough, they saw Rusty blocking Rodney at the alley entrance. What's wrong with you? You don't even know them, so why are you helping them corner me? Rodney shouted at Rusty with his head held high. Take the money, take care of their affairs. Damn, you're such a dog. Arrigo and Alvis came over, and Arrigo said, this kind of running around from job to job is not a solution. I learned about you from your teacher today, your grades are quite good. It's a pity if you drop out just like this. I can pay your tuition fees, and you should go back to school properly. You. Yes, me. Of course, it's not a freebie, consider it a loan. It's better to owe one person than to borrow money from all directions. Once you get into university, you can work part-time to pay it back. Why? Want to be my big brother? Arrigo laughed in spite of his anger. You're so self-absorbed. I don't lack younger brothers. I'm just thinking about how you've been tricked by that bastard, and considering your good grades. If your grades were bad, I wouldn't bother. Rodney pondered for a moment. Of course, he wanted to complete his education. He knew what kind of parents he had since childhood. He studied hard to change his fate. But fate always liked to play tricks on people who were already struggling. Now that someone was willing to fund his education, aside from his pride, he was actually willing to accept it. Rusty clicked his tongue. If this is a good deal, why hesitate? Are you stupid? Rodney shot him a look, greedy. Obviously. Who would turn down money? If someone gave me money for nothing, I'd immediately acknowledge them as my older brother. Alright, but remember, just because you're paying doesn't mean you can boss me around. This money is a loan, and I'll keep track of it and pay you back. Alright. Arrigo nodded. Okay, you guys can leave now. Rodney said, preparing to return to the employee dormitory. Rusty grabbed the collar of his shirt. If you go back to school, you should live on campus. No. Before leaving the dorm, Rodney had gotten into a fight with his roommates and didn't want to go back. You look so timid. Come on, I'll go with you. They won't dare to do anything with me around. Saying this, Rusty dragged Rodney by the collar toward the school and waved goodbye to Arrigo and Alvis. Is this okay? Arrigo asked uncertainly. When Rodney was fighting in the bar, he seemed full of energy, but now being pulled by Rusty, he looked like a little chick. It should be fine, said Alvis. As long as this problem was temporarily solved, it would ease Arrigo's worry. Alvis still remembered that Arrigo hadn't eaten enough for dinner, so he took him to a roadside stall nearby to eat. Arrigo loved these kinds of snacks, and although Alvis didn't eat them, he always accompanied him. Let's go on a trip during the holiday. Alvis suggested. Ever since the Lee Village trip, Alvis had felt the urge to spend more time together. But Tilda said she's coming over, Arrigo reminded. Alvis almost forgot about that. 7 days off. She can't stay in Jiangzhou for 7 whole days, right? There isn't much to do here anyway. She arrives in Jiangzhou on the 2nd and leaves on the 6th. So many days. Alvis nearly pouted. With a total of 7 days off, reserving 1 day before and 1 after, he wouldn't get a chance to spend time alone with Arrigo. Don't you have to go home? Arrigo asked. If you don't go back, why should I? Both Arrigo and Eric had families, but there was no one at home to return to, so it wasn't particularly meaningful. Without something to look forward to, Eric felt each day drag on endlessly. A few days before National Day, Arrigo received a call from Tilda. Xiao Bram, sister might have to break our plans. What happened? The crew needs to reshoot a scene, and I have to travel with them. I can't visit you during National Day. Alright, work comes first. Tilda chuckled on the other end. Your tone doesn't sound very disappointed. Are you secretly hoping I won't come and be a third wheel? I didn't mean that. It's just that your work is important. There's nothing I can do about it. Fine, I'll find time to visit you after this busy period. How have things been between you and Eric? Arrigo was taking a midday rest in the studio's courtyard, lying on a long bench basking in the sun. He lazily replied, what could be different? We're still the same, very good friends. Tilda paused for a few seconds before saying, actually, when I saw him last time, he seemed a bit off. Keep an eye on him, he might. Hold it. Arrigo quickly interrupted Tilda. He had already imagined this scenario countless times and didn't want to set himself up for more disappointment. Tilda sighed. She blamed Eric for being too slow to realize his feelings, which made Arrigo reluctant to even imagine the possibility of Eric being into him. Feeling sympathetic, Tilda said, I'll send you something soon. Look at it before you decide. After hanging up, Tilda sent several photos to Arrigo. They were all taken secretly during their trip to Lee Village. Originally, she planned to show these photos to Arrigo during National Day, but since she couldn't go, she decided to send them directly. It wasn't because she wanted to remind Eric for Arrigo, rather, she felt heartbroken that Arrigo clearly liked him but kept forcing himself to deny any possibility. Arrigo squinted and opened the images one by one. There was a picture of them sitting under a tree, with Eric removing leaves from Arrigo's hair. Another showed Arrigo riding on Eric's shoulders during the Pear Blossom Festival. Arrigo listened to Tilda's voice message. Look at how he looks at you. My leading man in the drama can't even act out that kind of deep affection. Arrigo's hand trembled slightly. He examined each photo carefully, afraid that he might be imagining things through rose-colored glasses. But no matter how he looked at it, Eric's gaze wasn't innocent. Chapter 0040 Sweet Smell. Why don't you go upstairs to rest? Be careful not to catch a cold from the breeze. The male protagonist in the photo suddenly came out of the house. Arrigo wanted to close the phone page, but in his panic, he didn't hold it steady, and it smashed onto his face from above. Smack. Eric hurried over, helping Arrigo sit up, lifting his face to inspect it. The phone had struck Arrigo right on the nose, leaving a red mark across his nasal bridge. Heartbroken, Eric said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Does it hurt?" Unable to hold back tears from being hit in the nose, Arrigo nodded with reddened eyes. "It hurts." Eric gently touched his nose with his fingertips, coaxing him like a child. There, the pain is gone." Arrigo burst out laughing. "Do you treat me like a 3-year-old? Aren't you just like a little kid? Not eating properly but liking snacks, enjoying cakes and milk tea, no wonder you have a sweet smell all over." Under his gaze, Arrigo's cheeks gradually flushed red. Thinking about how he looked at him in the photos made him even more uncomfortable. He lowered his eyes, asking nervously, "What do you want from me?" "Nothing much. You're not taking a nap upstairs, what are you doing here?" Rubbing his sore nose, Arrigo said, "I'm not sleepy. Just wanted to get some fresh air." Grover had moved forward the plan to launch the game by a month, so they were all working overtime to test it. Since it was their first formal attempt at making a game, they were all deeply attached to the project, striving for perfection. Arrigo was particularly serious, recently reducing the frequency of his live streams and dedicating himself entirely to the project. "You've already done an excellent job, and we're all very satisfied. Don't put too much pressure on yourself," Eric said helplessly, unable to assist much but feeling anxious seeing Arrigo staying up late. "You also work on the project. Things you make feel like your own children, always looking good. But once the game launches, it will face countless people, inevitably getting negative reviews. I just want to minimize those." "I know, but everyone has different tastes. Look at the popular games, they receive lots of criticism too. The more popular, the more criticism. As a game streamer, I understand this better. Why can't I handle it when it comes to myself?" Indeed, Arrigo was somewhat obsessing over it. Eric's consolation did help somewhat. With the National Day holiday approaching, they could take a few days off. Tilda wasn't coming, so he could travel with Eric. Eric should be very happy, always longing for a trip. And perhaps through this trip, he could determine whether Eric had feelings for him. Those photos Tilda gave him reignited his hope for Eric. Arrigo silently told himself, this would truly be the last time. He hadn't yet told Eric that Tilda wouldn't be coming. Grover then came out, and they went inside to discuss matters. When Arrigo and Eric entered the room, they immediately noticed the unusual atmosphere. "What's going on?" Eric asked. Grover said, "We need your stance on something. A few days ago, after releasing promotional images for our game, a studio took interest and wants to buy our project." "You're planning to sell the project?" Eric's eyes widened upon hearing this. "What's wrong with selling? We're doing this to make money, right? Their offer is reasonable, and we won't have to bear any risks," said Barney, who worked with Arrigo in the art department. "We've completed one round of testing and will start the second at the end of the month. Next month will be beta testing. If we sell now, won't all our previous efforts be in vain?" Eric couldn't understand. Neither could Arrigo. Though they aimed to make money, this project held everyone's aspirations. Selling now meant severing all ties with the game, leaving nothing but money. "I'm against selling, but you're welcome to voice your opinions. Since it's our collective effort, let's vote." 8 people voted, 6 against, 2 for. Barney was strongly in favor, as was Amal. Barney's reasoning was clear, and Amal agreed, emphasizing avoiding risk. Without a launch, everything remained uncertain, and no one dared guarantee success or profits. "I understand both of you, but the minority must submit to the majority. Besides, I'm confident our game will succeed," Grover urged them on, boosting morale. Amal glanced at Barney, who remained expressionless. They quickly forgot this small hiccup amid their busy schedules. The second round of testing at the end of the month went even better than expected, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The National Day holiday was also approaching, with 8 days off as it coincided with the Mid-Autumn Festival. The studio arranged shifts for 2 people to work each day for 2 days. Arrigo and Eric were scheduled for the last 2 days. After finishing the final day's work, Arrigo went home to pack his bags. With 2 tickets that he had booked earlier, he called Eric. "Bram, what's up?" Eric had bought a lot of snacks, intending to spend the entire holiday cooped up in his room like an empty nester. "Eric, give me 5 minutes to get downstairs after packing your luggage for the next 4 or 5 days. The background noise from Arrigo's side clearly indicated he was outdoors. Eric understood every word Arrigo said, but when put together, he couldn't comprehend. "Why are you packing? Why such a rush? You have 4 minutes and 50 seconds left." "Ah." Eric was still puzzled about what was happening when Arrigo started counting down. But there was no time for puzzlement. If Arrigo said so, he would do it. Eric sprang up, dragged out a suitcase from the storage room, packed some clothes and toiletries. Glancing back at the pile of snacks on the bed, time was short, so he stuffed them all into the suitcase. He appeared downstairs exactly 5 minutes later but didn't see Arrigo. Eric called Arrigo, "Bram, I'm downstairs, where are you?" Arrigo laughed happily on the other end, "It's fine, go back. This was just an online test to see if you trust me." "Ah." He thought Arrigo was planning to take him on a trip. Eric felt a pang of disappointment but couldn't be angry with Arrigo. He reluctantly dragged his luggage back. Behind him, the sound of a suitcase being dragged reached his ears, and a teasing voice called him, Eric. Eric turned around and saw Arrigo standing under the streetlight, looking stylish and smiling joyfully, with a suitcase by his feet. What are you playing at? Eric's mood had soared and plummeted dramatically within those few minutes, leaving him bewildered. Arrigo waved the 2 plane tickets in his hand playfully and said, Call me brother, and I'll take you out to play. Chapter 0041, Bram, you're so mischievous. Really? Even Eric couldn't believe it. He walked over, took the boarding pass, and examined it repeatedly to confirm that it was real. Brother, don't you need to stay with Tilda? Eric tugged at Arrigo's sleeve and asked. Arrigo felt goosebumps all over his body. All right, stop calling me like that. She said earlier that the production crew had an emergency and couldn't come. So I've been checking guides on how to prepare for this trip. Surprise? I'm so surprised. Eric was overjoyed, feeling both happy and helpless. So why did you scare me just now by saying it was a test? But you really didn't ask anything and packed up immediately. That's because it was you who called. Under this tumult of emotions, Eric was overjoyed to the point of tears, mingled with a touch of grievance. Wah, Bram, you're so mischievous. Arrigo hurriedly ruffled his hair. All right. Did he play a little too much? Why did it make someone cry? We'll miss the flight if we don't leave now. Arrigo pulled their 2 suitcases out of the residential area. Eric followed behind, sniffling softly. Only after the plane took off and the city below turned into twinkling lights did Eric feel a sense of reality. Bram really planned a journey just for the 2 of them. Brother, where are we going? Eric was addicted to calling him. In fact, Arrigo was indeed a few months older than him. You're sitting here, how can you still ask such a question? Didn't you listen to the announcement when we boarded? No, Eric's mind was full of joy about going on a trip alone with Arrigo, so how could he pay attention to other things? Arrigo sighed helplessly. Brother is taking you to see pandas. Rome City. Yeah. Eric looked down at himself, then at Arrigo, and said regretfully, Brother, you didn't tell me in advance. Look at you, you're dressed so handsome, and I look so ugly. Arrigo only gave him 5 minutes, how could he change his clothes in time? He just threw on a coat over his pajamas. Arrigo couldn't help but laugh. If not for Eric's good looks, he would have found it quite amusing. But with his face there, his somewhat messy attire looked lazily casual. I think you look handsome, Arrigo said. Eric blinked, suddenly complimented. What was wrong with Arrigo today? Not only did he take him out to play, but he also praised him as handsome, and seemed more open-minded. Since graduation, Arrigo had become a bit melancholic. At first, Eric thought Arrigo was worried about work. Later, when Arrigo started to distance himself intentionally, he thought Arrigo had realized his feelings for him were beyond friendship. But later on, it seemed that wasn't the case either. Arrigo seemed troubled but unwilling to let him know. It had been a while since he'd seen such a lively Arrigo. Eric's mood brightened up too. The plane landed at around 10 o'clock. Arrigo and Eric took a taxi straight to the pre-booked hotel. During the National Day holiday, hotels would be fully booked unless reserved far in advance. Arrigo must have planned this for a long time. Thinking of this, Eric felt soft inside. They handed their IDs to the receptionist, who glanced at them and asked, You've booked a twin room. We can upgrade you to a king-size bed for free. Would you like that? No need. Rome City is known as one of the cities with the most same-sex couples. The receptionist, experienced and professional, thinking they might be shy tourists, recommended seriously, the king-size bed is more comfortable, has better soundproofing, a better location, floor-to-ceiling windows for a better view of Rome City at night, and even a double jacuzzi in the bathroom. Arrigo realized she had misunderstood his relationship with Eric and quickly declined, no need. Eric also understood. He wished to sleep in the same bed with Arrigo but didn't trust his self-control. 2 beds were safer. After Arrigo clearly refused, the receptionist didn't push further and processed their check-in. Here is your room card. Please keep it well. The elevator is on your right. The restaurant is on the 2nd floor, and the gym and swimming pool are on the top floor. If you have any problems, feel free to call the front desk. Enjoy your stay. Arrigo and Eric entered the elevator with the receptionist's warm smile. Well, the receptionist must have misunderstood. Eric rubbed his nose. Arrigo looked at the elevator floor display. There was a bit of awkwardness in the air. Upon reaching their floor and entering the room, Arrigo had chosen this hotel after comparing several others. As expected, the environment was very clean and tidy. Eric put down his luggage and sat on the bed to ask Arrigo, Are you hungry? I brought a lot of snacks in my suitcase. Why did you bring snacks when you're traveling? I bought them when I got off work today. I thought you were going to accompany Tilda. I was prepared to stay at home alone for a few days. When you called me, I was anxious and just stuffed everything into the suitcase. Arrigo chuckled, easing the awkwardness a little. He was actually a bit hungry. Eric opened his suitcase and took out a set of clothes to change into. I'm going to take a shower. You pick something you like to eat. Okay. He could sleep in the same room with Bram again. Eric smiled foolishly at the mirror for a while. He always showered quickly. Emerging with a towel drying his hair, he saw Arrigo sitting cross-legged on the bed watching TV while munching on spicy duck neck. His lips were bright red from the spiciness, but he ate happily like a little hamster. Speaking of which, Eric wasn't particularly fond of spicy food. He always bought it for Arrigo. But he hadn't expected to be traveling with Arrigo, yet he still bought it out of habit. Thinking about Arrigo had become a reflex for him. Eric took out a box of milk from the bag, inserted a straw, and handed it to him. Drink some milk after eating spicy food, otherwise, your stomach will hurt again tonight. I know. Arrigo sniffed and accepted the milk, finishing it before also heading to the bathroom to shower. The plan for tomorrow is to head out early to the panda base and return in the evening to explore the snack street, Arrigo said while lying on the bed, telling Eric his plans for the next few days. Bram, you should have told me earlier. Then I could have participated too. Aren't you satisfied with my plan? Eric hurriedly replied, of course, I am satisfied. It's just that researching the itinerary, grabbing tickets, booking hotels, everything must have been exhausting for you to do alone. Then next time you can choose the route and make the plans. Yes. Hearing Arrigo say there would be a next time, Eric eagerly agreed. Arrigo was startled by his sudden loud response but then laughed. Alright, get some rest. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Okay, Bram, good night. Good night. After the rustling sounds of blankets and bedding, the room returned to silence. Listening to Eric's breathing, Arrigo felt safe and drowsy. Eric was too excited to fall asleep, staring at the back of Arrigo's head and counting his strands of hair. Just as Arrigo was about to drift off, a high-pitched moan from the neighboring room abruptly pierced through. Ah, husband. Arrigo? Eric. Chapter 42, Unwilling to Let Go. The battle next door was intense. Not only did the increasingly high-pitched shouts of a boy carry over, but also sounds of collisions. Most importantly, it was clearly two men next door. Only now did Arrigo realize why the front desk had emphasized the good soundproofing. He truly regretted not listening to their advice. The awkwardness of sleeping in the same bed with Manny paled in comparison to this situation. Arrigo could only lie still, pretending to be asleep. The boy next door had already cried out in tears. Eric felt his scalp tingle. Initially, he found it somewhat nauseating, but after realizing it was two men next door, he became even more agitated. His understanding of such matters was limited to what he knew about Arrigo. Others were beyond his acceptance. No matter how excited others sounded, it aroused no thoughts in him, but if it were him and Arrigo. Eric clamped his legs together, biting his fingers, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had seen too many fan-written stories about the two of them, and now all those scenes flooded his mind. Eric stared at Arrigo's back. Arrigo's lips, red from spiciness earlier, Arrigo's beautiful collarbone, Arrigo's slim waist, Arrigo's long legs. No, he couldn't think like this, it was disrespectful to Arrigo. But the noise next door was impossible to ignore, and Eric couldn't control himself from thinking about it. To avoid embarrassment, Arrigo didn't dare to move, and after a long time, it finally quieted down next door. Then he heard Eric get up to go to the bathroom, the shower running. Arrigo let out a sigh of relief, turning onto his back to stare at the ceiling blankly. Eric stood under cold water, leaning against the wall with eyes closed as he relieved himself. The next morning, Eric squeezed toothpaste for Arrigo before calling him to wake up. Both of them brushed their teeth with dark circles under their eyes. Now it was fine, today they would visit the pandas. The pandas would likely consider them kin. Eric didn't dare ask whether Arrigo had slept or heard the commotion last night. But after finishing his grooming, Arrigo called the front desk to request an upgrade to a king-size bed. Eric couldn't help laughing, it turned out Arrigo had been pretending to sleep. Arrigo turned to glare at him, making Eric laugh louder. Arrigo couldn't help but laugh too, both tacitly agreeing not to mention that incident again. Together, they moved their luggage upstairs and went downstairs for breakfast. When the elevator stopped at their floor from last night, two more people got on. They hugged openly, standing in front of Arrigo and Eric. I'm so hungry, said one of the boys, leaning against the other with a strangled voice. Didn't I feed you enough last night? The other pinched the boy's cheek. Oh, stop it. Arrigo. Judging by their voices, these must have been the two who battled last night. He could understand young couples getting passionate, but public displays of affection without any restraint during daytime were incomprehensible. Even for normal heterosexual couples, talking openly about such things in public was off-putting. Arrigo looked at Eric. He always thought of Eric as a stiff heterosexual man because Eric's attitude towards boys who pursued him was always disgusting, perverted, bad influence. Naturally, Arrigo assumed Eric harbored some homophobia. Now, indeed, Eric's expression wasn't good. Arrigo's heart sank a bit. At the second-floor restaurant, the two still hadn't separated, holding each other as they descended the elevator. Arrigo didn't move. What's wrong? Eric asked. Arrigo mumbled, suddenly don't feel like eating at the restaurant. Let's find a small shop outside. Okay. In matters of food, Eric always followed Arrigo's lead, indulging his picky eater. Rome City was famous for its snacks, with numerous small restaurants bustling with people. Arrigo chose a place that sold wontons. Since Eric couldn't handle spicy food early in the day, Arrigo made sure they avoided it. After enjoying the delicious meal, Arrigo's mood improved a bit. After breakfast, they took a ride to the panda base. There were too many tourists visiting during the holiday. When they arrived, the entrance queue was already very long. They followed the crowd forward. It was crowded ahead, and suddenly someone pushed backward, causing Arrigo to collide into Eric's arms. Eric instinctively reached out to catch him. Are you okay? I'm fine. Arrigo steadied himself, but Eric didn't release him. Arrigo turned to look at him, and only then did Eric realize and let go. Are you hot? Should I buy you an ice cream? Bram is just too good to hold. Once I start holding, I can't let go. Wah. Don't bother, it's too crowded here. Your ears are flushed red. Eric placed his palm on top of Arrigo's head to shield him from the sun. Arrigo was speechless at how straight Eric could be. Were his ears red because of the heat? How could anyone control their blush and heartbeat when held by someone they liked? After nearly an hour in queue, they finally entered the park with the crowd. Inside the park, it wasn't as crowded. The two slowly strolled along the designated route. Arrigo was taking pictures of the pandas while Eric was photographing Arrigo. Arrigo didn't like being photographed, but the only person who could take pictures of him freely was Eric. The chubby and cute pandas were adorable, and even more so was Arrigo's glowing eyes. While shooting a panda, Arrigo received a message. He intended to check it but accidentally switched to the front camera instead of the rear one. Eric's smiling face suddenly appeared on the screen, catching him off guard. Arrigo's heart pounded fiercely for a few beats. He nervously took a few snapshots before examining them closely. Was Eric always looking at him like this when he couldn't see? Did Eric really like him? How else could that look be explained? The message was from Tilda, asking if they had gone out. Arrigo directly sent the photos to Tilda. He was genuinely afraid he might have overthought it. Tilda replied quickly, I'm exhausted like a dog, and you're showing off your love here. Arrigo, this time, I'm not overthinking, right? Tilda, little Bram, nope, if he doesn't like you, I'll eat my camera live in front of you and never do photography again. Tilda, but just be happy for yourself, don't let him achieve his goals so easily. You've had a crush on him for years, make him suffer a bit too, HMPF. Are you laughing about something silly? Eric asked as he saw Arrigo standing still. Arrigo quickly put away his phone, nothing, I'm just tired, let's rest ahead. Eric looked at him suspiciously, wondering why he seemed so happy watching pandas. But the sight of Arrigo's bright smile was beautiful. If he knew pandas would make him this happy, he would have brought him sooner. Arrigo felt uplifted. While Eric was queuing for cold drinks, he rarely posted a dynamic life update with a set of panda photos. Fans, Bram actually shared his daily life, looks like the pandas are truly charming. Fans, pandas are indeed super cute. Eric also posted a set of photos while queuing, all featuring Arrigo's back view with pandas. Fans, I knew we could get Bram's photos from Seoul. Fans, even Bram's back is so outstanding. Fans, traveling together, are they really dating? Fans, no wonder Bram shared his life today, it's not the charm of the pandas, it's the inseparable young couple. Fans, let me finish this bowl of dog food first. Chapter 0043 Come sit here. Javier came back with 2 cold drinks, 1 orange and 1 lemon. He handed the orange juice to Arrigo, who sipped it through a straw while watching him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Arrigo's amused gaze, Javier stammered, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Arrigo suddenly said, "Actually, I want to taste your lemon drink." Ah. Javier was taken aback for a moment. What? We used to share drinks all the time, didn't we? Arrigo asked innocently. They indeed used to do that often in the past, but that was long ago. After they grew up, Arrigo had never agreed to do it again. What was going on today? Arrigo smiled sweetly as he took Javier's cup and sipped it directly through the straw, then gave it back, saying, "It's so sour, the orange juice is better. Do you want to try mine?" Javier stared at the straw before him dumbly, and no. Oh God, wasn't this indirect kissing with Arrigo? Ah. Although they used to do this when they were little, now it meant something different to him. On the surface, Javier seemed dazed, but inside, he was experiencing an earthquake. Do you despise me? Arrigo asked teasingly. No, Javier nervously sipped his drink, feeling his lips tremble. The lemon water tasted neither sour nor anything but sweet. Seeing Javier's face turning red from his ears to his neck, Arrigo became even more convinced of his suspicions. He had harbored a crush on Javier for 5 years and was very familiar with the shy feelings associated with it. Javier's reaction was just like his own used to be. Back then, it was always Javier who insisted on sharing drinks, but after Arrigo realized his feelings, he started to refuse. Previously, he would blush furiously due to Javier's unintentional actions, yet now the roles seemed to have switched. Javier really liked him. While walking and browsing along the way, Origo bought many panda-themed items from small shops, filling himself with various panda accessories, each item in pairs. Javier also adorned himself with pandas. Turning his head to look at Javier, Origo felt a bittersweet mix of emotions and intense sweetness. He had a surreal sense of survival after hardships. Leaving the panda base in the afternoon, both had walked over 20,000 steps that day. Exhausted and overheated, they decided to find somewhere to eat and rest. Once in Chengdu, they couldn't miss trying the local hot pot, especially since Origo loved spicy food, so they chose it for dinner. Entering the restaurant and feeling the cool air conditioning, both slumped into their chairs. Using his phone to scan the QR code for ordering, Javier asked, "Bram, there are many dishes we don't usually have. What do you want to try?" Glancing at him, Origo beckoned him with a finger, "Come sit here, let's choose together." "Ah." Leaning lazily against the sofa backrest, Origo beckoned him with a faint smile. Javier felt as if his soul was being drawn out by him, obediently moving to sit beside Origo. Suddenly, Origo leaned close, peeking at Javier's phone over his shoulder. Since nearing graduation, Origo had intentionally kept his distance, rarely initiating any intimate gestures. Javier breathed stiffly, barely daring to inhale. Pointing at the screen, Origo commented, "This looks good, and the beef is a specialty, let's order 2 servings. Hey, you might like this." Lowering his head, Javier looked at Origo, completely unfocused on what or how much he ordered. He only noticed the shadow cast by Origo's eyelashes on his fair face, like a soft brushstroke brushing his heart. After ordering, Origo moved back, but Javier stayed put, sitting next to Origo. He was already worried about what would happen after they returned and Origo reverted to keeping his distance. Dishes gradually arrived, and the bubbling broth with its spicy aroma enticed their appetites. Truly starving, Origo was accustomed to Javier serving him, picking his favorite ingredients to add to the pot, then taking them out and placing them on a plate for cooling. Origo picked up a piece of tender beef, dipped it in sauce, and offered it to Javier's mouth. "Don't focus solely on me. Aren't you hungry? Try it, it's delicious." Stunned by the events of the day, Javier wondered what was happening with Origo. Was there a strange magnetic field in Chengdu? Why did Origo behave differently here? So, flirtatious? Being fed by Origo was something Javier could only dream of. Sob, so moved. Quickly opening his mouth, Javier ate the meat on Origo's chopsticks. It was delicious beyond belief. Noticing Javier's reddened eyes, Origo hurriedly asked, "Is it too spicy?" In fact, it wasn't too spicy. Javier just felt overwhelmed by happiness and quickly lowered his head to hide it. "Yeah, a bit spicy. Drink some plum juice." Origo quickly poured some for him. When happiness comes too suddenly, people often feel not joy but anxiety and fear of losing it. Javier now felt very anxious. After dinner, the two strolled down the street. Chengdu streets have a distinctive charm, with quaint ancient alleys as well as trendy modern commercial streets, giving tourists the feeling of passing through a long period of time. Origo spotted a small shop selling handmade accessories by the roadside. "Let's go in and take a look." Origo pulled Javier inside. The shop assistant came to introduce their products. "For boys, you can check out the bracelets. You can engrave your own words on them, which is very meaningful." Origo chose 2 silver bracelets of the same style from the material wall. "Sure, there are tools here for self-engraving, or we can have the master engrave them using a machine if you tell us what you want." After thinking for a moment, Origo said, "We'll do it ourselves." Origo and Javier sat down at a small table. Javier hadn't realized that Origo liked wearing such small accessories, but since they were out to play, he would accompany him as long as he enjoyed it. "What do you want to engrave?" Javier asked. "Let's engrave our names. This one is yours." Origo handed the bracelet to Javier, who fumbled with the tool and carved HJZ clumsily on the bracelet. Origo's engraving was a bit neater, he carved YC. They helped each other put on the bracelets. Looking at Origo's pale wrist, Javier blushed again. Although he engraved his own name, the bracelets had the same design. Weren't these considered couple style? It seemed Origo didn't pay attention to this point, as after finishing the bracelets, he took Javier straight to the snack street. In the past, when they visited the snack street, Origo insisted on buying 2 portions of everything. Even if they couldn't finish it, he wouldn't share with Javier. Javier thought Origo looked down on him. But today, he only bought 1 portion, assuming that both of them would share it. "Bram, what's wrong with you today?" Javier couldn't help but ask. Just then, a couple passed by, and the boy lovingly told the girl, "When you walk around the snack street with your boyfriend, treat me as a trash can. Buy whatever you want to eat, if you can't finish it, leave it to me." Origo handed the ice jelly he had taken 2 bites of to Javier. "Let's go, trash can." Origo had already walked ahead while Javier stood still, not reacting. Origo turned back, smiling, calling him, "Come on." Javier's Adam's apple moved nervously. "What did you mean just now?" Chapter 0044, Are you someone who only remembers the good things? Arrigo looked innocent. What's wrong? Can't good buddies act as trash bins for each other? Do you find me annoying? Not annoying, Eric replied, sounding deflated as if two fluffy ears were drooping down from his head when he heard the words, good buddy. This kind of disappointment Arrigo had experienced countless times. Eric always did things that made him misunderstand before eventually crushing all his hopes and fluttering feelings with a simple, good buddy. However, seeing Eric's disappointment, Arrigo didn't feel the joy of retaliation. Instead, he felt a pang in his heart. Turning back, Arrigo tugged at the hem of Eric's clothes. Come on, there's still quite a long street ahead that we haven't explored. Eric obediently followed him. Why didn't I notice before that he's like a big dog? Arrigo thought secretly to himself. The two walked side by side, with Arrigo slightly tilting his head up to look at him, increasingly finding him handsome with every strand of hair perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sense. He had privately modeled Eric's image before, but he never publicly used it in game design. Instead, he secretly kept it for himself. Arrigo created a small game where only he and Eric existed, living a peaceful rural life far away from the world. It was the solace he sought during those dark moments of his unrequited love. Arrigo believed that although they couldn't be together in this world, in some parallel universe, there must be a version of Arrigo and Eric who are together. And now, there seemed to be hope for them to be together. He had almost given up waiting for this outcome and didn't want to waste any more time. Eric queued up to buy snacks while Arrigo idled at another stall, unexpectedly bumping into an acquaintance. Arrigo? A man patted Arrigo on the shoulder. Startled, Arrigo turned around. He didn't have any impression of the person, and his first reaction was thinking he might have encountered a fan. This person was unfamiliar to Arrigo but not to Eric. One of Arrigo's admirers, Trent. Before he could even approach Arrigo, Eric nipped it in the bud. During Arrigo's 4 years of university, he had many admirers. Among them, Trent was the one Eric disliked the most and the only one they had ever clashed with directly. Back then, Arrigo majored in modeling, while Eric specialized in programming. Some classes were taught separately, so Eric often dragged Arrigo along to attend his lectures. Trent from the neighboring class noticed Arrigo during this period. People familiar with both of them knew they were just good friends, so Trent never took Eric seriously. He would often show off in front of Arrigo right in front of Eric. If Arrigo paid attention to someone, he would remember. However, at that time, his eyes were only for Eric, and he didn't even notice Trent. But Eric saw everything. Whenever they met on campus, he deliberately avoided Trent. The conflict occurred one evening during their sophomore year. Arrigo was live streaming in the dormitory, while Eric stayed late at the computer lab to finish his coursework. On his way out, Eric overheard Trent and his roommates talking, saying that Arrigo had already noticed him. They also made lewd comments about Arrigo's physique, insinuating that someone who seemed aloof might actually be wild behind closed doors, getting increasingly vulgar as they spoke. How could Eric tolerate that? He rushed over and beat up Trent. If it weren't for his roommates holding him back, Eric would have left permanent scars. If you dare to appear in front of Arrigo again, I'll beat you up every single time I see you. And keep those filthy thoughts out of your head. Arrigo is not someone you can think about. F***ck, are you crazy? You're not his partner, what's it to you? So what if I'm not his partner? I'm his brother for life. You can't get away with hitting me. I'll report you to the dean. Eric sneered. What he feared the least was this confrontation. When Eric was part of gangs and brawls, Trent was probably still playing rides outside supermarkets and learning that dad's dad is grandpa. Had it not been for meeting Arrigo, Eric would most likely have become a wealthy thug. Shut your mouth. I'll compensate you for medical expenses. If you want to make a fuss, go ahead. In the end, you won't get anything, and I won't face any punishment. Don't believe me? Try me. Eric's family background was always mysterious, but from his daily attire and lifestyle, one could tell his family was wealthy. Trent, after his momentary bravado, realized he was in the wrong and accepted the money, keeping quiet, and never appearing in front of Arrigo again. Eric never told Arrigo about this incident, so naturally, Arrigo didn't know. Years had passed, and they had graduated. Trent, having forgotten his lesson, hadn't expected Arrigo to be with Eric and greeted him casually. Old classmate, don't you remember? I'm from programming class too. You used to go to class with Eric. Oh. Arrigo nodded, hello. Are you here alone? I'm sort of a local, so I can show you around. As Trent spoke, he tried to put his hand on Arrigo's shoulder. Arrigo took a step back, and before Trent's hand could reach him, someone grabbed his wrist from the side. A cold voice sounded overhead, do you have a short memory? Trent was startled and turned back to see that bane of his existence. I wasn't, I just saw an old classmate and got excited to say hello. Eric asked sternly, did you finish greeting him? Why yes, finished. Then scram quickly. Enjoy your day, guys. The moment Eric let go, Trent darted away into the crowd like lightning. Arrigo? What just happened? Why is he so scared of you? Did you two fight before? Eric's temper had always been exceptionally good in front of Arrigo, making Arrigo forget that Eric used to be the school bully when they were younger. Yeah, he needed it. Why? Eric wasn't about to tell him. It's old news. Ignore him if you see him again. Arrigo had a hunch that this incident involved him somehow, otherwise, Eric wouldn't keep quiet about it. Eric was his most trusted friend, and there were hardly any secrets between them. Feeling tired from all the walking, and not having rested well due to the noise from next door last night, Arrigo decided to leave with Eric and head back to the hotel. You go shower first, Eric suggested, concerned that Arrigo might feel uncomfortable with sweat all over. Arrigo joked casually, or we could shower together. Eric nearly fell off the bed as soon as he sat down. Why you go first? Eric's ears visibly turned red again, and Arrigo seemed to find pleasure in teasing him, asking at the doorway, weren't we good buddies? Why are you shy about showering together? I'm a bit tired, I'll rest for a while. Go ahead. Eric felt like steam was coming out of his head, he didn't dare look at Arrigo, keeping his eyes glued to the ground. Arrigo hadn't planned on really showering with him, he was just messing around. After Arrigo came out of the bathroom, Eric dashed in like lightning. Passing by each other, Arrigo glanced at him, his eyes still flushed from the hot shower, making Eric's heart race. What was up with Arrigo today? Why did he seem to be hooked all over? Chapter 45, Everyone Can See That I Like You. Steam filled the bathroom, and just thinking about how Arrigo had bathed in this very tub not long ago made Eric's temples throb. Eric, who usually took very quick showers, hesitated to leave the bathroom today. After all, he was going to share a bed with Arrigo tonight. It didn't matter on normal days because Arrigo would always keep a distance between them without him even having to think about it. But tonight, Arrigo showed no sign of maintaining that usual distance. Eric was afraid he might do something foolish. Arrigo had been teasing him all day, and any small thing could be the last straw for his self-control. An hour passed, and Eric still hadn't come out. Worried, Arrigo knocked on the door. Eric, pacing nervously around the bathroom, jumped at the sound and anxiously asked, "What is it? How can you take so long? Is everything all right?" Yeah, I'll be out soon." "Okay." Eric dried his hair and reluctantly left the bathroom. Arrigo wasn't in bed but standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. The view from up here is indeed better than yesterday's room. "Look, isn't that the street we visited earlier?" Eric walked over and confirmed, "Yes." "What exactly happened with that classmate you ran into today?" Arrigo suddenly asked. Eric hadn't expected Arrigo to remember this. "Nothing much, just some misunderstandings between classmates." "Is it related to me?" Knowing how smart Arrigo was, Eric nodded since he knew Arrigo had already guessed. "Let me guess, it must have something to do with me, right? Probably someone wanted to pursue me." Eric recalled what Trent had said that day and felt angry. He couldn't repeat those filthy words to Arrigo. His silence told Arrigo he had guessed correctly. "Eric, over these years, many people have pursued me. Why has none of them ever gained your approval?" The question made Eric swallow nervously. He hadn't known why before, but now he did. He hated anyone who tried to take Arrigo away from him. His reasons weren't about being worried Arrigo would be cheated or hurt. Those were just excuses. The real reason was that he liked Arrigo. But he couldn't tell Arrigo. I just. "Eric, do you like me?" Arrigo took a brave step forward, asking. Eric was pushed against the wall beside the window, fists clenched tightly. What should he do? Arrigo really discovered it. What should he do? Deny it? But he couldn't possibly say he didn't like Arrigo to his face. He liked Arrigo, so much. Eric lowered his head, saying quietly, "Sorry, Bram, I do like you. I know I shouldn't, but when I realized it, I had already liked you for a very long time. Please don't hate me. I won't do anything. We can still be friends if you want. Just let me stay by your side." As he spoke, feeling more guilty and upset, something warm and moist suddenly pressed against his lips, silencing him. It was Arrigo who kissed him. Arrigo kissed him. Eric's brain froze, and his legs went weak, causing both of them to lean against the wall. He instinctively held Arrigo tighter. Was he imagining things? How could Arrigo? Arrigo, who had never kissed anyone before, didn't know what to do next after the initial contact. Eric stood there like a wooden post, motionless. Arrigo pulled back slightly, parting their lips, and opened her eyes to look at Eric. Eric subconsciously tightened his grip on Arrigo, unwilling to let go. That one kiss took all the courage she had accumulated over 5 years, leaving her only able to breathe heavily. "Bram, what are you?" Eric, looking at Arrigo, stammered emotionally. No matter how chaotic the situation was, his arms around Arrigo didn't loosen in the slightest. With her in his arms, things could be sorted out gradually. She wouldn't run away. Arrigo, blushing, said, "What do you think?" Afraid to make assumptions, Eric stared at Arrigo's face. "Bram, I want to hear you say it." Biting her lip, Arrigo whispered, "Everyone can see that I like you. Only you are still asking." "Bram." Overwhelmed with joy, Eric flipped them over, pinning her against the wall, supporting her face with his hand, his thumb caressing her lips gently before kissing her again. This kiss was not like the previous one where they only silently pressed against each other. Eric sucked on Arrigo's lips as if there was honey on them, irresistible for him to taste repeatedly. Arrigo wrapped her arms around Eric's neck, chest to chest, their heartbeats accelerating to the same rhythm. Eric held Arrigo's waist with one arm and gripped the back of his neck with the other hand, pressing him firmly into his embrace, his tongue brushing over Arrigo's lips, sweeping past his teeth, and delving into the moist heat of his mouth, entwining with Arrigo's tongue. It felt as if an electric current passed through Arrigo's body, leaving him limp in Eric's arms with a tingling sensation. Usually, Arrigo had a good feel when hugged, but today he felt even softer, making him easier to hold. Eric seemed to want to merge Arrigo into his body. His Bram liked him too, this was the best news he had ever heard in his life. Arrigo responded awkwardly to the kiss, his tongue exploring Eric's mouth. Eric let out a stifled moan, kissing him even more fiercely, robbing him of his breath. The kiss started hesitantly, grew intense, and then turned into a lingering embrace, lasting for several minutes before they finally parted. Both Eric and Arrigo were breathing heavily, foreheads touching, their eyes filled with affection for each other. Bram. I really, really like you. Eric murmured softly. Arrigo felt a lump in his throat. He also really, really liked Eric, liking him for so many years that he saw and thought about only him. Liking him until it hurt, liking him until he felt desperate. In front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, Eric tightly hugged Arrigo, afraid that if he let go, this beautiful dream would end. Eric. It's time to rest, my legs are sore. Arrigo leaned against Eric's chest, reminding him, they had walked a lot shopping today. Oh. Eric quickly loosened his grip and carried him to the bed. His eyes never left Arrigo. Arrigo couldn't help but smile and asked, are you going to sit here all night? Eric actually had this intention. The sudden happiness left him dazed. Arrigo pulled his hand with a laugh and said, lie down first. Eric always listened to Arrigo, walking to the other side of the bed to lie down, yet his eyes remained fixed on Arrigo, unable to look away. Arrigo understood how he felt now, just like when he doubted whether Eric liked him, feeling both excited and insecure. With the lights off, the two lay on opposite sides of the big bed, neither able to sleep. Suddenly, Eric spoke up, Bram, can I hug you? Chapter 0046 Bram, my self-control might not be that good. After Eric spoke, he almost wanted to pinch himself. He had just declared his feelings and then asked for a hug. Would Arrigo think that all he could think about were those kinds of things? It's fine if you don't want to hug. Can I hold your hand instead? Afraid I'll run away? Arrigo asked with amusement. Yeah, afraid that when I wake up, I'll find out this was all a dream. Arrigo stretched out one hand from under the blanket, and Eric quickly grabbed it, rubbing his thumb across it a few times before chuckling foolishly. Eric. When did you realize that your feelings for me weren't just friendly? Arrigo was very curious about this question. They had been brothers for over a decade, what suddenly made the blockhead like Eric change? After you took me to see the psychiatrist. After seeing the doctor, didn't you agree to live separately from me? Yeah, at that time I realized that I didn't want to be separated from you because I liked you. So I let go. I felt guilty having such thoughts about my good friend. Listening to this, Arrigo felt sweet inside. It turned out that Eric had already realized it back then. Sending him to see a doctor seemed to have worked by chance. But how did you realize it? What method did the doctor use? Speaking of this, Eric coughed awkwardly, well, not much. He realized it because he dreamed of doing certain things with him. How could he possibly say that out loud? Bram, when did you start liking me? Eric was also very curious. Why hadn't he noticed? I'm not telling you. 5 years of secret love was his secret. He hoped that even if Eric found out someday, it would be on his own. This was Arrigo's small pride. Fine, you got me to spill everything but you won't say anything. Eric sat up, tugging at Arrigo's hand as he leaned over and tickled him. Arrigo, who knew where he was most ticklish, started laughing uncontrollably as Eric's big hand pinched his waist a couple of times. Are you going to tell me or not? Not telling, not telling. Eric used to play around like this often in the past. He had even pinned Arrigo down on the dorm bed and forced him to beg for mercy. But now, the playful banter had taken on a different flavor. Arrigo grabbed a pillow and threw it at Eric's face. Eric tossed the pillow aside, grabbing both of Arrigo's wrists with one hand and pressing them above his head. In their scuffle, one side of Arrigo's white short-sleeved shirt rode up, revealing a section of his waist. Eric stared at that patch of skin, frozen in place. Realizing this, Arrigo tried to pull himself free but couldn't reach, so he kicked Eric lightly and whispered, "Let me go." Eric didn't release him but instead leaned closer, brushing the hair from Arrigo's forehead with his other hand. His eyes fixed on Arrigo's lips, he asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Bram, I want to kiss you. Is that okay? You've already kissed me." Asking again. Arrigo lowered his bright, tear-filled eyes. Eric released Arrigo's wrists, gently spreading his left hand across Arrigo's right palm. Their fingers intertwined, and slowly lowering himself, he pressed his lips against Arrigo's. The tender and lingering atmosphere spread from their lips throughout the entire room. Arrigo slightly opened his eyes, meeting Eric's magnified handsome face. With his eyes closed and long, thick lashes trembling, Eric was kissing him deeply and passionately. Arrigo felt his nose sting, nearly shedding tears. At the moment when his long-held wish was finally fulfilled, there was more than joy, it was more like a sigh of relief after surviving a hardship. All the bitterness and disappointment and unwillingness from the past years dissolved in this kiss. Seeming to sense Arrigo's emotional fluctuations, Eric lifted his head and saw the hint of moisture in his eyes, asking anxiously, "What's wrong? Am I making you uncomfortable?" Arrigo shook his head, raised his hand to touch Eric's flushed ears, and leaned forward to meet his lips again. The two young men, filled with passion, kissed fervently, their bodies intertwined. They inevitably lost control. Before completely losing control, Eric flipped off the bed and sat up, facing away from Arrigo, saying, "I'll take a shower." Arrigo didn't speak but also sat up, pulling Eric's shoulders and pushing him back onto the bed. Looking up at Arrigo's blushing face, Eric's Adam's apple bobbed, and he called out hoarsely, "Bram." Arrigo's chest heaved, casting a glance downward at Eric's pants, biting his lower lip. How could Eric withstand such a look from Arrigo? Besides, he also felt the changes happening to Arrigo. Now, Arrigo was practically tempting him to proceed. Eric felt like his self-control was about to burst. "Bram, my self-control might not be that good." In response, Arrigo kissed him and moved his hand downward. Eric's mind went blank as he hugged Arrigo's waist, flipping him beneath him. Passionate kisses rained down on Arrigo's cheeks and neck. When Eric's fiery palm slipped inside the hem of Arrigo's shirt and touched his waist, Arrigo gasped softly at the heat. That one touch snapped something in Eric's mind. When Eric woke up, he was still holding Arrigo in his arms. The memories from yesterday played vividly in his mind. Although they hadn't gone all the way, they had been fooling around until midnight. He remembered how Arrigo, with teary eyes, complained about his sore wrists, "My hand hurts." And he remembered how he had reassured him, saying, "Just a little longer." It wasn't a dream. Arrigo was really in his arms, and Eric couldn't help but pout slightly. Arrigo was woken up by Eric's sniffles and noticed that the pillow under Eric's head was damp. "What's wrong?" Arrigo asked, alarmed enough to forget any morning grumpiness. "Wah, Bram, are we really together?" Eric buried his head into Arrigo's chest. Arrigo, speechless, patted Eric's back comfortingly. "You're hugging me, aren't you? Why are you asking such a silly question?" Eric wouldn't budge from Arrigo's clavicle. Last night, this person didn't seem shy at all, and now his wrists were still sore, yet he woke up bashful. Recalling the scenes from last night made Arrigo's ears turn red. "Bram." Eric lifted Arrigo's right hand, kissed his palm, and called his name. Arrigo's face flushed intensely. "Let's get up. We're going hiking today." "Oh." Eric followed closely behind Arrigo to the bathroom. Arrigo put on the bracelet they made yesterday for Eric again, this time with the one engraved with his own name. Eric also put on the bracelet with his name on it, as if marking Arrigo as his possession. After kissing for a while in front of the sink, Eric finally tidied up and left the house. Walking among people, now officially having a boyfriend, Eric felt radiant, his smile impossible to hide. After 4 days of playing in Rome City, they returned to Jiangzhou. These 4 days felt like a honeymoon, filled with confessions and close moments, from cautious exploration to inseparable intimacy. After sending Arrigo home, Eric lingered unwillingly. New couples in their first blush of love couldn't bear even a moment apart, especially since Eric liked sticking close to Arrigo, now more than ever. Arrigo didn't want to be apart either. He distanced himself from Eric only to better forget him, but now there was no need. With Arrigo's tacit approval, Eric cheerfully went out to buy groceries. Chapter 0047 Royal Consort Demeanor. Just as Eric stepped out, he ran into Galen, who seemed to be heading out for some shopping as well. Galen was a fan of Arrigo and naturally knew that Arrigo had gone on a trip with Eric during the vacation. "You're just relying on the guise of being friends to get so close to brother Arrigo. Once he finds out about your feelings for him, he'll definitely cut ties with you." In the elevator, Galen grumbled in frustration. Eric stood behind Galen, unable to stop smiling as he lowered his head. Not only did Bram not cut ties with him, but she also initiated a kiss. But no matter how triumphant he felt, he wouldn't tell Galen. Who knew what kind of person he really was? What if he turned vengeful and hurt Bram because of love? With him living so nearby, it would be hard to guard against any potential harm. He needed to find a way to have Bram agree to live with him, they could move into a bigger place together. Galen, having finished his rant, noticed Eric didn't react angrily as expected and turned back to look at him suspiciously. Eric quickly reined in his smile. "Hey, what's your deal? Did you hear what I said?" "Yes." "Then why aren't you arguing with me?" "There's nothing worth arguing about. If that's what you think, then fine. I need to buy groceries to cook dinner for Bram, so I don't have time to chat." Eric stepped out of the elevator first. Eric's demeanor as if he was already in a secure position irritated Galen, who wanted to punch him but knew he'd lose in a fight given their size difference. He stomped his foot in anger. Eric went to the supermarket to buy groceries. Since he planned to live with Arrigo, eating out wouldn't be healthy anymore. Naturally, he wouldn't let Arrigo cook, so he intended to practice his culinary skills. Arrigo tidied up the house a bit, feeling slightly embarrassed and excited thinking about Eric staying overnight. These past few days, they had been quite inseparable. Whenever they were alone, Eric would cling to him, affectionately touching and kissing, doing things that made him blush. As he soaked in the sweetness, Tilda called. "Little Bram, back from your trip. How's everything going?" Earlier, Tilda had advised him not to get involved with Eric too quickly, letting Eric experience the pain of unrequited love. But he ended up together with Eric soon after, unsure of how to explain this to Tilda. Seeing his silence, Tilda understood. Knowing how much Arrigo liked Eric and that he found out Eric liked him back, it was obvious he couldn't resist for long, which is why she had reminded him beforehand. "So, you two are together now?" Tilda chuckled. "Yeah," Arrigo admitted. "Hee, figured. You really gave in easily. If I were you, I'd make him pine for 5 years." Arrigo had already tasted enough of the bitterness of unrequited love. Now that this tree finally bore sweet fruits, how could he not want to pick them? Unrequited love is too painful. "I've walked that road alone once, and I can't bear seeing him walk it again." Tilda screamed over the phone, "Arrigo, are you jealous? But anyway, judging by how that guy usually treats you, he probably won't treat you poorly. Men, you know better than I do. They act differently before and after getting together. If he ever mistreats you, don't tolerate it." "Got it, I understand." Arrigo knew Tilda cared for him as a friend and her worries stemmed from concern for him. "Oh, where is he now?" "Buying groceries, planning to cook dinner tonight." Even through the phone, Tilda could hear the happiness and sweetness in Arrigo's voice. As a friend, she couldn't help but be happy for him. Especially as a former CP fan of theirs. "Arrigo, it's great to see you so happy now." "Thank you." Tilda was the only person Arrigo could confide in all these years. He genuinely considered this kind-hearted and outgoing girl a good friend. If it weren't for her encouragement during his lowest moments, Arrigo might have broken down long ago. "Enough with the formalities. Why don't we talk about something more practical?" Arrigo laughed and said, "Of course. I brought a lot of hot pot seasonings and spicy snacks for my trip, and there's a portion for you. I'll send it tomorrow." "Huh, you know me well. Alright, I'll let you go. Don't let me interrupt your sweet moments." Just as Tilda hung up, Eric returned. Arrigo hurried to the door, ready to take the bags from Eric. Eric didn't hand them over but leaned down to give him a quick kiss on the corner of his lips, asking, "Who were you talking to?" smiling so happily. "It was Tilda. I told her I'd send her some food I brought back, and she was thrilled." "Oh." Mentioning Tilda made Eric feel a bit uneasy. While he now knew Arrigo loved him, it was undeniable that Arrigo had a special connection with Tilda. Eric put the bags in the kitchen, and Arrigo followed. "What's for dinner?" Suddenly turning around, Eric lowered his voice and pretended to sound vicious. "You, little lamb." Arrigo's skin was fair and prone to blushing, which could be easily noticed. Eric kissed him for a while before letting go. The two worked together in the kitchen to finish preparing the meal. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good. Eric felt confident and decided that he would cook every day from then on, surely fattening up this little lamb of his. After dinner, Arrigo started his live stream, while Eric cleaned up the kitchen. Having not streamed for several days, the fans knew he had been on a trip and chatted with him about travel tips. Arrigo enjoyed this trip, so he naturally spoke more than usual. Since Chengdu was their city of love, Arrigo transformed into a tourism ambassador, recommending its sites to his fans. "Chat, why isn't Seoul playing games with you today?" "Arrigo, I'm not quite sure." He could let close friends know about him and Eric, but it was absolutely forbidden to mention it during streams, given the wide range of fan ages. This was something Arrigo and Eric agreed upon. "Chat, if he's not here, why ask the streamer? CP fans should respect boundaries." "Chat, indeed, single-person streams shouldn't mention others." After cleaning the kitchen, Eric brought some fruit to the study where Arrigo was streaming. He quietly came in, moved a chair over, and sat next to Arrigo, watching him play games. Eric seemed to have developed a case of restless leg syndrome. He fed Arrigo fruit, poured water for him, pinched his hand, and hugged his waist, all in rapid succession. "Chat, Bram's stream feels so noisy today. Is someone else around?" "Chat, I hear it too, plus there's the sound of moving chairs." Arrigo glared at Eric, who silently smiled back. As Arrigo waited for his teammates to regroup after completing a mission, Eric suddenly grabbed his chin and kissed him. Startled, Arrigo couldn't push him away, so he took off his headphones and threw them far. Short of breath from the kiss, Eric simply lifted him up, sat down himself, and placed Arrigo on his lap, letting him continue playing. "How can I focus?" Arrigo's heart raced as he saw Eric's triumphant smile, wanting to bite him in frustration. But the dungeon wasn't finished yet, so he couldn't just end the stream. He sat on Eric's lap, allowed him to hug his waist, and put the headphones back on to continue. With Eric's hands roving around, Arrigo's normally fluid operations became full of mistakes. Chat, what happened just now? Did I hear something strange? Chat, the streamer is definitely not alone today. Chapter 48, Officially Living Together. Arrigo couldn't do anything about it and turned around to bite Eric's lips, warning him with her eyes not to mess up. Then she quickly finished the stream. After going off stream, Eric no longer held back. He kissed Arrigo's neck and put one arm completely inside her clothes. Eric. If you continue to play around during my streams, I'll... Or what? I'll change the password and never let you in again. Bram, let's move in together. How about we find a new house? Eric seized the opportunity to propose cohabitation. Arrigo was willing but suddenly remembered Tilda's words. She wondered if it was good for things to develop so fast. Arrigo held Eric's face and looked at him seriously for a while. Eric encircled her waist, meeting her gaze with an innocent blink. He looked so pure and innocent as if he hadn't been the one causing trouble just now. Eric had always treated her kindly for decades without knowing he liked her. The chance that Eric would change his heart seemed negligible. Arrigo sighed. What was there to worry about? Hadn't she had enough of having a crush on him and agonizing over these feelings? All right. Arrigo finally nodded. Excited, Eric picked up Arrigo and spun around twice. The next day, they went to a real estate agency together. The staff member was deeply impressed by the two oddly behaving handsome men and greeted them with a smile. What kind of house are you two looking for this time? Somewhere close to Xiaoguan Road, a 2-bedroom apartment, preferably in a good environment, said Eric. And you, the staff member asked Arrigo. We'll rent one this time, Eric interrupted. The staff member suddenly understood, nodding with a smile, please wait a moment. This one is fully furnished, comes with all amenities, a supermarket and metro right outside the door, newly renovated, never lived in, ready to move in, though it's a bit more expensive in terms of rent. That doesn't matter. For Eric, money could solve any problem. They paid the rent, and Eric couldn't wait. He hired a moving company to transport both their belongings. One bedroom was used for living, and the other for a study where they both placed their computers. By the time everything was set up, it was already midnight. Arrigo was too exhausted to move and lay sprawled on the sofa. Eric, energetic like a wound-up toy, finished tidying up and squatted in front of the sofa. Bram, go take a shower before sleeping. Arrigo mumbled, nope, I'm too tired, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. No way, you still have work tomorrow. Rest well. Come on. Arrigo pried open her eyes and reached out her arms, then carry me. Dressed in a beige lounge suit, Arrigo looked soft and delicate. Eric felt his heart melt. Of course, he was willing. He bent down to let Arrigo wrap her arms around his neck, picked her up from behind, and carried her to the bathroom. This wasn't the first time Eric had seen Arrigo unclothed, but he couldn't bear to shower with her. In the warm steam, Arrigo's beautiful face flushed, water flowing down her muscular body, making Eric increasingly excited. Arrigo couldn't help but laugh, how can you have so much energy? Eric pinched her waist, pressing her against himself, gritting his teeth, nonsense, do you hope I don't react? Besides, we haven't done it yet, it's like having a candy bar under my nose every day but not letting me eat it, who wouldn't crave it? Arrigo tilted her head, I didn't say no. I know, it's because I can't bear it. Eric kissed her. Arrigo looked at him suspiciously, suddenly remembering something, you weren't traumatized by those people next door that night, were you? Eric's hidden worries were exposed, and he nodded dejectedly, yeah, that night, with all the crying and shouting, it must have hurt a lot. Their first night in Rome City, their neighbors made quite a scene, leaving a significant impression on Eric. Fantasy was one thing, but when it came to reality, he hesitated. If Arrigo cried in pain, he wasn't sure if he could continue. He loved Arrigo too much to bear seeing her in even the slightest discomfort. Eric had considered having Arrigo on top if things didn't go well. But Arrigo seemed to have no such intention. So Eric hadn't proceeded further. Fool. Considering everything for her sake, even suppressing his physical urges, Eric moved Arrigo emotionally. But they needed to have a beginning together, and Arrigo planned to help him change his perception of it. But moving was exhausting, she'd deal with it another day. The next day, Tilda received a box of Rome City specialties and a box of chicken claws that Arrigo sent. Tilda stared at the box of chicken claws, quite speechless. That was a bet she had made with Arrigo during their graduation dinner. She had said that Arrigo would not be able to resist Eric's persistent persuasion and end up co-renting with him. Arrigo insisted that it wouldn't happen this time. The wager was a box of chicken claws. At that time, Arrigo indeed didn't co-rent with Eric, so she won. But she didn't ask Tilda for the chicken claws. But today, Tilda suddenly received the box of chicken claws, and she understood, Arrigo had moved in with Eric after all. Her worries were for nothing, Arrigo could never resist Eric even a little bit. She sent Arrigo a message calling her spineless and then angrily munched on 3 chicken claws. Arrigo and Eric ended their vacation and went back to work at the company. The cohabitation life of the young couple officially began. In the morning, they left for work together. In the evening, they came home together, bought groceries, and cooked meals. Eric finally enjoyed the happy life of opening his eyes in the morning to see Arrigo and falling asleep hugging her at night. On the first day back to work after the holiday, as Arrigo and Eric walked into the company gate, they sensed a heavy atmosphere. "What's going on?" Arrigo asked. Grover said, "Check your phone. I posted it in the group." Arrigo and Eric hadn't looked at their phones along the way. Hearing Grover's words, they quickly checked. It was news about Black Mist Game Studio launching a new game. But when they opened it, Arrigo widened her eyes. This game was completely identical to theirs. Apart from some changes in scenes, the modeling was done by Arrigo herself. Even if it were a coincidence, it couldn't be so coincidental. Plagiarism? Grover gritted his teeth. "I'm afraid it's more serious than plagiarism. Someone gave our hard-earned results directly to them." Arrigo glanced around and noticed Barney was missing. "Where's Barney?" he asked. "He took leave, saying something happened in his hometown, and he can't come back," Grover explained. "Damn, he must have done it. What hometown trouble? Didn't he say he doesn't have any relatives there?" Hampton said angrily. "This is easy to handle. Our work has archival paths and unique traces. We will surely win the lawsuit." Amal hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. Grover shook his head. "That's secondary. The problem now is that they launched the game early. Even if we sue now, it will take time for the verdict to come out. And even if we get it back, once we relaunch, there will be no novelty anymore. Simply put, we've wasted months working for nothing." Chapter 0049, Game Redesign. "What should we do then?" Hampton asked with a furrowed brow. Roy rubbed his temples and said, "We've already reported the case, and we still need to follow up on holding someone accountable for this. Gathering evidence and appraisals will all take time. Right now, our most urgent issue is whether we disband here and wait for some negligible compensation after the accountability, or redesign a game within 1 month. 1 month? Do you think we're all geniuses? Just say we'll design a game and it happens. The deadline's so tight, even if we get it done, how good could the quality possibly be?" Amal was agitated. "Let's just go with 1 month. Many hit games were made in 1 or 2 months anyway. Besides, we've already finished one before, so we have experience now. As long as we can come up with a good idea, we'll manage," Eric said. "Good ideas, you make it sound so easy. There are thousands of people making games, who doesn't lack a good idea? Don't get worked up, let's sit down and think about this carefully." Roy stepped in to calm everyone down. "If they release their version first, then ours has to be better. That means more time and cost. How can we finish in a month?" Arrigo thought for a while and said, "Then let's make ours simpler." "Humph, an uglier version won't change players' first impressions at all, might as well just disband." Amal scoffed. Grover nodded at Arrigo encouragingly, "Go on. We'll make a mini-program, no downloads required, anytime and anywhere playability, even for similar games, this still has competitive power." Grover nodded, "We've considered this too. Actually, we don't need to change the gameplay much, doing this wouldn't put much pressure on the programming team. But the scenes and characters must have new characteristics. However, we only have you left in the art department. Can you handle it? I'll try contacting someone to see if they can help out." "Try finding someone. I'll push forward what I can hear. When you bring in help, there'll still be time wasted getting them acclimated. So, Arrigo will have it tough. If you need anything, we'll prioritize supporting you." With Grover deciding to redesign the game, others had nothing much to say. Boss is boss, everyone went back to their workstations. Eric poured Arrigo a cup of warm water and placed it on the table. "Don't overwork yourself." Arrigo shook his head. "It's okay, go get busy." Arrigo was stubborn and hardworking. He had put a lot of effort into his first independently developed game, and now that it was said to be stolen, he couldn't swallow this humiliation. This wasn't like losing a simple item which can be reclaimed and reused. Creativity once lost, cannot retain its original value when retrieved. Plagiarism, theft, they all took away the sweat of their hard work. Determined, Arrigo aimed to create an even better game. Emotions are contagious. With Arrigo going all out, Eric naturally would also give his best. Even those who originally had little hope were infected and focused their efforts on the game creation. The atmosphere in the studio was tense yet harmonious, with people often staying overnight in the studio. As the weather got colder, Grover bought milk tea and snacks back to the office. Several people were discussing an important aspect on the sofa. Arrigo, wrapped in Eric's coat, was having a heated discussion with Hampton. Usually emotionally stable, Arrigo would argue logically when it came to his field. Such a passionate Arrigo was shining. Yet, it also made Eric feel heartache. Over the past half-month, Arrigo had been working hard day and night in front of the computer, his eyes often red from exhaustion. Eric tried eye drops, blueberries, lutein, but none seemed effective, leaving him anxious. But he knew he couldn't stop Arrigo. Holding his breath and determination, Arrigo wouldn't stop until he succeeded. "You're the only one handling artwork and adding characters now, your workload will only increase. I think what we have is enough. Arrigo shook his head. You can't treat players as fools. If a part of the storyline is missing, serious players will notice. Without this task, the whole side quest becomes useless. Aren't you pushing yourself too far? You're almost living in the company now, with 2 days until game testing. If you don't complete it, won't you delay everyone? Hampton felt Arrigo was overdoing it. But since Arrigo spoke confidently, it meant he had a plan. I can do it and won't delay the test 2 days from now. Fine, let's see how you face everyone if it doesn't work out. Hampton grumpily returned to his workstation. Eric patted Arrigo's shoulder. I'll stay with you. All right. Arrigo appreciated Eric's support. All he needed now was support, not obstruction masquerading as care. Arrigo rubbed his eyes. He had been staring at the screen for too long recently, and his eyes were becoming increasingly uncomfortable. However, he dared not tell Eric about it. He was afraid that if he did, Eric would stop supporting him out of concern. Arrigo put in some eye drops to relieve fatigue and continued working on the computer. The test 2 days later went very well. Arrigo made it, and everyone else exceeded their expected abilities. This time, they were all more cautious to prevent a similar incident from happening again. They released the game trailer first and simultaneously published the police report receipt and the lawsuit document. The game launched by Black Mist Studio had already gained some popularity. At this moment, an unknown small studio came out with a similar mini-program and claimed that Black Mist had stolen their work. For a time, opinions online varied. Some people thought that the small studio was trying to capitalize on Black Mist's fame, others believed that since they dared to report it to the police, it might be true, especially since Black Mist had a history of such behavior several years ago. Regardless of positive or negative comments, the team's game pre-launched in the public opinion and became popular. Leveraging this attention, the game officially went live at the end of the month. Since no downloads were required, playing the game was more convenient. Plus, they refined the plot and gameplay further, making their version more complete than what Black Mist had. With Arrigo's efforts in art design, even though the game size was compressed, the visual comfort and smoothness remained impeccable. Grover wanted to take everyone out for a celebratory dinner, but everyone was utterly exhausted and just wanted to go home to catch up on sleep. Go ahead, especially you, Arrigo. Maintenance after the game launch can be handled by the others. You need a few days of rest. Jingza, as your best friend, please take care of him. Don't worry. Eric took Arrigo's laptop bag and went home with him. Finally, we can rest. Look how much thinner you've become recently, I almost don't dare to mention it. Now that you're done, follow my advice carefully. Yes, sir. Arrigo rubbed his eyes and leaned on Eric's shoulder. They hadn't had a proper intimate moment for a month, spending most of their time at the company. Only during lunch breaks could they have brief moments of closeness in the lounge. Do your eyes still hurt? Let's go to the hospital tomorrow morning. Arrigo nodded uncomfortably. The next morning, Arrigo woke up to find dark shadows blocking his vision. He tried blinking hard, but it didn't help. Panic-stricken, he shook Eric awake. Jingza, there's something wrong with my eyes. Chapter 0050, You Won't Go Blind. Spike suddenly woke up, sat up and cupped Clyde's face, asking, what's wrong? There are many black shadows in front of me. Spike, will I go blind? Clyde was extremely scared. Spike quickly hugged him. Don't worry Bram, it might be because you've been too tired lately. I'll take you to the hospital now. Don't be afraid. Spike hurriedly got up and dressed Clyde, not daring to let him out of his sight for a second. Despite Clyde trying hard to remain calm, panic was evident on his face. Spike was heartbroken. How terrified must Bram be right now? Dressing as quickly as he could without even washing his face, Spike carried Clyde out of the door. In the car, Clyde clung to Spike's hand, both afraid and helpless. Pain anywhere else on his body wouldn't have frightened him this much, but problems with his eyes, unable to see clearly or touch things, really terrified Clyde. Don't be scared, we're almost at the hospital. Spike warmed Clyde's cold fingertips. From the hospital entrance to the ophthalmology emergency room, Spike carried Clyde all the way in, fearing that he might get hurt due to unclear vision. Clyde was so scared that he held onto Spike's neck and nestled into his chest, feeling safest there without seeing others' gazes. People on the elevator turned to look at the two boys, but Spike paid no attention, softly comforting Clyde and telling him not to be afraid. In truth, he was also terrified. A few days ago, Clyde had complained about his eyes. He should have taken it more seriously. Feeling guilty for not taking good care of Clyde, Spike tried not to show his anxiety, which would only add to Clyde's worries. They quickly arrived at the ophthalmology emergency room. After examining, the doctor said, retinal detachment, surgery is required. Spike had been holding Clyde's hand throughout, noticing it tremble slightly when he heard the diagnosis. Doctor, how serious is his condition? What extent of recovery can the surgery achieve? Both eyes have varying degrees of retinal detachment. Fortunately, the detached areas are small and you came in time. There's still a good chance of recovery. However, every surgery carries risks. I can't guarantee a full recovery. When can the surgery be done? Clyde asked, his voice trembling slightly. If the test results are normal, the surgery should happen the day after tomorrow. Let's go register for hospitalization first. Thank you. Clyde let Spike hold him while they left. He wasn't completely blind but could only see many dark shadows that made him dizzy. Coupled with his inner panic, he felt dizzy and nauseous. However, if he wanted to recover from surgery, he couldn't always rely on Spike to carry him everywhere, he needed to adapt. But Spike insisted on carrying him to the ward horizontally. After finishing the registration, Spike booked a private room for Clyde to rest better. Clyde hardly spoke all day except when talking to doctors about his condition. Bram, the doctor said there's a high probability of recovery. Don't worry, I'm here with you. But there's also a possibility of blindness. TSK, don't say nonsense. Surgical risk disclosures are just formalities. Even appendectomy has a bunch of risks listed, yet the success rate is very high. Clyde's usually bright eyes seemed fogged over, losing their usual vitality. Due to the dilating eye drops used for examination, his vision was blurred. Spike helped him lie down, brushed away his bangs, and gave a gentle kiss. I'll stay with you. Clyde pouted. Don't cry, it's worse for your eyes. Spike couldn't bear seeing Clyde cry and wished he could take his place. The doctor said my recent eye fatigue was just a trigger. The root cause is an inherent problem with my retina, likely influenced by genetics. Yes, so it's not your fault. I didn't hate him much before. Even though he was irresponsible, my mom and I could live fine on our own. But now I really hate him. Spike knew Clyde was talking about his absentee father. Don't think about these now. The doctor said you need a stable mood and pleasant mindset. Close your eyes, let's chat about something cheerful. Have you taken leave from Brother He? How's the game doing? I forgot. Spike hadn't thought about taking leave until Clyde reminded him, then called Hashingwa. The game was running well, and later maintenance could handle it. Upon hearing about Clyde's eye issue, Hashingwa promptly gave Spike leave to take care of him and expressed intent to visit. Spike politely declined Hashingwa's visit, knowing Clyde wouldn't want to see too many people. Hashingwa understood and reassured them. The game data also exceeded expectations. Regardless of their disputes with Black Mist Studio, their game was superior in terms of playability and comfort. Alright, don't worry about these things anymore. Be a good boy. Spike bent down to kiss Clyde's eyes, asking him to close them and rest. If I can never see again. You won't lose your sight, Spike said firmly. Even if the worst-case scenario occurred and the surgery failed, he would rather give one of his own eyes to Clyde than let him be plunged into darkness forever. But he didn't say this. What Clyde needed now was positive encouragement, not discouragement. Even if the surgery succeeds, I might be unable to do anything for a month, Clyde said regretfully. That's perfect for me to take care of you. I'm more than happy to take care of my wife. Speaking of which, the first time I saw you as a kid, it was you who treated my wound. You knew how to take care of me even at that young age. Now I've grown up, it's time for you to depend on me. This had been bothering Clyde for many years, he always didn't know how to bring it up with Spike. Since they were together now, it should be fine to tell him. Spike, you have to promise not to get mad when I say this. What is it? At that time, I treated your wound because I happened to be reading an encyclopedia entry on it and wanted to experiment. Who would have thought I'd run into you like that? So you weren't impressed by my bravery and handsomeness but just wanted to conduct an experiment? Spike asked, raising his voice deliberately. Clyde couldn't help but laugh, you weren't exactly brave or handsome then. After the fight, you looked all disheveled, your clothes were torn, nothing impressive at all. But I did win. Yes. If there was a ranking of combat power back then, you'd definitely be at the top. Then weren't you afraid of me then, little good student? Clyde shook his head, no, I wouldn't fight you, so why should I be afraid? Besides, after that, you followed me around like a lapdog, making me feel even less intimidated. Bram, are you saying these things now because you know I can't bear to punish you? Chapter 51, Eric, come over. Arrigo snuggled closer to Eric's chest. No, it's just that people often regret not doing things they wanted to do earlier when they suddenly fall ill. You don't have any serious issues. Once you recover, whatever you want to do, I'll accompany you. Eric, don't let my mom know about this for now. Eric patted Arrigo's head, he knew the experiences Arrigo had growing up and understood his considerateness. Arrigo's surgery was scheduled for early the day after tomorrow. Post-surgery, he would also need to be hospitalized for observation from 3 to 7 days depending on his condition. Eric almost never left his side. Even for checkups, he carried him. The nurses on this floor all knew the two exceptionally close brothers in this ward. One of the white-faced, good-looking ones and one sunny and handsome, both very polite, we naturally care for them a little more. From room 412, are we going to the cafeteria? Do you want us to bring you some food? Hearing this, Eric quickly came out, 2 portions please, thank you, sister. Don't mention it. You take care of the patient. We will bring it back after we finish eating. Eric continued peeling an apple for Arrigo once he returned. The doctor said you should eat more fruits and vegetables regularly. I can't indulge you as much anymore. Snacks and junk food will be limited monthly. Arrigo pouted unhappily, this is what I enjoy. We can cultivate some new hobbies, right? Like what? Fitness. After you recover, I'll get 2 gym memberships and supervise your physical health. Your body is the capital of revolution, it's the truth. Arrigo sprawled on the bed, suddenly feeling less inclined to recover. The night before the surgery, Arrigo woke up startled in the middle of the night. He dreamt of becoming blind forever, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Even though Eric had been keeping him company and entertaining him these 2 days, the anxiety and restlessness inside him couldn't be wiped away. Eric wiped his sweat, holding and soothing him, dreams are the opposite, it means tomorrow's surgery will go particularly smoothly. Clinging to Eric, Arrigo revealed all his fear and worry to him. Eric felt sympathy and tenderness, being completely trusted by Arrigo strengthened his resolve to be his support. After tossing and turning through the night, they finally reached morning. Eric hadn't dared to sleep all night, watching over him in case he had nightmares again. Those 2 hours waiting outside the operating room felt like the longest in Eric's life. Finally, the doctor emerged with a smile, telling him, very smooth. If everything goes well, normal function might be restored within a month. Thank you, thank you. Eric was so moved he spoke incoherently, repeatedly thanking the doctor. Bringing Arrigo back to the ward, even though local anesthesia didn't affect his mobility, post-surgery, he needed to keep gauze on his eyes for 3 days and couldn't open them. Arrigo heard the doctor say the operation went well and felt relieved. Although he couldn't see, he wasn't as afraid as before. But what was that noise? Eric, come here. Arrigo extended his hand towards Eric. Eric placed his hand in Arrigo's palm. Following his arm, Arrigo touched Eric's face. Eric tried to dodge but failed, feeling the wetness on his face. Did you cry? Arrigo wiped the moisture off his face. No, I just washed my face, Eric insisted. How could you wash your face when you haven't left my side? Arrigo asked humorously. Eric hurriedly rubbed his face with the other arm, he had just promised to be Arrigo's support, how could he cry in front of him? Arrigo wrapped his arms around his neck and leaned against his sturdy shoulder. Eric, thank you. Sniffling, he asked, why are you thanking me? This was Eric's first time dealing with such a situation. He had to take care of and comfort him, the stress was not smaller than his own. Arrigo did not think Eric cried because he was weak. On the contrary, he knew Eric truly worried about him, only losing control after letting down his guard. Let's put it another way. Holding Eric's face, Arrigo said. Looking at Arrigo's bandaged face, Eric asked, what? Eric, I like you. Eric froze, this was the first time Arrigo formally confessed to him. Tears he had held back started to flow again uncontrollably. Wah 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 wah, his Bram had confessed to him. Arrigo felt for Eric's lips, cupping his face and kissed him. With a sense of relief after surviving a crisis, Arrigo kissed away Eric's tears. Though unable to see, Arrigo remembered the look of passion on Eric's face when they kissed previously, replaying it in his mind, covering his recent fears with sweetness. The doctor said that it was best for the patient to sleep on his stomach post-surgery, so Eric became a human mattress, allowing Arrigo to lie on him and hug him to sleep. Neither of them had slept well last night and ended up taking a nap until the afternoon. When Eric woke up first, he didn't dare to move and held Arrigo while browsing through his phone. Arrigo, busy with his project, hadn't done any live streams for a month. Fans who couldn't find him flooded under his account asking if he knew what happened to Arrigo. Eric didn't respond. According to Arrigo's current situation, he still needed time to recover during which he couldn't do live streams. However, fans already spotted Arrigo's name in the staff list of their new game. During this break from live streaming, Arrigo didn't lose fans, instead, he gained quite a few more. Fan, our Bram is truly versatile, he can even make games, and this game is really fun. Fan, didn't anyone notice Hwa also being listed? Isn't he How's top player in the game? Fan, they are truly inseparable, wherever you see one name, you'll always find the other. Fan, so why would Black Mist stubbornly insist? How could our Bram possibly plagiarize them when they have a history of plagiarism instead? Fan, to clarify, Black Mist's actions weren't just plagiarism but theft, which is even more serious. With the most extreme fans leading the charge, they rushed Black Mist's official blog. Black Mist took advantage of this opportunity to stir things up again. A game planning team member stood out and published an essay. Claiming himself as the original creator, now not only slandered but also cyberbullied by Bram's fans, stating his mental state has deteriorated, worried about his family's safety, and concerned about the leakage of personal information. The accusation pointed directly at Arrigo for using his fan base to cyberbully ordinary people. They even hired many trolls posing as Arrigo's fans to incite flames and ruin Arrigo's public image. Coincidentally, Arrigo was missing during this period and didn't come forward to respond. Under the instigation of trolls, the irrational fans became increasingly agitated, and online conflicts escalated rapidly. Eric found out about this matter in the evening. He realized how serious it was but didn't dare tell Arrigo. Chapter 0052 I can't see, so why should you be shy? While Origo was asleep, Eric secretly posted a message on his social media account. The streamer is currently on medical leave due to illness. The resumption of live streaming cannot be determined at this time. Additionally, the streamer will personally respond to the ongoing plagiarism controversy. Before my return, please stay calm and avoid unnecessary arguments. Wishing you all a pleasant life in the real world. Instantly, there were numerous replies wishing him a quick recovery. Many fans of the couple also tagged Soul, asking him to take care of Bram. Eric replied with a simple, "Don't worry." Everyone knew it was Eric taking care of Bram without needing further explanation. Of course, some people still spread rumors that Origo was feigning illness to avoid controversy. However, his fans always followed Origo's advice and didn't give black fans any heat, so this matter was temporarily put aside. No matter how much the staff member of blmanhwa complained, they just passed by cursing once. Since Origo couldn't see, Eric feared he might get bored and took him for a walk in the hospital's courtyard. By late October, Jiangzhou had already entered autumn. The ginkgo leaves in the hospital yard had turned yellow, covering the ground in a golden hue. Though Origo couldn't see, walking on the fallen leaves made a rustling sound that helped him imagine the scene. Eric placed his jacket on a bench and helped Origo sit down. Wearing a light blue patient gown, Origo looked like an immaculate cloud against the golden background, serene and elegant. Despite the bandages over his eyes, he wore a faint smile, and even with his bright, expressive eyes covered, Origo's facial features were exceptionally refined. Eric, dressed in sporty attire, gray joggers paired with a Klein blue hoodie, looked clean and fresh. His deep eyes never left Origo as he leaned close and spoke softly. Both of them were wearing white sneakers, stepping lightly on the leaf-covered ground. "I can't see anyway, so why should you be shy?" Origo reached out to grab Eric's sleeve but missed, pouting in disappointment. "It's not that, Bram, I really can't," Eric said awkwardly, placing his sleeve in Origo's hand for him to hold. "Come on, you said you would do something for me, yet you won't agree to such a simple request." Unable to see, Origo seemed to have shed his worldly constraints and shamelessly acted affectionate in public, pulling Eric's sleeve and making his heart flutter. All right, what do you want to hear?" Eric conceded helplessly. Origo, showing his childlike nature, insisted on hearing Eric sing. Eric rarely sang, he didn't know if he could hit the right notes, especially outdoors. Though there weren't many people around, he felt embarrassed. But when Origo pouted and begged, Eric couldn't resist and agreed to sing for him. "What kind of song do you want to hear?" "Just pick any." Eric glanced around self-consciously, cleared his throat, moved closer to Origo, rested his elbow on the backrest of the chair, and with his left sleeve still in Origo's grip, began to sing softly. "You're like a randomly played song. Falling instantly in love. My hormones went haywire." To Origo, except for music class during school, he hadn't heard Eric sing before. Today, taking advantage of his illness, Origo had insisted on his every request. Eric's speaking voice was already pleasing to the ear, and Origo had imagined his singing would be good. But it surpassed his expectations. Every note resonated with him, each word making him feel ticklish and breathless, tightening his grip on Eric's sleeve. It was as if listening to this would make one pregnant through the years. He couldn't describe his current feeling better. And the lyrics of the song. After Eric finished singing, Origo asked, "Why did you choose this song?" Eric scratched his head. "During that period when we were living apart, I used to listen to songs to fall asleep. When I heard this one, I felt it fit perfectly. I used to loop it, so I learned it." Origo smiled in Eric's direction. "Your singing is really beautiful. From now on, don't tell me those rambling bedtime stories anymore, just sing." "Really?" Eric would happily sing to soothe Origo to sleep. Their interaction was too beautiful for someone to capture and post online. Initially, the person wasn't a fan of Origo, but after seeing their strong chemistry, they uploaded the picture online. It quickly spread, and Origo's fans recognized him. "Fans. What happened to our Bram's eyes?" "Fans, my heart breaks for you, sister. Give her a hug." "Fans, who else thinks Origo is faking his illness? Try faking it yourself and see." "Fans, that guy who keeps crying about being cyberbullied and says he lost 2 pounds is really a joke." "Fan, even the battle-damaged Bram is so beautiful." "Fan, so Soul is really at the hospital with him." "Fan, the girl who posted the picture said Soul was singing to Bram at that time, his voice was especially gentle and pleasant. I hope we can hear it someday." "Fan, that's Bram's privilege, don't even think about it." "Fan, are they really dating now?" Origo had disconnected from electronic devices, leaving only Eric in his world. It was simple and beautiful, detached from the online chaos, making the wait for bandage removal not too unbearable. Until he received Tilda's call. Before going to bed, Eric heated some water and sat by the bed, wiping Origo's face and limbs. Suddenly, Origo's phone rang. Eric glanced at it, it was Tilda, and asked if he wanted to answer. "Help me press answer." Before Eric could hand the phone to Origo, Tilda's voice erupted, "Origo, what happened to your eyes?" Origo didn't have time to ask how she knew before Tilda nearly cried, you issued a statement saying you were sick. I thought it was just your strategy. After all, your fans did attack Haewoo's people online. Who knew it was real? Why didn't you tell me? What's the condition of your eyes now? Hold on, Origo was thoroughly confused. How do you know about my eyes? What statement did I issue? And which fans attacked who online? When did this happen? That's not the point right now. Tell me about your eyes first. I had a minor surgery, everything is fine now. The doctor said it went well and I can be discharged in a few days. Now, tell me the rest. Tilda guessed immediately that Eric must have secretly posted the statement when she heard Origo seemed completely unaware. For the rest, you'd better ask that guy of yours. I'm not busy right now. Which hospital are you in? I'll come see you tomorrow. No need to come over, I'm really fine. Don't talk nonsense. How can I not come see you in this state? Wait for me. Knowing he couldn't stop Tilda, Origo said, then pay attention to your safety, let me know when you arrive tomorrow. I'll ask Eric to pick you up. Just let him take care of you. I can find my way. Bye, see you tomorrow. Tilda hung up abruptly, her usual impulsive style. Origo turned his face towards Eric and said, confess, what's going on here? Chapter 0053, Eric's coming out plan. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Eric confessed about secretly issuing the statement using Origo's account. Sorry, Bram. You were already in a bad mood before the surgery, and I didn't want to add to your worries, so I took it upon myself. Origo reached out his hand, and Eric handed his over. Holding hands, Origo said, thank you. You did well. Even if I had known, considering my state of mind at the time, I wouldn't have handled it better. It's good that you're not angry. But I really didn't say anything about your eyes, it was because we were photographed at the hospital during the day. I know. After you're discharged, we might need to live stream an explanation for your fans. Origo thought the same. He not only needed to live stream but also prove the plagiarism issue. Tilda would come over tomorrow, which made Origo quite happy. One reason was that the surgery went well and he felt relieved, and another was that this would give Eric some rest. However, Eric wasn't as pleased, he didn't want anyone else to take care of Origo. Through this illness, Eric realized the problem, they were both adults now. He had just left school and was starting a business with his former university professors and seniors. Being around them often made him forget he was now an adult in society. Now, with Origo, he couldn't just aim for happiness, he had to shoulder the responsibilities of a man and become someone Origo could rely on. Tilda arrived at the hospital early the next morning, her usual brisk manner. After understanding the situation, Tilda reminded him, I knew you were sick, and maybe your mom knows too. Otherwise, you should tell her frankly, or she might hear from other sources and worry even more. Origo really didn't want his mother to know, but Tilda made sense. Let me hide it for now. The doctor said they'd remove the bandages tomorrow. When I video chat with her, she'll see that I'm fine and won't worry so much. Oh, little Bram is such a good boy, Tilda habitually raised her hand to pat Origo's head. Eric coughed. Tilda glanced at him. TCH, having a partner means you can't treat him like a child anymore, huh? Fine, since Origo has a husband now, she had to be more careful. Retracting her hand, she patted his shoulder, are you two doing okay? Origo couldn't help but laugh, yes, he's been taking great care of me these few days. Isn't that what he's supposed to do? Tilda wanted to say how much Origo had suffered for Eric and now deserved this happiness, but she stopped herself knowing that Origo hadn't told Eric about those years of unrequited love. He has worked hard these past few days. Don't bully him, Origo whispered. Tilda felt helpless, as if her grown son no longer needed her approval. I didn't say anything about him. Do you really need to defend him so much? Alright, I know you're close, I won't bully him. Origo raised his hand, signaling Eric to hold his hand, a silent communication they had developed. Unable to see, he relied on touch to express himself. Imogen will stay here with me today. Go get some rest. It's been days since you've showered or changed clothes. I'm fine. Without seeing you, I don't feel at ease, Eric refused to leave. What makes you uneasy with me here? Tilda was exasperated by his clinginess. Origo shook their hands together, go ahead, bring me some fresh clothes too. With Origo insisting, Eric had no choice but to agree, alright, I'll be back soon. Okay. Eric turned to look at Tilda. Tilda. Still looking at her, Eric made a decision. Suddenly understanding, Tilda rolled her eyes and turned her head toward the door. Eric quickly kissed Origo's lips, wait for me. Blushing, Origo nodded. On his way home, Eric thought about Tilda's words. They couldn't keep hiding Origo's illness from Jaden forever, nor could they keep their relationship hidden from their families. Origo cared too much about his mother's feelings. If Kelly opposed their relationship, Bram would be in a difficult position. Therefore, Eric decided to address both families' issues, ensuring that Origo wouldn't suffer. First, he needed to handle his own family. Regardless of whether they agreed, it wouldn't affect his feelings for Origo, but for long-term stability, he needed to openly acknowledge their relationship. After pacing on the balcony a few times, Eric called his mother. Mom, are you busy? I need to talk to you about something. Today, unusually, Mom wasn't playing mahjong but getting a beauty treatment. Not busy, go ahead. What's up? Well. Mom, if I liked a boy, could you accept it? What? Annie sat up from the beauty bed, the newly applied mask cracking into countless pieces. What did you say? Have you been learning bad things outside and following others to fool around? I tell you, I absolutely cannot accept it. Don't even think about bringing any oddballs in front of me. That circle is chaotic, don't mess around and catch some disease. You little rascal, if your father knows about this, he'll break your legs. I admit that your father and I have been lenient with you since childhood, but that's because Bram has always guided you on the right path, and why is your brother not as troublesome as you under the same environment? My brother is only 12, what could make you worry? Eric muttered, slightly dissatisfied. Tell me, who do you like? Where did you meet him? Does Bram know about this? Mom, it's Arrigo. What? The person I like is Arrigo. Oh, Annie's tone suddenly softened. It's Bram, you should have said so earlier, you made my mask useless. Annie lay back down, asking the beautician to reapply the mask. So, does Bram like you? Eric told the truth, yes, we've decided to be together. I pursued him, so it's not Bram's fault. Humph, of course it's not Bram's fault. Did you use any tricks on him? Otherwise, why would he like you? I didn't, we like each other. Eric explained quickly. Humph, lucky for you, I know. Eric was a bit confused, you understand? Yeah, you and Bram are together, I know. Anything else? You can accept it. I can't accept others, but Bram doesn't matter. Since you're with him, treat him well. Bram is a good boy and has had a tough background. You're not allowed to bully him. Eric didn't expect his mom to accept it so easily, feeling a bit incredulous for a moment. But it was best that Mom was on his side. Mom. If you want to say something, just say it. Don't mumble like that, act like a man. Kelly doesn't know about this yet. If she finds out one day, please help me. As for this, Kelly already knows. She's right next to me. Chapter 54, He Likes Someone Like Me. Eric's coming out plan ended as soon as it began. After a long silence, Eric said, Kelly, I'm sorry. Jaden had overheard the conversation between mother and son. Now that things had reached this point, refusing would be futile. She could only sigh, love is a matter between two people, you don't need to apologize. As long as the two of you have thought it through, that's enough. Gracie, I've made up my mind. I know I'm not mature enough yet, but I'll strive to be a good man. There's also something else I need to tell you. What is it? Jaden felt that nothing could surprise her more than these two children being together. Eric knew he couldn't hide anything from her any longer. He told her about the eye surgery that Arrigo had undergone, stressing repeatedly that everything was fine now. This child, Arrigo, had always been considerate towards his mother since childhood, sharing good news but keeping worries to himself. Even when he lost money, he would rather eat just one egg a day than tell her. Not telling her about such a big matter must have been because he didn't want her to worry. Over the years, mother and son had developed a tacit understanding, never wanting to add to each other's burdens. Jaden, too, never told Arrigo about her own illnesses so as not to trouble him. Good child, just telling Gracie I this already brings me comfort. Since he didn't want me to know, I'll pretend not to know. You don't have to tell him either, but please take care of him. It's no trouble at all. I'm really happy to take care of Arrigo. You grew up under my watchful eyes and have always been good to Bram. I trust you can take good care of him. I know about the two of you being together, and I won't tell him to avoid putting pressure on him. But Gracie I has one request. Yes. If he encounters anything unpleasant or any problems he can't solve, can you secretly let me know? Alright. This. Eric hesitated. If he agreed, would he become a traitor in Bram's eyes? Would Bram be angry if he found out? Brianna understood her son's hesitation immediately. Knowing his stubborn nature, she hurriedly reminded him, your Kelly will be your future mother-in-law. Moreover, her concern for Bram is justified. Alright, Gracie I promise. Good. Please contact me promptly if anything comes up. Eric chatted with both mothers for a few more minutes, almost swearing allegiance. After hanging up, he quickly showered, packed 2 sets of clothes for Arrigo, and returned to the hospital. With the heavy burden lifted from his heart, Eric felt light and hopeful, full of confidence in their future. He had also brought some fruit and milk tea. During the past few days of tirelessly caring for Arrigo, he had received much help from the nurses, and he should thank them. Thank you. By the way, was the girl who came today a friend of yours? An older nurse asked. Eric's face darkened instantly. No, just an acquaintance. What kind of eyes did this person have? How could Imogen possibly look like Arrigo's girlfriend? He was the one who spent every day with him. Why didn't they suspect him? Oh, the nurse nodded. In fact, I have a niece around your friend's age, quite beautiful. I thought of introducing her to him. Do you know what type he likes? Since you're so close. Eric snapped irritably, he likes someone like me. He turned and left, leaving the nurse puzzled. Once Eric entered the ward, a few young nurses commented to the one who had asked the question, how could you not see they were a couple? What? What do you mean, what? Didn't you see when they arrived? They wouldn't even let his feet touch the ground. They'd carry him everywhere for checkups. Exactly. One day when I went to deliver medicine and walked straight in without knocking, they separated hurriedly. They might have been sneaking a kiss. To think you still wanted to introduce him a girlfriend. No wonder he turned cold. Arrigo hadn't expected Eric to return so soon. He was listening to Imogen talk about the gossip from the film set, smiling happily. Though Eric didn't speak right away, by the footsteps, Arrigo knew it was him. Arrigo smiled brightly towards the door, you're back so soon. Didn't I tell you to rest more? Not worried about you, I'm not tired. How are you? Thirsty? Hungry? Tired? Need to rest? His rapid-fire questions made Arrigo smile even warmer. Imogen rolled her eyes, I wouldn't abuse him. Arrigo held out his hand, and Eric automatically took it. Arrigo patiently answered each question, I'm not tired, I feel great, neither hungry nor tired, and I've been resting all along. Eric shot a glance at Imogen. Imogen stood up, sensing the cue, since your man is back, I'll leave. I've booked a hotel nearby and will wander around. I'll visit you again tomorrow. You have to be careful staying outside as a girl. I'll send you a message tonight. I'm used to traveling alone, no problem. Arrigo's attentiveness and thoughtfulness towards Imogen were always unique, making Eric almost jealous. After seeing Imogen off, Eric closed the door and returned, sitting by the bed watching Arrigo. What's wrong? Arrigo couldn't see but his other senses were exceptionally sharp, he felt that Eric's mood wasn't good. Just now, a nurse outside asked if Imogen was your girlfriend. Arrigo chuckled, are you still jealous of her? How did you reply? I said no, she wanted to introduce some niece of hers to you, and even asked what kind of person you like. Eric's tone was listless. Arrigo found it both amusing and heart-wrenching, what did you say then? I said you like someone like me. Arrigo burst out laughing, didn't you drive her away already? Why are you still upset? I'm not upset, Eric mumbled. Oh, not upset, just a bit sore, come here and let me put you together. Arrigo stretched out his arms in front of him for a hug. But due to the bandages, his direction wasn't quite right. This dazed Arrigo made Eric feel both heartbroken and adorably sweet. He sidestepped into Arrigo's arms, hugging him tightly, burying his head in his neck and inhaling the faint sweetness of his scent deeply. Arrigo stroked the hair at the back of his head, next time when someone asks, why don't you just say you're my boyfriend? Really? You don't mind? As long as we don't mention it on live streams, in real life, I don't plan to hide it. Bram, you're so good. Eric nuzzled deeper into Arrigo's chest, holding him around the waist, lie down and take a nap with me. I'm not sleepy. I am. Suddenly, Eric flipped over, pinning Arrigo on top of him, one hand around his waist, the other holding the back of his neck, and kissed him without hesitation. Arrigo rested his forearm on Eric's chest, fingers gently gripping his shoulders, obediently letting his tongue explore Eric's mouth, teasing and sucking. A tingling sensation spread from his lips throughout his body. Though he couldn't see Eric's expression, every heavy breath hitting his eardrums spoke volumes. Chapter 0055, Arrigo's Big Plan. After kissing for a while, Eric finally parted from Arrigo. Breathless, Arrigo lay on Eric's chest, absent-mindedly tugging at his work shirt. Eric had just returned after taking a shower at home, the fresh and clean scent was strong on him. Uncontrollably, Arrigo nuzzled closer, feeling slightly drowsy. I want to go home, Arrigo said. Eric thought he meant their hometown. There are only a few months left until New Year's, we can go back then. No, I mean our home, Arrigo replied somewhat bashfully. Eric smiled foolishly, right, we do have a home now. Though it was rented, it felt warm and cozy. Eric's family mansion was grand but often cold and empty. Only when he was with Arrigo did he feel the warmth of life. Arrigo was not like the sun, his personality wasn't so intense and outgoing. To Eric, he was more like the moon, clear and bright, guiding him in the darkness. Now he was also giving directions to unseen Arrigo. The day after removing the bandages, Arrigo was discharged from the hospital. His vision was still a bit blurry post-surgery, and regular checkups were required. The doctor assured that with proper rest, it would recover soon. Tilda took Arrigo home after discharge before returning to the set. She wanted to stay longer, but Eric looked like she was trying to take candy from him, making her angry. Eric had taken a week off, but now that Arrigo was discharged, he needed to return to work. Fortunately, though Arrigo's vision was still somewhat blurry, he could manage daily activities except for fine tasks requiring sharp tools like cooking. Their studio was close to home, so Eric would come back during lunch breaks to bring food and immediately rush home after work. Arrigo didn't overstrain himself. He avoided all electronic devices, listening to soothing music to relax and recuperate. He needed to get his eyes well quickly to implement his big plan, to win over Eric. The doctor specifically warned against strenuous activities after surgery, which included certain matters, indeed considered intense exercise. Given Eric's physique and strength, and the already seen impressive attributes, Arrigo felt a bit intimidated. But Eric had psychological issues, leaving this task to be initiated by Arrigo alone. Unaware of what Arrigo was planning, Eric just felt odd about how Arrigo kept looking at his lower half since the surgery. After 2 weeks of recovery, Arrigo's condition improved enough to use electronic devices again. He made a video call with his sister, Jaden. Fortunately, their mother hadn't seen the online rumors. They chatted casually, putting on a show for each other, which Eric watched quietly. Arrigo announced an evening live stream, marking his return after disappearing for a month and a half. Fans eagerly awaited his comeback, especially with camera footage. Wearing a simple white shirt, his hair grown long and bangs covering his eyebrows, Arrigo's beautiful eyes sparkled, and his complexion was good. Due to indoor lighting, he looked better than his previous outdoor live stream in Lishan village. Hi everyone, this live stream is mainly to thank you all for your blessings during my illness. I'm recovered now, so please rest assured. Regarding the concern some of you have, first, my eyes weren't solely affected because of the exhaustion from my hard work being plagiarized, it was a contributing factor. The root cause was genetic, and the fatigue last month exacerbated it. Everyone should still take care of their health. Fan, baby looks so cute today, we will take note. Chat, Bram could have played the victim card to gain sympathy, but he didn't, he's really honest. Chat, our Bram wouldn't stoop to using sympathy, it shows how much better he is compared to some people. Chat, someone said, you're only blind, but I lost 2 pounds. Chat, someone is still riding the wave today, shameless. Arrigo continued, regarding the plagiarism issue, I initially planned to wait for the legal process to finish. But during the review period, certain individuals incited fan conflicts, which isn't what I want. So, I think it's necessary to present my evidence. Arrigo showed several images from side projects he did in college, modeling and scene building for other games. At that time, I hadn't started streaming yet, and I used a pseudonym Huaxiang Zenki Shui. These game projects are part of my past work. Chat, Bram has another pseudonym. You treated us like outsiders and didn't tell us. I've played at least half of these games. Chat, there's my favorite character in here. Oh my god, it turns out it was also made by Bram. Chat, falling for Bram is destined. Chat, speaking of which, did you spell the word Huaxiang Zenki incorrectly? Chat, is there a possibility it's correct, using Hua as in soul? Chat, wow, no wonder Bram is so lovable. Chat, but this doesn't prove the plagiarism issue, right? Arrigo caught this chat comment, indeed, this alone isn't enough to prove it. But over the years, I've had a habit of leaving my mark in inconspicuous places within the scenes I create. Arrigo zoomed in on several screenshots from his scenes for the viewers, including those in the games released by Black Fog, where this mark could be seen. Chat, it's there, indeed. We just never noticed before. Chat, it's so tiny, it's hard to spot. Chat, I checked, it's really there. Chat, but what is it? Looks like a poster. Chat, the pixel enlargement is too blurry to make out, but it does look like a poster. Chat, who has a microscope to see clearly? Chat, streamer, show us what it is. Arrigo smiled shyly, without any beauty filter on, making his fair cheeks visibly blushing slightly pink, his eyes twinkling with water-like reflections. His smile and glance caused an uproar in the live stream room. Not only did the live stream room go wild, but even Eric, sitting opposite him, went wild too. Bram's shy smile was just too beautiful. Arrigo never told him about marking his work, and the earliest piece might date back to his sophomore year, carrying this mark all the way until now. What did Arrigo make that could make him blush? This is my secret, you just need to know that all my works have this mark. Only my own work would have this. Therefore, the issue of plagiarism should be clear now. I've already handed over this evidence to the reviewers. I hope my fans stay calm and wait for the official results. The live stream could have ended perfectly here, but suddenly one chat message caught everyone's attention. Baby Ocean, Brother Bram, why did you move away? Crying, why didn't you even say goodbye to me before moving crying? Chapter 0056 then go down. Chat, Ocean baby and Bram are neighbors. Chat, it seems so, last time Bram even gave him a jar of pear jam. Chat, then why did Bram move? Chat, move to someone else's house. Chat, Bram's eyes were uncomfortable, moving to Soul's place for easier care. Chat, CP fans start fantasizing again, moving isn't a very normal thing. Arrigo neither admitted nor denied it, just saying he had completed the purpose of today's live stream and was going to rest. During this period, I need to rest and have a follow-up checkup. I probably won't be streaming games. Once the checkup results are out, I'll live stream our own game we've developed because I've found many interesting ways of playing that you haven't explored yet. Chat, alright, take good care of yourself, streamer. Chat, get well soon. Fans didn't detain him as he had just recovered from a serious illness, all letting him rest early. Arrigo directly turned off the live stream. Eric quickly came over to ask, how are your eyes? Are they uncomfortable? No, just for this short while, nothing serious. Then go to bed and rest immediately. Arrigo sat there looking at him, unmoving. Eric raised an eyebrow. What? Waiting for me to carry you? Arrigo smiled, not bad either. Eric was more than happy to do so, walking over and directly picking up Arrigo from the chair. Walking through the living room, Eric suddenly stopped and asked, Bram, what exactly is that mark you made? Arrigo whispered with his head buried in Eric's shoulder, I said it's my secret. Do you still have secrets from me? What? Don't you have secrets? Eric was momentarily speechless. Indeed, before, no, but now, there really were, since he promised something to Kelly which was a secret now. Arrigo suddenly looked up at him, you really have secrets? Eric guiltily moved his gaze away, changing the subject, you tell me first, what exactly is the mark you made? If I tell you, will you tell me your secret? Eric shook his head. Why should I tell you then? Arrigo pouted and tried to jump down from his arms. Unfortunately, Eric had experience in carrying him. Not only couldn't Arrigo get away, but he was also tossed lightly, scaring him into subconsciously hugging Eric's neck. Put me down. Then will you tell me or not? Eric put Arrigo on the bed, pressing his legs and tickling him. I won't tell you. Stop. Arrigo quickly begged for mercy, unable to withstand the tickling. Then talk. They don't understand, can't see what it is, wouldn't you know if you checked the code? Arrigo whispered. True. Eric suddenly realized. Alright, don't press on me, Arrigo nudged Eric's leg with his leg. Is it uncomfortable? Arrigo, I think you're being inappropriate seriously. Eric innocently, I'm not. Then go down, Arrigo blushed and said. Eric laid on top of Arrigo and murmured, Bram, I want you. Arrigo's face instantly blushed red but felt somewhat anticipatory, sinking into the mattress, his heart beating faster. Living together every day, who could resist such thoughts? Eric held hands with Arrigo after touching his hand. After a while, he got up with a determined look, you still have a fortnight before the recheck, I'll use this time to learn some techniques. Where are you learning skills? Arrigo was a little jealous. There were only a few ways to learn new skills, and he didn't like the idea of Eric learning from others. If this naive and straight guy opens the door to a whole new world and gets interested in the colorful world, what would happen? Who knew, Eric would say, from the stories written by our CP fans. Arrigo. How do you even know about those things? Actually, Arrigo had seen them too. He often used a throwaway account to view their CP discussions, feeling like Eric was also in love with him. But beautiful dreams must always wake up. After he prepared to give up on Eric, he never dared to look again. I've read them long ago, when I just realized I liked you, but after we got together, I stopped reading. Eric recalled some blush-inducing scenes in those writings and felt somewhat eager to try. Those fictions were vivid and varied, making Arrigo shudder. If Eric took those as a textbook, wouldn't he be ruined? Don't read them, go to sleep, Arrigo hurriedly dismissed this dangerous thought. Before the result of the dispute with the Black Mist studio was announced, Arrigo received the outcome of dealing with the person who maliciously spread rumors about him last time. A public apology across all networks, and detention for 10 days. This incident boosted his fame quite a bit, and he received many game endorsement invitations. Arrigo declined all offers, he had no intention of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. Moreover, he had already been absent from work for a month and should prioritize his main job. According to Eric, Grover had hired a new artist to replace Barney's position. Barney faced a lawsuit for allegedly stealing games from the studio, and Arrigo was on leave for recuperation after his illness. The arrival of this new person alleviated the urgent needs of the studio. A month after the surgery, Arrigo's eyes had fully recovered. As long as he didn't overstrain them in the future, there wouldn't be any problems. Accompanied by Eric, both of them returned to the studio after leaving the hospital. Having almost lived together for a month, the relationship between the employees of the studio seemed to have gotten closer. They were all happy to see Arrigo return to good health. Come, Arrigo, this is your new partner, Alberic. Hello, I'm Arrigo. Arrigo politely shook hands with him. Very pleased to meet you, I'm also a fan of yours. Alberic gracefully gave Arrigo a light handshake. Upon hearing that he was a fan of Arrigo, Eric couldn't help but feel uneasy. How could there still be fans here? He had been here for so many days without mentioning it, waiting until Arrigo came to say it face to face, quite strategic indeed. Arrigo modestly smiled, we will be colleagues now. You are a senior, and I have much to learn from you. Alberic smiled, let's learn from each other. Alright, the first month's revenue of our game has been calculated, and I've posted it in the group. We'll distribute bonuses according to the previously agreed terms. Yeah. Everyone cheered happily. I'll treat you all tonight to welcome the new colleague and celebrate Arrigo's return. Good. After the excitement subsided, everyone returned to their desks to work. Grover told Arrigo, you just got back, don't overwork yourself. The current game is running smoothly, and we can start working on the new game after the new year. There won't be much pressure. Okay, I'll pace myself. Great, get to work then. Your desk hasn't collected any dust during your absence. Jingza has been cleaning it for you every day, Grover said with a smile. Separated by 2 desks, Arrigo smiled at Eric opposite him. What? Why does he look unhappy? Chapter 0057 Mutual Fans. Eric was unhappy. Originally, his plan was to check on Arrigo today. If Arrigo was doing well, they could spend the evening together smoothly. Eric had made up his mind to overcome his psychological issues. During the confession and kiss initiated by Arrigo last time, he wanted to take the initiative this time. He felt he had fully grasped the theoretical knowledge and would not hurt Arrigo. However, Grover arranged a dinner gathering for the evening. It was fine, after enduring for so long, one more day wouldn't matter. But why was Alberic, who claimed to be a fan of Bram, looking at Bram with such a happy smile? Alberic was only 1 year older than Arrigo and Eric, younger than everyone else in the studio, but looked somewhat mature. He wasn't unattractive, just appeared more composed, giving off an elder brother vibe. I've gone through a lot and worried too much, so I look older. You guys need to take good care of yourselves, Alberic said self-deprecatingly. Others then teased him a few times, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. But Eric still showed no expression. Arrigo sent a message to Eric, what's wrong? Eric, stay away from that Alberic. I think something's off about him. Arrigo? Eric, never mind, we'll talk at lunch. Eric had been cracking the code on the poster Arrigo was in for half a month, stuck on a key at the end. He didn't know what it was. When he asked Arrigo, he wouldn't tell him, only saying it was somehow related to him. Eric had racked his brain trying to figure it out. From birthdays to their school years together, graduation dates, none of it matched. What could make Arrigo create such a complicated setup? If he didn't want others to see, why bother making it, and yet not let anyone see it? So tormenting. However, even without the password, Eric could crack it. He wrote a decryption program to try them one by one, expecting to break it within a day or 2. During lunch break, Alberic asked Arrigo to show him around, claiming he didn't know any good nearby places to eat. With the intention of taking care of the new colleague, Arrigo agreed, naturally intending to invite Eric as well. Eric clenched his teeth in anger. Not knowing where to eat, can't order food delivery. Finding an excuse to go out with Arrigo. He had planned to spend some cozy time with Arrigo in the lounge during lunch, but now he had to be forced to eat with Alberic. Having known Arrigo for so many years, he understood that Arrigo was a tough-talking but soft-hearted person. If he stopped it, he would appear petty. He had sworn to be Bram's support, to mature, and as the official partner, not to be jealous. During the meal, Alberic proved to be a true fan of Arrigo, knowing all about him and also aware of Eric's close relationship with him. What surprised Arrigo was that Alberic turned out to be Yuan, who had participated in large-scale mobile game development back in university. He was a legendary senior in their field, but suddenly disappeared during his senior year. For years had passed, and Arrigo had graduated, many had forgotten the legendary Yuan. Alberic smiled faintly, a hero doesn't mention past glories. Now your fame and strength have surpassed me. Can I ask why you stopped making games? Alberic looked at Arrigo and Eric and said, some things happened. This is normal, when people are full of vigor, they may fall into low points. Seeing he didn't want to specify, Arrigo didn't press further. Eric was burning with frustration during the meal. Alberic was no stranger to Eric. When Arrigo was a freshman, Eric was a sophomore. Alberic was often used as an exemplary case by teachers to inspire students. Yuan was once Arrigo's goal, almost an idol-level figure. Fortunately, Yuan was not from their alma mater, nor had his appearance been revealed, and he disappeared the following year. Now, the two found common topics and mutual admiration, sitting face to face and chatting like old friends, making Eric feel redundant. Eric's heart sank, feeling neglected throughout the conversation. Suddenly, Alberic asked, can I gossip a bit? Are you too? Eric looked at Arrigo. Since Arrigo expressed that he didn't want their relationship publicized in a company, office romance was generally unwelcome anywhere, especially given their unique situation. Eric thought Arrigo might deny it, but deep down, he didn't hope so. Even if he knew it wasn't real, he didn't want to hear any denial of their relationship from Arrigo's mouth. Arrigo calmly replied, we are. Bram didn't deny. Eric's withered heart bloomed again. Alberic nodded, then congratulations to you both. We didn't plan to hide it, but we also didn't intend to publicize it widely. After all, we work together every day, so it's better to be more at ease, Arrigo said. Alberic smiled, so you told me like this, not afraid I might spread it around? Arrigo also laughed, I think you can understand. Alberic nodded, indeed, I can understand. Eric was completely confused. Understand what? How did they just understand each other with a smile? It seemed like they were talking in some cryptic language he couldn't grasp. After lunch, the three of them returned to the studio. There were still 30 minutes left for the afternoon break. Eric pulled Arrigo into the lounge. As soon as they entered, Eric pressed Arrigo against the door and hugged him, kissing him. Arrigo patted his back and asked between breaths, what's wrong? Meeting your early idol, are you happy? Of course I'm happy. At least his expertise is strong, which makes working with him much easier, Arrigo answered truthfully. Eric pinched Arrigo's face. Aren't you afraid I'll be unhappy? Arrigo held Eric's face and looked at him, smiling. Jealous? Didn't I admit our relationship right in front of him? You're still jealous about that? Yeah. Eric mumbled, resting his chin on Arrigo's shoulder. If you smile at others, I'll be jealous. If you talk to others, I'll be jealous. If you look at others, I'll be jealous. Then aren't you going to live in a vat of vinegar every day? Yeah, actually I've always been jealous before. Anyone who appeared near you, I wanted them to vanish right then and there, but I didn't realize it was jealousy. Arrigo felt warmth and softness in his heart. Recalling how many times he had misunderstood Eric's inexplicable possessiveness, he couldn't help but scold Eric for being slow-witted, wondering why it took him so long to figure it out. So stay away from Alberic. I just feel he's weird. Arrigo roughly understood why Eric thought Alberic was strange. Because he could see at first glance that Alberic was like him, but the mostly straight Eric wouldn't think of this and could only sense that Alberic's aura was strange. He's gay. How do you know? I can tell. Arrigo wasn't ready to tell Eric that they were alike. Eric seemed to always believe that their situation was unique, thinking he was a straight man who only liked him. If he's gay, you should avoid him even more, in case he gets ideas about you. He won't threaten you. Why? Because I only like you. Arrigo took the opportunity to confess, confusing Eric and making him dazedly kiss Arrigo, leaving no time to worry about Alberic anymore. But in fact, Arrigo wanted to say that it was because he and Alberic clashed in numbers. Chapter 0058, Cracking the Password. The dinner gathering was at a barbecue restaurant. The 8 people from the studio were divided into 2 tables, with Arrigo and Eric sitting together. Opposite them were Alberic and Faith. Eric's attentive care for Arrigo had long become a familiar sight to the studio members, but it was the first time for Alberic. Seeing Eric cutting and grilling meat for Arrigo as if he were about to feed him directly, Alberic felt momentarily dazed. Arrigo gently nudged Eric's leg and whispered, "Let me do it myself." Eric gave him a puzzled look. For all these years, he had been serving him like this. Why did he want to do it himself today? Eric's gaze shifted to Alberic across from Arrigo, who was staring at Arrigo in a daze. "What are you looking at while I'm taking care of my wife?" Eric coughed lightly. Alberic withdrew his gaze and laughed nonchalantly, saying, "The food here is really good." "Good? You haven't eaten much at all, your attention has been on Butler the whole time. What's wrong with you?" Faith, being more observant, noticed the awkward atmosphere between the 3 of them and started a conversation with Alberic to ease the tension. Only then did Eric feel a little better inside. But just thinking that this strange guy would be working closely with Arrigo every day made his head ache. He knew he had a strong possessiveness over Arrigo and was trying his best to restrain himself. He shouldn't interfere with Arrigo's freedom to make friends, so he could only drink alone silently. "Why are you drinking so much tonight?" Arrigo took away his wine glass. Eric was already slightly drunk and turned to look at Arrigo, feeling pitiful. "Butler," Eric hugged Arrigo's arm, resting his head on his shoulder and whined. Alberic and Faith across the table looked over simultaneously. "Stop whimpering," Arrigo patted his face helplessly. Eric pouted in a grievous manner but dared not speak up anymore. "You two have known each other for so many years and your relationship is still so close, it's really admirable," Alberic said with a hint of disappointment. "I don't have any good friends left. We drifted apart over time." Arrigo had sensed since noon when Alberic asked if they were a couple that Alberic's disappearance these past few years must be related to a man. People who drift apart weren't deeply tied to begin with. Truly destined people won't lose each other. "I know, but thinking about it occasionally still makes me feel sad." Rarely finding someone to confide in, Alberic couldn't care less whether he was speaking too openly, he just wanted to vent his pent-up feelings. Eric frowned on Arrigo's shoulder. What were they talking about that he didn't understand? It felt as though Arrigo and Alberic had their own private world. Whenever they conversed, Eric began to lose track. This feeling was truly unpleasant. After the meal, everyone went home separately. Eric was half pretending to act tipsy, clinging on to Arrigo. "Do you need help sending him back?" Alberic offered kindly. Arrigo waved his hand. "No, go back quickly." Alberic hailed a taxi and let Arrigo leave first. Arrigo put Eric in the car and headed home. "Butler, I love you so much." I know. "Do you love me?" "Yes." "Then kiss me." Arrigo smacked him again. "We're outside." Eric was really trying to provoke him, so Arrigo got out of the car before reaching the apartment complex, walking back with Eric under the watchful eyes of the driver. "It's dark, where are people?" Eric muttered, covering his face. Okay, come here." Arrigo looked around and signaled for Eric. Eric eagerly approached, and Arrigo kissed his cheek. "That's enough, let's go home." "Not enough, who said it was kissing on the cheek?" "Eric, knowing your alcohol tolerance, you wouldn't usually act like this. Don't try to stir trouble under the influence," Arrigo warned sternly from under the streetlight. Eric wasn't that drunk, but he felt uncomfortable. Arrigo getting inexplicably close with Alberic made him jealous. Unable to lash out, he could only keep pestering Arrigo, enjoying the indulgence he received, which would somewhat alleviate his discomfort. After much persuasion, Arrigo finally got him home and shoved him into the bathroom. Eric clung to the door frame, asking Arrigo to join him. Exhausted from getting Eric home, Arrigo refused and pushed Eric into the bathroom. If they washed together, Eric would inevitably cling and take advantage of the situation, which was already difficult enough without the drunken antics. Eric finished showering quickly, and Arrigo went to wash next. By the time Eric came out of the shower, he was mostly sober and turned on his computer to check the progress of the cracking program. He never expected that Arrigo's password had already been cracked. CC20190721HH.SECRE.TVE. Eric was stunned looking at this genetic code. CC and HH were the abbreviations of their names, which was easy to understand, but what did that date mean? 5 years ago, they were still in high school. SECRE.T.L.VE. Unrequited love. Eric used this password to crack the program designed by Arrigo, making the blurry image clear. The mark that belonged exclusively to Arrigo wasn't a poster but a photo of them together. It was from their high school days, taken from an angle as if a third person had secretly snapped it from far away. According to their clothes, Eric could tell it was during a sports meet. He was wearing a sports jersey with a number pinned on it, his hand resting on Arrigo's shoulder while Arrigo tilted his head back and smiled up at him. Maybe he had won first place in a race, or maybe they were watching others compete. The specific details were lost to memory. But Arrigo's smile, with his eyes curved into crescents, had always been there in Eric's memories, accompanying him through the years. Previously, Eric just thought Arrigo looked good when he smiled and tried to make him happy without understanding the meaning behind that smile. That day in Rome City, when he confessed to Arrigo, Arrigo responded immediately. Eric had wondered if Arrigo felt the same way about him, that they had both liked each other for quite some time, but he never imagined it started so early. Numerous scenes of their interactions flashed through Eric's mind. He enjoyed physical contact with Arrigo, who would often shyly avoid it. The more he dodged, the more Eric wanted to hold him, unable to resist the sight of Arrigo's blushing face and ears. He also couldn't tolerate anyone else being close to Arrigo, isolating everyone suspicious from their relationship, which is why Arrigo hadn't made many friends over the years. If Arrigo had liked him since then, what had he been doing all these years? Keeping Arrigo locked beside him as just a friend, giving him no hope or promise, wasn't he a scumbag? Arrigo emerged from the bathroom, drying his hair, and saw Eric sitting on the sofa, tears streaming down his face as he stared at the computer. Arrigo? Chapter 0059, Eric, just be a person. What's wrong? Arrigo didn't even have time to put down the towel and hurried over to ask him. Before Eric could answer, Arrigo saw the photo on his screen. Arrigo wasn't surprised that Eric had decoded it, he was prepared for this when he talked about it openly during the live stream. But he hadn't anticipated Eric's reaction. Eric pulled Arrigo into an embrace, tightly circling his body with his arms, his forehead buried in Arrigo's neck as he choked out, "I'm sorry, Bram, I'm so sorry." Arrigo felt a lump in his throat and reached up to hug Eric's back. "You've liked me for so long, yet I kept explaining our relationship away as just friends. Actually, my feelings for you have long surpassed friendship, and my actions have crossed boundaries, but I just wouldn't think of it that way. No wonder you wanted to separate from me after graduation, I deserve it, Bram. I've been too much." "It's not your fault," Arrigo whispered softly. A crush was his own doing, not Eric's fault. While many of Eric's actions made him unable to extricate himself, Arrigo was genuinely cared for by him all along. Now that they were together, Arrigo couldn't blame him at all. That Eric loved him and made his hidden love come true already made him luckier than most. Eric's snot and tears smeared onto Arrigo's shoulder. Arrigo teased him, "Hey, stop crying. I just showered, and you're dirtying my clothes." Eric finally lifted his head, looking at Arrigo as he sniffled, "I'll get you fresh clothes." After washing his face, Eric returned. "Where are the clothes?" Arrigo asked when he saw his empty hands. "Shall we change here? Come, let's go back to the bedroom." Eric held out his hand. Arrigo grabbed his hand and stood up from the sofa. Eric immediately placed his hand behind his neck and carried him horizontally back to the bedroom. Eric had only one thought now, he wanted to be with Bram. He realized that even though he had only liked Arrigo for half a year, it already felt like he was carrying a lemon with its skin every day, sour and bitter. Arrigo had liked him for 5 whole years, and he wouldn't let Arrigo wait any longer. Any psychological shadow didn't matter anymore. Lying on the bed, Eric undid Arrigo's shirt buttons one by one. Arrigo reached for the clean pajamas on the bedside table. Eric caught his wrist and pressed him back onto the bed. "Don't wear it." Eric's voice was hoarse and nasal from crying, carrying a hint of coquettishness. Arrigo's fists clenched nervously as he turned his head and asked, "Then what do I wear?" "You don't wear anything, I will." Eric got up and rummaged through the bedside cabinet for 2 items. Arrigo's face flushed red as if someone had set off fireworks inside his cheeks. "When did you put those in there?" "When I was learning the techniques." Realizing Eric was serious, Arrigo swallowed anxiously, feeling both fear and anticipation. Seeing Arrigo willingly letting him have his way made Eric's heart ache. He leaned down and kissed Arrigo passionately. Their heated breaths interchanged, and Eric's kiss deepened as if he wanted to draw all the air out of Arrigo's chest. This kiss was clearly different from usual, thick with foreplay. Arrigo winced from the pain of the sleepwear buttons pressing against him, and he began unbuttoning Eric's shirt as well. Eric seemed liberated from his restraints, giving a muffled moan of relief as he ripped off the remaining fabric of Arrigo's clothes. "Bram!" Eric called out as he rested his forehead against Arrigo's. "Bram, leave it to me, okay?" Arrigo nodded gently. Delicate eyelashes, soft earlobes, slender neck, exquisite collarbone, and long fingers. Eric cherished each part with gentle kisses, treating him as if he were the most precious gem in the world. The tingling sensations where Eric kissed spread to Arrigo's heart, making him dizzy and slowly melting into a pile of mush, powerless to resist. Eric placed a pillow under Arrigo's waist and picked up the item he had retrieved from the drawer. Arrigo bit his lip as sweat began to bead on his forehead. Eric kissed the bite mark Arrigo had left on his lips, breathing heavily as uncontrollable pants escaped his throat, his eyes turning red. "Bram! Bram!" Eric murmured, dazed with passion, sweat dripping from his forehead down his chin onto Arrigo's back. Arrigo shuddered at the heat, causing Eric to groan deeply, holding Arrigo's hand against his chest as if even melding him into his body wasn't enough. Arrigo only fell asleep when dawn broke. Not long afterward, his disciplined biological clock woke him up. Despite his aching waist, which hurt even with slight movements, he had resumed work yesterday and couldn't take a day off today. Struggling to get up, he barely moved when Eric, who was behind him, woke up. Arrigo bit the arm that was under his head. "SSS," Eric winced. "Baby, why did you bite me?" Arrigo's nose was stuffy. "Eric, just be a person, are you planning to eat as if there's no tomorrow?" Eric's drowsy brain quickly processed and understood what Arrigo meant. He laughed and wrapped his arms around Arrigo's waist, saying, "Baby, I was looking for my phone to check the time." "What did you think I was looking for?" It wasn't Arrigo's fault for being on edge like a startled bird. Eric had indulged in their intimacy until dawn, and he could not handle it anymore. Eric's efforts showed remarkable results, he felt no discomfort. The sweet moments they shared filled him with immense satisfaction. But it was their first time, and the intensity was too much for him to handle. Arrigo, embarrassed and irritated, bit again, but this time with much less force. "Baby, you're behaving as if you're trying to seduce me." Eric nuzzled against the back of Arrigo's neck, inhaling his scent. Their closeness from yesterday made Arrigo smell like him, as if he had marked him, creating an incredibly intimate feeling. "I'm serious, Eric, if you lose control one more time, I'll run away from home." Arrigo warned, though his tone lacked strength as he snuggled in Eric's arms. Since Eric couldn't help calling him baby last night, he continued doing so, each call making Arrigo's heart tremble. "Baby, shall I ask for a day off for you?" Eric knew he went overboard last night and Arrigo must be feeling unwell today. "No way, I just got back to work yesterday. If I take leave today, what will people think?" "Well, I'm a shareholder after all. Giving you a few days off wouldn't cause any trouble." "Let it go, I still have work to do anyway. Besides, I'll just be sitting in front of the computer, nothing too strenuous." All the physical work will be done by me from now on." Eric snuggled closer to Arrigo. Chapter 0060, as it should be. The manual labor that Eric mentioned clearly wasn't just manual labor. Where would a programmer get manual labor from? Arrigo's ears were red, and he reached out to grab the clothes on the bedside table. Eric propped himself up and got them for him. "Stretch your arms out." Arrigo really couldn't bear being treated like a child, frowning in protest. "I can dress myself." Eric slowly buttoned his shirt with distinct fingers, smiling as he asked, "Why didn't you protest when I helped you take off your clothes last night?" "Well, that was different, right? Why not? I undressed you, and now I'm dressing you, it's only natural." Knowing full well he was being unreasonable, Arrigo couldn't find words to refute him. "Baby. Can you stop calling me that?" Today's Eric was embarrassingly sweet to the point of unrecognizability. "Why? But I like calling you that." Eric hugged Arrigo's waist and shook him slightly. "At least don't call me that outside," Arrigo compromised. "Oh, okay." Since Arrigo wouldn't let him do it outside, Eric felt he needed to make up for it at home. Baby, I think we should buy a car with my bonus." "The bonus isn't enough for a car, is it?" Arrigo reminded him. "It's almost enough. Plus, I've saved some money, so buying a small car for commuting will be fine." Though their residence was close to the studio, and they walked to work every day, he couldn't bear for Arrigo to walk even a step extra like this morning. Such instances would increase, he couldn't let his wife suffer. Eric carried Arrigo to the bathroom to brush his teeth, then kissed him again after. "Can we just collect our salaries without working?" He wished he could just hug Bram all day. No. He had to work hard and earn money. He and Bram planned to be together for life. They arrived at the studio by taxi, punching in just on time. Arrigo sat opposite him, wearing anti-blue light glasses to protect his eyes. So gentle and polite, Eric couldn't tear his eyes away. His baby was just too beautiful. If possible, Eric really wanted to travel back 5 years and give himself a good slap. If he had realized his feelings for Arrigo were love sooner, they would have been together earlier. Arrigo wouldn't have endured so much hardship, and he wouldn't have nearly lost Arrigo. He had to treat Arrigo better, making up for these misplaced 5 years. Arrigo spent the whole morning under the intense scrutiny of a pair of glowing eyes. Without looking up, he knew what was happening. He never imagined one day he would be sexually harassed by his own partner at work. His predator-like gaze made it seem like he wanted everyone to know their affair. Taking advantage of Eric going to the tea room for water, Arrigo followed him, blocking him inside to confront him. "Eric, can you act normal?" "What did I do?" Eric grinned mischievously, moving closer to Arrigo. "Can you focus on work? Why are you always staring at me?" "I can't help it," Eric said plaintively, "why are you so good-looking? You've seen me for years, over a decade. Haven't I always looked like this?" Arrigo couldn't help but laugh and cry. It's different now. Before, you never looked at me the way you did last night. You never made those delightful sounds either, Arrigo hurriedly covered Eric's mouth. What nerve had been struck in him last night? Not only did he keep calling baby, baby, but he also kept blurting out lecherous remarks. Eric caught Arrigo's wrist, kissed the palm of his hand, and said, "I'll try to control myself." Arrigo kissed his face quickly and went back to work with his water cup. Eric licked his lips, unable to contain his smile. Finally, it was lunch break. Eric finally could openly stick with Arrigo, locking the door and dragging him to bed. "Eric, I warn you not to have any funny ideas at work," Arrigo, feeling guilty under Eric's green-eyed glare all morning. This time, Eric was truly innocent. "Am I someone who doesn't care about your well-being? I just want you to sleep. You didn't rest well last night. Go ahead and take a nap, I'll wake you up on time." Eric patted Arrigo's back. "Okay," Arrigo nodded dubiously. "But can I kiss you for a while?" Eric bent down, tilting Arrigo's face up and pressing his lips against his. After reluctantly kissing for a bit, Eric laid Arrigo's head back in his chest. "Go to sleep now." Arrigo was genuinely tired. Eric gently massaged his sore back, allowing Arrigo to have a very comfortable nap. In the afternoon, Eric was taken by Grover to meet clients, saying he was handsome and spirited, representing the company's image well. Reluctantly, Eric followed along, turning back every few steps as if he felt he was losing out just by not seeing Arrigo for a moment. Once Eric was gone, Arrigo let out a sigh of relief. Without that hungry wolf's gaze on him, he hurried to catch up on the work he had missed in the morning. Eric only returned near the end of the workday, and missing Arrigo all afternoon nearly drove him crazy. That client chatted idly about everything under the sun, avoiding the main topic. It gave Eric a headache. Seeing Arrigo's eyes as clear as spring water now, he wanted nothing more than to pounce and nibble on him. "Are you tired? Don't bother cooking tonight, let's go eat out." On the way home, noticing Eric didn't seem in good spirits, Arrigo couldn't bear the thought of making him cook again. "No need. Just talking too much made my head spin. Seeing you makes it all better. I still have to make cherry pork for you. Let's do it tomorrow. I'm really fine, don't you believe me? You can check when we get home. Get lost." Arrigo laughed and pushed Eric's head away as it leaned over. The two went grocery shopping together, then headed home. Not very hungry, Arrigo just wanted Eric to rest before cooking. Taking advantage of the moment, Eric pressed Arrigo into the sofa, his nose against the skin of Arrigo's neck. "Let me recharge." Arrigo thought he meant hugging, so he reached out and gently stroked his back. After leaving school, the stress and intensity of work were significant. Occasionally, Arrigo also felt overwhelmed, and Eric must have felt exhausted as well. Having someone close by during such times healed the soul. Arrigo was willing to be the one who could heal Eric. After a while, Eric's hand started to slide down Arrigo's waistline. Arrigo caught his forearm and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be recharging? What are you doing?" Eric teased, "Charging can be wired or wireless. My battery is seriously low, wireless might not be effective. I need a wired connection." Amused, Arrigo asked, "How does wired charging work?" Eric nibbled on Arrigo's earlobe, arching his body, breathing heavily, "You're so smart, figure it out yourself." Chapter 0061, A Power Bank is also a treasure. Arrigo realized what Eric meant and felt both embarrassed and annoyed, wanting to bite him. But Arrigo held back. From yesterday's experience, biting him would only make him more excited. Eric nibbled on Arrigo's neck, quickly stripping Arrigo bare. The moment the charge connected, an electric current surged through Eric's body. He closed his eyes, tilting his head back with a contented sigh. Arrigo's leg, with its tight muscles, rested on the armrest of the sofa, while the other was grabbed by Eric, leaving red marks. "Eric." Arrigo called out his name with reddened eyes. "Baby, will you call me hubby?" Eric took the opportunity to coax. Arrigo's eyelashes quivered as he bit his lip, refusing to call him. "Baby, baby, just once. Good hubby." Eric's tone was gentle and wheedling, yet his actions were anything but pleading. Unconsciously, tears welled up in Arrigo's eyes, dampening his lashes. Eric. Arrigo called out his name, now with a nasal tinge. Eric lowered himself, lightly touching Arrigo's lips and said, "If you can't stand it, just call me hubby." Arrigo's rationality was nearly depleted. Seeing the face he had harbored feelings for over 5 years flushed with color made his heart tremble. He opened his mouth and uttered softly, "Hubby." Eric's energy levels instantly reached full capacity. Arrigo could no longer produce a complete note afterward. After recharging, Eric went to cook with renewed vigor, while Arrigo lounged on the sofa playing games after taking a shower. Thinking about Eric's shameless expression earlier, he couldn't help but feel angry. How dare he treat him like a power bank, saying, "A power bank is also a treasure," and forcing him to call him hubby. Arrigo skillfully played without hesitation, dealing blows to a Eric character, payback for bullying him and reading all those essays. Eric, busy in the kitchen, reminisced about the past 2 days of blissful life. All the things he had done with Arrigo in his dreams, he had finally accomplished in reality. The satisfaction at both mental and physical levels was too wonderful, and he hummed little tunes while chopping vegetables. Hearing this, Arrigo became even more furious. He felt uncomfortable moving even a little, yet Eric was having a grand time in the kitchen. During school, Arrigo had always been good at 3-point shots. Even after months without playing, he hadn't lost his touch. One slipper flew over, hitting Eric right on his smugly wiggling butt. Eric, holding his butt, turned around, smiling foolishly at Arrigo. "Baby, are you hungry? It'll be ready soon." Arrigo puffed out one cheek, unable to win against him, so he joined in, switching to song requesting mode. Eric, while cooking, acted as an intelligent speaker, which slightly balanced Arrigo's feelings about being treated like a power bank. After finishing cooking, Eric brought back Arrigo's slipper, squatting by the sofa to put it on him. "Let's go eat." Though Eric had just started learning how to cook, his dishes weren't particularly tasty. Yet, Arrigo, who used to prefer street snacks and rarely enjoyed meals properly, found Eric's cooking most to his liking. After tidying up, Eric cradled Arrigo against the bedhead, chatting quietly. It had been 2 days, and they finally had a peaceful moment to talk. "Baby, why are you sillier than I am if you say I'm foolish?" "How am I silly? I've been so obvious with you, couldn't you tell I liked you? You actually managed to hold back for all these years without confessing to me." Arrigo laughed angrily. "How were you obvious? You always said that same-sex couples were bad influences. Would I have dared to speak up? When did I? Oh, wasn't it because I felt uncomfortable seeing someone confess to you?" For a long time, Eric couldn't understand why he disliked anyone appearing near Arrigo. Once he recognized his feelings for Arrigo, everything became reasonable, unraveling the knots in his heart. He was simply jealous and possessive, nothing wrong with admitting it. "You're really such a blockhead yourself, yet you dare to blame me." "I'm not blaming you." "How could I blame you? If you hadn't bravely proposed leaving after graduation, I might have remained confused. Baby, this house would be nothing without you." Arrigo rested on Eric's arm, feeling completely secure, and bravely faced the past bitterness. "You don't need to worry too much about who realized their feelings first. Although you realized it later than me, you've always been kind to me. It's not a big difference. It's a huge difference. I wasted 5 years of close moments with you. I hate myself for it." Arrigo laughed. "You'd better stop. Now I actually thank your late awakening. Otherwise, if you stared at me like today, you might not have focused on studies and maybe wouldn't have passed university exams. But those 5 years were missed. I must make up for it." "How?" Arrigo raised an eyebrow, looking at him. Eric kissed Arrigo, gently and tenderly, without any ulterior motive. He wanted to kiss Arrigo more and hug him more, making up for the 5 years they had missed. It didn't take a week for Arrigo to find it overwhelming. Every time he came home, Eric would cling to him, kissing and hugging. Arrigo wasn't that he disliked it, he was just afraid that such excessive intimacy might make Eric bored one day. Like even the best dessert can get tiring if you eat too much of it. On Friday evening after work, Arrigo said he wanted to visit Rodney at number 3 high school. "He's been pretty well behaved lately, hasn't he? Your classmates who watch over him give you updates from time to time. Why do you need to see him?" Eric didn't like this unreasonable brother of Arrigo. If not for Arrigo's sake, he would have beaten him up long ago. Arrigo explained, "When the doctor said my eye problem was genetic, I wanted to see him then. That good-for-nothing man passed on his genes to me, so he probably did the same to him. I should remind him to be more careful in the future. Then let's go quickly. If he dares to be disrespectful to you again, I will really beat him up." "All right." When they arrived at number 3 high school, it was right between dismissal and evening study sessions. Arrigo walked around the campus with Eric, reminiscing about their high school days. "Who took that photo?" Eric suddenly asked as they walked onto the playground. Arrigo knew he meant the one embedded in the code as a marker. It was Tilda. She liked photography back then. Remember how she always carried her DSLR to act as a little reporter whenever there was an event in class? Eric vaguely remembered. "Just one photo." "Quite a few, but I think this one looks the best." "What's good about it?" It's just the back of my head. Who says you look good? My side profile looks best. Eric didn't deny it, you look good from any angle. If only there were photos of how I looked at you back then. Arrigo's eyes shone brightly and full of admiration when he was with him. Eric seemed reluctant to be outdone by Arrigo's feelings. He thought if there were photos, he surely wouldn't be less affectionate than Arrigo. There weren't any back then, but there are later ones. Want to see? When? At Lee Mountain. Let me see. Arrigo pulled out the photos Tilda took. Eric attentively looked at them. As Eric flipped through the photos, he smiled broadly. He had always felt his gaze toward Arrigo should have been like this. They truly looked perfect together in those photos. Even without fans shipping them, he found himself wanting to ship them. Chapter 0062, Your brother is quite capable. So you knew I liked you back then, didn't you? Eric suddenly realized. Yes. Arrigo nodded. I went through so much trouble pretending. From now on, we must tell each other everything that happens and not waste time being vague, okay? Arrigo agreed with a smile. As they wandered to the basketball court, they saw two groups arguing. The leaders of both sides were people they knew, Rusty. Rodney was protected behind him and also joined in the argument. Did your brother grow up eating gunpowder? Why is he always either fighting or on his way to fight every time we see him? Eric said helplessly. Let's see what's going on. When Arrigo and Eric approached, Rusty glanced at Rodney when he saw Arrigo. Only when they got close did Arrigo notice Rodney had twisted his ankle. What happened? Rusty angrily said, they used dirty tricks because they couldn't win. Don't talk nonsense, it's clearly his own carelessness. Getting hurt while playing basketball is normal. If you can't take losing, just say it. The opposing side defended themselves firmly. Bullshit. Do you think everyone else is blind? Anyway, you can't win now. You're not allowed to go to study room number 6 from now on. You guys stop right there. Let's put aside today's win or loss. Since you injured our player, you need to apologize. Rusty blocked the people from leaving. Are you guys ever going to stop? Neither side was willing to back down, and it seemed like there was no way to resolve the issue. Eric said, this problem is easy to solve. You didn't finish the game, right? Then let's continue. If you lose, you're not allowed to go to the study room anymore, and you have to apologize to Rodney. If we lose, we'll let it go. Rusty glared at him, play what? Rodney can't play, and we are short one key player. Eric glanced at Rodney, you're still a key player. Rodney stubbornly straightened his posture. Let me play for him, alright? Eric offered. The opposing team disagreed. Eric was tall and muscular, looking like someone who could play well. They wouldn't just wait to be taken advantage of. No way. We agreed to play against you, and bringing in reinforcements is cheating. Is it impossible or are you scared? Rusty seized the opportunity to challenge them. The opposing team refused to admit they were scared. Looking at Eric and then Arrigo beside him, they said, if you want to play, you play. Arrigo and Rodney were similar in build, so he didn't look threatening. Alright. Arrigo nodded. No. Eric disagreed. Hearing what Rusty meant, it sounded like Rodney was intentionally knocked down by the opposite side. What if something happened to Bram? It's fine. Arrigo patted Eric's shoulder, don't worry, I'll be careful. Eric sternly warned the kids on the opposing side, play properly. If anyone uses dirty tricks again, I'll report you to the dean. Seeing that break time was almost over, they couldn't afford to delay. Both sides resumed the match, and Arrigo took off his jacket, handing it to Eric before stepping onto the court. Brother, can you handle it? Rusty asked uneasily. If Eric played, they might have a chance, but Arrigo didn't seem strong enough. Do you have any better idea? Arrigo retorted. No. Then quit talking nonsense. When Arrigo scored the first three-pointer, Rodney, sitting next to Eric, couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Eric chuckled, your brother plays pretty well. Who's my brother? Rodney muttered softly. If you keep saying things like that, do you believe I will hit you? I'm not as patient as him. Since Eric was now dating Arrigo, he felt a sense of family. Facing Rodney, he treated him like his own little brother, and an unruly brother deserved a beating. His real younger brother had gotten beaten by him countless times growing up. The opposing side grew more desperate towards the end and tried the same tactics to get Arrigo off the court, but Arrigo was good at three-pointers, and his teammates noticed this. Whenever they had a chance, they would pass the ball to him. He didn't even need to push into the crowd to score. The other side had no chance to commit a foul. In the end, they won by a 20-point margin. Sweating from the game, and with autumn deepening, the weather was getting colder. Eric, worried that Arrigo would catch a chill, quickly put the jacket on him. Honey, Eric almost blurted out, good job, baby, realizing he was in front of Rodney, he hastily changed his words, Bowsy are quite tasty. Let's go eat some later. Arrigo looked at him speechlessly, feeling that he would eventually call him that in front of others. We won. Win or lose, we must stick to our word. Apologize to Rodney first. Rusty grabbed the person who had bumped into Rodney earlier. Sorry, the person had no choice but to apologize. Who are you exactly? The person who had argued with Rusty earlier asked Arrigo. He's Rodney's brother. What's it to you? Rusty said. How does he have a brother? Why should you care? Seeing that Rusty wasn't one to argue easily and giving Arrigo a glance, the person left with his group. Rusty turned back to Arrigo and said, Bro, thanks for today. Rodney rolled his eyes. He hadn't even accepted it yet, but this guy was already happily calling him, bro. I need to talk to you about something, Arrigo said to Rodney. Then say it, we should get to class soon. Rodney felt awkward. Deep down, he still couldn't accept this suddenly appearing brother, but Arrigo had indeed helped him solve some urgent problems twice now. Moreover, he could continue his education because of Arrigo's financial support. I had some eye issues before. The doctor said it was due to genetic reasons. I just wanted to remind you to pay attention to your eyes. If you have any discomfort, go to the hospital immediately. Also, be careful when reading to protect your eyes. Okay, noted, Rodney nodded. His eyes aren't good either. This, he referred to their common father. Yeah, that's what I came to tell you. You two should get back to class, I'm leaving. Just as Arrigo turned around, Rodney called him, hey. It's actually better that you didn't live with him. Before Arrigo could react, Rodney ran off, and Rusty waved at them, bye bro. Eric placed his hand on Arrigo's shoulder and squeezed it. Your brother is right. That man must have been incredibly unreliable to make his own son say it was better not living with him. Arrigo didn't have a father, but his mother's resilience and his own efforts made his life good enough now. Rodney, however, had to face that irresponsible man from a young age. Even after he was gone, Rodney still had to find ways to pay off his debts. It was hard to say who was luckier. But it had been too many years since then. The psychological impact on Arrigo was no longer significant. He would do well now and in the future, which was enough. Arrigo held Eric's hand and walked toward the school gate. Now where are we going? Eric asked. Arrigo deliberately smiled. Didn't you say you wanted to eat buns? Let's go get some buns. Chapter 0063, Eric, are you crazy? In the end, the two buns didn't get eaten, but Eric successfully had what he truly wanted. It was rare for Eric to stop after just once. After resting for a bit, he planned to continue, but Arrigo pushed against his chest, refusing to let him. He had already announced that he would be streaming today. If Eric carried on like this, he wouldn't be able to stream. Then don't stream. You hardly broadcast a few days a month anyway, they're all used to it, Eric kissed Arrigo's shoulder, being unreasonable. No, it's precisely because there aren't many days. If I skip another one, it's not very trustworthy. Eric felt like the whole world was trying to snatch his wife away from him. Why could even strangers who were fans occupy his time with his own wife? Then I'll accompany you. No need. You will definitely cause trouble if you stay. I'll just stream for 2 hours, go play by yourself. Arrigo held Eric's head and rubbed it. Eric with messy hair was really cute, so Arrigo couldn't help but kiss him. But accompanying the stream was absolutely out of the question. Arrigo didn't believe Eric would quietly sit aside watching him stream. Eric's hand seemed like it should naturally be on him, whenever he saw him, it would inevitably appear on his body. Reluctantly, Eric got up to dress Arrigo, then went to the study to turn on the computer, prepared fruits, snacks, and warm water on the desk, before carrying Arrigo from the bedroom to the computer. Use this cushion to lean on your waist, otherwise, you'll get tired after a long time. You know it would make me tired after a long time, yet you still made me do this. Arrigo grumbled as he logged into his account. Eric chuckled, no matter how you looked at it, this didn't sound like scolding but more like praise. Arrigo locked Eric outside the study door, only then feeling secure enough to start streaming. He often teamed up with Eric when streaming in his dormitory, and Eric's voice would always be in the background, which was partly why there were so many CP fans. Since graduation, Eric hadn't appeared in the background, and they rarely played games together anymore. When fans asked where Soul was, Arrigo didn't answer. He was just separated from him by a door. Arrigo didn't want to lie, so he simply avoided the question. But fans saw it as if he didn't want to mention it. Chat, are they having a quarrel? Chat, they have been married for so long, they should reconcile quickly. Chat, don't brush this if the host doesn't bring it up. Chat, didn't Soul take care of Butler when his eyes had issues? Maybe they live together. Arrigo. Eric was watching the stream while holding his phone, laughing, thinking the girls' guesses were pretty accurate. Arrigo diverted the chat, doesn't anyone care about our new game? Chat, Butler is such a dedicated worker. Chat, sure, let's talk about the game. Our game has a hidden NPC that can only trigger the plot through exploring the map. I've seen someone already posted a video about it, let me demonstrate again. While running around in the game map, Arrigo sipped some water. His WeChat pinged, it was a message from Eric, baby, you wore the wrong clothes just now. You wore mine. Puff, Arrigo spurted out all the water on the screen. Eric, are you crazy? Arrigo coughed and typed fiercely. From outside, faint laughter from Eric was heard. Chat, what happened to Butler? Chat, Butler, share something fun with us. Chat, did I hear someone laughing? Chat, is Butler okay? Cough, cough, nothing, just came across a funny video. Arrigo explained hastily. Eric, baby, I'm really not doing it on purpose. Ours are couples outfits, and I just. Arrigo, do you think I believe you? Eric. I. Really. Arrigo, shut up. Arrigo locked the screen and continued playing without replying further. But he found it hard to concentrate, unable to ignore the fact that he was wearing Eric's clothes. Even though he was sitting on the chair, it felt like he was sitting on Eric's lap. An unusual tingling sensation spread over his body, making his skin abnormally sensitive under the fabric. Arrigo felt his face heating up unconsciously. Images of blushing, heart-pounding moments spent with Eric filled his mind. Just moments ago, they were intimately close in the room, and Eric's scent was still lingering on him. Arrigo felt restless, beads of sweat trickling down his nose, his legs uncomfortably crossed. His heart raced, his body tingling with sensitivity. Even his voice changed from its usual calm and clear tone, suddenly becoming softer. Chat, what's going on? Is this the sound Butler can make? Chat, what did Butler see? Ever since he laughed uncontrollably, he seems like a different person. Chat, whoever you are, get off Butler. Arrigo stopped speaking altogether, abandoning the mouse and leaning back in his chair, no longer in the mood to play games. What was that troublemaker doing in the living room now? Arrigo looked at the door he had locked himself, missing Eric. He couldn't believe there would come a day when he would turn out like this. 5 years of suppressed emotions seemed to have broken through the dam. The desire to hug him, kiss him, hear him call him baby, and nestle in his arms reached its peak. He always said Eric was clingy, but he found himself unable to be apart from Eric too. Ending the live stream 5 minutes early, Arrigo turned off the computer and opened the study door. There stood the person who deliberately tormented him. Eric leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, waiting for him. Seeing him come out, he smiled and opened his arms wide. Without hesitation, Arrigo dove into his embrace. He felt as if Eric's constant affection had brainwashed him. They had missed 5 years, and clinging together more made up for lost time. Eric. You're wasting your talent making games. You should be a pyramid scheme salesman. Eric didn't understand his sudden cryptic comment. Arrigo didn't intend to explain either, rubbing against Eric's chest. Eric absolutely loved this soft kitten-like feeling, rocking him gently. Why did you end the stream early today? Have you any shame left? And you still dare to say it wasn't intentional? We differ by 2 sizes, how could you possibly fit into mine? Hee, I didn't wear yours. Eric said smugly. You. How did you become like this now? Where did our pure friendship go? Friendship? The word gave Eric a headache now. Lifting Arrigo's chin, he kissed his lips lightly. How pure can a friendship be when we're kissing? Chapter 0064, Why Can They Talk But Not Us? Javier indicated that their relationship couldn't be purer now. His enthusiasm for Arrigo was like an unfathomable ocean, never to run dry. Arrigo kicked him with the last of his strength. Who had said there was no land too hard to till, only oxen that would work themselves to death? That was until he met an ox determined to risk its life. This plot of land truly seemed about to give out. Javier said he wanted to buy a car and took Arrigo to a 4S store over the weekend. They didn't have specific targets in mind, economical, comfortable, and practical was all they required. In the end, they chose a domestic brand SUV from a myriad selection of models. Javier liked the comfort level of this car's seats. Arrigo had been complaining of back pain recently, and this vehicle seemed more friendly towards him. When Javier mentioned this idea during the test drive, Arrigo gave him a glance. I really thank you for being so considerate. Javier did things efficiently, and within days the car and license plates were acquired. The two enjoyed the novelty of having a car, driving around after work when possible. Arrigo suddenly found that buying the car wasn't such a bad idea. Baby, since we've started dating, we've never watched a movie together. Should we go see one? Sure, let me check which movies are good right now. Arrigo lowered his head to browse nearby cinema schedules on his phone. It was peak evening hour, people were everywhere in the shopping mall, many couples going on dates after work. Arrigo felt a bit socially anxious as he saw the couple tickets in Javier's hand. Why didn't you just get regular tickets? Look around, do you see any other pair of men at a couple's session? Arrigo whispered. Only then did Javier look around, indeed noticing how they stood out, his height already making him prominent in the crowd. With Arrigo, 2 handsome guys attending a couple's session indeed attracted much attention. However, Javier wasn't bothered by the switch, he wished he could shout with a loudspeaker that Bram is his boyfriend. What's there to be afraid of? Why can they talk but not us? Besides, the tickets are already bought, let's just watch it this way. Arrigo silently searched his pocket and put on a mask. He wasn't afraid of people knowing they were a couple, it was just pure social anxiety. Online, no matter how much gossip there was about them, he didn't care, but someone observing them face to face in real life made him uneasy. Back when they weren't together, his conscience was clear, but now, he always felt guilty as if committing some sort of crime. This movie was better than the melodramatic drama they watched at graduation. It was a big-budget 3D film. Javier still remembered how he felt when watching a movie with Arrigo before. The sorrow of nearly losing him still lingered in his heart. "Take off your mask, it's dark here, who will see you?" Javier nudged Arrigo's arm and said. Every time Arrigo watched a movie, he got completely absorbed. Hearing Javier speak, without thinking, he immediately removed the mask. The next moment, darkness enveloped him. Javier pressed Arrigo against the sofa and kissed him. Arrigo was startled and hurriedly pushed him away. "Idiot, there are surveillance cameras in cinemas that record clearly. Just a quick kiss, I won't do anything else, look at others kissing too." Javier pointed toward the corner where a couple was indeed kissing passionately. "Brother, I want to too." Javier always used both gentle persuasion and pressure to win Arrigo over. Arrigo was speechless. Since he opened up, this person had nothing else on his mind. "Don't mess around, let's finish the movie and talk about it when we get home." Arrigo resorted to a temporary solution. "You said so." Javier sat back and placed Arrigo's hand on his leg, reluctantly watching the rest of the movie. That night, naturally, Javier held him accountable for saying, "Talk about it when we get home." Seated again in front of the computer with another yawn, Grover asked with concern, "Have you been taking on private work recently? Why are you so tired every day?" "Actually, I don't mind as long as it doesn't affect your work, but take care of your eyesight and rest." "I haven't taken on private work, my sleep has just been poor lately." Arrigo glared at the cause sitting opposite. "Oh, I can recommend something to help with your sleep. It worked well for me when I had trouble sleeping." "Sure, recommend it to me." Arrigo steeled himself to agree. What he needed wasn't some aid for sleep, it was just to drive away the wolf in front of him. Perhaps because of catching a chill last night, or maybe due to overwork, Arrigo caught a cold in early November. Javier busied himself looking after Arrigo for a week until he finally recovered. December was drawing near. Javier bought 2 identical scarves and tied one around Arrigo's neck each morning before leaving for work, fearing he might fall sick again. Arrigo's birthday was on December 24th. In previous years, Javier had always prepared gifts for Arrigo's birthday, but this year was different. Celebrating as a boyfriend meant the day must be special. It's easy to create a sense of ceremony, but it's incredibly hard to come up with something original. There are plenty of internet trends nowadays, but Arrigo has fast internet too. Whatever he comes across, Arrigo is likely to see as well, which would be no fun. Javier needed to think of a unique idea. With only half a month left, Javier spent every day secretly brainstorming for ideas without telling Arrigo. Arrigo also had something he hadn't told Javier yet, unsure of how to bring it up. The short drama that Tilda filmed in Lishan Village was set to launch on Christmas, and this was the time for promotion and warming up the audience. Since Arrigo had appeared in the live stream in Lishan before, the production party wanted to use his fame for publicity. When Arrigo received the invitation a few days ago, he didn't take it seriously at all. He declined various event invitations daily and didn't even give it a thorough look. 2 days later, Tilda called him, pleading for help. He could ignore other people's invitations, but if it was something related to Tilda, Arrigo would always do his best to help. The event date was set for the evening of Christmas Eve. Good news, this year, his birthday fell on a weekend. Bad news, he had an engagement and couldn't celebrate with Javier. Arrigo could already imagine Javier's reaction when he heard about it. If Javier didn't cry over it, that would already be considered emotionally stable. Dreams do come true sometimes. While Arrigo was worrying about how to tell Javier, Grover inadvertently came to his rescue. There was an industry exchange conference in Shenzhen around Christmas, and Grover and Roy were planning to take Javier along. Of course, Javier wouldn't agree. "I'm not going, get someone else." "How can you not go? You're one of our studio's shareholders and the face of the team. Who else should go?" Grover wouldn't allow any refusal. "Speaking of being the face of the team, Bram looks better than me. I'll go if you let him accompany me." Grover explained helplessly, "I've mentioned this to Arrigo before, but he said he had something to deal with and even took Friday off." "What? Why don't I know about his leave? When? Where is he going?" Javier was stunned. Bram had already taken leave, why didn't he tell him? Chapter 0065 A Brief Parting. Grover shrugged, "If you don't know, I definitely wouldn't know either." After coming out of the meeting room, Eric rushed to Arrigo and began questioning him. "Why didn't you tell me about taking leave?" Arrigo knew he was at fault and gestured for him to lower his voice, pulling him aside into a break room. He explained, "I just didn't want you to be angry. I couldn't find a suitable way to tell you." "What are you going to do?" Eric frowned and asked. "Didn't we appear in Tilda's live stream at Lishan Village last time? They want me to go as a guest for promotion." "So you agreed?" "Well, Tilda doesn't have any connections in the industry, she has made it this far on her own. It's been tough for her. Now that the organizers have approached her, she can't refuse. It wouldn't be right for me not to help her, would it?" Arrigo blinked, trying to get Eric to understand. Bram, what exactly do you feel for Tilda? Don't say something like you value friendship over superficial matters. I've always felt your special connection with her. Eric's eyes turned red as he spoke. Arrigo quickly patted his head. Brother, she's just a friend to me. In the past, Arrigo had not mentioned Tilda when he hadn't told Eric about his 5 years of unrequited love. But now he wasn't afraid anymore. Arrigo formally explained to Eric, during the years I harbored feelings for you, she accompanied me through it all. I often felt heartache and exhaustion, and when there was no one else to talk to, I would confide in her. Even if she couldn't offer much advice, the emotional support she gave me was priceless. It was the first time Eric heard Arrigo speak of those days. Previously, he hadn't dared to listen, and Arrigo had always downplayed it, saying it was all in the past. Hearing firsthand about the bitterness and helplessness during those days of secret admiration tugged at Eric's heartstrings. I understand. Eric hugged Arrigo tightly, patting him soothingly. I didn't think enough about your feelings before. From now on, I won't be jealous of Tilda. I'm sorry, baby. With Eric's sincere apology, Arrigo also admitted his wrongdoing. Keeping my travel plans from you was wrong. It won't happen again. So go ahead and travel with brother he without worrying. Don't let it affect your work. But what about your birthday? Eric had come up with so many ideas, none of which could now be used. I'll have other birthdays later. We can celebrate again during New Year's. Eric hugged Arrigo's waist unhappily. I miss you already. I'll miss you too, Arrigo whispered. Unable to resist, Eric leaned down to kiss Arrigo. Suddenly, the door to the break room opened, and Hampton came in for water. Arrigo quickly moved away from Eric. Oh, sand got into Arrigo's eye, so I was blowing it out for him, Eric tried to cover up. Hampton didn't even look up. We all know you're a couple. Just stop pretending not to know each other. Your acting skills aren't that great. Arrigo felt even more mortified. It turns out everyone at the office already knew about their relationship. He and Eric had been hesitant to admit it. He had always known they would eventually be found out, but the silence and tacit understanding were fine. The sudden revelation took him by surprise. Eric chuckled, while Arrigo almost wanted to cry. Before long, it was the end of the month, and Arrigo and Eric were packing suitcases at home. Both were leaving on Friday, one heading south, the other north. It's already winter in the north. Make sure to wear warm clothes. Eric seemed like a parent sending off their child for the first time, anxious about every detail, almost wanting to escort him personally. Arrigo was equally worried about Eric. You should take care of yourself too. I should be back before you, so I'll wait for you at home. Seeing the 2 suitcases on the floor, Eric felt a lump in his throat. Are you going to prepare a surprise for me when you come back? Arrigo laughed. What kind of surprise? Isn't it supposed to be you surprising me on my birthday? 2 different things. You'll see when you come back. Halfway through packing, Eric couldn't bear the upcoming separation and pulled Arrigo onto the bed. Take care of yourself out there. Don't let the wolves outside notice you. All I can manage is to keep feeding one wolf. Who has time to worry about others? As soon as he finished speaking, Arrigo's lips were sealed by Eric's gentle kiss. Wife, since you're going for 3 days, I might as well use up the affection meant for these 3 days in advance. Eric wrapped his arms tightly around Arrigo, licking his earlobe and whispering. That's not right. I'm going for 5 days, so there are still 2 days left without seeing you. I should use up the affection meant for 5 days. Too tired to even talk, Arrigo unusually did not scold Eric for treating him like an object but instead arched his back and wrapped his arms around Eric's neck for a kiss. Arrigo also couldn't bear the thought of not seeing him for so long. He sweetly called him husband all night, something he usually found hard to say. The next day, the 2 parted ways at the airport. Arrigo went to Jing City alone, while Eric left for Shenzhen with Grover and Roy. Tilda came to pick him up, waving excitedly when she saw Arrigo. Since Arrigo had gotten together with Eric, they rarely even called each other. It wasn't that Arrigo ignored her, but Tilda consciously avoided bothering the loving couple. You look like you're in love. Having a boyfriend really does make a difference, Tilda teased. Arrigo had taken a nap on the plane, which made him look much better. Tilda had come with the production team's nanny car, where the heater was turned up high. Take off your scarf and put it in my bag, let me explain the schedule to you. Okay. Arrigo took off the scarf Eric had tied around his neck. My goodness, you came just like this. It seems the makeup artist will have to cover up your marks tomorrow, Tilda exclaimed. Arrigo suddenly realized that he had brushed his teeth and washed his face in a daze without checking the mirror, completely forgetting about Eric's insistence on leaving marks on him yesterday. Arrigo's face turned red as he glanced at the driver, quickly pulling up his collar. Don't worry, the driver is ours, he won't say or look at anything he shouldn't, Tilda smiled at Arrigo. Little Arrigo, your life sure seems good now. I was wondering if your relationship was harmonious, looks like I don't need to ask. Stop it, let's talk about the important things. Alright, let's get down to business. Tilda opened the script and explained the process to him. The process was actually simple. As a guest, Arrigo would have a brief interview and then participate in an interactive session. He wasn't the main focus, so there wasn't much he needed to do. We have a dinner tonight with the crew and producers, and you're invited too. Don't worry, I'll be there to ensure you don't feel awkward. Okay. Chapter 0066, Let Me Join You. Arrigo has always been quite popular among game streamers, and his popularity soared even higher after he made a couple of live appearances. Moreover, he seldom takes part in events easily, so fans have very few chances to see him. Thus, when it was known that Arrigo would attend this event, online discussions skyrocketed, much to the satisfaction of the producers and drama party. Although Tilda had achieved decent results, she didn't have any famous works yet and was still considered a newcomer in the industry. She valued this drama a lot, otherwise, she wouldn't have invited Arrigo over. They've been friends for years, and she knows Arrigo doesn't like being in the spotlight. Arrigo understood how important this drama was for Tilda, so he agreed to come purely because of their friendship. At the dinner table were some seasoned people. Tilda's professional skills were top-notch, but she still seemed a bit inexperienced in dealing with such occasions. She barely ate anything before being persuaded to drink several glasses of wine. Arrigo wasn't from this circle and looked somewhat aloof. Except for a few young actors who tried to talk to him, he didn't touch any alcohol. Anyway, Tilda had already explained on the way here. This drama had a small budget, and most of the cast were new faces without much heat. The organizers relied on him for traffic, so he didn't need to be polite to anyone. Seeing Tilda getting forced to drink, Arrigo wanted to stop it, but Tilda secretly messaged him that it was fine. As a newcomer, she knew she had to go through these social engagements. Arrigo was worried but wouldn't interfere with Tilda's affairs. He waited for her to finish drinking and then planned to send her back. It was during this moment of sending Tilda back to the hotel when fans who were following Arrigo snapped a photo. Bram returns to the hotel with his girlfriend. This headline exploded among the fan group. Tilda and Arrigo stayed at the same hotel. After delivering Tilda to her room and asking the front desk to deliver sobering medicine, he returned to his own room only after confirming she was okay. The first thing he did upon entering the room was to make a video call to Eric. Eric's handsome face appeared on the screen as he complained, "Why did you return so late?" They kept drinking for a while. Eric leaned in closely to scrutinize Arrigo. "Did you drink?" "No, I didn't. But Tilda got pretty drunk. I sent her to her room, and she didn't even take a shower before we started the video call." Eric chuckled, "Then you should take a shower." Arrigo, walking toward the bathroom, said, "Wait for me, I'll message you once I'm done." "Hey, don't hang up," Eric suddenly shouted. Anything else? How about joining me?" Arrigo couldn't help laughing bitterly. "Eric, haven't you seen enough of me? Is it possible to see enough?" Eric asked, pretending to be incredulous. "I won't let you watch. I'll just put the phone away, play some distance. I only want you to hear my voice." This request didn't seem too unreasonable, so Arrigo brought the phone into the bathroom. Eric felt reassured just by hearing the sound of water. After quickly finishing his shower, Arrigo lay down on the bed with the phone in hand. "Bram, turn off the light, let's sleep while keeping the video call open." "Okay." Arrigo propped the phone on a nearby pillow, making it feel like Eric was lying next to him every day. But since video calls are not real-life encounters, Arrigo couldn't fall asleep for a while despite lying with closed eyes. He missed having Eric hugging him. "Eric, are you asleep?" "Not yet." "Can't sleep?" "Yeah, a bit." Eric chuckled softly, "Close your eyes, and I'll sing to you. Last time you said no more nonsense stories, right? Singing is all you needed. But you didn't sing to me after that," Arrigo complained quietly. Eric coughed guiltily, "I never had the chance. You always fell asleep leaning on me." Arrigo blushed in the darkness, "Don't mention that, start singing." "Alright, singing for you. Close your eyes, and cover yourself well." Eric's voice transmitted through the signal sounded even deeper and more melodious than usual, dispelling the loneliness in Arrigo's heart. Eric waited until Arrigo was sound asleep before stopping. It was already past midnight, and he whispered softly, "Baby, happy birthday, good night." Both engrossed in their video call and fast asleep, they naturally forgot to check their phones. They remained unaware of the heated discussions online and slept peacefully together. When Tilda woke up in the morning and checked her phone, she discovered that someone had taken photos of Diego sending her back to the hotel last night. The general public didn't seem to have much reaction, but Diego's fans were all abuzz. CP fans were the first to break through their defenses, with a small number of girlfriend fans joining in amidst the chaos, while solo fans tried to control the situation, making it even more chaotic. Netizen, since he has a girlfriend, why does he still sell with Soul? He really knows how to get traffic. Netizen, no wonder Soul hasn't appeared recently. Netizen, Soul is truly very good to him, I feel sorry for Soul. Netizen, they are just good friends, it's you who keep pushing for CP. Now when you know this, you criticize them. Netizen, exactly, not even sure if they're dating yet. Don't overreact unnecessarily. Tilda had a headache. The drama was set to go live at 8 tonight, and their live streaming event would start at 6:30 p.m. With the current PR capabilities, they might not be able to handle this incident. Tilda hurriedly called Diego, but the call showed as off. She quickly got dressed, washed her face later, and rushed to knock on Diego's door. After a long time, Diego finally opened the door. Seeing Diego's drowsy eyes and messy hair, Tilda was momentarily stunned. She suddenly understood Eric. Such a beautiful and cuddly wife, who could resist? But now wasn't the time to talk about this. Why was your phone off? Maybe it shut down automatically. I fell asleep after videoing with Eric and forgot to turn it off. Tilda. You two sure are living in peace. Outside, it's chaos. What? Why? You charge your phone and see for yourself. I'm going to freshen up, hurry up and wash too, then I'll discuss solutions with the team. Oh. Diego went back into the room to find his phone, which indeed had shut down automatically. He plugged it in and went to freshen up. By the time he came back, it had restarted. He first checked Eric's message. Eric had an early meeting that morning and sent him a good morning message. Happy birthday, baby. I'm off to work, remember to eat after you wake up. Love you. Diego felt sweet inside seeing the words, love you, which was the first time Eric used it. He replied with thank you. Although he couldn't celebrate his birthday with Eric, having those words made the disappointment much less. When he saw the 999 plus arguing messages in the group, he was also dumbfounded. What happened overnight? Chapter 0067 What's the difference from an official announcement? After Arrigo finished washing up, he met Tilda. I'll clarify this, Arrigo said calmly. How are you going to clarify it? Tilda had already communicated with the public relations team. The problem was that they stayed at the same hotel. Even if they could prove that they booked separate rooms, there would be no way to prove they didn't spend time together. Moreover, feelings were intangible and invisible. Two people saying they weren't a couple without substantial evidence wouldn't convince anyone. It wasn't as if Arrigo could come out on the spot to prove anything. Arrigo shook his phone and yawned. I video chatted with Eric all night yesterday. If I screenshot the call duration and post it, what are you worried about? Tilda blinked. That's a good plan, but how is that different from coming out? Who chats via video with a brother all night? It's fine. We've done stranger things before. Ever since his colleague Hampton exposed his relationship with Eric, Arrigo felt like giving up on hiding. If he couldn't pretend anymore, he might as well let things take their natural course. Tilda was doubtful. Shouldn't you ask your significant other? Ask him what? Shouldn't you consult him before indirectly coming out? Him. He'd love nothing more than to shout it out loud. No need to ask, I'll just post it. Arrigo tapped his fingers and posted a screenshot of yesterday's call record with Eric on social media. Netizen, what does this prove? Netizen, did the previous commenter forget their brain? If Bram was staying with his girlfriend, how could he have been video chatting with Sol all night? Netizen, how weird can it get? Bram talks on the phone with Sol all night while on a business trip. Netizen, I won't say who the clown is here. Netizen, got a mouthful of dog food first thing in the morning. Netizen, truly amusing. After last time's rumors led to a lawsuit, it seems no one has learned their lesson. Netizen, what's the difference between this and coming out? Who talks to their bro all night during a business trip? Netizen, they're used to these kinds of antics by now. Netizen, that paparazzi who released the photo should apologize. Netizen, exactly. What's wrong with two friends staying at the same hotel? Not in the same room. Squatting outside a hotel for sneaky photos is shameful, even worse than paparazzi seeking attention. Arrigo looked at Tilda. Is that settled? I'll sleep for a bit more and you wake me before we leave this afternoon. Tilda nodded dumbly. Sure, go ahead. They had been busy all morning, but Arrigo solved the issue so easily. Rarely did Arrigo get undisturbed sleep. After telling Eric, he nestled back into bed. In the afternoon, Tilda knocked to wake him up. The stylist will give you a makeover before we head to the scene, but eat first. Your significant other kept tagging me under my account, asking me to make sure you ate. What do you mean Big bro, check your internet. He tagged me, and your fans are chasing me too. Arrigo checked his phone. Indeed, Eric asked Tilda to send food over, saying he must be starving after sleeping all day. Arrigo smiled affectionately. Tilda felt both happy for him and somewhat choked by the forced sweetness. She placed breakfast on the table for him to eat before getting ready. Arrigo usually paid little attention to his appearance, but today he cleaned up well, not falling short compared to celebrities. Tilda snapped several photos and sent them over. Send those to your significant other. Won't he rush over right away? Arrigo smiled but didn't send them. He went over the script twice and felt calm. It started with interviews and promotions involving the main actors and creative team. Arrigo joined in later. Welcome our handsome streamer, Bram. Arrigo walked to the host and smiled. Hello everyone, I'm game streamer Bram. The handsome streamer title is too flattering. Wow, too modest. I used to wonder why a game streamer has so many female fans, now I understand. The host laughed. Not really. I don't usually show my face during streams, folks care more about my gameplay. Alright, our Bram is a very humble and low-key streamer. You're here to support your friend's drama premiere, right? Yes, Tilda and I have been friends since high school. When we visited Lishan village for filming, it was because she was there. I came this time to congratulate her on the premiere. Oh, so this clears up yesterday's rumors? The host deliberately mentioned the rumor. This situation is quite absurd, Origo smiled helplessly. Also, it's a good thing you were video chatting with Sol all night yesterday to clear up the misunderstanding so quickly. I'm just curious, what did you two chat about for an entire night? Normal chat, this belongs to our privacy. Let's talk about the drama instead. Origo steered the conversation back to the short drama, recounting his observations during their filming in Lishan village. In short, the crew atmosphere was great, and the actors were very serious. I secretly watched some of the plot and won't be spoiling it here. It's truly pretty good, everyone will like it. Thank you, Bram, for supporting our new drama. Next, we'll invite 2 pairs of CPs from our show to play a game together. Bram, you'll be paired with Penelope. Penelope is also a character in the drama, a pretty and petite girl. The first round of the guest groups was, you draw, I guess, mostly involving questions related to the plot. It was the first time Origo and Penelope met, so naturally, they lacked coordination as they watched the girl try her best to depict the content. Fortunately, Origo was smart enough and guessed 6 correct answers within the specified time. In the second round, they had to imitate the pear-picking festival in Lishan village, where many red ribbons were tied to prop trees, and contestants had to see who could pick the most within the specified time. Last time, Origo picked so many pears because Eric carried him on his shoulders. This time, he obviously couldn't use the same method. But inspired by Origo and Eric, the male lead hesitated not at all, letting the female lead ride on his shoulders, and the secondary CP did the same. However, since Origo wasn't familiar with Penelope and should avoid suspicion, he squatted down, allowing the girl to step on his legs to reach the ribbons above. The girl blushed, hesitant to step on him, but Origo nodded at her reassuringly. Finally, she stepped up and completed the game. Origo successfully finished the live streaming content, wished the production team well for the ratings, and then ended the live stream. How was it? Okay. Later on, Origo asked Tilda. Tilda gave him a thumbs up, big bro, more than okay. You're bound to gain more fans. When you let Penelope step on you, the comments were crazy, praising how chivalrous and attractive you are. Origo smiled, glancing at the time. Eric should be done with his work by now. He hadn't made any moves all day, which felt a bit strange to Origo. Chapter 0068 No, it's your Bram. I'll leave first if there's nothing else, Origo said. Tilda didn't let him go. No, come with us later. I'm afraid your fans might be waiting outside for you. I'm not a celebrity. You really haven't realized how popular you are now. Come with us later and experience what it's like for a celebrity to finish work. While waiting, Origo called Eric. Hey, baby. Why is it so noisy over there? Oh, I still have some things to finish. I'm still out. Are you done? Yes, Tilda said we'd leave together later, I'm waiting for them now. Alright then, be careful on your way back. I'll call you again once I'm done. Knowing Eric was busy, Origo didn't drag him into a long conversation and hung up after a short chat. When the main cast finished packing up and left work, Tilda walked out of the back door of the studio next to Origo. It was almost 9 o'clock, an hour since their live stream ended. To Origo's surprise, there were still many fans waiting for their idols to finish work. Judging from the items in hand, most were fans of the lead actors. Origo followed behind while playing with his phone, walking towards the car. Bram! Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted Origo's name. Origo looked up and saw 5 girls holding signs with his name, looking at him excitedly. As I said, you're quite popular now, even someone comes to greet you after work. Tilda said beside him. Origo was used to talking in the live room but felt a bit socially awkward facing fans directly. His shy demeanor when he felt uneasy looked rather adorable. Bram, happy birthday. Origo didn't expect the fans to remember his birthday. He had already stepped 1 foot into the car but turned back to sincerely thank them. It's too late, make sure you girls pay attention to safety on your way home. Sure thing, Bram. You stream on your birthday every year. This year you've streamed less often. Will you make up for it on your birthday live stream? Asked the fans. Origo thought about it and replied, I'll check once I get back to the hotel. If it works, I can stream for a while with my phone. Good, we'll be waiting. Yeah, thank you. Origo smiled and got into the car. The driver dropped off Tilda and Origo at the hotel. Origo tried calling Eric again, but he didn't answer, presumably still busy. So Origo started streaming. Hi everyone, originally I didn't plan to stream this year as I'm out, but something really touched me just now. When we left the studio after recording the show, a few fans greeted me and wished me a happy birthday. Thank you all very much for your support over the years. I appreciate it greatly. Chat, I wish I could be there. Chat, I'm here. Bram looks better in person than on camera. Chat, Bram, happy birthday. Really, thank you all. Today's stream is mainly to express my gratitude. The streamer has no special talents and doesn't have a computer, so we can just chat. Chat, chatting is fine too. Chat, your streaming effect was great just now. Bram is getting better and better. Chat, is Bram planning to debut? This is just helping a friend. I won't participate in such activities in the future, so don't worry about any debut plans. I prefer my current job. Arrigo chatted randomly with the chat messages. Suddenly, the doorbell rang by the entrance. I'll check. Arrigo got up and asked at the door, who is it? Housekeeping service, a boy's voice said. Arrigo wondered why there would be housekeeping services so late at night and why it was a male attendant, but he still opened the door. Baby, happy birthday. At that moment, a huge bouquet of roses was thrust into Arrigo's face, pushing him back 2 steps. Behind the flowers was Eric's handsome face. Why are you here? Arrigo's eyes lit up with delight. To celebrate your birthday. I finished all my tasks this morning and rushed over to celebrate with you. I'll head back tonight. Tonight? Yes, I have more work tomorrow. Missing me already? Eric pulled both the flowers and Arrigo into a hug. Arrigo suddenly remembered he was streaming and hurriedly covered Eric's mouth whispering, I'm streaming. Ah. Why are you streaming now? Let's not talk about this. What should we do? Just now, when Eric called him baby, everyone definitely heard it. Arrigo felt mortified. What should we do? I did nothing wrong. Let's go say hello. Unfazed, Eric calmly sat down in front of where Arrigo put his phone. Hello everyone. Chat, my goodness, am I witnessing history? Chat, did Eric just call someone baby? Am I hallucinating? Chat, no hallucination here. I recorded it, he called baby. Chat, the sugar daddy is sweet-talking already, hurry up and eat. Chat, so Eric came specially to celebrate Bram's birthday and will leave soon? Eric nodded. Yes, I'm on a business trip in another city. I indeed have to go back later, but I came especially to celebrate Bram's birthday for you all. Chat, no way, he is our Bram. Chat, yes, 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 we won't compete with you. After greeting in the live stream, Eric stood up and let Arrigo sit down, while he pulled a chair and sat beside him. Arrigo had lost his focus on streaming since Eric showed up and was about to leave soon. Arrigo didn't want to waste this brief meeting. I'll end the broadcast now. Thank you for all the birthday wishes today. I received them all and hope you all have a happy day. Arrigo smiled and waved at the screen. Chat, go ahead and stay with your Eric. Chat, we understand, goodbye, broadcaster. Chat, as soon as Eric arrived, Bram completely changed, looking so blissful that his eyes are curved into crescents. Chat, after all, they've been video chatting all night long. Chat, goodbye, happy birthday. Arrigo thanked again and then closed the stream. The next second, he was scooped onto Eric's lap, enveloped by the familiar scent. Only 2 days apart, yet their longing was already overwhelming. Arrigo wrapped his arms around Eric's neck, tilting his chin to offer his lips eagerly for kissing. Eric couldn't bear to part from Arrigo's lips. They leaned their foreheads together, gasping for air. What time do you leave? Arrigo asked with closed eyes, muffled by his voice. 12:30 flight. Leaving after midnight. It was almost 11 o'clock. They could only be together for 1 more hour. Arrigo snuggled deeper into Eric's embrace. Why did you come in such a rush? You said we could make up for it later. Such a tight schedule made Arrigo worried about Eric. At first, it wasn't urgent. But this morning, I saw a lot of negative comments about you. Although you've resolved the situation on your birthday, it left me unsettled. The best solution I thought of was to show up in front of you, making you forget all the unpleasantness. Chapter 0069, Not Enough Time. Javier's appearance indeed made Arrigo forget his previous worries. But new worries emerged. How could there be only 1 hour left? Arrigo hugged Javier tightly, rubbing against his chest. Javier patted Arrigo's head, don't tease me, we don't have enough time. Arrigo puffed out his cheeks. He didn't mean it that way, but the words, not enough time carried the anxiety of Javier leaving soon. Not enough time, just flowers and no cake, sorry. Javier felt that this birthday was too simple for Arrigo. Your presence is the biggest surprise, those things are not important. But I prepared a gift for you. What is it? Arrigo asked. Javier kissed Arrigo's eyes, close your eyes and put out your hand. Arrigo obediently closed his eyes, feeling slightly nervous inside. Is this guy planning to give him a ring? Should he accept it or not? If he accepts it, given the special meaning of the ring, it seems inappropriate. But if he doesn't, after Javier came all this way to give him a gift, it also seems wrong. Just as Arrigo was conflicted, something very light was placed in his hand, it didn't seem like a ring. Okay, open your eyes. Javier said while hugging Arrigo. Arrigo took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and found a bank card in his palm. What do you mean by this? Why give him a bank card? This is all my fortune and life savings, I'm handing it over to you. Why? You're my wife, why wouldn't I? Javier smiled and retorted. Although the gift wasn't a ring, it seemed even more significant than one. Javier, are you planning to skip the proposal and everything? No, I didn't mean that. I just feel that since we're together, I should give you peace of mind. You can handle it for me, and you'll send me pocket money every month. The password is my birthday? Arrigo asked. Javier matter-of-factly replied, yes, aren't all my passwords your birthday? Alright, then I'll keep it for now. Arrigo didn't want to waste time fussing over this issue. Baby, happy birthday. Every year from now on, I'll celebrate with you. Arrigo tilted his head slightly to ask for a kiss, and Javier understood, leaning down to capture his lower lip. The two nestled in a chair, kissing and sharing stories of their missed days and interesting incidents. Javier didn't dare take Arrigo to the bed, fearing he couldn't hold back, but time really wasn't enough, so he endured. As time drew closer to midnight, Arrigo suddenly pulled up his head which was nibbling at Javier's collarbone. I'm going with you to Shin City. What? Javier was shocked. I'm going with you. Arrigo made up his mind, jumping off Javier's lap and started packing. Really, Bram? Don't you see what I'm doing? Hurry up and help me pack. Okay. Javier quickly packed up both of them and they left the hotel holding hands. Arrigo still held the bouquet, but Javier suggested leaving it in the hotel since he could buy new ones at home. But Arrigo refused, saying this was the first time Javier had ever sent him flowers, and it hadn't even been an hour yet. He couldn't bear to throw them away and insisted on packing them in the suitcase. By the time they arrived in Shin City, it was already midnight. Javier brought Arrigo back to his hotel, and after a brief nap, it was time to get up again. Arrigo half asleep, Javier kissed his forehead, left the room key, and quietly slipped out. Adelia woke up to find a message from Arrigo saying he had left with Javier late last night. It took her a while to process this information. So Javier had come to Jing City yesterday and whisked Arrigo away. Or maybe Arrigo decided to run away with Javier. This is outrageous, Arrigo, you're such a love-struck brain. When Arrigo appeared in Shin City, Dennis also felt a bit surprised. Suddenly, he doubted his decision to insist on bringing Javier out. Did he seem like an evil mother-in-law separating lovers? After finishing work the next day, the four people from the studio returned to Jiangzhou. Last night, Arrigo and Javier slept in the room next to Dennis. Even though they were colleagues, and their boss was right next door, Arrigo insisted Javier behave himself. Javier wanted to be close to Arrigo, but loving Arrigo wasn't just about that. He resisted the temptation and held Arrigo all night. Anyway, they would be home soon. Upon landing, Javier hailed a taxi and went home with Arrigo. On the way, Javier suddenly received a call from his elusive father. Dad? Javier answered the phone in confusion. Why are you still asking? Who else could it be besides me? It's just, why are you calling me? The Hua family has always been a very independent clan, each person minding their own business. So unless there was something important, the elder Hua wouldn't call him. Your brother's winter vacation started early. Your mother and I have some matters to attend to out of town for a few days. I've asked him to come find you. We'll pick him up after New Year's Day. What? Javier nearly jumped out of his seat. If you're not at home, don't you still have Gracie? Why did you send him to me? You can take this opportunity to tutor him a bit, improve the relationship between brothers. It looks like you've almost forgotten you have a younger brother. Yes, if I don't think carefully, I would also forget I have an elusive father, Javier complained. I'll transfer you money later. He should already be in Jiangzhou. Go pick him up. After giving instructions, the elder Hua hung up. Javier was almost furious. He wasn't an employee under his father, he couldn't just be told what to do without being asked for any opinion. If it weren't for this person being his father, he really wanted to go back generations in curses. Arrigo overheard the conversation on the phone. Hearing that the kid had already arrived in Jiangzhou, worried about any potential accidents, he quickly urged Javier to make a call. He's old enough, what accident could happen? Height doesn't matter, he's only 12 years old. One must admit, the Hua family genes were indeed powerful. Javier was already nearly 6 feet tall by his freshman year of high school, and his younger brother, just 12, was nearly as tall as well. But no matter how tall he was still immature mentally. Though unwilling verbally, Javier couldn't ignore his brother completely. He called Noah and went straight to the train station when Noah said he was there. Brother Arrigo. Noah waved happily when he saw the two. Aren't you taller now? Arrigo noticed his height was almost catching up with his brother. Yeah. Noah said proudly. He had always enjoyed playing with Arrigo. His real brother would only look down on him, but brother Arrigo never would. Brother Arrigo, can I live with you? We'll live together, Javier interjected. Since he and his mother had already been honest with each other, he wasn't afraid of his brother knowing anymore. The boy looked disappointed. All right then. Javier was so angry, he could barely hold it in. You're disappointed? He can't even get close to his wife, who is he supposed to be disappointed at? Chapter 70 I Knew You Would Come Out. Javier and Arrigo took Remy straight from the airport to their home. The two-bedroom apartment didn't have a guest room, so Arrigo let the brothers sleep in the bedroom while he took the sofa. Javier naturally didn't want him to sleep on the sofa, but having him share with Remy was even less acceptable, regardless of his age. Let him sleep on the sofa, Javier pointed at Remy. Don't be silly. Don't bully the kid. Javier chuckled in frustration, he's taller than you, what kid? Ardal, ignore your brother. Go sleep with him, I'll change the sheets later. Remy looked at his brother, then at Arrigo, and pouted, Arrigo go, how can you be such a good person yet still be friends with him for so many years? Well, that shows I have great taste. Hurry up and take a shower and go to bed. Javier pushed Remy's suitcase towards him. Once Remy entered the bathroom, Javier eagerly pressed Arrigo onto the sofa. What are you doing? Though Arrigo asked, he made no effort to push him away. This brat is too much of a distraction. Javier gritted his teeth. The world is balanced. Your lack of restraint has finally caught up with you, Arrigo said, somewhat gleefully. Fine. It sounds like it doesn't matter to you. Don't you miss me? Javier nudged Arrigo's nose, asking, Do you miss me? Not really. Arrigo smiled, turning his head. Javier smirked and teased, you're saying one thing but thinking another. Alright, get up. Ardal will come out soon. Go change the bedsheets, and, put those things in the closet so he doesn't see them. Oh, this is annoying. My dad really knows how to mess things up for his kids. He couldn't pick a better time. Javier buried his head in Arrigo's neck, breathing in his scent. We're not limited to just these few days. We have all the time ahead of us. Arrigo's words offered some consolation. Javier stood up and pulled Arrigo with him. By the time Remy finished his shower, Javier and Arrigo had already tidied up the bedroom. Javier carried a thick quilt over to Arrigo on the sofa, it gets cold in the living room at night. Don't kick off the blanket. Got it. Arrigo came out after his shower. What did you get? You didn't even blow dry your hair before coming out. We told you it's cold in here. Javier, displeased, went to fetch a hairdryer, pushing Arrigo down to sit and drying his hair. Remy hugged a cushion, watching them silently and muttered, the way you two interact is exactly what my ideal parents should be like. Arrigo suddenly blushed, that's done now. Javier put away the dryer and said, our pair won't happen. Haven't you gotten used to it by now? Brother, were they always like this when you were growing up? Yes. Do they have another family outside? Remy innocently asked. No, that's just how they act. I thought the same thing before, but they've been fine for all these years. See, now they've left us alone to play. Hard to understand. Why do you need to understand this now? Focus on your studies. How did you do on the final exams? Okay. Remy has always done well. He ranked 6th in the year this time. Arrigo go, how do you know that? Right, how do you know? Javier echoed the question. I saw the rankings at school, Arrigo explained. Remy lowered his head and said after a moment, my parents never went out of their way to check. So what? When I was in school, they didn't even know which class I was in, Javier nonchalantly said. Arrigo understood the difference in character between the brothers. Javier was a bit thick-skinned about this issue, possibly because Arrigo had been by his side since childhood, giving him more attention. But Remy was more sensitive and had higher emotional needs, so Arrigo had always kept an eye on him. They aren't uncaring. Every family has its own dynamic. Yours might be unusual, but as long as it stays balanced, it's okay. I know, Remy mumbled. Alright, let's go to sleep. Don't bother Arrigo anymore. Javier led his brother into the bedroom. Given Arrigo's incomplete family, Javier didn't want him to dwell on sad memories. Don't talk about family stuff with Arrigo. His life with Kelly wasn't easy back then, and he never complained. If you think he's strong, try learning from him to build your own inner strength. He's really impressive, Javier whispered to his brother. Of course. Javier said with considerable pride. After all, he was still a kid, even with worries on his mind, he could still sleep soundly. Once he was asleep, Javier quietly got up, closed the door, and went out. By the moonlight, one could see a small bulge under the blanket on the sofa in the living room. Though Arrigo wasn't as tall as himself, his inner strength far exceeded his own. It was always his resilience and optimism that supported Javier's mental world from childhood. Now, he was still caring for his brother in places unknown to him, and Javier felt an urge to cry. He walked over and squatted beside the sofa. He thought Arrigo had already fallen asleep but was surprised to meet his smiling eyes. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Javier spoke with a slightly nasal voice. I knew you would come out. Is Ardal asleep? Arrigo moved inward on the sofa, making room for Javier. Javier hurriedly kicked off his slippers and lay down, hugging Arrigo along with the blanket into his arms. Baby, how can you be so good? You are also very good, to me. Javier hugged Arrigo and sniffed, "I'll be good to you for my entire life." Arrigo leaned contentedly against Javier's chest. He believed Javier's words and their love that had finally blossomed after hardships. "Alright, just a hug will do. You should go back to sleep. What if Ardal wakes up and sees us both sleeping on the sofa? Just hold me for a while longer. He won't wake up for a bit. Sleep now, and when you fall asleep, I'll go back." "Okay, alright." Arrigo rested his head on Javier's arm, chatting softly until he drifted off to sleep. Javier was also sleepy. With Arrigo resting on his arm, he didn't want to pull it away. Thinking of holding him a little longer, he eventually fell asleep too, not returning to the bedroom all night. In the morning, he was woken by Arrigo patting his face. Opening his eyes to see Arrigo was truly the most wonderful thing in the world. Javier raised his hand to hug Arrigo but was slapped back onto the sofa. Arrigo gritted his teeth, "Why did you sleep here?" Only then did Javier fully wake up, seeing Remy standing beside him. He coughed lightly, I sleepwalked." Chapter 0071 I'm young, not stupid. Alex pouted. "Why didn't I know you had this problem before?" "Before, you didn't live with me, of course, you wouldn't know." Javier was quite calm while teasing his younger brother. Kenneth rubbed his messy hair, awkwardly pinching Javier's thigh under the quilt. This person had promised to go back after he fell asleep but ended up sleeping until dawn. How unreliable. "Brother, I'm just young, not stupid." Alex rolled his eyes. "Cough, it's Monday today. Kenneth and I will be going to work soon. You stay at home and play, finish your homework, don't run around. I'll bring lunch back for you," Javier instructed. "Got it." With the survival skills of a Hua family member, everyone felt assured leaving Alex alone. Kenneth quickly got up and went to the bathroom, looking at the couple's tooth cups, towels, and toiletries, feeling powerless. As Alex said, he was just young, not stupid. Their cohabitation permeated every corner of this house, practically announcing their relationship. Kenneth started pondering whether to tell their families about them during the New Year holiday. He felt that they couldn't hide it for long, wondering how his mom would react. An unreliable husband who has a son that likes men, he didn't know if she could accept it. But he had decided on Javier for life, and he would strive for him no matter what. Their case with Black Fog Studios finally concluded before the year end. Black Fog attributed all responsibility to Barney, claiming he had stolen their work and lied about the transaction. In the end, Barney bore legal liability, while Black Fog only faced penalties for inadequate review and received a warning. Black Fog published an insincere apology letter, even complaining. It basically meant they had been established for years, developed numerous games, and there was no need to contend with small studios. They hoped for a healthy competition environment, in a rather sarcastic tone. This result was clearly unsatisfactory to everyone at the studio. Shameless. They dare talk about fair competition. Who doesn't know their shady dealings? Amal grumbled angrily. Everyone knows, but it's useless. They're experts at skirting the rules. The worst outcome is pushing someone out as scapegoat. Their fines are nothing compared to their income. Grover was also furious. Black Fog was like a cancer in the industry, specifically targeting small studios like theirs, yet they had no countermeasures. We can't beat them at dirty tricks, we'll focus on our games. Once we grow big, they won't dare accuse us anymore. Sigh, that's the best we can do. Keep it up. Roy encouraged everyone. Oh, the room responded weakly. Grover clapped his hands, don't be so down. Our first game was a success in terms of both popularity and revenue. We're doing great. Cheer up. Sure, everyone agreed lazily, then laughed together. They were indeed proud of their debut game. Grover planned to launch a mini-program over the New Year holidays, putting considerable pressure on them by year-end. At noon, Javier visited Alex and brought him some food. Kenneth advised him to buy more snacks for the kid. Javier left and returned quickly. In the evening, he picked up Kenneth and Alex for hot pot dinner. Knowing Kenneth's food preferences perfectly, Javier let Alex order what he wanted after placing the orders. Alex thought he had nobody to love until now. Watching his brother show affection made him feel even more hopeless. After dinner, the three of them headed home. Passing their studio, they saw Alberic arguing with a man outside the door after working late. Who's that? Javier noticed. Don't know, never seen him. Kenneth shook his head, feeling their argument was intense and debated whether to stop. Holy crap. Suddenly, the two men started fighting, startling Javier. It turned out that the man was unilaterally assaulting Alberic. The man was tall, seemingly young, knocking Alberic to the ground with one slap and was about to continue beating him. Stop the car. Kenneth tapped Javier's arm. Javier pulled over and told Alex in the back seat, stay in the car. Javier and Kenneth ran over, with Javier blocking the man. What are you doing? Kenneth helped Alberic up from the ground and retreated to a safe distance. This man's blows were vicious, and Alberic's face started swelling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What happened? Kenneth asked. Alberic looked at the man with disappointment in his eyes but remained silent. The man glanced at Kenneth, then Javier, and angrily said, "Who are you? Mind your own business. We're his friends. If there's anything, talk it out, don't use violence." Ultimately, the man was wary of Javier's towering presence and abandoned the idea of continuing his assault. He pointed at Alberic and said, "You come with me. We have no relationship anymore." "I won't go with you and don't come looking for me again in the future," Alberic said wearily. Seeing that Alberic had help, the man softened his tone. "I shouldn't have hit you, I apologize. Let's talk properly." Alberic had become numb to his erratic behavior, shaking his head. "We've already talked about everything that could be discussed. I can't trust a single word you say anymore. Can you take me away?" Alberic sought help from Kenneth beside him. "Sure, let's go." Kenneth supported Alberic toward the car. "You stop right there. What do you want?" Javier held him back. "I'm his boyfriend. Don't you think it's disgusting being with a gay person? Put him down now, this is none of your business." The man assumed Javier was straight and thought he could make him back off by saying this. "Disgusting my ass." Javier snapped, "What's wrong with being gay? You find it disgusting but still date a guy? And how dare you call yourself his boyfriend when you just hit him? You don't understand what's between us. Who cares about your mess? Get lost." Javier shoved him away and got into the driver's seat, driving off. In the car, Kenneth had found a wet wipe and handed it to Alberic to clean the blood from his mouth. Alberic looked at the boy sitting beside him and asked Kenneth, "This is Javier's younger brother. We just finished dinner. What exactly happened?" Alberic hesitated after opening his mouth. "Kids shouldn't hear these things. Just take me home." "Does he know where you live? Won't he find you?" "He doesn't know yet, otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for me at the studio. Please take me home. I'll tell you tomorrow." Chapter 0072. My brother wasn't straight either. Arrigo felt uneasy about letting Alberic go home by himself, insisting that he should go to a hotel instead. At least there the front desk wouldn't just let anyone in. Alberic persisted on going home. "I can't avoid it forever, it's meaningless." Arrigo and Eric couldn't persuade him otherwise and had no choice but to send him home. Only after they got back did Arrigo say to Ardal, "Youngest brother, that was my and your brother's colleague. We had some personal disputes, it's nothing." He was worried about the fight earlier leaving any psychological shadow on Ardal. "Brother Arrigo, I'm not a kid anymore. I understood what they were arguing about, and I could see you and my brother are together. There's nothing good in hiding it from me." Arrigo glanced backward awkwardly, deeply concerned. "Hey, it's okay, I know what you're worried about. Sexual orientation is innate. I won't start liking men just because you two are together." "You brother," Arrigo hesitated, as Eric once claimed to be straight. However, being siblings, Ardal knew well what his brother was like. "My brother wasn't exactly straight before, right? The way he treats you makes me wonder how you two wasted so many years." Eric was somewhat infuriated by his younger brother's teasing. "Was I being pure? Being naive at my age means you're foolish. You've been in your 20s for a few years now. Hey! You brat! Pay attention to driving." Arrigo patted Eric, reminding him to focus on the road. In the back seat, the young kid looked smugly satisfied, grinning at his elder brother triumphantly. Pouting, Eric wondered what to do when his own wife didn't side with him. It seemed Carter intentionally wanted to upset Eric, loitering in the living room without entering the bedroom, making it impossible for Eric to get close to Arrigo. Although their relationship had been exposed by Ardal, Arrigo was too shy to act intimately in front of his brother. If Eric tried, Arrigo would surely get mad. Anxious, Eric paced around the room restlessly. "Brother, get up, you're blocking the TV. It's 10 o'clock. Why are you watching TV this late? The variety show only updates at this time. Watch it on your phone in your room. Our mother said we can't watch things on phones, it easily leads to myopia. If you want to watch, use the TV. Well, then watch it tomorrow. You have nothing else to do during the day." Seeing his elder brother getting truly anxious, Carter slowly said, "I have to write papers tomorrow. Just let him watch. It only updates once a week. You can sleep if you feel sleepy." Arrigo smiled at Eric. Grinding his teeth, Eric knew Arrigo was deliberately doing this, seeing his mischievous smile. Sitting between the sofa, Eric moved to the other side, texting Arrigo. "Eric, baby, are you sure you want to help outsiders?" "Arrigo, don't talk nonsense. Who is an outsider? He is your brother. Eric, we've our family now. Anyone besides us is an outsider. Arrigo, fallacy. Eric, whatever, hurry up and make him sleep. Arrigo, how can I? Let him finish watching. Eric, okay. Arrigo was surprised at his quick agreement. However, the hungry wolf-like gaze always focused on him made Arrigo feel a chill down his spine. Eric kept playing with his phone until Carter finished watching the show and went to bed. During this period, Arrigo had a brief chat with Alberic on the phone, feeling relieved upon knowing Alberic hadn't been harassed by that man. After bidding them good night, Carter went to bed, and Eric also bid good night to Arrigo, though Arrigo felt Eric's smile was somewhat deranged today. The living room, which was filled with the laughter from the variety show moments ago, suddenly fell silent. Wrapping himself in the quilt, Arrigo wasn't cold in the living room but missed the warmth beside him. Alone, he felt a bit chilly. The bedroom remained still, thinking he might have overthought it. Arrigo closed his eyes. Time passed quietly. In a half-dream state, Arrigo heard the door handle of the bedroom moving slightly, the door opening a crack. Eric came out silently, closing the door gently behind him. Half asleep, Arrigo wasn't sure if he was dreaming when he opened his eyes drowsily, finding Eric already covering his mouth. Dazed from kissing, instinctively Arrigo thought Eric wanted to cuddle and sleep on the sofa again like yesterday, shifting inward. However, Eric grabbed his waist. Stunned for a moment, but Eric didn't give him any chance to speak, picking him up directly from the sofa. Instinctively, Arrigo hooked his feet around Eric's waist to prevent falling. With one hand supporting Arrigo's legs and the other pressing against his neck, Eric's passionate kiss blocked all of Arrigo's questions. His large hand could completely hold Arrigo's nape, leaving him powerless to resist even a bit. Eric carried him into the study and locked the door from the inside. The clear sound of the lock made Arrigo somewhat panic. He hammered Eric's shoulders desperately, trying to speak. Eric put him on the computer desk, supporting himself on either side of Arrigo's body, finally giving Arrigo the chance to speak. Arrigo panted softly and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Eric pulled Arrigo's legs, bringing him to the edge of the desk, blocking him with his own body. In a hoarse voice, he said, "I miss you." Arrigo's face instantly flushed red. The study was not lit, only the light from a small window illuminated half of the desk. Sitting in the shadow, he looked at the light-catching sparkle in Eric's eyes, unable to voice the rejections that were about to escape. "Ardal is still next door." Arrigo struggled one last time. "I know." Eric understood Arrigo too well, this attitude meant he had already agreed. Wet kisses moved from his lips to his throat. Arrigo bit his lower lip, not daring to make any sound, trembling fingertips gripping Eric's shoulders. Arrigo supported himself with one hand behind him, covering his mouth with the other, biting into his sleeve, his eyes reddening. His pale back leaned backward, crossing the boundary between light and dark, where moonlight fell on his slender back. Eric gently kissed the moist corner of Arrigo's eyes, his big hand leaving red marks on Arrigo's legs. "Baby, don't cry." Eric whispered lovingly into Arrigo's ear, comforting him. Under the hazy moonlight, Arrigo's appearance was incredibly alluring, making Eric pause for a moment, then sitting down on the chair Arrigo usually used for live streams, holding him. Arrigo buried his head in Eric's shoulder, clutching his shoulders. A suppressed gasp escaped him, and he quickly bit his lips. "Don't bite, you'll hurt yourself," Eric said, prying open Arrigo's clenched teeth so he couldn't close his mouth. At this moment, Arrigo always seemed a bit dazed, a bit slow, lost in the pleasure without room for thought, which made Eric lose control. "If you have to bite, bite my shoulder." Eric pressed Arrigo's head against his shoulder, holding his waist firmly. Chapter 73 This is an encouragement for me. The two overlapping shadows on the ground clung together, slightly heaving due to heavy breathing. Eric was sitting in a chair, holding Arrigo who lay limp in his arms, sniffing and sobbing. Just now, because Arrigo had been too restrained and dared not make any noise, it only made him even more sensitive. He couldn't control his tears, so he bit Eric's shoulder, leaving a deep tooth mark. Arrigo hadn't recovered yet, and even Eric's large hand running along his back could cause him to shiver from time to time. Eric liked Arrigo's current state very much, so he kissed his forehead with a smile to comfort him. "Baby, put on your clothes, okay? You'll catch a cold." Arrigo sniffled and snuggled deeper into Eric's embrace. Eric used one hand to unbutton his pajamas and drew Arrigo inside. Due to sweating, the air felt chilly against his skin. Now that it was being warmed by the fiery heat, Arrigo instinctively didn't want to leave this warmth. "Good boy, we need to clean up, or it won't be good for your health. Don't move, I'll carry you." Arrigo murmured softly. Eric picked up Arrigo. Fortunately, Arrigo usually feared the cold, so there was a light blanket in the study. Eric unfolded the thin blanket and draped it over Arrigo before carrying him into the bathroom. After taking a shower, Arrigo seemed to regain his spirit and buried his red eyes into Eric's chest, complaining, "If your brother heard anything, I wouldn't have the face to meet him again." "Don't worry, you didn't make a sound at all, he won't hear anything." Since things had already happened, scolding him now was futile. Arrigo touched the tooth mark on Eric's shoulder, feeling a little heartache. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all, this is encouragement for me." "Nonsense." Arrigo couldn't help but laugh. Eric carried Arrigo back to the sofa and tucked him into the blanket. "Do you want to go back to sleep?" Arrigo asked softly. At this moment, although he knew logically he should let Eric return to sleep, his heart didn't want to separate from him at all. Eric understood what he meant. "Since you're asking this, of course I'm not going back." Having said that, Eric lifted the blanket and got in, drawing Arrigo into his arms. Both of them, who had just experienced something sweet, were especially indulgent in each other's scent. The loneliness of lying here alone was completely dispelled, leaving Arrigo feeling both tired and reassured as he soon fell asleep. Eric held Arrigo close, inhaling his warm scent, but he wasn't as easy to fall asleep as Arrigo. He let Arrigo lie on his chest and gently patted his back like he would with a baby, discussing with the still-awake tiny Hua. Well, it was already quite hard to coax Bram to agree once, he didn't dare to ask for more, so you'd better get some sleep too. There will always be tomorrow, take it one day at a time. But the adorable look Bram had earlier. Eric dared not recall it, yet he couldn't help but think about it, which kept him tossing and turning until he finally fell asleep late at night. When he woke up contentedly the next morning and reached out to touch, no one was in his arms. Voices were heard coming from the dining room. Was Arrigo already awake? Eric got up and greeted them. Why are you up so early? It's not early, it's almost 9 o'clock, Ardal said. Arrigo, who was preparing breakfast, laughed lightly. If you don't go to work now, you'll be late. Eric quickly jumped off the sofa to wash his face and brush his teeth. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, he pushed Arrigo out of the kitchen and took over himself. Ardal, that naughty kid, dared to make his wife cook breakfast. Arrigo wasn't that delicate, though. He felt that he had probably been fully awakened by Eric's persistent efforts. After breakfast, Arrigo and Eric went to work, while Ardal stayed home to do his homework. Arrigo was still worried if Alberic would take a day off today. However, when they arrived at the studio, Alberic was already there. Aside from a bruise on his cheek, he looked fine. Alberic glanced at the two of them and saw their affectionate interaction, envy mixed with bitterness flickered in his eyes. Arrigo didn't know whether he should ask about last night. After all, such an embarrassing situation wasn't something anyone wanted others to see. Unexpectedly, Alberic invited Arrigo and Eric to lunch. Want to hear a sordid story? Alberic asked with a self-deprecating smile. We'll listen if you want to talk. If you don't, that's fine too. We just want to see if there's anything we can do to help you, not to pry into your privacy, Arrigo replied. Thank you, just treat it as a sordid story. Turns out the boy was named Zaire, who was Alberic's high school classmate and friend. Zaire didn't do well academically but said he wanted to attend the same university as Alberic. Of course, Alberic hoped for this as well, so he volunteered to tutor Zaire every day. Eventually, they did indeed enter the same university. However, Zaire, who had initially agreed to major in computer science with Alberic, secretly applied for economics and management instead. He explained to Alberic, who came to ask him, that they had different aspirations from the beginning. He didn't mention it out of fear that it might affect Alberic's exams, not because he was intentionally distancing himself. Alberic, who had dedicated his heart to Zaire, believed this explanation wholeheartedly and was moved by what he thought were Zaire's considerate actions toward him. Even when Zaire gradually distanced himself after school started, Alberic attributed it to their different majors and the busyness of the start of a new semester, thinking their relationship would naturally be less close than before. Alberic was very talented and was highly regarded by teachers. In his sophomore year, a teacher recommended him to participate in the development of games for large factories. At that time, he became synonymous with a young genius in his circle. After gaining fame, Zaire began to contact him more frequently. Alberic felt that his excellence attracted Zaire and took pride in it. Once, at a classmate gathering where alcohol was served, Zaire, drunk, cried to Alberic about feeling inferior during his freshman year due to family debt. And now he suddenly reached out because Alberic was too excellent, fearing someone might take him away. Affected by emotions, Alberic believed everything Zaire said and took the initiative to inquire about his debt issues, planning to help him. At first, Zaire modestly refused, enhancing his appeal in front of Alberic, then gradually revealed the amount of the debt. Alberic never imagined that they owed so much money. Given Zaire's current student status, it was impossible for him to repay it. However, Alberic had started making some income from developing games. Almost all the money Alberic had saved up was given to Zaire to pay off debts. Hugging Alberic tightly, Zaire wept, expressing gratitude and confessed his long-hidden love, which he dared not speak due to inferiority complex. Feeling like he finally saw the light after waiting, Alberic began dating Zaire. With a boyfriend, Alberic worked even harder, accepting private projects without rest, leaving almost no time for sleep. The teacher noticed something was wrong and advised Alberic not to accept every job, warning him that some studios specifically exploited students for tasks and would use them as scapegoats when things went wrong. However, Alberic only nodded and did not take the advice seriously. In his junior year, Alberic was indeed deceived by a studio due to lack of experience. The work he did involved copyright infringement, and he faced legal action. His teacher felt sorry for him and got him back early. This incident left a blemish on Alberic's record. He could no longer accept major contracts and changed his name to work odd jobs at small studios. This is also why Arrigo mentioned that Alberic suddenly disappeared. Chapter 74, Why did you suddenly come to your senses this time? What happened after that? Arrigo asked. Later on, most of the debt was paid off. He said there was an opportunity to study abroad in the department, but he had no money and didn't want to leave me, so he didn't accept it. I felt very guilty at the time. I told him to go, and if there wasn't enough money, I would find a way. So he went abroad and then dumped you. You spent so much money on an ungrateful ingrate. Eric guessed. Alberic sighed deeply, something like that. So now he's back looking for you because he's out of money again? Arrigo asked. Yes, he was supposed to get married next year, but his girlfriend suddenly broke up with him. Wait, girlfriend? Did he trick you into marriage? Eric asked angrily. It's not exactly tricking. He isn't gay. Wait, he isn't gay. Then how did you two end up together? Alberic gave a bitter smile. Well, it really was hard for him. Feeling disgusted on one side, yet pretending to be deeply in love on the other. You wouldn't know, I accidentally overheard him telling a friend how disgusting it was for him to be with me. At that moment, I couldn't even cry. That's just too much. Arrigo felt uncomfortable hearing this and couldn't find words to comfort him. I completely lost faith in relationships during that period. I lost interest in everything, you could say I was done for. Later, my teacher found out and took me out to relax, helped me get back into projects. I had moved on already, didn't expect he'd show up again. In that case, you should report him. Don't let yourself be taken advantage of again. Arrigo thought it was just an emotional dispute that night, which was why he only chose to take him away. But now it seems more complicated, the guy is clearly scum, and when pushed to the edge, who knows what he might do. So, all that money you spent on him is just gone. Eric felt angry listening to it. Well, what else can I do? There's no IOU. It was willingly spent back then. If things get big, would that be honorable? Alberic joked half-heartedly. That's why I envy both of you so much. Because Arrigo is also in gaming, when I stumbled upon your live stream, I watched a bit longer, slowly learning about your story. Knowing you two attended university together and lived in the same dorm, I was really envious. Although you weren't together back then, I knew you'd eventually be. After hearing Alberic's story, Arrigo felt very sad. Apart from the anger the story itself evoked, he felt especially sorry for Alberic. He could have become an amazing game developer but ended up like this because of a wrong person. He used to idolize him, now seeing such a huge gap, even he found it hard to accept, let alone the one who experienced it all. So what do you plan to do next? Work, earn money. He's already accustomed to getting things from you without effort. Yesterday, he dared to hit you, you can see how desperate he's become. Alberic shrugged, what can I do? We'll see how things go. After finishing their meal, they returned to the studio, and Grover mysteriously mentioned bringing in another ace. With this expert joining, we'll definitely launch the game during the spring festival. Who's this amazing person? Hampton asked. Who are we kidding? What true expert would join our small workshop? Amal complained while sitting in his chair. We're growing, right? Don't rush. When the person arrives, you'll know, truly an expert, Grover insisted. The others didn't take it seriously, as time was tight and tasks were heavy. They barely had time to care who was coming. In the afternoon, while discussing later issues, someone walked in through the door. Is Grover here? The man who entered was tall, handsome, with the charm and demeanor of a mature man. As he asked, he scanned around, his gaze landing on Arrigo's group. Alberic was stunned, teacher. Arrigo was also stunned, this was Alberic's teacher. He thought it would be an elderly person, not someone so young. The man approached slowly, frowning slightly at the bruises on Alberic's face. Why didn't you come to me? Embarrassed, Alberic turned his head. You're looking for Brother He. I'll call him. No need, I'm here. Grover ran down from upstairs. Let me introduce everyone to this expert, Connor. Connor? Amal instantly sat up from his slouch. He's really an expert. Teacher, so you're not going back to the school? Alberic couldn't help asking. I can occasionally go. I won't be teaching classes officially anymore. Why? To save up for a wife, alright? Connor teased Alberic. Oh. Alberic was speechless. It seems everyone is familiar with the name Connor. I won't introduce him much, although he is older than you, there's no generation gap among us game developers. Get to know each other more and you'll be fine. Grover pointed to the table next to Alberic. Roan will sit here since he's familiar with Siyuan, it's easier for communication. Okay. Connor nodded. Why don't you come with me first? I'll brief you on the current status and progress of the game. You can start working tomorrow. Siyuan, you come too. Grover led Connor and Alberic to the meeting room. Eric leaned over to Arrigo and asked, why do I feel something is off with him? Arrigo was a bit surprised. Why did you suddenly get intuitive this time? Clearly, Connor had come for Alberic, and his gaze at Alberic revealed everything. Even Eric, who was usually insensitive in matters of the heart, could see it, which was quite remarkable. Right, if not, why would such a big shot choose to come to our small studio? There must be a reason. We should remind Grover later so he doesn't foolishly think he's found a treasure. Wait. Arrigo realized where this was going and quickly interrupted, so you noticed something about him. What do you think it is? Eric whispered mysteriously, think about it, there's no free lunch, right? If he comes here suddenly, it must be for a reason. It's definitely not for money, so it must be something else. Go on. And it can't be for technology either, a big shot like him wouldn't need to steal from us. The only possibility left is for someone. For who? Grover. Eric felt his analysis was quite logical, maybe he sees the promising future of our studio and plans to acquire it. So he's joining us to do some reconnaissance. Arrigo was momentarily speechless and sighed, looking at Eric. What? Why are you sighing? Nothing, your analysis is great. Go back to work. Chapter 0075, The Foolish Son of the Hua Family. Arrigo felt like laughing. Eric's insensitivity towards feelings had reached a certain level. He was handsome, and many people liked him from childhood. If they didn't openly express it, he would never think in that direction. Even when they confessed to him face to face, Eric would still reject them outright. But this very insensitive person could feel even the slightest change around him. In Arrigo's eyes, Eric's behavior seemed quite adorable. Embarrassed by Arrigo's laughter, Eric asked, "What are you laughing at?" Arrigo quickly whispered, "I find you cute." "Why you?" Eric suddenly blushed and looked at Arrigo dumbly. Arrigo tidied up his things and went back to work on the computer. At the end of the day, Connor invited Alberic, "Let's go together, I'll take you home." "Okay, I don't have to work overtime today, let's have dinner with the teacher." "Alright, let's go." Connor took the keys and headed out. Arrigo and Eric also came out, they both were eager to get home as they had a child waiting for them. Just as they stepped out, they saw Zaire, who had assaulted Alberic yesterday. Zaire looked spiteful, with a gloomy gaze that turned darker upon seeing Alberic, but his expression turned furious when he noticed Connor next to Alberic. His anger wasn't fueled by jealousy over losing a lover but rather hatred. Connor helped Alberic into the car, "Ignore him, get in." "Alberic!" Zaire shouted, "I've always suspected something between you two. No wonder you treated me so cruelly this time." "He can say whatever he wants, we're leaving." Connor pushed Alberic into the car, not wanting him to hear Zaire's nonsense. Seeing Alberic about to enter the car, Zaire realized he had no hope left, and his expression became twisted. Desperate, he yelled, "Alberic, you made me what I am today, yet you walked away. Don't think it will be that easy. What teacher would remember their student? Alberic, if you dare to leave with him today, I'll go to his school and tell all his students about the kind of teacher they have." Hearing this, Alberic pulled his leg back from getting into the car, clenching his fists while looking at Zaire. He could endure anything Zaire did or said to him, but he couldn't allow Zaire to harm Connor, who was his mentor and the support during his darkest days. Alberic couldn't bear to ruin Connor's reputation because of him. Understanding Alberic too well, Connor knew he didn't want to involve him, but he was determined to protect Alberic. "Get in." Connor forcefully pushed Alberic into the car and closed the door. "Zaire, you do what you want. Even if I lose my job, I have enough resources to ensure Siyuan lives comfortably. And you? You're only coming back to Siyuan because your fiancé found out you're a gold digger and dumped you. You can't survive without him. I advise you to forget it, with me here, you won't touch him again. You wait and see." Zaire remained defiant. Connor got into the driver's seat and left with Alberic. Their argument drew attention from bystanders during rush hour. Zaire scanned the crowd and spotted Arrigo and Eric who had helped Alberic last night. Glaring fiercely at them, Zaire left through the edge of the crowd. How can there be such shameless people in this world? It's really embarrassing for men. Eric spat. Yeah, not everyone is lucky enough to meet the right person in their youth. Arrigo held Eric's hand. Eric interlocked his fingers with Arrigo's, they are them, and we are us. Let's go buy some good food and eat at home tonight. Thanks to Connor's daily pickup and drop-off, Alberic temporarily avoided Zaire's harassment, and Zaire didn't make a scene at Connor's school. Alberic was always anxious. He wasn't afraid of Zaire harming himself, for no harm could be worse than what he had already endured. But involving others was beyond his moral line. Soon it was New Year's Day, Hua's parents returned from their trip, and Eric planned to send Alex home. Arrigo decided to follow them. Hearing that Arrigo was coming, Jaden also returned home specially to wait for him. After exiting the station, the Hua family's driver picked them up. Everyone in the Hua family, except newcomers, knew Arrigo. The housekeeper specifically instructed us to send Bram back first. The driver, an old servant of the Hua family, used a more intimate term for Arrigo. "Thank you, Hobi Lu." Arrigo let the brothers sit in the back seat and got into the passenger seat. He didn't know that both families had already learned about their relationship, trying his best to avoid suspicion until he could talk to his mother and gain her support before informing the Hua family. Arriving at the Yen family residence, Eric got out of the car and escorted him to the doorstep. "We can't be together tonight. I'll come find you early tomorrow morning, okay?" "Alright, see you tomorrow." Eric quickly kissed Arrigo on the cheek before leaving. "Mom, I'm back." Arrigo opened the door and entered, the aroma of home-cooked meals immediately filling his senses. "Go wash your hands, we can start eating soon." "Okay." Arrigo obediently washed his hands and then went to the kitchen to find his mom. The kitchen had never been this lively in their house before. Jaden was bustling about in an apron, cooking enthusiastically. Actually, when Arrigo was young, Jaden rarely had the chance to prepare such a feast for him. Raising a child alone while working to make ends meet left little room for anything else. Fortunately, Arrigo was well-behaved and sensible, and later on, Eric took care of him, so she didn't have much to worry about. She felt guilty for bringing Arrigo into this world but unable to give him a complete family. As for his preference for men, she didn't feel she had the right to demand too much from him. Especially not when it came to his foolish son. "Mom, why did you make so many dishes?" "Let me help you," Arrigo rolled up his sleeves and offered. "No need, almost done. Just let Mom do it, it's been years since I've made you a proper meal." Arrigo suddenly felt a lump in his throat, lowering his head to hide his moist eyes behind his bangs. "Mom. You rest for a bit, after dinner, you can wash the dishes," said Jaden firmly. Obediently, Arrigo went to the living room to send a message to Eric. It took Jaden over an hour to get all the dishes on the table, filling it with food. Arrigo took out his phone to take pictures and sent them to Eric first. Eric replied with a voice message, "Gracie's cooking skills are great." This was accidentally played aloud by Arrigo. With his distinctive voice, Jaden immediately recognized him. Without showing any surprise, she asked, "Sending photos to Seoul?" Arrigo guiltily put away his phone and picked up his chopsticks. "Of course I record such a sumptuous meal." Jaden smiled at him, guiding the conversation. "You and Seoul really have a close relationship." Chapter 0076, Coming Clean. What was originally a normal sentence now made him feel uneasy, as he and Eric had always been close growing up. But now, with his guilty conscience, he felt hesitant to respond when his mother spoke. "Mom, this dish is really delicious. I remember you used to make it for me when I was little." Arrigo deflected by serving his mother some food. It wasn't until they were nearly finished eating that Arrigo spoke up. "By the way, Mom, there's something I want to tell you." Jaden thought he was about to confess his feelings and smiled. "Go on, tell me." "I found the other child Dad left behind." Jaden paused mid-action as she was serving herself food and asked, "Didn't you say you didn't want to acknowledge him? Why did you go look for him?" "At first, it wasn't intentional. I met him at K-Work-V, he was working there as a waiter and was being mistreated by a customer. I helped him out. Later on, I inquired and found out that he has good grades, so it would be a waste if he dropped out. I decided to take on his tuition until college." When speaking of this matter, Arrigo's emotions were mixed. Although his mother had hinted before that he should recognize him, it still weighed heavily on him. After all, it was a child born between his father and another woman. He feared making his mother sad. But not saying anything now might cause her even more pain later when she finds out. Jaden patted her son's head. "I know, my son, you've always been soft-hearted. I understand that over the years, you've also used your live-streaming income to sponsor underprivileged students. So, even though he's unrelated by blood, you'd help him anyway. You don't need to worry, I don't mind. How are his studies going?" "Pretty well, although his progress was affected by family issues, he's caught up recently. I haven't met him many times, mostly, I communicate directly with his teachers." Hearing how well Arrigo had handled things, Jaden sighed in relief. "My son has truly grown up, not only taking care of himself but also helping others. However." "What, however? How about you start thinking about your own personal matters?" Arrigo lowered his head without replying. "Actually, Mom doesn't have any objections no matter who you're with. As long as he's a good person, treats you well, and can take care of you, I will support you, regardless of what kind of person he is." Intelligent as Arrigo was, he sensed something amiss from his mother's words. "Mom, did you already know?" Jaden smiled gently and nodded. Arrigo's shoulders slumped. "When did you find out? Why do you react like this?" "I didn't object. Last time Jingza confessed about you two to his mother, I happened to be with Connie, so I knew too." He told Connie. Arrigo had never heard Eric mention this before, so both families knew about their relationship now. Yes, he was worried his family wouldn't agree, so he told them first and even asked Connie to plead on his behalf. "At the time, you two had just started dating, and your eyesight was still recovering, so I pretended not to know, keeping it a secret." "My eye condition, you knew about that too?" Arrigo asked, frowning. "Of course, you're my son. What should I not know about your life? I just didn't want you to worry." "I know. I've learned everything about your situation from Jingza and know that you're recovering well. I'm not worried." "I'm sorry, Mom. It's not that I didn't want to tell you or that I don't love you, I just didn't want you to tire yourself out worrying about me." "So, son, are you happy now?" Arrigo blushed and nodded. "My greatest wish is for you to be happy. You shouldn't feel guilty. Your life is yours to live. As long as the person you choose loves you sincerely, I can rest assured." "Thank you, Mom." Arrigo bowed his head, trying to hide the tears welling in his eyes. "Have you been treated well since you two got together?" "Very well." Seeing her son's face turn red all the way down to his neck, Jaden couldn't help but laugh. "You're such a big boy now, what's there to be shy about? All right, go wash the dishes." Arrigo hurriedly got up to clear the table and headed to the kitchen. In the kitchen, he washed his face with cold water, but the heat on his cheeks refused to fade. He hadn't expected Eric to tell his family about their relationship so early, nor did he anticipate that they would accept it so easily. The significance of their family's approval meant they could now be open about their relationship. They didn't need to care about others' opinions anymore. Family was the most important thing. During their conversation, Arrigo hadn't checked his phone. Eric had been trying to contact him after dinner and planned to visit. Hwa's mother laughed at him, such a wimp. You two have been together since childhood, and you get anxious after just a short separation. How does that work? If I missed your father that much, we'd never get through the day. Who's like you two? Eric immediately became anxious. You two are so proud, it even affected Matthew. He suspected that you two had divorced long ago without telling him. You should spend more time with him. I'm leaving. Hwa's mother looked thoughtfully at her younger son's room upstairs and called Gregory. Eric soon arrived downstairs at Arrigo's building. Thinking it would be impolite to show up empty-handed, he bought a lot of fruit to take with him. However, Arrigo didn't answer the phone, and without a door card, he couldn't get into the building or take the elevator, so he had to wait downstairs. Arrigo was chatting with his mother and hadn't checked his phone in a while. When he finally remembered and looked, he found Eric's messages. Seeing his expression change, Jaden asked him, "What's wrong?" Arrigo said, "Eric came over, he called me but I didn't hear it. He has been waiting downstairs all this time. Then go down and get him." Arrigo hurriedly called Eric back and heard that he was still downstairs, so he grabbed the door card and rushed down. Arrigo ran to open the door and almost bumped into Eric, who was holding things in both hands. He could only use his arms to shield him. "Take it slow." Arrigo apologized, "Sorry, I was chatting with my mom and didn't check my phone." "How long have you been waiting?" Eric chuckled foolishly, "Just about 10 minutes, not too long." Arrigo quickly took some of the bags from him and noticed red marks on his hands. He gently massaged them, feeling guilty. "It's okay." Eric felt his heart melting from Arrigo's caring gesture. "How did you suddenly come over?" Arrigo asked as he pulled Eric into the elevator. "I couldn't reach you for a while, so I just wanted to come see. When I got downstairs, I realized I couldn't get up." "Idiot." Arrigo and Eric were each carrying fruit with one hand while holding hands with the other. As they were about to exit the elevator, Eric tried to retract his hand. Arrigo looked at him, "What's going on?" "Cough, we're at your place now, it's not good." "Now you think it's not good? Didn't you feel it was wrong when you told your family? Or when you helped my mom keep it from me?" Arrigo asked with a smile. "What? You already know." Chapter 0077 You're distracting me. Arrigo nodded. "Yeah, I know. But what did Gracie say?" Although he already knew Jaden's attitude from before, he still felt a little uneasy. He was worried that Gracie Yen might not speak up in front of him and would later blame Arrigo. "Nothing much. My mom just asked if I'm happy now." "What did you tell her?" "I said that I'm very happy, of course." As soon as Eric got out of the elevator, he couldn't resist kissing Arrigo on the cheek. "I'm very happy too. Why did you tell them so early? Weren't you afraid they'd oppose it?" "Exactly because I was afraid they'd oppose it, I wanted to tell them earlier. If they do oppose it, I could start thinking of ways to convince them sooner. I don't want them to make things difficult for you when they find out one day." Eric's decisive action gave Arrigo a strong sense of security and courage. With a smile, Arrigo led Eric back home. "Mom, we're back. Jingza is here, why did you bring so many things?" "Hello, Gracie." Eric greeted loudly. Jaden had always liked Eric. Now she felt even more fond of him, like a mother-in-law who increasingly dotes on her son-in-law. She invited him into the house. "Gracie, previously when I talked to you about me and Arrigo over the phone, it wasn't formal enough. Today, I formally apologize to you. Gracie, I'm really in love with Arrigo. I will do my best to be good to him forever." Jaden, a career woman who hadn't cried in many years and hadn't shed tears even when she heard about the two boys' relationship before, now felt her eyes well up seeing Eric assure her in person. "Alright, Gracie believes you. Bram can be hard to read, so please be patient with him. Don't worry, Gracie, we are mutually understanding each other. Okay, stay here and chat, I'll go wash some fruit for you." "That's okay, Gracie, I can do it." Eric had been to Arrigo's house many times before, especially during winter and summer breaks, and he was familiar with the layout. He went straight to the kitchen without hesitation. Arrigo followed to help. "That's fine, you can just stand there. You've never helped with these chores anyway." These household chores were always done by Eric. Even when Arrigo wanted to help, Eric wouldn't let him. After all, doing a bit of work wouldn't exhaust him, and he enjoyed taking care of Arrigo. Arrigo leaned against the kitchen counter, watching Eric wash the fruit, feeling sweet inside even before tasting anything. Eric handed him a cherry tomato. Arrigo opened his mouth and bit into it. "Internet speak, you're really exuding a husband vibe right now," Arrigo said while chewing. "Husband vibe?" Eric asked. "Yes, the husband vibe, Arrigo repeated. Eric chuckled. Right, aren't I your husband? Arrigo burst out laughing. Thick-skinned. Without thick skin, how could I have a wife? Be quiet, Arrigo patted Eric's arm. Why? Do you think Gracie doesn't know our dynamic? Eric teased in Arrigo's ear. Oh, you're quite proud, huh? So you feel superior to me? Eric couldn't tell if Arrigo was truly angry and hurried to comfort him. That's not what I meant. I can also let you be the superior one if you wish. Just say the word. Alright, we'll see when we get back. Arrigo said stubbornly. Eric didn't mind at all. Arrigo had sacrificed so much for him, so what was one compromise? Moreover, every time Arrigo looked lost in admiration, it made Eric's heart skip a beat whenever he thought about it. Whoa, Eric suddenly bent down. What happened? Arrigo rushed to support him. Blushing, Eric said, it's nothing, go ahead and leave, I'll finish washing the fruit and bring it out. Arrigo initially thought he had stomach pain but then noticed certain parts reacting uncontrollably. You really are something, Arrigo felt like hitting him. It's not my fault. Who started this topic? When did I bring it up? Arrigo was both amused and frustrated at being blamed for something he didn't initiate. Good boy, go out, having you around makes it worse. Arrigo quickly slipped out of the kitchen. Hasn't Jingza finished washing yet? We don't need that much fruit. Let him come sit down, Jaden said, getting up to help. Arrigo quickly held his mom back. Mom, he washes meticulously. It usually takes him this long, don't worry about him. Oh, so he's pretty detail-oriented. That's a good habit. Do you two usually cook together? We do, but mostly he does the cooking. Don't take advantage of him. He's been pampering you since childhood. When living together, household chores should be shared. He gets tired too, so don't always bully him. Arrigo hugged the pillow and patted it lightly, whispering in resistance, he doesn't let me do anything, it's not my fault. Although Jaden was pleased with Eric's care for her son, she didn't want Arrigo to be too pampered. After all, there were no guarantees in relationships. They didn't even have a marriage contract, and everything could end in a moment. She hoped that Arrigo would take good care of this relationship. I know, Arrigo glanced at Eric in the kitchen. He certainly didn't bully anyone. He liked Eric so much that he had no time to bully him. 5 years of secret admiration had made him suffer enough. He would definitely cherish their relationship. At night, Arrigo and Eric stayed connected on voice calls while sleeping. Arrigo whispered, in the future, don't take on all the chores. My mom mentioned something about me today. What did Gracie say? She said I bully you by making you do all the work, worried that you might get tired one day and leave. That won't happen. Not letting you do chores makes me uncomfortable. Gracie doesn't understand how we interact, so she's worried. But over time, seeing me consistently treat you well will reassure her. Arrigo gently rubbed his phone's casing in the dark, asking, will you always treat me like this? Maybe not. Arrigo fell silent after hearing his words. Eric laughed heartily on the other side, do you still doubt this? We've been together for over a decade. Any phase of boredom should have passed. Yet, neither of us has grown tired of each other, our feelings grow deeper every day. What I mean is, I will only treat you better in the future. You talk so sweetly. Despite the sweetness in his heart, Arrigo's tone remained teasing. It's the truth. Alright, let's sleep. Tomorrow, I need to go shopping with Mom. Should I join you both? Don't you want to stay home and keep Gracie company? She doesn't need me to. Arrigo thought for a moment and agreed, alright, then rest early. See you tomorrow morning. Baby. Where's your goodnight kiss? Eric asked. They always gave each other a goodnight kiss before bed. Since they were apart now, naturally, there wasn't any. I'll make it up to you when I come back. No, give it now. Eric started being unreasonable. Arrigo smiled helplessly and ended the call. Just as Eric was lost in thought, Arrigo's video call rang again. Did we get disconnected? Eric asked. Dummy. Arrigo chuckled, pressing his lips to the camera, good night. Holding his phone, Eric grinned foolishly, mimicking Arrigo and kissing the camera several times, muamwa good night baby, see you tomorrow morning. Chapter 78, Two Sons. Arrigo felt something tickling his face in the morning. He reached out to touch it, turned over, and continued sleeping. That annoying thing moved to his ear again. Reluctantly opening his eyes, Arrigo saw the culprit holding a tissue from the bedside table and sitting beside him with a smile. How did you get here? Arrigo fumbled for his phone on the bed. Eric picked it up and handed it to him, it's 7. I mean, how did you end up here? Where's my mom? Your aunt is preparing breakfast in the living room. I bought breakfast, there's your favorite custard buns and glutinous rice porridge. Arrigo chuckled from under the blanket, you left right after dinner last night, and now you're delivering breakfast, might as well move in. Eric laughed softly, no problem if you agree. I don't agree, Arrigo quickly interrupted. He was joking, but Eric, being naive, took it seriously. Why don't you go keep mom company while I change? Okay, hurry up. Eric got up and walked toward the door. Arrigo, still half asleep, closed his eyes again, hoping for a few more minutes of rest. Suddenly, Eric returned, leaning down like a wall, blocking Arrigo's mouth and kissing him until he made a muffled sound from lack of oxygen before letting go. Watching Eric happily open the door, Arrigo growled, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. From the living room came Eric's bright laughter. Eric acted completely like a son-in-law visiting the family. After breakfast, he accompanied the Yans for a day of shopping. He had driven them himself, serving as chauffeur and porter. While Jaden handled the buying and Arrigo helped pick out styles, Eric carried the bags. Jaden couldn't just bring her two sons out without giving them something, so they stopped by a men's clothing store, allowing them to choose some clothes. Arrigo spotted a hoodie that he liked. Eric insisted on buying the same one, and they wore them as matching outfits. When they tried on their clothes in the fitting room, a staff member chatted warmly with Jaden, Are both of them your children? They're so handsome. Jaden smiled fondly, Yes, both are my sons. You're beautiful, so your children are good-looking too. That's wonderful. In the fitting room, Eric cornered Arrigo for a kiss. Don't fool around. I don't want any scandal. That would be embarrassing. Just one kiss, like charging me up. Instantly, Arrigo blushed red, remembering Eric's previous remarks about wired and wireless charging. Eric grinned mischievously, See, you're thinking dirty. Arrigo tugged on Eric's collar to make him lower his head, gave him a quick peck, then pushed him out. After changing, the two handsome young men stood there, radiating happiness. Jaden was pleased as she paid and took them for a meal. That evening, Eric dropped the mother and son off at home. After helping his mom with her shopping bags, Arrigo climbed back into the car. What's wrong? Did you forget something? Eric asked. No, I'm coming with you. You're coming with me? Yes, aren't you stupid? You told your family so early, and I knew nothing, which was already impolite. This time, of course, I need to visit your parents. Really? Eric's eyes lit up. Really, let's go. Eric immediately called his mom to inform her that he was bringing Arrigo home. When Arrigo arrived at the Hwa residence, he was genuinely surprised. Since they often visited each other's homes, they were quite familiar. However, Evie suddenly appeared in a luxurious dress, which seemed a bit exaggerated. Mom, are you going somewhere later? Eric asked uncertainly. Knowing Bram is here, how could I still go out? Why are you dressed like this? Evie rolled her eyes, Isn't it beautiful? Arrigo pulled on Eric's sleeve and smiled, Beautiful. Evie smiled warmly, Bram has good taste. Come in. After knowing each other for so long, when Xiaoza mentioned taking you home, it suddenly made me nervous. Evie sat on the sofa, somewhat awkward. Gracie, I meant to find a suitable time to talk about our relationship, but I didn't expect he had already told you. I should have come earlier. I apologize. There's no need to apologize. I approve of your relationship. Trusting our silly boy to you, I feel relieved. I do feel relieved too. Bram spends more time with me than you do since childhood, Eric said, sitting beside Arrigo and holding his hand. You should thank us for not managing you too much, which gave you a chance to take Bram home. That's a lame excuse. Gracie, Hobie isn't home, about our relationship. You rest assured, I've already talked to him. We have no objections, as long as you two are happy, that's all that matters. Xiaoza is a simple boy with no ill intentions, just a bit slow. You've known him for so many years and understand him the most, you shouldn't be displeased. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to talk to us. Don't worry about what others might say. It's more important for you two to live happily. Thank you, Gracie. With these words, the biggest obstacle in their hearts had been crossed. Eric felt relieved. On the way back to Arrigo's place, he didn't drive but walked alongside him on the road. Suddenly, Eric grabbed Arrigo's hand. Arrigo instinctively looked around. What are you looking at? We're together officially now, there's nothing wrong with holding hands, Eric said nonchalantly, interlocking his fingers with Arrigo's. Arrigo didn't pull his hand back and let him lead the way through the city where they grew up. Almost every street held memories of them. Now, as they walked closer together, from side by side to hand in hand, only they knew the hardships and disappointments they had gone through. The sweetness they shared now was well-deserved after all the bitterness. Are you tired? Halfway through, Eric suddenly asked. Yeah, Arrigo nodded. Eric squatted in front of him, Come, I'll carry you back. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Arrigo climbed onto his back. Let's go. Carrying Arrigo was easy for Eric, and he strolled leisurely toward home. Arrigo wrapped his arms around Eric's neck, resting his head against his shoulder, closing his eyes contentedly. In junior high, during PE class, you sprained your ankle. I carried you to and from school for a whole week. Right, you were always strong back then. The class president offered to take me on his bike since it was on the way, but you insisted on carrying me yourself. Would I let someone else give you a ride? Eric gave Arrigo's butt a light pat. Don't make excuses, back then, you didn't feel anything special for me. What difference would it make if someone else took me? I don't know what I was thinking back then, but whenever anyone got close to you, I just felt uncomfortable. Humph, sick mind. Arrigo muttered under his breath. You dare call your husband sick? I'll show you what sick means. Let's not go home tonight. If we don't go home, where will we go? Get a room. Eric pretended to walk towards the roadside, conveniently near a hotel. Stop joking, we're going home tomorrow. Arrigo slapped his back. Eric was just teasing and had no intention of actually going in. Alright, we're going home tomorrow. We haven't had a romantic getaway in a long time. Chapter 0079. Sometimes walking with you can also be embarrassing. Didn't we? That day in the study, didn't you? Arrigo felt embarrassed to continue. Just that one time, and it was rushed. Arrigo hurriedly covered his mouth that was babbling nonsense on the street. Eric laughed in the palm of his hand. His Bram was now so shy, yet could let loose when overcome by passion. This contrast gave Eric a bit of satisfaction. Alright, I won't say any more. Eric mumbled vaguely. Arrigo released his hand and wrapped his arms around Eric's neck again. When they arrived at Arrigo's house, Eric felt no movement behind him, with steady breathing suggesting Arrigo had fallen asleep. Eric didn't wake him up but reached into his coat pocket for the door card. Upon hearing the noise at the door, Jaden came out from the room. Eric made a gesture at her, shoo. It was then that Jaden noticed that Arrigo was carried back on his back. What happened? Jaden asked in a low voice. Nothing, probably just tired from shopping during the day. Oh, then take him inside quickly. Yes, Gracie, I'll take him in first. Eric quietly placed Arrigo on the bed, took off his shoes, and gently covered him with a blanket. Jaden stood at the doorway, feeling a sudden pain in her heart. Arrigo had never experienced a father's love since childhood. No matter how well Jaden treated him, she couldn't provide that strong and secure protection. Previously, when other children were being carried or piggybacked by their fathers during outings, Arrigo didn't say anything, but Jaden could tell he envied them secretly. Now he didn't need to envy anymore, as someone was willing to do all this for him. After settling Arrigo, Eric put on Arrigo's shoes, stepped out of the room, and closed the door. Gracie, I'll go back now. Eric greeted Jaden. Yes, don't walk home, call a taxi and be careful. It's cold outside, Jaden said, noticing Eric's forehead was sweating after carrying Arrigo for so long. Every parent worries about their own child. To Jaden, Eric was almost like a son now, so she tenderly advised him to take care. I understand. As Eric was putting on his shoes at the door, Jaden suddenly said, Xiaoxia, thank you. Eric smiled broadly, it's my pleasure. We have an afternoon train tomorrow, I'll come pick him up half an hour earlier. Okay. Finally home. Getting off the train in Jiangzhou, Eric shouted from the bottom of his heart. Arrigo couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes walking with you is quite embarrassing. People might think you've been abroad for years without coming back. Too much indeed, let's go home. The two didn't directly hail a taxi to the building but got off at the entrance of the community, buying some groceries at the supermarket before heading home. After all, they hadn't been home for over 2 days and there was nothing left to eat. Arrigo walked a bit and looked back. What's wrong? Eric followed his gaze and looked around. Nothing, just feeling like someone's watching us. There's probably nothing. Let's get into the community quickly. Though Eric saw nothing unusual, given Arrigo's growing fan base, it wasn't uncommon for someone to recognize him. No matter what, getting home was the safest option. Back home, Arrigo ran to the balcony and looked down, spotting a familiar figure approaching the door. Look at that, Arrigo pointed it out to Eric. Seems familiar. That's Zaire. Arrigo had a good memory for faces and figures, especially since Zaire left a deep impression on him, which he would not forget. Why would he follow us? Eric frowned. I don't know, it's definitely not a good sign. Let's ask Kazuyuan tomorrow to see if Zaire has caused any trouble recently. From now on, let's be more careful when going out and try not to act alone. When have we ever acted alone? Eric hugged Arrigo from behind, pressing his lips against Arrigo's neck. Feeling ticklish and embarrassed, Arrigo dodged to the other side. Don't kiss me, we just came back from a ride, I'm all dirty. Do you want to take a shower? Eric circled Arrigo's waist and shook slightly. This implication was too obvious. Arrigo clearly understood Eric's intentions. It had been over 10 days since they last did it in the study. Being embraced by Eric made Arrigo somewhat restless, temporarily forgetting about Zaire. Arrigo turned his head and asked, aren't you taking a shower? I shower fast. You go first, I'll change the bed sheets and pillowcases, you shouldn't sleep on what that guy slept on. Alright. Arrigo nodded. However, Eric didn't let go. Laughing helplessly, Arrigo tapped his hand lightly, let me go. Reluctantly letting go, Eric kissed Arrigo's neck, leaving a strawberry mark before patting his buttocks, go quickly. By the time Arrigo finished washing, Eric had just changed the bedding and came in to shower. He casually took off his clothes and walked in. Feeling embarrassed to stare, Arrigo turned away to face the wall. You're trying to deceive yourself, Eric whispered close behind him. Eric's hot body pressed against Arrigo's soapy back, feeling slick and smooth. Eric reached over Arrigo's body, took the sponge from his hand, and started applying the shower gel for him. The scent you picked is really nice, Eric said as he sniffed near Arrigo's ear. Stop playing around, hurry up, Arrigo urged. The slow manner in which Eric applied the shower gel only made Arrigo more aroused, like a doll left for him to play with, an incredibly shameful experience. Enjoying it immensely, Eric kept going, even creating a foam suit that covered Arrigo's entire skin. Arrigo tried not to laugh due to tickling but feared the sound might be too ambiguous, so he covered his mouth. Last time when we had visitors at home, you couldn't make a sound. Why are you covering your mouth today? Have you played enough? I'm done, I'm going out, Arrigo wanted to turn on the shower head to rinse off the foam. Eric grabbed his wrist, emphasizing each word, not enough, yet. The foam only reached up to Arrigo's collarbone, and Eric was satisfied with his creation. See, now you don't have to be shy, nothing is exposed. Immature, Arrigo laughed despite his annoyance. In the next moment, Eric suddenly turned on the shower head. The hot water poured down, instantly washing away the foam suit from Arrigo's body. Arrigo felt like his clothes were being ripped off right in front of Eric, feeling both ashamed and at a loss. Even the warm water hitting his body made him shiver uncontrollably. Eric pulled Arrigo into his arms, pinched his chin, and kissed him. Where did you learn this act? Arrigo asked breathlessly. I don't need to learn anymore, I can apply it flexibly. It took them half an hour to finish the shower. Eric carried Arrigo back to bed and, flipping over, placed Arrigo on top of him. Didn't you say you wanted to try being on top? How about today? Eric asked. Arrigo had mentioned that out of competitiveness, but he wasn't really interested in switching positions. Seeing Arrigo's dazed expression, Eric laughed and lifted him up slightly by the waist. If you don't come, I will. Chapter 80, It's Because of You. Arrigo swore that he would never be separated from Eric for more than 3 days in the future. This guy was cumulative, wanting to make up for all the missed time over the past few days, and Arrigo couldn't bear it. Arrigo started whining and acting spoiled, which both delighted and pained Eric. Arrigo covered his eyes with his arm, but Eric gently pulled it away. Arrigo's reddened, moist eyes looked at Eric, making fireworks explode in Eric's mind. Arrigo tilted his head back, unable to stop trembling. The two of them always had great chemistry in this regard, their breathing quickening together, then gradually calming down. Eric brushed away Arrigo's sweat-drenched hair and smiled contentedly. Arrigo also laughed, and after tidying up, they embraced and fell asleep. The next morning when they went out, Arrigo carefully observed the surroundings near home but didn't spot Zaire. I don't believe he'll dare to do anything in broad daylight. Besides, what happens between them has nothing to do with us, Eric said, not taking seriously a weak man like him who lived off others. Eric started the car and drove Arrigo to the studio. Alberic was already working on the computer. Arrigo felt the atmosphere was a bit tense and quietly asked, did something happen these past couple of days? Alberic nodded. Zaire reported our teacher to the school, although what he said was hearsay without evidence. This commotion has severely damaged the teacher's reputation. Although the school hasn't suspended his classes, the chance of going abroad this year has almost been given to someone else. I saw him under my building yesterday, Arrigo mentioned. Ah. What did he do? Alberic asked anxiously. He didn't do anything. I just got back from my hometown yesterday and felt like someone was watching me. When I got home and looked downstairs, I saw him walking away. Alberic rubbed his hair in frustration. What a scumbag. If we can't handle it, maybe we should call the police. Jailing him for a few days won't help much, it might even make him worse. But we can't just let him do as he pleases. I have experience with this kind of thing. If you don't stand up to him, he'll only get bolder. Arrigo tried to persuade him based on his own experiences with harassment. Fine, he can target me, but now he's targeting people around me, including the teacher and you. This isn't just our problem anymore. As they spoke, Connor came in with breakfast and placed it in front of Alberic. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, eat something before working. Have you eaten, Arrigo? Arrigo sat back at his desk, yes. Connor smiled at him and nodded, then told Alberic, eat quickly, don't stay gloomy. I've said many times, I chose to give up the opportunity to go abroad. I attend the exchange conference every year, so missing it this year doesn't mean anything. But it's because of me. It's because of you, but not in the way you think. Now, eat something and get to work. Connor, being an expert-level figure, sped up their progress significantly. A week later, they conducted the first round of testing. In the evening, Grover invited everyone for hot pot to celebrate the better-than-expected results of the first round of testing. Arrigo focused on eating while Eric helped him by cooking meat, their interaction having become a habit, which they didn't particularly hide even outside. Alberic stared at them absent-mindedly. He noticed Arrigo because of his relationship with Eric. They both started from secret admiration, managing to win each other's hearts, whereas he ended up like this. There really wasn't much logic to love. Alberic drank alcohol sullenly, and Connor frowned as he took away his glass. You haven't eaten much tonight. Are you afraid your stomach will hurt from drinking too much? Connor put a piece of meat on Alberic's plate. Alberic lowered his head. Thank you, teacher. Didn't I say to stop calling me teacher? How long has it been since graduation? I don't want to change. Since my freshman year, you've always taken care of me. It's me who has let you down. After graduation, you still worried about my personal matters. Alberic, perhaps a little tipsy, grew increasingly sad, his voice trembling. Connor couldn't help but rub his hair. Don't cry. Who doesn't make mistakes when they're young? You've come to your senses early enough. You're still young, there's still plenty of time to do whatever you want. Wah! Alberic suddenly cried like a child. Usually, he had a somewhat melancholic image and mature demeanor, but drunk, the contrast was significant. Arrigo froze with chopsticks in hand. Connor didn't care about how many people were watching in the restaurant, comforting Alberic by pressing his head against his shoulder. It's okay, crying is good. Connor sighed and said to Arrigo across the table, he wouldn't show his emotions unless he's drunk. He's been under a lot of pressure lately. I understand. Arrigo nodded and pushed the tissues on the table towards him. Thank you. Connor took a tissue to wipe Alberic's tears. Alberic quieted down after crying for a while, silently eating with his head down. Whatever Connor put on his plate, he ate without saying a word. After dinner, everyone parted ways and went home separately. The restaurant was not far from the studio. Eric had also drunk some wine, so they didn't drive but decided to walk back instead. Connor helped Alberic out of the restaurant, and Arrigo hailed a taxi for them to go first. Eric raised his hand, palm down, extending it in front of Arrigo. Arrigo received the signal and turned his palm up to grip his hand. Eric walked home contentedly holding Arrigo's hand. Does Connor like Alberic? Eric asked. It took you long enough to figure that out, Arrigo teased him. You're always finding ways to say I'm slow. Ah, aren't you slow? My attention has always been on you, who cares whom he likes? With all that attention on me, it still took you years to see that I liked you, Arrigo murmured softly. Just mentioning this made Eric's heart ache, and he tightened his grip on Arrigo's hand. Baby. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Arrigo gently consoled the teary-eyed Eric. But Alberic was pretty amusing when he was drunk. It was quite different from his usual image. Eric nodded. Speaking of which, I've never seen you drunk. You never give me the chance to get drunk. Every time we go out drinking with others, you block the drinks for me. Of course, even if you got drunk, only I would see it. I wouldn't let anyone else see. After things calm down, we can go home and have a drink together. What if I just have a good tolerance for alcohol? Arrigo asked with a smile. We'll need to try it to find out. Speaking of which, I remember one time when I was very drunk, you took care of me. That day, I felt like I kissed you, but you said I kissed a glass. Was that true? Arrigo remembered this incident and nodded. It was definitely the glass. You tried to kiss me, and I used the glass to stop you. Eric pouted unhappily. You're the one who calls me slow, yet when I almost kissed you, you still didn't realize I liked you. If you hadn't stopped me that night, would we have? Nonsense, what if the next day you didn't admit it? Would I just be letting you off easily? I don't care. But you owe me a kiss. Chapter 0081 The Internet Storm Rises Again. The two of them laughed and talked their way home, unaware that someone had secretly taken photos and videos of them, which were then posted online. The initial post was titled, Indecent Scenes from a Game Studio's Private Life. Though the title was attention-grabbing, it did not feature any celebrities and thus only spread within a small circle. It wasn't until the next day when someone recognized the hand-holding couple on the street as Butler, a game streamer, that the post went viral. Speculations about Butler's confirmed same-sex relationship started to fly around rapidly. This new title spread much faster than the previous one. The video was split into two segments. The first segment began outside the Hot Pot restaurant where they dined the day before. In it, Connor half-carried Alberic into a car. Originally an ordinary scene, it was edited with filters and adjusted speed by the uploader, making it seem extremely ambiguous. The second segment showed Arrigo and Eric holding hands and laughing while walking down the street. Later, Eric even put his arm around Arrigo's waist as they entered their residential area. Fans singled out this latter part of the video. Tilda, always surfing the internet at the forefront, saw the video in Arrigo's fan group and quickly forwarded it to him. Tilda, brother, aren't you two being a bit too public? Are you planning to come out publicly? After watching the video, Arrigo suddenly understood why Zaire had followed them that day. Zaire realized that neither threats nor enticements were working on Alberic anymore, so he decided to use those close to Alberic to force his hand. First, it was Connor, now, it was them. Zaire probably thought that if Alberic offended everyone around him, no one would be left to help him. Then, when he harassed Alberic again, he would be isolated and ultimately forced to comply. Alberic, who didn't have as much fame as Arrigo, hadn't seen his own segment circulate and remained unaware of what happened. Arrigo tapped on his phone, brainstorming solutions. His fans were losing their minds. Fan, I knew Butler and Soul were for real. Fan, they're such a perfect match, blessings 99. Fan, going home together at night, aren't they cohabiting? Fan, oh, I remember, during one of Butler's live streams, something seemed off, and there were some indescribable sounds. Oh my god, now thinking about it, I'm blushing. Fan, when did this happen? I need to dig up the replay. Fan, that replay was deleted by Butler long ago, but I have a recording. Add me for private chat. Fan, did he delete just that replay? If so, there must be something fishy. Fan, aw, my CP is real. Fan, as a CP fan, I'm calm, if they weren't real, I'd be fake. Fan, so, what does the person who posted the video want? This isn't the Dark Ages, it can't still be considered a scandal. Fan, how delusional. The original title said, indecent, clearly, a dirty mind sees dirt everywhere. Fan, why should it be anyone else's business if they're dating? He's probably so pathetic no one would want him even for free. Fan, thanks for letting us see our CP together. Wishing them 99 blessings. Fan, don't thank him, it's not like he helped them get together. But yes, his video exposed Butler's address. Butler needs to be careful. Fan, seriously, Butler should report this to the police. Scratching his head, Origo hadn't anticipated that Zaire would out him online, but thankfully he had already informed his family over New Year's, otherwise, this would have been hard to handle. Public opinion seemed fairly tolerant, with occasional criticism deflected by loyal fans. Honestly, since the video wasn't filmed by him, he never intended to use their relationship for publicity. Dating Eric hadn't harmed anyone. Zaire's actions violated his privacy and exposed his address, which deserved punishment, but Origo felt it wasn't enough yet. To make him pay, they needed to let the situation escalate further. Origo waited until lunchtime to discuss the matter with Alberic. Only then did Alberic learn that they had been filmed by Zaire. No way. Your current address has been exposed. With your large number of fans and black fans, someone might harass you. It's unsafe. You should move. I'll cover the rent, Alberic said, feeling guilty, as he was the root cause. Don't worry. We've already been looking for a new place. We plan to buy a house next year anyway. You don't need to worry about this, Origo reassured him. But it's dangerous. What do you plan to do to make this bigger? Eric was concerned about Origo's safety. He wants this to be big so people blame us, right? He won't stop here, he'll probably accuse us next. Why? Because of his title. He wanted to frame public opinion, making people believe we have a messy relationship first. Then, when he claims to be the victim, more people will believe him. After years of being active on the internet and having been blacked out so many times, Origo was no stranger to this playbook. I was really blind back then, Alberic felt extremely exhausted. This isn't your fault, he must take responsibility for his own mistakes. He just wanted a shortcut, pretending to be sincere while deceiving your feelings and going to any lengths, Connor consoled Alberic. But if this gets bigger, your family might find out about your orientation. They already know. I thought Zaire truly liked me before, and I had already come out to my family. After coming out to his family, Alberic was kicked out. Only after breaking up with Kong Fei did the relationship between him and his family gradually ease. If this were to become public knowledge now, the rift between him and his family would widen again. Alberic didn't say the latter part, now he couldn't worry about so many people. If Zaire's issue wasn't resolved, he would continue to be entangled. When they got off work, Eric and Origo intentionally didn't drive and wore masks, first going to the supermarket to buy groceries and snacks, then returning home together. However, they didn't enter through the main door of their unit but instead entered from another unit's door into the underground garage, winding their way back to avoid fans finding their door number. That night, someone posted a video of them shopping at the supermarket in the afternoon. Sure enough, there were fans secretly waiting. This time, Origo didn't respond but had Eric post a dynamic, dinner photo slash. Fan, isn't this the vegetables that fans caught them buying? They cook their own meals. Fan, who cooked? Fan, I guess it's Soul. How can he let Butler cook when he spoils Butler so much? Fan, good boyfriend material. Fan, isn't this as good as an official announcement? Showing off their dinner amidst this wave of rumors. Fan, burp full of dog food. Fan, previously, rumors were always denied immediately. Now there's no denial, the relationship is confirmed. Fan, the world may be messy, but Butler and Soul have their peaceful life. Chapter 0082, I am not in alliance with you. After finishing his meal, Origo posted a status update, please do not disturb the streamer's real life. There had to be a point of argument for public opinion to be pushed to a higher level. Having gained experience from his long-term involvement online, Origo knew this. Sure enough, after he posted this update, his fans started arguing again below. Fan, the person who posted the photo should also be ashamed, knowing the streamer's address and then ambushing him, this kind of behavior from fans is truly terrifying. Fan, exactly, claiming it was an accidental encounter. How coincidental can that be? He couldn't encounter the streamer before the address was leaked. Fan, we should crack down on this type of fanatical behavior, don't interfere with the streamer's real life. Fan, this kind of behavior can only come from Couple Powers fans, CP fans. Fan, where did you see it CP fans? Don't randomly blame CP fans. Fan, Bram needs to move houses quickly, it's too dangerous. Fan, moving won't help, find the source of the video leak. Otherwise, they're hidden while Bram is exposed. He'll still be found no matter how many times he moves. Fan, right, the problem lies with the person who posted the video with ulterior motives. Suggesting strict punishment. All fingers pointed at the video poster. Zaire did not get the expected results but instead received backlash, posting a lengthy explanation late at night. As Arrigo expected, Zaire portrayed himself as the victim, saying Alberic spent several years scheming to get close to him, even getting him drunk to make a move on him, which changed him from a straight man. He broke up with Alberic because he felt it was wrong, but Alberic relentlessly sabotaged his relationship with his girlfriend and then got involved with his teacher. Now he is depressed and cannot go on living. This confession was explosive, quickly attracting many curious netizens. Netizen, my goodness, isn't changing a straight man into gay too extreme? Netizen, suddenly feel like he posting this video is somewhat understandable, considering his whole life has been ruined, who would be willing to accept that? Netizen, are the lives in your contacts so exciting? Netizen, indeed, beautiful love only exists in 2 dimensions, while 3-dimensional relationships are too chaotic. Netizen, can straight men really be changed? Netizen, the most pitiful one in the story must be the girl, right? Did she dig up the graves of their ancestors in her previous life? Netizen, whether or not it's about fake marriage, deceiving is too much. Netizen, it wasn't said to be a fake marriage, though. He was originally straight, and without Alberic's sabotage, he would have lived a normal life. Netizen, changing straight men doesn't exist, if someone can be changed, they weren't straight in the first place. Netizen, so our Bram got dragged into this unnecessarily. What does this have to do with him for someone to leak his address? Alberic sat in front of the computer, staring blankly at his phone. Connor came over and took away his phone. Stop looking, let them say what they want. The incident was widely discussed. Apart from the 4 involved parties, everyone else in the studio also knew about it. Grover didn't mind much. Connor explained his intentions when he arrived, and he didn't oppose it back then, nor now. Everyone in the industry related to the internet has their judgment on online information. They understood who Alberic was without needing others to say it. Whether he was GAV didn't affect anyone else. Amal and Hampton were a bit uneasy. I just want to ask, are you and Connor a couple? Alberic hurriedly denied, no, he was my university professor whom I deeply respect. Connor smiled helplessly, shaking his head. This silly kid doesn't know when he will change his thoughts. Amal nodded, alright, at least among us 8 guys, half are straight, otherwise we would seem out of place. The only girl, Faith, looked at him, wanting to say something but held back. Based on her observation, it seemed the boss was also off. Indeed, Grover coughed, to be precise, only you 2 are straight. Amal widened his eyes, You. Grover nodded, yeah. Hampton asked nervously, you're not with Yigu, are you? Grover nodded again, yeah. Just kidding, right? You 2 don't look like it normally. Roy laughed, we've been together for a long time, of course, we won't be as affectionate as Arrigo and Eric in their honeymoon phase. It's normal you didn't notice. Amal, speechless, glanced at Hampton, you're sure you're straight? Won't be having designs on me, right? Hampton rolled his eyes, relax, I wouldn't pick you either. Amal stretched out his hand, and Hampton frowned, what for? Let's shake hands, only the 2 of us will rely on each other from now on. Hampton swatted his palm in disdain, isn't there Faith? Faith waved her hands hurriedly, no, I am not in alliance with you. I have a girlfriend. Amal. Hampton. Zaire, seeing the effect, was extremely proud. When he received Alberic's call, his tone was filled with the pride of a winner that couldn't be suppressed, why are you calling me? Zaire, haven't you had enough of your tantrums? Even if I was blind before and paid everything for you without expecting anything in return, I won't be used by you anymore in the future. What's the point of what you're doing? I don't understand what you mean. It was you who clung to me and changed me into this state. You want to find a new love and abandon me? Impossible, it's not going to be that easy. Zaire was careful about Alberic possibly recording the conversation, making sure every word he said was flawless. What do you want then? I don't want anything. Since your heart has changed and you're no longer pure, I can't have you anymore either. I just want everyone to know what kind of person you are. Are you sure? Alberic asked with a cold laugh. Zaire's ultimate goal was still to make money off Alberic. How could it be possible that venting anger would be enough? Sure enough, Zaire fell silent for a few seconds before speaking, Alberic, I can give you the chance to talk to me, but I need to see your sincerity. I got it. Alberic hung up the phone with a cold laugh. Obviously, Zaire had made preparations and wouldn't let them easily get information from him. The sincerity he mentioned should refer to money, he wanted Alberic to pay him as before. The next day after this call, Alberic received a call from an unknown number, and the caller even used a voice changer. Come to the address I give you. Although the voice changer could alter the voice, it couldn't change the speaker's tone. Alberic could tell it was Zaire's voice. After all, Alberic had once loved Zaire so deeply and was very familiar with his voice. What do you want to do? I won't go, but if you need money, I can transfer it to you. Alberic tried to make him lower his guard and gradually extract information. But Zaire wasn't fooled by him and had no trust in him at all. Do you think I'm stupid? A bank transfer can be traced. I advise you not to play any tricks. Let's talk face to face when you get there. Chapter 0083 Baldness. Arrigo noticed something was wrong with Alberic when the code he wrote had serious bugs, which was impossible for him to make at his level. I'm sorry, I'll work overtime to fix it, it won't delay tomorrow's progress, Alberic said apologetically. Will Connor accompany you? Yes. Yes. Alright then. Don't go alone. If he doesn't have time, take it home or come in a little earlier tomorrow morning. It doesn't take too long to fix. Arrigo was worried that what happened with Zaire that night might occur again. Though if Zaire dared to act again, it would be very advantageous for them. As a friend, Arrigo didn't want to put friends at risk this way. Got it, thanks. Alberic nodded in agreement. Arrigo and Eric went straight back home after work. He saw that Connor stayed to accompany Alberic and wasn't overly concerned. Eric bought 2 movie tickets and took Arrigo to watch a film. In recent days, due to Alberic's issue, Arrigo's mood had been affected to some extent. Knowing that Arrigo was soft-hearted and warm-hearted, Eric couldn't stop him from helping Alberic but tried to cheer him up as much as possible. Eric bought a bucket of popcorn with soda underneath and watched the newly released movie close to Arrigo. Arrigo's fair skin and beautiful eyes were easy to recognize even with a black mask on, and he was spotted by fans who had been following gossip online these days. Isn't this one of the male leads in the hot gossips, /picture included /. Netizen, such pretty eyes must belong to our butler. Netizen, how can everyone encounter my favorite celebrity everywhere while I can never meet him? Netizen, oh, young lovers watching movies after work, so sweet. Netizen, is the internet environment really that good now? Even same-sex couples dare to show affection. Netizen, some people are just jealous. What's wrong with them having a good love relationship? Arrigo and Eric finished watching the movie seriously and then had dinner, getting home quite late. After taking a shower, Arrigo found out they were photographed while watching the movie today as he lay in bed scrolling through his phone. Arrigo silently saved the photos without any response. He had already stated he wouldn't interfere with their three-dimensional life, but he couldn't control everything, especially irrational fans watching his live streams. There was also a message from Tilda on WeChat, since you're so popular, why don't you debut directly? I will definitely give you the leading role. Arrigo replied with a laugh, not suitable for me, I have social anxiety. Tilda, you held hands on the street, yet you claim social anxiety. Arrigo, it was all because he insisted. Tilda, TSK, you obviously allow it. Could you resist him? Arrigo was honest, can't resist. Tilda, just show off. I pity myself, I also wanted to see this movie but no one accompanied me. Arrigo, actually, it's not as good as expected. Tilda, shut up, don't spoil it for me. I'm going to watch it tomorrow. Arrigo suddenly felt rebellious, teasingly continued to irritate Tilda, actually, there is a twist with the male lead later. Tilda, oh my god, shut up. Spoil it again and I'll block you. Angry emoji flooded the screen, making Arrigo chuckle holding his phone. When Eric entered the bedroom, he saw his baby laughing wholeheartedly at his phone, his slender and fair legs dangling over the bed. What are you laughing at? Eric asked. Arrigo showed him the phone, I was annoying Tilda. Eric took Arrigo's phone and spoke into it, sleep early, lack of sleep makes you gain weight. Arrigo burst into laughter, you sure know how to upset her, she probably won't sleep well tonight. Tilda replied after several seconds, too much indulgence can make you bald. Wait until you get a receding hairline and see if Arrigo still finds you attractive. Arrigo laughed heartily, Eric hugged Arrigo tightly, burying his head in his neck complaining pitifully, she cursed my baldness. Ah, okay, with your hair density, you won't go bald. Arrigo consoled him. But I will grow old eventually. What if I really do? Arrigo thought for a moment, I'm shorter than you, I won't see your baldness, just don't bend down. Eric wasn't satisfied with this answer. Still being picky. Why don't you wear a wig? Hair transplant works, but it's costly. By then, you'll be an old man, unnecessary expenses, Arrigo earnestly studied options. Eric pulled Arrigo to lie flat facing him, burying his head in his chest, so you would despise me. Arrigo felt ticklish from his hair and lifted his head seriously, I was just teasing you. How could I possibly look down on you? By the time you're old, I'll be old too, we might not know who's going to be tired of whom. Eric looked at Arrigo with shining eyes. Feeling a bit shy under his gaze, Arrigo turned away. Eric reached out to turn Arrigo's face back, holding it with both hands, making Arrigo look directly into his eyes. Baby, no matter what you become, I will always like you, Eric said earnestly. Looking at Eric's magnified handsome face, Origo's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He gazed into Eric's eyes as if seeing the fiery passion within him. Eric slowly approached Origo, stopping just a few centimeters away from his lips. He looked into Eric's eyes and softly replied, "So do I." Eric finally heard the answer he wanted and a smile gradually spread across his face. At that time, neither of us would be in good shape, so we should enjoy more now, Eric said seriously before kissing Origo's lips. Origo enthusiastically responded to Eric's kiss, wrapping his arms tightly around Eric's back. Their breaths intertwined as the room filled with affection. After a long while, Eric rested his forehead against Origo's, his eyes full of tenderness. He took Origo's hand and placed it over his chest, feeling the strong heartbeat. "Don't be afraid of getting old, we still have so many things to do together." Eric's voice was deep and magnetic, sending shivers down Origo's spine. That night of exchanging love was passionate and long. They were enjoying their sweet world for two when Alberic nearly fell into Zaire's trap. Alberic deceived Connor and met Zaire. Afraid that Zaire might check his phone due to suspicion, he specifically bought a recording device to hide on his body. When Alberic arrived at the hotel provided by Zaire, he hesitated but still knocked on the door. Chapter 84, The Sheep into the Tiger's Mouth. When Zaire saw Alberic, he sneered and looked behind him to make sure no one was there before locking the door. "Zaire, you went through all this trouble just to ask me for money, didn't you? Let's talk about the amount so we can settle this once and for all." Zaire didn't respond but extended his hand towards Alberic. "How do I know you haven't recorded our meeting?" Alberic unlocked his phone in front of Zaire and waved it around. "I haven't started recording." Zaire snatched the phone away, shut it down, and threw it on the bed. With lecherous eyes, Zaire sized up Alberic and reached out to grope him. Alberic swatted his hand away and took a few steps back. "What are you doing?" "What?" "Searching you. Who knows if you have hidden anything on you? It would be safer if you stripped naked." Alberic felt a wave of nausea. The touch that once made him feel close now only disgusted him. He wasn't sure if it was him who was blind or if the lure of benefits had changed Zaire. The enthusiastic youth who once captured his heart no longer existed, only the calculating, profit-driven shell remained. Regarding Alberic's evasion, Zaire spat with disdain. "What's wrong with a touch? Where on your body haven't I been? What are you pretending to be pure for now? Don't say any more. I don't have anything else on me. If I dared come here, it was because I intended to solve this issue. Zaire, you're not gay, and you've never been interested in me. Take the money and live your own life." Zaire leisurely sat down on the chair by the bed, crossing his legs as he watched Alberic. "After all these years, you haven't improved. You're still so easy to deceive." "What do you mean? Do you think I'd let you off so easily?" This was their first face-to-face confrontation since they fell apart. Alberic's long-suppressed anger erupted in that moment. "Zaire, it was me who liked you first, but I never crossed any boundaries as friends. It was you who found out my feelings, used my emotions, and turned me into your ATM. I paid off your debts and sponsored your study abroad willingly, not expecting you to pay me back, considering it a lesson bought at a cost. Your breakup with your girlfriend has nothing to do with me, we had lost contact long ago. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? Alberic, at first, being with you was indeed disgusting because I'm not gay. But I must admit, you have quite the knack for serving someone. With women, I had to care constantly about whether they were happy and indulge them, while it feels much freer being with you." Enraged, Alberic trembled. "You don't want a relationship, you just want a nanny who provides convenience for you, spending money for you, you're a selfish beast. Why did you like me for so many years? Always chasing after me, now you pretend to be pure. Do you think I'd be foolish enough to let you record all these words as evidence? Do you think I wouldn't be prepared for this?" Zaire took out his phone and pointed it at Alberic. "Want to break free from me and be with your teacher? Impossible. Guess what would happen if I released the videos we filmed together? Would your teacher still want you?" Alberic suddenly understood Zaire's plan and couldn't help but shudder. Although somewhat panicked, he hadn't forgotten why he came here today. "Zaire, when you were enjoying trips abroad with women using the money I earned by working hard, did you ever feel even a sliver of guilt toward me?" Zaire laughed as if hearing the funniest joke. "Why should I feel guilty? It was your choice to love me. If I gave you some response, you should be grateful, let alone sleeping with me. Don't I deserve some return?" Zaire made it sound like he bestowed great favors upon Alberic. "So this is how you see it." Alberic laughed bitterly, feeling sorry for the time and effort wasted on this scoundrel over the years. If this conversation were posted online, Zaire would be judged, unable to threaten anyone around him again. However, it would also expose his past disgrace for everyone to see. He would likely need to leave Jiangzhou and start anew where no one knew him. Alberic became more determined, he wouldn't let Zaire succeed even if it ruined his reputation. "Zaire, since we can't reach an agreement, let's end it." Alberic walked to the bed, picked up his phone, and planned to leave. There was no way Zaire would let him leave. He had already calculated this meeting with Alberic today. Alberic didn't have much money on him now, demanding too much wouldn't work. It was better to keep him under control, forcing him to return obediently. In 2 steps, Zaire reached behind Alberic and pushed him onto the bed. "What are you doing?" Alberic asked in terror. "You tell me." Zaire pressed Alberic down and started groping him all over. Alberic twisted his body to resist but was still discovered by Zaire with the voice recorder hidden in the inner pocket of his jacket. "I knew it." Zaire smashed the voice recorder against the wall. "Do you really think you can scheme against me?" Zaire slapped Alberic across the face and then stripped off his coat to bind his arms. He tore at his clothes. Holding up his phone with one hand, Zaire's smile became more and more sinister. "I'll record everything that happens here. I bet this video will make me some money." Eric had just returned to bed after cleaning up with Arrigo, preparing to sleep, when Arrigo's phone rang. Half asleep, leaning on Eric, Arrigo barely woke up as Eric picked up the call seeing it was from Connor. "What is it? Is this Eric?" "Yes, Butler is asleep." "What do you need him for?" "I'm not looking for him, I need your help, Eric. Please." "What's wrong?" To cut a long story short, Alberic has disappeared. I suspect he went to see Zaire, but his phone is off and I can't reach him. What can I do? He is in grave danger meeting Zaire alone, who isn't acting like a normal person anymore. Here's what I need, I'll give you Zaire's number. Call him while I try to track his location. Okay. Arrigo, who had been half asleep, perked up hearing the seriousness in Eric's tone. Eric kissed Arrigo on the forehead. "Baby, go back to sleep. I'll help Connor with something. Go ahead." Eric dressed and went to the study to turn on his computer. Meanwhile, now fully awake, Arrigo also followed into the study. Chapter 0085, Why So Obedient Today? Based on the phone number provided by Connor, Eric quickly located the position and sent the location to Connor. Seeing the location in a rather remote small hotel, Connor had a bad premonition and hurriedly called this number, trying to stall for time. Zaire held the phone in his hand and directly rejected the call from an unknown number. However, the number kept calling, preventing Zaire from recording properly. Alberic was still struggling against Zaire's restraint and kicked towards Zaire's abdomen during his moment of distraction. Zaire grunted in pain and gave Alberic another beating. Zaire then switched his phone to airplane mode, blocking all calls. While driving to the address, Connor called Arrigo. "Can I trouble you again?" Holding the phone, Arrigo said, "Go ahead, don't be so formal. I'm heading to that address and need Eric to find the contact information for Zaire's family so they can come to Jiangzhou." Eric nodded upon hearing this. Arrigo quickly responded, "Okay. Should we report it? We don't know what's happening there yet. Let me see the situation first. I will report it if necessary. Alright, take care of yourself. Call me when you find him. I'll be waiting for your update, always available." Eric quickly found the phone numbers of Zaire's family. Arrigo called but as it was midnight, Zaire's mother thought it was a scam and hung up after scolding him. Thinking for a moment, Eric said, "Forget it, let's see how things go over there. If he harms Alberic, we won't need to find his family, someone else will." Tenderly, Eric lifted Arrigo onto his lap and rubbed his back. "I'll wait here for news. Do you want me to carry you back to sleep?" Arrigo couldn't calm down and leaned on Eric's shoulder. "Let me wait with you. Are you not tired?" Eric asked affectionately. "You're holding me." "Yeah," Eric softly laughed and held Arrigo's hand. "He really is stupid. Zaire is clearly unstable, and he dared to go alone." Arrigo sighed. He didn't want to involve others. No wonder he messed up such a simple procedure today. He probably planned to separate us. This isn't smart. If Zaire turns off his phone and changes location, who could find them? True, when one is in confusion, they might do anything desperate. If I involved others due to my own problems, I might also resort to any means. Hush, nothing would happen to you. I'll always be by your side watching over you. Arrigo smiled and touched Eric's worried face. "Yeah, with your protection, I feel safest." After half an hour, they finally received a message from Connor. "Alberic is safe for now. We've reported it. Thank you for your help. Get some rest. I'll give you detailed information tomorrow morning." "Sure, is he alright?" Arrigo asked. Since they were reporting it, something must have happened. What worried Arrigo most was Alberic's safety. Connor's voice trembled, as if suppressing anger. "He's injured, but luckily it's just external injuries. Take good care of him. Really, no need for us to go over." "Not needed. His mood isn't good right now, he might need peace." "Thanks, Arrigo." "No problem, but his family might not come today. When I called them, they thought it was a scam and hung up." Connor sneered. "No matter. The police are contacting his family. They have to come, one way or another." "Okay, take good care of him. Stay in touch." Arrigo hung up. Eric carried Arrigo back to bed, knowing his wife was exhausted and worrying about others even while nearly asleep. Eric cherished her dearly. Arrigo couldn't sleep, constantly thinking about Alberic. Eric sang to soothe Arrigo until she finally fell asleep, gently hugging her. It was weekend the next day. Arrigo slept in. Eric cooked breakfast and woke her up. Opening the heavy curtains, the warm winter sun shone on the bed. Eric stood at the bedside, with the scent of fried eggs wafting from the living room. Squinting her eyes, Arrigo felt a sudden warmth, feeling nothing more blissful than this moment. Stretching her arms, Arrigo whispered to Eric, "Don't want to get up." In the sunlight, Arrigo's skin glistened, smiling and teasing, making Eric feel the world bright and beautiful, as if even the floating dust in the air danced joyfully. Eric slowly bent down so Arrigo could hold his neck, leaning in for a gentle kiss before helping him up from the bed. "Why so obedient today?" Eric asked as he held him. Perhaps due to Alberic's experience, Arrigo felt even more deeply that what he and Eric had was rare and precious. "Hungry," Arrigo said, trying to hide the tremor in his voice. "The food is ready. Let's go eat," Eric said, allowing Arrigo to hang on him as he carried him out to the dining area. Alberic and Connor hadn't given any updates, and Arrigo was worried but uncertain whether it was appropriate to call and ask. Just as he hesitated, he received a call from Alberic. "Arrigo." "Yes, how are you? I made you worry last night, I'm sorry." "Don't talk like that. What happened yesterday? Let's talk in person. I'm at Connor's place. Can you come over?" "Sure, send me the location, and we'll come now." When Arrigo and Eric arrived at Connor's place and saw Alberic, they were shocked. One side of Alberic's face was swollen, his lips bruised and purple, with red scratches around his neck. "He really went too far," Arrigo said, frowning. Alberic had always been very handsome, and though he had matured over the years and developed a deeper, more somber air, his looks remained striking. Now, with his face distorted, it showed just how insane Zaire had become. "Yeah, he's already under control, and his family has arrived." Connor handed an ice pack wrapped in a towel to Alberic to apply to his injuries. Thanks to Connor's timely arrival last night, Eric's location information helped them find the hotel. Initially, the front desk refused to reveal guest information, but Connor insisted on checking each room one by one if they didn't cooperate. Fearing trouble, the front desk also called the police, but Connor couldn't wait for their arrival. He kicked down the door to Zaire's room when he found it. The commotion frightened Zaire. He had been choking Alberic to keep him quiet, intending to hide him, but it was too late. Connor broke through the door and rescued Alberic, who was disheveled. "Why did you go see him?" Arrigo asked, feeling both angry and heartbroken. "Don't blame him. He wanted to get the recording evidence." Luckily, although the recorder was damaged, the memory chip survived. Zaire confessed to everything. The charges, coercion, assault, defamation, extortion, combined will ensure he spends considerable time inside. Chapter 0086, Foolish or Not. Alberic felt that this was still not enough, he wanted to make the contents of the recording public. This way, Zaire's despicable actions could be exposed, and most importantly, it could prevent him from continuing to deceive others in the future. Zaire did have a face that met certain standards of good looks, otherwise, Alberic wouldn't have been so love-struck back then. If Zaire used the same tricks to deceive other girls in the future, Alberic would feel guilty for being soft-hearted. This was also where Alberic and Connor differed. Of course, Connor did not want him to do this. Given how things had developed, even casual onlookers could tell that the other protagonist in the audio was Alberic. How much strength one needed to expose oneself online for public judgment. Connor knew better than anyone how Alberic had managed to move on from that relationship. He was worried that Alberic might not be able to handle it. Now that Zaire had already been punished, there was no need to reopen Alberic's wounds. Arrigo couldn't help make the decision either. As the party involved, only Alberic could decide for himself. Alberic stuck to his idea, and Connor couldn't stop him, but he set a condition. "Move in with me." "Huh? Why?" Alberic was taken aback. "It's unsafe for you to live alone. What if that beast comes out and wants to retaliate against you? If you agree to this, I'll agree to let you release the recording." Alberic wasn't foolish. In the past, he hadn't noticed, but these days, with Connor picking him up and taking care of him every day, he had felt all of Connor's attentiveness. He didn't know when Connor had fallen in love with him, and he was even less sure if he was ready to start a new relationship now. If he couldn't reciprocate Connor's feelings, moving in together would be the beginning of pain for both of them. Arrigo found it inappropriate to get involved in their affair. After confirming Alberic was fine, he returned with Eric. As the new year approached, the weather was cold, yet the festive atmosphere on the streets gradually grew stronger. "Want to go anywhere?" Eric asked Arrigo. Arrigo shook his head. It was too cold outside, and he just wanted to go home with Eric, nestling in their cozy little home where doing nothing felt warm and loving. "Let's go home and eat hot pot." With a wave of his hand, the two went to the supermarket to buy ingredients and brought them home. Eric decided to get Arrigo drunk since it was the weekend and bought several types of beer. The last time they discussed how Arrigo had never gotten drunk, Eric planned to try today. Afraid that Arrigo's stomach would hurt from drinking, the hot pot wasn't too spicy. The steaming hot pot made the room feel warm and welcoming. "Shouldn't we have a reason to drink?" What are we celebrating with this bottle? Arrigo asked. Of course, we're celebrating that we're together. Oh, that's a solid reason, said Arrigo as he pulled the tab and took a sip from the can. Hey, slow down, Eric worried about his stomach hurting. If you want to get me drunk but don't let me drink, how am I supposed to get drunk? Arrigo asked amusedly. Eric scratched his head. Drink slowly. We've got nothing to do today, and we can drink until tonight. I bet you'll be drunk by then. If I drink slowly, you'll have to find more reasons to celebrate. What's wrong with that? We have plenty to celebrate between us. Alright, what's the next thing we're celebrating? Arrigo asked Eric with a smile. Celebrating us getting into Jiangzhou University together. Arrigo chuckled. If you keep celebrating like this, we'd have more reasons, going to middle school together, working together, taking exams together, attending school reunions together, competing together. Yeah, we were always rushing forward, but now looking back, every step deserves celebration. A single misstep might have kept us apart. Arrigo lowered his eyes and traced the rim of the beer can with his finger. No, wherever you go, I will catch up. Arrigo rarely said such words of love. He easily blushed and felt shy, mostly keeping his feelings reserved. Eric was taken aback by hearing him say this, his heartbeat sped up, and his speech became stuttered. Baby, I will catch up with you too. After finishing dinner, the two moved from the dining table to the floor with their beers, drinking from noon until night. Eric sat on the floor leaning against the sofa, and Arrigo lay in his arms. This is to celebrate you bringing hydrogen peroxide to school out of curiosity, which helped treat my injury. Already tipsy, Eric insisted on finding more reasons to drink, speaking with a slurred tongue. Arrigo's alcohol tolerance was slightly better, he felt a bit dizzy, but his mind was still clear. Looking up at Eric's flushed cheeks and his eyes fixed on him, Arrigo couldn't help but laugh. Do you admit your alcohol tolerance is poor? Eric nodded dumbly. Will you still protect me from drinking in the future? Eric still nodded firmly. Foolish or not? Arrigo reached up to touch his cheek. Eric obediently nodded again. After nodding several times, Eric felt even dizzier. He hugged Arrigo and buried his head in his neck, saying, Baby, I'm dizzy. Arrigo rubbed his hair and said, I'll cook you some sobering soup. No, if I let go of you, you'll spin in front of me. If I hold you, we'll both be spinning. Arrigo laughed at this but was also worried about him feeling unwell. He pushed Eric's hand away, getting up from the coffee table to head to the kitchen to make the soup. Eric wobbled to his feet as well, circling Arrigo's waist from behind and clinging to him, moving toward the kitchen together. This scene felt familiar. The last time Eric got drunk and they nearly kissed, it had been just like this. In the kitchen, Arrigo dragged Eric along while cooking the soup. Once it was ready, he poured a cup for Eric and blew to cool it down. See if you dare say you have a good alcohol tolerance next time. I can't take it every time you get so tipsy. Here, drink this and go to bed. Suddenly, Eric looked up, and the familiar scene seemed to awaken the fragmented memories from that day. Baby, last time you said I kissed the glass. I remember now. Arrigo held the cup, smiling, and asked, Do you want to kiss again? Eric took the cup and drank it all in one go. Setting the cup on the counter, he cornered Arrigo between himself and the counter. I also remember that we did kiss that day, although it was an accident. Arrigo was stunned, not expecting him to recall what happened after drinking, considering how long ago it was. Yet, he actually remembered. So, that was our first kiss, wasn't it? If you hadn't remembered, were you going to keep deceiving me? If you couldn't remember, I didn't plan to tell you. Arrigo had his pride. Although it was an accident, it was their first kiss. It lasted only an instant, yet it stirred Arrigo's heart more than any other kiss they had shared since. This heart-stirring feeling was indescribable. Even if Arrigo told Eric, he wouldn't remember the flutter of the moment, so it was better for him not to know. Arrigo had intended to keep that flustered heartbeat to himself, but unexpectedly, Eric recalled it at this moment. Chapter 0087 Did you black out last night? I remember how you looked that day, with a red face like a startled rabbit, particularly cute. As Eric said this, he cupped Arrigo's cheek in his large hand, his eyes lingering lovingly on his face as if he could not tear himself away. He slowly leaned in, pressing his lips to Arrigo's. Just a gentle touch, mimicking that accidental kiss, lightly brushing their lips and noses together. Arrigo felt his brain explode into a frenzy, transported back to that night. His heart was thumping so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat, and his hands unconsciously grabbed the countertop behind him, clutching it tightly in tension. Eric made no further move, just closed his eyes and repeatedly caressed Arrigo's face, his breathing growing heavier and warmer. Arrigo felt every hair on his body stand on end, electrical shocks running up his spine. Despite Eric doing nothing but kissing, he almost couldn't stand. Arrigo couldn't help but make an unbearable sound. Eric paused for a moment, then suddenly pressed closely against Arrigo, prying open his lips, ending the maddening kiss. Both had alcohol on their breath, and the slightly cleared heads became cloudy again. Eric seemed to have held back for a long time, ready to swallow Arrigo whole. Eric carried Arrigo back to the bedroom to rest, leaving a trail of wet marks on the kitchen floor. The next morning, the first thing Arrigo asked Eric after waking up was, "You didn't black out last night, did you? Don't tell me you can only remember it when drinking." Eric had just woken up but was already charmed by his wife's adorable appearance, laughing heartily. "Rest assured, I didn't black out. Your question makes it sound like I'm some scumbag who reneges on promises after drinking." Before Arrigo could retort, his stomach growled. They hadn't eaten anything since lunch yesterday because they drank all evening and kept busy until late at night, depleting all their energy. Eric quickly got up to get dressed and prepare breakfast. It was a big deal if his wife was hungry. Arrigo, after freshening up, sat at the dining table, watching Eric bustling in the kitchen, and couldn't help but recall what they did in the kitchen last night. His gaze followed Eric's legs down to the ground, where dark rings of water marks were clearly visible on the tiles, causing Arrigo's face to flush instantly. Eric either forgot or didn't notice, he didn't clean it up last night. Arrigo passed him a few wet wipes. Eric, who was frying vegetables, looked puzzled and asked, "What for?" Arrigo dared not meet his eyes. Could you wipe the floor later?" Eric glanced down and immediately understood why Arrigo was blushing. Eric teased, smiling, "It's all yours, why are you embarrassed?" Arrigo's cheeks turned even redder, and his neck flushed too. "You. How do you know it wasn't?" Eric turned off the stove, leaning close to Arrigo's ear and whispering, "Not a single drop was wasted." "You. Be quiet." Arrigo tried to turn and run, but Eric held him tight, playfully shaking him. Okay, I'll stop talking. I'll clean up later. Let go, don't mess around." Eric seemed to enjoy seeing Arrigo blush, still laughing even though his face was as red as a tomato. While they were playing around, Arrigo's phone on the table rang. He seized the opportunity to escape Eric's hold and answered the call. It was Rodney's teacher calling. Arrigo's heart sank. The teacher hadn't called him all semester, and his first thought was that Rodney had gotten into trouble at school. "Teacher, what's wrong?" "Mr. Yen, we're having a parent-teacher conference on Monday and wanted to ask if you can come." Parent-teacher conference? This term felt strange to Arrigo. He had almost forgotten about the process of parent-teacher conferences before winter and summer vacations. "Well, is it appropriate for me to go?" Besides his questionable half-brother status, Rodney's rebellious nature probably wouldn't approve of him attending the conference on his behalf. Though you are only a few years older than him, adults have different perspectives from students. Despite his pride, he is still a child deep down, and your support during his family's difficulties means a lot to him. He's not ungrateful. But won't he resent it? Arrigo was worried it might upset Rodney. "Of course, I will respect his opinion. I just asked him before calling you, and he said, whatever." Knowing him, he actually wants you to go but is too embarrassed to say it. Otherwise, he would have refused outright. Arrigo felt reassured by the teacher's words. "All right, I'll be there tomorrow." "Great, I'll send you the time and seat number." "See you then." "Thanks, teacher. See you tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Arrigo recounted the conversation to Eric, who raised an eyebrow. "How can there be a parent as young as you?" "Yeah, I need to dress more maturely." Arrigo and Eric usually wore sporty clothes, as they rarely attended formal events. Eric had one suit for conferences with Grover, while Arrigo's wardrobe was full of youthful styles. With his good skin and youthful appearance, he could easily pass as a student. After lunch, Arrigo dragged Eric to buy clothes. Eric shook his head as he drove, looking at Arrigo. "Why are you shaking your head?" Arrigo asked, puzzled. "I think you're always faking it when you say you can't take it anymore and beg me to finish quickly. Those online posts say they can't get out of bed the next day, but look at you, full of energy to go shopping, clearly not trying hard enough." "Nonsense. I really..." Arrigo turned his head away guiltily. If he didn't plead for mercy, Eric wouldn't stop. It wasn't his fault he resorted to using Eric's sympathy to ease his suffering. Otherwise, following Eric's wild nature, not only would he not be able to get up the next day, but his back would probably break long before then. Eric, of course, saw through his thoughts and silently made a note to remember this little liar. Arrigo chose a casual business suit that looked mature without being too stiff. It was the first time Eric saw Arrigo in a suit, and he was impressed. His beloved indeed looked good in anything. The two undone buttons on the white shirt collar added a touch of sophistication and charm. The well-fitted suit accentuated his long, straight legs. On Monday, Arrigo took half a day off and appeared in front of Rodney wearing this outfit. Arrigo hadn't expected Rodney to wait for him at the door. "Go to the second-to-last row, seat 37. Rodney pointed out the seat uncomfortably. Arrigo smiled and said, "Got it." "Don't say anything unnecessary, just listen," Rodney instructed. "You haven't been misbehaving at school, right? Will I be criticized by the teacher?" Arrigo teased. "Not a chance." Rodney turned his face away, quietly contradicting him. Chapter 0088, Parent-Teacher Conference. Since the beginning of his first year in high school, no one had ever attended the parent-teacher conferences for Rodney. His seat was always empty. This time, not only did someone attend on his behalf, but it was also a young-looking handsome man. Attention from both classmates and parents was drawn to him. Arrigo, usually quite socially anxious, put on an act of maturity and steadiness for the occasion, sitting there composed. Fortunately, Rodney had indeed been studying diligently. Not only was he not singled out for criticism by teachers, but he was even praised as an example of improvement. After resolving his tuition and living expenses issues, Rodney caught up on all the lessons he had fallen behind in and reclaimed his place among the top 50 students in grade level. Regardless, Arrigo felt gratified that his money wasn't wasted, and his bit of kindness didn't go in vain. Rodney waited for the conference to end on the playground with his classmates, while Rusty squatted next to him polishing shoes. Arrigo, being a popular gaming streamer, was recognized by some students the moment he appeared. Word spread quickly, and everyone soon knew that the handsome man inside was Butler, the streamer who had frequently trended over the past 6 months. Your brother is Butler. I'm even a fan of him and Soul's pairing. Hey, are they really a couple? A female classmate asked Rodney. She meant no harm, merely curiosity. Rodney didn't respond. He had seen what happened with Arrigo online. At their age, they received a wide range of information, so he was fairly accepting of the situation between Arrigo and Eric. Moreover, when Arrigo and Eric came to see him before, he had already sensed something. Still, acceptance was one thing, but being interrogated about it felt embarrassing to him. Do we need to ask? Didn't videos of them holding hands and coming home together circulate just a few days ago? Another student said. Is your brother the dominant or submissive partner? He looks so delicate, so he must be the submissive one, a male classmate smiled maliciously. What's it got to do with you? Rodney retorted angrily. Why so touchy? Did I say anything wrong? Two men together, TSK, tisk. The male classmate smirked, making people feel uncomfortable. The girl who brought up the topic was somewhat upset as well. She had asked out of interest in their relationship, with no intention to mock anyone. So what if two men are together? That's their personal choice. You have no right to comment. The girl said. Yeah, it's nothing new these days, other girls chimed in support of Butler. I didn't say anything, am I not allowed to be curious? Aren't you all curious too? The boy stubbornly persisted. Are we all curious about the same thing? What does it matter to you about their family affairs? Hey, Rodney, you share half your blood with your brother, could you be into the same thing? The male classmate, unable to argue with the girls, started teasing Rodney. You're talking crap. Rodney couldn't hold back any longer, almost ready to fight him. Rusty, who had been squatting on the ground, suddenly stood up and remarked casually, why do you care so much? Are you into it too? Then we should stay away from you, lest you fancy us. Oh, that explains why you're so interested, the girls mimicked sarcastically. The boy's face turned red and pale alternately. Though he used to bully the orphaned Rodney, he dared not provoke Rusty, who was tall and known for being unreasonable at school, so he left dejectedly. The girls apologized to Rodney and walked away. Left were the fuming Rodney and Rusty. Hey, do you care that much? Rusty nudged Rodney's shoulder. It doesn't matter whether I care or not, they shouldn't just make things up, Rodney snapped. Forget what they say. Your brother seems like a decent person. Love is his business, and I think his boyfriend treats him well. Rodney glanced at him, you met him for how many days and you already say he's nice. Your biological father doesn't even care about your education, but he does. Isn't that nice? I bet you say he's nice because he gives you money every month to keep an eye on me. That's partly true, Rusty admitted openly. Money hungry, you'd probably say anyone nice who pays you. I wish I had such an easygoing elder brother. Regardless of his sexual orientation, he pays you and doesn't cause trouble. It's like having a walking god of wealth. Having known each other for some time, Rodney understood Rusty's family situation, making it understandable why he needed money. They shared somewhat similar circumstances. After the parent-teacher conference, Arrigo had a separate chat with the teachers before leaving the classroom with all the other parents and heading to the playground to find Rodney. Not bad. Your teacher said you've made great progress. Keep it up and you can get into a good university. Rodney uncomfortably hummed in response. Since the school dormitories won't be open during the holiday, where are you planning to spend the new year? According to what Arrigo understood, Rodney couldn't go back to his aunt's house. Arrigo definitely wouldn't bring him home either, but if he had nowhere to go, he could rent a short-term apartment for him until school reopened. Oh, I have a place where I can work for a month, with meals and lodging provided. He is going with me, Rusty said. You're not going home for the new year either. Yeah, I have a home but can't return, while he has no home to return to. So we'll keep each other company. Arrigo nodded, alright, just be careful and don't let it interfere with your studies. I'll probably be back around the 6th day of the first lunar month. If anything happens, reach out to me. Don't worry, brother. Rusty called Arrigo brother effortlessly now. Rodney inwardly scoffed at this sycophantic behavior. Arrigo glanced at Rodney. Rodney reluctantly replied, I know. Arrigo didn't linger further, bid them farewell, and left the school. Eric's car was parked at the school gate. Seeing Arrigo come out, Eric got out of the car and opened the door for him. Smooth sailing. Quite smooth. I experienced being the parent of a good student. My mom must have felt this way when she attended parent-teacher conferences for me. Eric chuckled, thanks to you, after meeting you, my mom also got to experience this. Eric only developed an interest in studying after getting to know Arrigo because Arrigo didn't have any other hobbies while studying. He didn't skip classes or indulge in online games or arcades, so neither did Eric to stay by his side, leaving nothing much to do besides study. Moreover, when Arrigo explained problems, his gentle voice was more understandable than the teacher's. There was one thing that secretly pleased Eric: when he struggled to learn, Arrigo would pinch him in frustration. Arrigo wasn't very strong, but he pinched tender spots, which still hurt. But even though it hurt, Eric always teased him until he couldn't help pinching, and then smiled foolishly with satisfaction. Chapter 0089 When Did I Make You Angry? This was only during childhood. Arrigo hadn't pinched him for many years. Eric voiced his thoughts out loud. Arrigo laughed with a hint of annoyance. You still have this hobby? Should I get some little whips and pepper spray? No need for that. Just feeling nostalgic. Really? Arrigo reached over and gave Eric's inner thigh a pinch. Ouch! Eric let out a cry of pain, rubbing his thigh while laughing awkwardly. He felt like his youth had returned. The image of childhood Arrigo overlapped with the lover beside him now, and Eric felt fortunate that the person beside him throughout has always been him. Does it hurt? Arrigo asked, slightly worried. Though he didn't use much force, the spot he pinched was tender. Not really. Eric cleared his throat. Arrigo glanced sideways at him and noticed Eric's ears suspiciously red. Without meaning to, his eyes wandered lower and caught sight of below Eric's waist, causing him to burst into laughter. I'm really impressed by you, you can still do this. Arrigo turned his face towards the car window, unable to stop laughing. What's wrong? It's been years since you've pinched me. Can't I reminisce a bit? Eric said boldly with a thickened face. Fine, next time you upset me, I'll pinch you to satisfy this fetish of yours. Eric pulled Arrigo's hand to his lips and kissed it lightly. When did I make you angry? Arrigo pulled his hand back and pointed ahead. Drive carefully. Eric drove them back to the company. Alberic saw Arrigo return alone and asked, Where's Eric? Didn't he come to pick you up? Arrigo nodded and said nonchalantly, He's handling something and will be in shortly. Okay, I plan to release that audio online, Alberic said. So you agreed to live with Connor? Not cohabiting, just temporarily staying at his place. He prepared a room for me. Arrigo shook his head. You don't realize he likes you, do you? Alberic sighed. Of course, I see it. That's why I didn't agree before. I can't live together when my feelings aren't certain, it would be irresponsible to him. So are you sure now? Not entirely, but I'm willing to give it a try. Arrigo understood the bitterness of unrequited love all too well. Connor had loved Alberic for years, silently supporting him from afar. Now, seeing Alberic finally willing to start again, Arrigo felt genuinely happy for them. Connor, mature and gentle, should be able to slowly heal Alberic's broken heart. After some time, Eric finally came in, bringing lunch to eat with Arrigo in the break room. Once Alberic uploaded the audio online, the storm around them was finally settled. Zaire not only cheated financially but also emotionally and physically. This was unbearable whether it happened to a man or a woman, especially considering that after deceiving Alberic for so many years, he planned to trick another girl into marriage. Fortunately, the girls saw through his true nature in time and avoided disaster. Zaire was detained for several days and compensated Alberic for his harm, which were actions forced by his parents. That night, Alberic moved into Connor's house. Before the new year, their game launched successfully. With experience from the previous game and Connor's involvement, they achieved a minor success during the holiday season. Due to the Zaire incident, Alberic was scolded by his family again and decided not to return home for the new year. Connor decided to stay with him in Jiangzhou for the holiday. As a local, Grover took care of the game maintenance during the spring festival along with a few others. Arrigo and Eric returned home on the 29th evening of the lunar calendar. Evie personally came to the station to pick them up and first dropped off Arrigo at his home. Tomorrow I'll visit your house and talk with Gracie. Call me before bedtime, okay? Eric instructed him. Don't drink too many cold drinks or eat greasy foods. Got it. You won't go out tonight with Gracie, right? If you do, call me, and I'll drive you. Arrigo, somewhat embarrassed by Eric's nagging, glanced at Evie in the passenger seat and whispered, I got it. Evie turned around and smiled at Arrigo. So hard to part ways, I might as well take you back to our house. While Eric would be more than happy, Arrigo certainly had much to talk about with Gracie. He couldn't monopolize Arrigo alone. Mom, Bram is shy, don't tease him. The saying, married a wife and forgot the mother, suited Eric perfectly. But having Arrigo as his son-in-law made Evie not the least bit upset. Ever since Eric mentioned that he had some issues with his mindset last time, she had also reflected on the family atmosphere over the years. What she deemed appropriate might not have been suitable for the two children. Thus, she resolved to change her self-centered attitude. She spent more time at home recently, taking Alex to watch movies and plays on weekends, and attending live sports events, which noticeably brightened Alex's disposition. Eric's childhood had long passed, and there was nothing much she could do about it now, but she could ensure that his future would be filled with happiness. And only Arrigo could give him this happiness. Bram, I sincerely hope you can come back home with me. You know, in my heart, you are already part of our Hwa family. Arrigo said moved, I know. But I won't force you to stay today, otherwise your mother will be upset with me. There are many days during the holiday, if you feel bored, you're welcome to come over anytime. Your Hobihwa and I will always welcome you. Thank you, Gracie. He and Eric being together faced no obstacles from their families, and Arrigo was truly grateful for the understanding and respect from both sets of parents. Alberic couldn't return home for the new year due to similar reasons, just like many others who shared Alberic's situation. Arrigo knew he was one of the fortunate few, so he cherished it even more. Eric carried Arrigo's luggage upstairs, greeted Jaden, and then went home. The next day was New Year's Eve. Originally, Arrigo planned to get up early to paste the Spring Festival couplets with his mother, but Jaden did not wake him up. When Arrigo woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock. Mom, why didn't you wake me up? I'll wash my face and go paste the Spring Festival couplets. Jaden was watching a drama on her phone. No need, they're already done. You did it yourself. No, Xiao Zhe came early this morning and helped me paste them. He came this morning. Arrigo looked towards the door. Don't look anymore, he left right after finishing. He said you all pulled several all-nighters for the game launch these past few days, so he let you sleep in. Having someone care for her son this way, Jaden was certainly pleased. Arrigo hurriedly returned to his room to call Eric. Jaden still had something to say, but Arrigo had already retreated into his room. Jaden smiled, thinking it was fine since Xiao Zhe could tell him anyway. Chapter 0090, Reunion Dinner. Krista thought Sheldon would tell Diego, and Sheldon thought Krista had already told him. In the end, neither of them mentioned it to Diego. When Sheldon came to pick up Diego in the afternoon, Diego was still in bed playing games. There were only the two of them, and since the New Year's Eve dinner was being kept simple, and Krista wasn't busy in the kitchen, he didn't think much about it. Why did you come over? Aren't you supposed to have the reunion dinner with your family? Diego's question instead left Sheldon momentarily stunned. Why haven't you changed clothes yet? Change clothes? For what? Krista then realized, Xiaoza didn't tell you. Diego blinked his eyes. No, what is there to tell? Sheldon slapped his forehead. I thought Gracie I would have told you. Turns out neither of us did. We're having the New Year's Eve dinner together this year. I invited Gracie I this morning. We're all going to my place. Ah. Diego was taken aback. This wasn't just a simple New Year's Eve dinner, it was the first time both families would sit together after they acknowledged their relationship. It was significant, but he hadn't even started getting ready. Seeing Diego's dejected look, Sheldon hurriedly smiled and reassured him, it's okay, I came early enough, there's still time. Go freshen up. You two are so unreliable, why didn't anyone tell me? Diego hung his head and slipped into the bathroom. You spoil him too much, he never feels any urgency, still lazing around on the bed at this hour. Is it like that when you two are home as well? Hearing his mom criticize him, Diego opened the bathroom door again. Clearly, it's because you guys didn't notify me, not because I was sleeping in. I'm not blaming you, it's my fault for forgetting to tell you, Sheldon quickly comforted. He's a boy, you shouldn't pamper him so much. Sheldon scratched his head, I know, but I like Butler, I want to be good to him. Looking at the sincere smile on this boy's face, Krista couldn't help but smile too. Krista went back to her room to pack, while Sheldon sat on Diego's bed waiting. When Diego finished washing up and came out, he lunged at Sheldon and pinched him. Now, you've managed to annoy me for the first time today. Ouch, ouch. I'm sorry baby. Sheldon embraced Diego and fell onto the bed with him. Let go, I haven't finished getting ready. What more do you need to do? You're handsome enough. Do you even have the nerve to say that? Luckily, I bought gifts beforehand, otherwise how awkward would it be going empty-handed? Diego and Sheldon originally planned to visit each other's homes on the first day of the new year, so they had already prepared gifts for both sets of parents. You coming home with me is the best gift. My mom loves you, and you know that she always favored you over me ever since we were kids. Sheldon nuzzled Diego's cheek with his nose. So, you should listen obediently from now on. When we argue, no one will stand by you. Diego patted Sheldon's face domineeringly. I don't need others, just you standing by me is enough. Jinzahua pulled Diego's hand and placed it over his heart. Diego couldn't help but laugh, hooked his neck, and kissed Sheldon. Alright, get up. I'll go find something to wear, it's such a formal occasion today. Just then, Diego felt Littlehu's presence. Are you serious, you? Diego laughed and sighed. Sheldon looked innocent. Who told you to lunge and pinch me earlier? Ah, I can't stand you, you must have been a teddy dog in your previous life. Diego kicked Sheldon's leg and got up from the bed. Sheldon lay on his back on Diego's bed. Not true, I only act like this with you. Get out. Diego was about to change and thought it inappropriate to do so in front of Sheldon. Do you want me to go out like this? That indeed wouldn't do. Diego was speechless. Then close your eyes. Okay. Diego found a white turtleneck sweater in the closet and put on a black trench coat, matching Sheldon's. All set, get up, I'll check if Mom is ready. As Diego went to open the door, Sheldon suddenly stood up from behind and hugged him from the back. Baby, I didn't close my eyes just now. Diego laughed. So the bite mark on your shoulder hasn't faded yet. How dare you mention it, you're such a dog. This had happened the day before they returned when Sheldon said they couldn't be together during the holiday and wanted an advance. The biggest issue is that your pajama collar was wide open just now, Gracie. I might have seen it, Sheldon reminded him on purpose. That spot on his shoulder was hidden behind where a normal mirror reflection couldn't reach. Diego had completely forgotten about it until Sheldon brought it up. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. He'd walked around his mother all day with that bite mark. No wonder she had been looking at him oddly. Sheldon. Arrigo gritted his teeth, wishing he could strangle him. This isn't my fault. Who told you to wear that pajama? Or should I let you bite back? Fat chance. Eric had a bit of a masochistic streak. Even if Arrigo bit back, it would still be Eric who felt the pleasure. Butler, are you ready? Jaden called from the living room. Ready. Arrigo replied, pushing Eric aside as he walked out of the room. After their little scuffle, both of them had sweet smiles on their faces, the happiness of being in the honeymoon phase radiating from the two boys and touching Jaden's heart. For so many years, the Yen family had been just mother and son relying on each other, but now, during the new year, they finally had a sense of family. Arrigo brought the gifts and went to the Hua family with his mother. Mr. and Brianna came out to welcome them inside. Though the two families were already familiar with each other, this meeting was different and marked a closer relationship. The Hua house was decorated with red lanterns hanging high at the entrance, and red Fu characters pasted all over the house, making people feel warm inside. Hobie, Gracie, Happy New Year. Ah, Happy New Year. Ramona couldn't help but adore Arrigo, pulling him to sit next to Eric. Although I've always considered us close friends and one big family, now that our children are together, we will officially be one family. This is the first year we spend together, and every future year, we'll spend together, Ramona said to Jaden. Okay. Jaden nodded. Mom, Happy New Year. Suddenly, Eric took out the gift he had prepared and placed it in front of Jaden. For a moment, Jaden didn't realize that Mom was directed at her, glancing back at Ramona before understanding. Mom. Eric called again. Jaden, with teary eyes, responded, Ah. Mom, please rest assured in leaving Arrigo to me. I will work hard to make money and treat him well for the rest of my life, Eric said, holding Arrigo's hand beside him. Yes, Mom believes you. Arrigo hadn't expected Eric to suddenly change how he addressed her, but he quickly grew firm, intertwining his fingers with Eric's. Chapter 0091 Wedding Photos. Arrigo also firmly stood up and addressed Hua's parents with new terms, Dad, Mom. Hey. The Hua parents were equally happy. Although Fitz didn't take it as naturally as Annie, he had traveled extensively for business and seen everything. As long as the two could live happily together, he wouldn't interfere too much. When Eric switched to calling him by these new terms, he felt it was natural, but when Arrigo did it, his emotions broke down immediately, tears of excitement uncontrollably streaming down his face. Arrigo, who was originally nervous, awkwardly handed him tissues to wipe away his tears. The Hua parents laughed so hard it hurt their stomachs, while Remy thought it was embarrassing for his brother to cry like that on such an occasion, covering his forehead in embarrassment. Jaden, who initially had red eyes, couldn't help but smile through her tears when she saw Eric crying. Wah, Bram, we're really a family now, Eric sobbed uncontrollably into Arrigo's shoulder. Arrigo felt both heartache and amusement, gently comforting him in a low voice, Don't cry, it's New Year's Eve, isn't this a good thing? Wah, it is, it's wonderful. Our Hua really likes Bram. Their relationship is good, which is great news. Let's eat, let him cry first, Hua's mom invited Jaden to have dinner. Arrigo held Eric, feeling touched despite his verbal complaints. After crying for a while, Eric calmed down and started serving dishes to Arrigo. Most of the dishes on the table were what Arrigo liked. Hua's mom had asked her son in advance and instructed the housekeeper accordingly. We'll stay up late tonight, everyone can rest tomorrow. On the second day of the new year, we'll take a family photo, and, incidentally, we can also take some couple photos for you too, okay? Hua's mom clasped her hands together, her eyes shining. These two looked so good standing together, it would be a pity not to take more photos while they are young. Okay. Eric agreed without hesitation. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Eric took Arrigo outside to set off fireworks. Jaden and Arrigo were staying overnight at the Hua residence. With plenty of rooms available, they stayed on the second floor, leaving a room on the opposite side of the third-floor corridor for the two boys. Eric was incredibly satisfied, while Arrigo secretly rolled his eyes. As midnight approached, Arrigo called Tilda to wish him a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Arrigo's good mood came through clearly over the call to Tilda. Happy New Year, listening to you, you must be with your partner, right? Yeah, we're celebrating at his place this year. Oh, so this means you've officially met the in-laws? Yep. Arrigo didn't deny it. Tilda took a deep breath. Arrigo, I'm really happy for you. I know, thanks. After hanging up, Eric came out from the balcony door with his coat and draped it over Arrigo, holding him from behind as they watched the fireworks. Eric. Arrigo's bright eyes reflected the splendid fireworks. Eric rubbed his chin against Arrigo's head. Thank you for giving me a warm and complete family. You should thank me less and yourself more, for not giving up on me despite my slowness, for always being by my side, and for not despising my late realization. Arrigo leaned against Eric, smiling contentedly. On the second day of the new year, the Hua and Yen families went together to take a family portrait. The three elders sat in chairs while the three young ones stood behind them. The harmony and happiness of the family showed in the pictures taken. 2 sets of portraits were taken, one casual and one traditional Chinese style. After finishing the family portraits, it was time to take couple photos, and Hua's mom suggested going shopping with Jaden. We'll watch here, and they'll feel embarrassed. Come on, let's go shopping. I have a client dinner to attend. Fitz offered to give the 2 youths some privacy. You two enjoy your session, Hua's mom said before leaving with Jaden. The studio staff led Eric and Arrigo upstairs. Brianna has already given instructions. Please feel free and relaxed. We have professional photographers to capture your moments. Arrigo was still puzzled about why they suddenly went upstairs. Entering the studio almost made him drop his jaw. It was a specially designed venue for wedding photos. Arrigo thought they were just taking artistic photos, not realizing it was about wedding photos. This is Brianna's idea. Don't worry, all our staff wish you well in your beautiful relationship. This isn't. Arrigo turned to look at Eric. Eric couldn't hide his grin. This was one of the few times his mother acted responsibly. Come over here to change. Arrigo was led aside by the stylist to change into outfits. Since they were both boys, white suits were prepared for them. Arrigo glanced at the row of wedding dresses hanging nearby and had an idea. Since they were already going this far, why not make it even bigger? Eric finished changing first and waited for Arrigo in front of the camera. When Arrigo came out, Eric's eyes nearly popped out. Arrigo was also dressed in a white suit, which was expected, but he had a veil on his head. His face, lightly made up, looked even more handsome. The white veil on his head didn't look odd at all. Walking toward the light, every step caused Eric's heart to throb wildly for him. The stylist said we could try a wedding dress, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Does this veil look good? Eric nodded dazedly. It looks good. Actually, Mr. Yen has a slender figure and long legs. A wedding dress would also look very good on you, the stylist commented. No need, he's perfect like this. I like him this way. Eric didn't hide his feelings for Arrigo. The stylist blushed from the depth of Eric's affection. Arrigo and Eric took a set of photos. You two are probably the most relaxed couple I've ever worked with, the photographer remarked. Not only because of their appearance but also because the genuine affection they showed each other in their eyes was so natural. Photos can be edited, but no amount of editing could replicate such natural love and expression. I feel like we didn't just spend New Year's Eve. Back home that night, Eric stared at the red Fu character stuck on the cabinet. What do you mean? Taking photos is hard work too, Arrigo lay lazily on the bed asking. It felt like we got married. Arrigo grinned. You're shameless, who am I marrying with you? You've called us parents, isn't that marriage? We're good brothers, calling your parents our parents is not a problem. Arrigo teased him deliberately. Why did he let those years go by making him suffer under the term brothers? Oh, good brothers were wearing a veil to take photos with me today. Eric lay beside Arrigo, holding his hand and asked. Yeah, scared you'd end up lonely all your life, so I indulged you a bit. So selfless? Eric pulled Arrigo into his arms and asked. Oh, just as Arrigo turned his head, Eric sealed his lips. Let's treat tonight as our wedding night. Eric flipped over and started to take off Arrigo's clothes. Hey, don't mess around, we're in your house. Do you think why Mom set aside this remote room for us to stay in? Eric smiled at Arrigo. We shouldn't waste this opportunity. Outside, the joy of the new year continued, families reunited happily, fireworks lighting up the sky continuously, illuminating the little couple rolling and laughing on the bed. Chapter 0092 Epilogue, Rusty x Rodney 1. Rodney had always known he had a brother, but he never imagined he would meet this brother. He also never worried that one day a child might come to compete with him for their father. Because his father was a scoundrel, apart from having a decent appearance, he was almost useless in every other aspect. He did no housework, earned no money, and even indulged in gambling, loafing around and causing trouble everywhere. Rodney heard that the boy's mother became pregnant out of wedlock, and this scoundrel abandoned her and ran away. His brother had never met their father. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't seek out such an unworthy father either. Growing up in an environment where his parents constantly argued, when he got tired of the arguments, he would sit on a chair outside during winter and do his homework. Teachers said that to change one's circumstances and escape the destiny imposed by the original family, one must study hard. Once able to earn money, they could change their own fate. Rodney held on to this hope until he turned 17. When he was 12, his father left, ending the endless quarrels. However, the family had long been drained and possessed nothing. They didn't really have nothing, huge gambling debts and loans from relatives weighed heavily on them. At that time, Rodney hadn't completely given up, he still believed he could go to college and change his destiny. But at 17, his mother fell ill due to years of hard work and constant worry and passed away. Rodney wasn't as emotionally distressed as expected. With the help of his aunt, he handled matters at home calmly, as if he had foreseen this moment. His aunt pulled him aside and hesitantly told him, "Actually, you have a brother, who should be working now." Rodney looked at his aunt and asked, "What do you mean?" The aunt sighed, "You know our family isn't well off, and your uncle is, child, he is still your brother. You share the same father, so he's closer to you than others. Gracie, please stop. I'll find a way to make money myself. I'm old enough not to starve to death." Rodney felt ashamed to look for a brother he had never met, especially because he needed financial help. Would it not seem like begging? Moreover, he doubted this brother would care for him, who would willingly spend money on a stranger. Though he had a father, and his brother did not, it was hard to say which of them was luckier. Back at school, Rodney packed up his things and sat on the playground, lost in thought. He might never return to school again. It seemed his fate was set in stone, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change it. Just like being born into such a family, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape it. Only a year away from the college entrance exam, yet everything came crashing down. Inside, he felt wronged. What did he do wrong? Wasn't he working hard enough? The teachers said that if he kept going, while top universities might be out of reach, he could still get into a good one. The sunlight shone brightly overhead, but it could never illuminate his future. "Why aren't you in class?" a voice asked from behind. Rodney turned around, it was the oddball from the neighboring class. Rusty noticed Rodney's red eyes and strolled over with his hands in his pockets, grinning. "Oh, crying alone here? Bullshit, what makes you think I've been crying? Who doesn't cry when they lose a family member? It's normal. Are you deaf or something? I didn't cry. My mom passed away, and I cried too. Cry if you need to, because life will only get harder later, and there may be no place for tears." Rodney found talking to this person exhausting. Since they wouldn't be classmates anymore, he just slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to leave without further argument. "So you're just leaving? Good student. What else can I do? Did you forget that you owe me money?" "I haven't forgotten, but I don't have any money." Rodney wasn't concerned about owing more debt. "That doesn't mean you can just walk away. Do you plan to pay for my education?" Rusty shrugged, "I'm barely surviving myself, I can't support you right now." "Exactly. How about this, I'll introduce you to a job. You. If it were a good job, you'd take it yourself. I was fired after fighting with a guest, but the owner of that place is nice and provides accommodation. Besides, how can you repay me if you don't earn money?" Hearing about the accommodation intrigued Rodney. His most urgent problem was finding a place to live, he needed to move out of his aunt's house quickly. Seeing his interest, Rusty said, "Let's go. I'll show you. It's near the school. Aren't you skipping class? Is it a big deal that I'm not in class?" It wasn't really. Rodney didn't know much about Rusty's situation, they became acquainted because they often played ball together. But regarding Rusty's personal circumstances, even classmates knew little about him. He seemed to have many friends and could chat with anyone, from seniors to juniors. Yet no one truly understood him. He was always working to earn money, sometimes even missing classes for it. However, if you said he was poor, the clothes he wore would suffice for Rodney's half-year living expenses. Although he only had one set of clothes besides his school uniform, and never wore anything else. His temper was explosive, frequently leading to fights outside school. Despite this, he wore his expensive clothes even when they had holes. So Rodney thought he was an oddball, saving face at the cost of suffering. Even the $15 t-shirts on him didn't seem out of place. Rusty brought Rodney to the snack shop. The owner was indeed kind-hearted, sympathizing with Rodney's situation and agreeing to let him try working there for a month. "Alright, then I've done a good deed for today, see you." With that, Rusty waved and left. Rodney temporarily worked at the shop. He couldn't even afford his phone bill, so it was just as well no one could reach him. The server job at the snack shop was simple, it was only busy around lunch and dinner time since it was near the school. During the day, he could rest. However, the pay was low, barely enough to get by, but nowhere near enough to repay his parents' debts to relatives. The snack shop closed at 6, so Rodney planned to find another part-time job in the evening. Wandering down the street, he ended up on a bar street where almost every establishment was hiring waiters. He chose the most lavishly decorated one. Inheriting his father's genes, Rodney had delicate skin and handsome features, with a slender build. Wearing the waiter's uniform made him look slender and tall. The boss immediately agreed to hire him. After 5 days at the bar, Rodney encountered a drunk male guest who insisted on drinking with him and tried to touch him. Chapter 0093 Epilogue, Rusty x Rodney 2. He had seen such people in this entertainment venue over the past few days, but as long as they didn't bother him, he felt it had nothing to do with himself. But today this person laid hands on him, and Rodney immediately lost his temper. Rodney never thought that he would bump into his half-brother at such a precarious moment for himself. His aunt had shown him pictures of Arrigo, and while he didn't specially memorize them, Arrigo's face was truly unforgettable. Clearly, Arrigo also recognized him. Not only did he recognize him, but he also planned to interfere. Whether out of his humble self-respect or something else, Rodney did not want to meet him at this time. Arrigo came as a consumer, while he was the harassed server. The difference in status made him feel utterly humiliated. Rodney vented all his anger on the guest who harassed him. The man opposite him was well established, with people around who didn't help, so Rodney didn't gain any advantage. Arrigo, small-armed and legged, turned out to be quite a fighter unexpectedly. Suddenly, another tall man emerged from a nearby private room, shielding Arrigo behind him. The bar owner also arrived, naturally siding with the guests, demanding an apology from him. Apologize my ass, he was the pervert who started it. Without surveillance in the private room, this matter was murky, but asking for an apology from him was simply out of the question. At this moment, Arrigo took on the demeanor of an older brother, wanting to stand up for him and solve the problem. Rodney always had this lingering issue unresolved. Arrigo grew up without a father but lived a good life, striving hard, getting accepted into Jiangzhou University, graduating smoothly, and landing a decent job. He had a father, yet ended up like this. But he clearly hadn't done anything wrong, and he had worked very hard too. To drive him out, his uncle-in-law once said that Arrigo could take care of himself, whereas he still relied on the family. Rodney knew those words were unreasonable, but he couldn't confidently rebut them because they were true. Now, this driver of a brother stood right before him, quite a blow indeed. Who are you? Mind your own business. Under stress, Rodney instinctively became aggressively defensive toward everyone. The tall man locked his neck from behind and covered his mouth. Unprepared, yet given the tall man's size and strength, Rodney struggled in vain and eventually gave up. Helplessly watching as Arrigo resolved the matter and unilaterally decided that he shouldn't get paid for these past few days. F***K.Y. He had worked 5 days at least for $500, enough for his monthly meal expenses. After resolving the issue, Arrigo brought him to the locker room, where Rodney changed clothes and joined them in an alley for a talk. The conversation naturally ended unpleasantly. Rodney did not plan to accept Arrigo's assistance, and if not for this chance encounter, Arrigo wouldn't have interfered either. This suited just fine. Rodney returned to the dormitory of the snack shop, staring at the discarded textbooks, staying awake the entire night. The next day, he worked as usual, only to find Arrigo visiting him again that evening. Beside him was the tall man from yesterday and Rusty. No need to ask, Rusty must have betrayed him. Just because of a 500 yuan debt. Turns out Arrigo had already visited his school teachers to check on his grades. If possible, Rodney certainly hoped to return to school. Ignoring his absurd pride, Arrigo was like a savior from the sky. To protect his dignity, Arrigo proposed providing tuition and living expenses until university, after which Rodney could work part-time while studying to repay. Rodney agreed. I'll go back to school tomorrow, you guys can go back. Rodney prepared to head back to the dormitory to sleep. Rusty grabbed his collar, back to the school dorm. Before leaving, Rodney fought with his roommate, now thoroughly unwilling to return there. Look at your cowardly state. I'll go back with you, they won't dare do anything with me around. Rusty hauled him upstairs to pack and head back to school. You sure live up to being a dog, a little money buys you off, Rodney grumbled resentfully. You've got great luck. Don't complain when someone is ready to offer you money. Just accept it. Rodney and Rusty returned to the school dorm, where the other 3 roommates were present, including the one who had argued with Rodney last time. Well, look who's back, our top student. Enjoying real life finished. That classmate sarcastically commented on Rodney. Shut your trap, is this your home? How does it concern you whether he comes back or not? Envy his grades. Study harder instead of causing trouble, Rusty shot back. Blushing, the student dared not retort knowing Rusty's notorious reputation for actually resorting to violence. Rodney and Rusty used to play ball together frequently, so they knew each other, but they were not friends. He didn't know why Rusty suddenly stood up for him. School is a place for learning. If you can't stand each other, just ignore each other and don't start trouble or fight. If you have any problem, come find me, Rusty said to that classmate. That classmate didn't dare to fight with him and sullenly returned to his seat to read. Rusty raised an eyebrow at Rodney, alright, rest well. If you need anything, come find me next door. Rodney couldn't help but sigh, money could make the devil push the grindstone. Arrigo paid Rusty 500 yuan a month, and he was willing to be his bodyguard. If it were 5,000 yuan, who knows how much more he'd do. With no one bothering him, Rodney focused on catching up with the classes he had missed these few days. The next day, he returned to the classroom. The incident of Rusty standing up for him had spread, so no one said anything negative to him. Rodney was handsome and had previously been an excellent student, so the female students had a good impression of him. Seeing him back in class, they even offered their notes to help him catch up. During the break, the study committee member took the initiative to sit beside him, asking if there was anything he didn't understand and offering to explain it to him. Rodney indeed had some questions. After all, he hadn't been to school for over a week and had missed quite a bit while taking care of family matters. So he didn't hesitate to pull out his papers and ask for help. "Oh, you got your state back pretty quickly." Rusty suddenly appeared, straddling the chair in front of Rodney, leaning over the backrest. Rodney was listening intently and was startled by him, looking up and saying, "Did you come to the wrong class? I didn't mean to come in. I called you several times at the door, but you didn't hear me at all." "Oh, maybe I was too focused." "What's up?" "Not much, want to have lunch together." Rodney didn't think he was close enough to Rusty. Even though he did take care of him more after receiving Arrigo's 500 yuan, it wasn't necessary to invite him to lunch. "Didn't your brother pay off your debt? Let me treat you to lunch." Even heroes would bow for a meal. Although Arrigo was now covering his living and tuition expenses, Rodney still tried to save where he could, not wanting to rely on Arrigo for everything. So when someone offered to treat him to lunch, Rodney couldn't refuse. "Sure." Chapter 0094 Extra, Rusty x Rodney 3. Rodney found himself inexplicably becoming inseparable from Rusty. Rusty had a solid reason: "I'm taking someone's money to solve their problems, so I need to keep an eye on you and report your progress to your brother." Rodney sipped the yogurt that Rusty had bought for him, smacking his lips. "Let's get one thing straight, you're the one who bought this yogurt for me, and I didn't pay. Don't be such a miser, it's my treat, bro." Rodney really couldn't understand Rusty's spending habits. Sometimes he was so poor that he would stay in the dorm eating steamed buns, willing to spy for Arrigo for just 500 yuan. Other times, he would spend lavishly, like when he lent Rodney 500 yuan even though they weren't very close, or when he occasionally treated him to meals and snacks. At first, Rodney thought that Arrigo had given him money to take care of him more, but that wasn't the case. Rusty's pocket money came from part-time jobs and freelance work, yet he spent it without hesitation. Rodney couldn't do that, he saved every penny now. Why save money if not to spend it? "What are you saving for, a wife? How long will it take?" Rusty said. Getting married seemed far too distant for Rodney. He only had one goal now, to get into university. "You can't just drift through life like this. Try hard to get into a suitable university for a better future," Rodney advised Rusty. "With my grades, what university could I possibly get into?" "Teach me." "Where do I find time to teach you?" "You should hire a tutor to catch up on the lessons you've missed." "Tutor? I don't have money for that." "With the 500 from your brother, why don't you teach me? Don't you have family who cares about your studies?" Rodney asked, the first time he inquired about Rusty's family. "They don't care." Rusty replied bluntly, "You need money, right? How about you tutor me, and I'll give you 500. Rodney almost laughed out loud. "You just said 500 isn't enough for a tutor, now it's only 300 for me." "Not interested." "But you're not a professional tutor, you're not even an intern. Plus, tutoring me would help you review as well, so it's a win-win. 300 isn't bad." "Sorry, no time," Rodney said as he opened his exam papers to study. "Fine, then let me wallow in my own downfall." Rusty stood up and walked out of the dormitory. "I'll go to my part-time job," Rusty added. "It's Qixi Festival today, so there's an event at the community center where I might earn some extra tips. Good students, study diligently. Bye." Rusty left, swaying slightly as he went. By the time Rodney finished one subject's exam paper, it was almost 10 o'clock, and he still hadn't heard any noise indicating Rusty's return. When it was time to turn off the lights and Rusty still hadn't come back, Rodney became restless. He had worked as a waiter before and knew the environment there. Lately, Rusty had been quite generous with him, so he worried that Rusty might encounter some perverted customers. Rodney secretly slipped out and went to the community center where Rusty worked part-time. As soon as he entered, deafening screams assaulted his ears. Because it was a special day, the community center was packed, with layers of people surrounding the central stage where a performance was happening. A group of dancers were performing on stage, causing all the screams. The dancers included both men and women, moving to the beat of the music. Rodney saw Rusty on stage despite the cap and mask he wore, recognizable by the clothes that looked welded to his body. Pushing through the crowd, Rodney reached under the stage just as a song ended. Rusty squatted to rest, and someone handed him a tissue to wipe the sweat off. People in the audience had tossed tips on the ground near him, which Rusty began picking up one by one. When he looked up, he saw Rodney. Rusty jumped down from the stage, grabbing Rodney's hand and leading him through the crowd to the backstage area. "Why did you come?" Rodney's mouth twitched slightly. "Is this your part-time job?" "Not exactly. I work as a waiter, but today a guy went out with his girlfriend for the festival and arrived late, so I substituted for him to perform a couple of songs." For some reason, Rodney felt a twinge of discomfort. He understood Rusty's desperation to earn money, but seeing him do this made him feel uneasy. If not for encountering Arrigo, he might have ended up doing similar things to repay debts. Stop doing this, let's go. What for? Weren't you talking about having tutoring sessions? 300, I'll do it. Really? Rusty took off his mask and threw it into a nearby trash can. Yeah, but you can't work part-time anymore, we need the time. Okay. Didn't expect you to have this talent. On the way back to school, Rodney teased him. Did I look good? Not bad. Not bad. You don't really have an eye for appreciation. I'm professional, I formally learned before. You actually learned dancing? Looking at Rusty's delinquent demeanor, who would think he had a background in dance? Yeah, my mom used to love it, so she made me learn hip-hop when I was little. Wait, Rodney picked up on something troubling. What do you mean, when my mom was around? She's not still around now. Rodney didn't know much about Rusty's family, but he did know that both his parents were alive. It puzzled him why someone with a family would be in such a similar dire situation as himself. Oh, the current one is my stepmom, Rusty said nonchalantly. Oh, sorry. Why are you apologizing? It has nothing to do with you. Rodney wasn't fond of discussing his family either, so he didn't press any further. By the time they reached near the school, it was almost midnight. The school was definitely closed, so they found a small motel nearby for the night. Naturally, Rusty paid. He had earned quite a bit from tips today, and booked a room that cost 51 yuan per night. The motel was basic, without even a window. It smelled musty, and the bedding looked far from clean. Just for one night, this is considering you need to attend classes tomorrow. If it were just me, I'd go to an internet cafe and stay up all night. Rusty lay down on one side of the bed, fully clothed. Rodney had no money for a better hotel and couldn't complain. He lay down on the other side. You earned quite a lot today. Why don't you buy new clothes and replace those torn designer outfits? Rodney remembered how handsome he looked dancing earlier, yet dressed like a beggar. No way, Rusty replied firmly, these were the last set of clothes my mom bought me. Suddenly, Rodney felt a lump in his throat. He had always been baffled by Rusty's spending habits, never realizing there was this reason behind it. He felt guilty for his past criticisms. But if his mother could afford such expensive clothes for him, his family's condition shouldn't be too poor. Why was he living in such a miserable state now? Because my stepmom also has a son, and my dad dotes on them a lot. Ever since I was little, whenever that brat made a mistake, it would be blamed on me. My temper is stubborn, I wouldn't play tricks or act pitiful, which made me less liked over time. Anyway, it's what you can imagine. Now that you've heard my story, get some sleep. Don't blame me if you nod off in class tomorrow. Chapter 0095 Extra, Rusty x Rodney 4. Starting from that day, Rodney kept his word and began tutoring Rusty. Rusty would give 300 yuan out of the 500 given by Arrigo every month to Rodney, and the remaining 200 were often spent on snacks for both of them as midnight treats. Rusty had missed a lot of classes, making the task urgent and arduous. Every night, when the lights in the dormitory went off at 11, they would wait until the administrator checked and then secretly turn on a small desk lamp, hiding under the covers to study. The process of tutoring Rusty indeed amounted to Rodney reviewing everything again, and their final college entrance exam results turned out surprisingly good. Both Rodney and Rusty were admitted to Jiangzhou University, majoring in economics. On the day of enrollment, Arrigo and Eric accompanied Rodney. As alumni, Arrigo and Eric knew the routine well and helped Rodney with the enrollment procedures, collecting various cards, and then sent him to the dormitory. Rodney had known about the relationship between Arrigo and Eric since early on, he had seen it coming. Later, their relationship was fully exposed by netizens, and Arrigo acknowledged his relationship with Eric and semi-retired from social media. It had been 2 years. These two seemed even closer than when Rodney first met them. He wondered how their honeymoon phase could last so long. The dormitory layout was the same as Arrigo and Eric's old one, with Rodney's bed on one side and Rusty's next to it, a bunk bed with a table and cabinets below. However, Rusty hadn't arrived yet. Why didn't you come together? Arrigo asked while sitting on a chair. Rodney and Eric were laying down the bedding. Rodney answered, he had some family matters, he'll be here tonight. Oh, in that case, we'll come over tonight and take your dorm mates out for dinner. Let's meet everyone, and we can look out for each other in the future, Arrigo suggested. That's not necessary, it'd feel awkward. Rodney quickly added, not that you two are awkward, but this whole thing feels weird. You're like parents, it wouldn't feel right. We can get used to each other gradually. Arrigo smiled, I know what you mean, no problem. Do whatever makes you comfortable. Rodney getting into Jiangzhou University made Arrigo genuinely happy, not just because of Rodney's efforts but also because his decision back then had been the right one, which was truly gratifying. His roommates started arriving one after another. Both boys looked friendly, and Arrigo greeted them as an elder brother. Wow, Rodney, your brother is really handsome. Has he already graduated? I thought he was still an upperclassman, one roommate said. Thanks. We've been graduated for many years. As alumni, if you need any help with places to eat or play around here, feel free to ask me. That's great, thanks, senior. Well, you all enjoy. We won't disturb you anymore. Arrigo and Eric finished helping Rodney settle in and pulled him aside in the hallway, reminding him not to worry about money but to focus on his studies. College shouldn't be taken lightly either. Rodney naturally understood this. After 2 years of interacting with Arrigo, he also knew him better. Arrigo initially proposed paying back the money during university to preserve Rodney's dignity. Rodney had silently accepted Arrigo as his older brother and wasn't in a hurry to pay back the debt. Since they were brothers now, they had plenty of time to interact, and he knew the money would eventually be paid back. However, he understood that Arrigo placed more importance on his education. After Arrigo and Eric left, Rodney chatted with the other 2 roommates, who grew curious about Rusty, who hadn't shown up yet. He'll be here tonight, Rodney explained on behalf of Rusty. Do you know him? Yeah, we were high school classmates and good friends. Wow, I'm so envious. Good buddies got into the same major and share a dorm. My best friend ran off with his girlfriend, and they ended up in the south, abandoning me, Griffin said. It's okay, we'll be your brothers from now on, Adon comforted him. Young people found many common topics and quickly became close enough to call each other brothers by the end of the afternoon. Rusty said he'd arrived before dinner, so the 3 of them wandered around the campus to familiarize themselves with the environment while waiting for him. Our economics department has a lot of beautiful girls. My friend studies architecture, and there are only 2 girls in his class. Looks like he'll be single for 4 years, Griffin sighed. The accounting class next door is filled with beauties, only 8 boys in the entire class. So envious, Adon chimed in. Only Rodney remained silent. Pengfei is so handsome, did you have a girlfriend in high school? No. Are you serious? Yes. He not only had to focus on his own studies but also drag Rusty along. There was no time for relationships, he barely had time to look at pretty girls. Moreover, he was self-aware. In his current situation, without a home or money, it would be unfair to involve any girl before he established himself financially. I don't know what your friend looks like, whether he's handsome or not, and if he will be our competitor in finding girlfriends. Griffin started to tease about Rusty, whom he hadn't met yet. He is quite handsome, but he's a bit peculiar. You might need some time to adapt to him. How peculiar? Adon just asked, when a voice from afar shouted Rodney's name and sprinted over. Rodney dash. Without even turning his head, Rodney knew it was Rusty's loud voice. When he did turn around, his jaw nearly dropped. Rusty, with a bruised nose and swollen face, held a bouquet of roses and wore that washed-out outfit as he ran up to him, shoving the flowers into his arms. Rodney felt like his brain had crashed at this moment. What did this guy mean? Who did you fight with? He chose one question to ask first since there was too much information to process. I didn't fight anyone, my dad did this. Why? Rodney was first shocked, then angry. Which family wouldn't be happy about their child getting admitted to university? Even though Rusty came from a complicated family background, getting accepted wasn't a shameful thing. Why would he hit him? To his surprise, Rusty gave an answer that left him speechless for a moment. I came out to my family. What? You heard me right. I came out to my family. I like boys, more specifically, I like you. This statement genuinely scared Rodney. He shoved the flowers back into Rusty's hands and took 2 steps back. Say that again. In front of countless onlookers on the playground, Rusty said firmly, I like you. Rodney kicked him. Are you crazy? Are you messing with me? Aren't you ashamed doing this in front of so many people? Ouch, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. My dad beat me up, and I'm all hurt. Despite being best friends for 2 years, Rodney couldn't bring himself to hit him after hearing that. You better retract this nonsense immediately. Rodney never thought he would experience social death on his first day of enrollment because of this guy. It's too late to retract. I've already confessed to my family. Now, I want to tell you that I like you and start pursuing you. Chapter 0096 Special Episode, Rusty x Rodney 5. Not only was Rodney shocked, but the 2 roommates beside him were also stunned speechless. Rodney had only mentioned that this roommate who hadn't arrived yet was rather quirky, but he didn't mention how quirky. Now what? Standing together with them on the playground being gawked at, Griffin and Adon wanted to run away but there was no time. They knew their dorm would certainly gain unwanted attention on this day of enrollment. The 2 of them did not get a chance to flee, but the party involved, Rodney, turned and ran. If he continued to be stared at like this, he would indeed become a celebrity. Seeing him run, Rusty stuffed the flowers in his hands into the hands of the 2 roommates and chased after him. No, this. Griffin and Adon were left dumbfounded where they stood. Rodney was running back to the dormitory. It was dinner time now, everyone was eating, so there should be fewer people around the dorms. At the very least, closing the door could solve the problem without public spectacle. Rusty usually runs faster than Rodney, and catching up with his longer legs, he caught Rodney within the dormitory building. Their dorm was on the 4th floor, and Rusty overtook Rodney by 2 steps halfway up the 3rd floor staircase, blocking his path. Why, are you running? Rusty asked, breathing heavily. Bullshit, if I don't run, I'm going to let them watch me like a monkey show. Rodney panted as well, out of breath. Well, tell me now, what do you think? Rodney glanced around. Though the dormitory building had few people now, there were still some people coming up and down the stairs. He pulled Rusty's clothes and dragged him toward their dormitory. After getting into the room and closing the door, Rodney said, "Retract what you said just now, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Rusty shook his head. "Can't retract. What are you crazy about? Liking you is considered crazy. If I were really crazy, forget it, you would definitely hit me. Anyway, I like you. If you don't like me now, it's okay, we have 4 years to get along. I'll pursue you slowly. I spent all night tutoring you to help you pass the entrance exam to Jiangzhou University with me, and you repay my kindness with ingratitude." Rodney was angry enough to want to hit someone. But he couldn't bring himself to do it knowing Rusty was already bruised and hurt somewhere on his body. Yet not hitting him did not satisfy his anger either. In the end, pinching his abdomen a few times relieved his frustration a little. "Ouch, my stomach hurts, and you pinch it." Rusty lifted his shirt, revealing solid abs marked with bruises. "Damn, your dad hits this hard." Having spent 2 years striving for the same goal, Rodney could distinguish between internal conflicts and external ones. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" Rodney asked, frowning. "A lot, he attacked me randomly, now my whole body aches." "Do you just let him beat you?" "Yeah, once he's done beating me, he can't control me anymore." "So, I let him beat me," Rusty replied with a carefree shrug. Looking at the wound on the corner of Rusty's mouth, Rodney felt both anger and pain. He made Rusty sit on a chair and rummaged through the luggage for a pack of iodine swabs. He snapped one open and began to clean the wounds. Sitting on the chair and looking up at Rodney with a smile, Rusty said, "I knew you still care about me." Rodney pressed his wound firmly, angry. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I might as well beat you to death instead of your father." "Hiss, you're damaging your future boyfriend's face." Rodney kicked his shins twice. "Will you stop it?" Rusty dodged playfully, laughing. After handling the injuries on his face and throwing the cotton swab aside, Rodney sat opposite and asked, "When did you start having feelings for me?" Rusty was honest. "I don't know, just feeling comfortable being with you." "That's not called liking." "I feel comfortable with you too, otherwise how could we be friends?" "I also want to do something more with you," Rusty said casually. Hearing what he meant, Rodney blushed red with anger and embarrassment. He grabbed a pack of cotton swabs nearby and threw it. "I consider you a brother, and you want to sleep with me." Catching the swabs, Rusty smiled maliciously. "Oh, you said it, who sleeps with whom we can discuss later, but since you decided, it's settled then." "Settled nothing. I am seriously exasperated. Can you turn back to normal? You're my only friend, don't you feel guilty towards me? What can I do? I just like you. Anyway, we are together as always, just adding some extra steps, everything else remains the same. Don't you want to give it some thought?" "Think of what?" Rodney felt powerless, like a scholar encountering a soldier. How did he end up with such a person? At this moment, the two roommates returned, bringing back Rusty's bouquet. "Thank you." Rusty took the flowers and placed them on Rodney's desk. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Rusty, and I'm Rodney's good brother. As for what our relationship will be in the future, I'm still working on it. But don't worry, although I like men, I'm only interested in him. You two don't need to feel uncomfortable." His straightforwardness caught Griffin and Adon off guard. Sure. Yes, go ahead." Rodney nearly fainted. "What are you cheering for? Take these rotten flowers and throw them away." Rodney started packing his luggage and grabbed the bouquet to head for the door. Hey, no throwing," Rusty took it back. "I spent all my money on this bouquet." "Are you crazy? No money and you buy this stuff, can it be eaten?" "Well, a confession needs some sense of ceremony, right? I'll earn more money if I spend it." Having been brothers for 2 years, Rodney knew Rusty's personality well, he wasn't surprised at all by this. Rodney couldn't bear to throw them away, each red rose seemed like RMB. He placed the flowers in a corner of the table. They had originally planned to have dinner together in the cafeteria that evening, but the incident disrupted those plans. Griffin and Adon had already eaten before returning. Now, only Rusty and Rodney hadn't eaten yet. Rodney really couldn't face leaving the dormitory door after that scene on the playground. The memory made him want to strangle Rusty. "You shouldn't be called Rusty. Bienmu sounds much smarter. You should be called Second Dog. You can't avoid me forever. You can't skip military training either. Don't worry, any gossip will be about me. Go ahead and eat without worries." "Aren't you going?" Rusty shrugged, already said, "I have no money." In the end, this guy spent all his money on flowers, which gave Rodney an inexplicable sense of guilt. He couldn't just watch him starve. Biting his lip, he threw a mask to him. "What for?" "Put it on, and come with me to eat." Rodney also put on a mask and cap before stepping out. "Sure thing." Rusty put on the mask and followed. Chapter 0097 Special Episode, Rusty x Rodney 6. Rodney felt guilty all the way, with his head hanging low. The brim of his cap almost made him bump into a tree by the playground. Rusty timely pulled him back to avoid the collision and then put his arm over Rodney's shoulder, leading him forward. Originally, it was quite normal for good buddies to walk in this manner, and Rodney had been accustomed to it. However, after walking for some time, he suddenly remembered that this guy had other intentions towards him. He immediately jumped aside. You, don't touch me like that. See, now you have become more aware of me, which is a good thing. It means you are starting to see me as the opposite sex. Speechless, Rodney retorted, you're good at comforting yourself. I'm just afraid you might take advantage of me sneakily. If I wanted to take advantage of you, I would have done it long ago without your knowledge. You wouldn't even realize that I could touch or hug you whenever I wanted. I told you because I want us to get along well. How do you see me? Rodney felt a bit disheartened. He finally got such a good friend, but now things were awkward between them, and they couldn't go back to their old carefree days of roughhousing. But what Rusty said made sense. He couldn't blame him entirely for having these thoughts. It wasn't something under his control. His life was indeed full of twists and turns, and nothing seemed to go smoothly. Fewer people were around in the canteen now. Rodney swiped his meal card and bought 2 meals, sitting face to face with Rusty to eat. He always felt like someone was watching them, making him feel uneasy, so he blamed the source of his discomfort. Rusty simply reached out and took off his cap. You look like a celebrity trying to avoid paparazzi with your cap and mask on at night. Of course, everyone looks at you. Indeed, Rodney removed his cap and mask and tried to ignore the feeling of discomfort while eating. After the meal, the two returned to the dormitory to wash up. Rodney finished bathing first and came out, fiddling with his phone at the desk. It was still a gift from Arrigo for his admission, with many settings yet to be adjusted. The scent of the red roses on one corner of the desk filled the entire room, drawing Rodney's attention unconsciously. He looked up at the flowers absent-mindedly. When did Rusty start thinking about him like this? Rodney was not unfamiliar with this group of people. Arrigo and Eric were a couple, and he knew it early. These two also transformed from brothers to lovers, maintaining a great relationship for 2 years. Each time he saw them, they were sweet together. Sometimes he envied them, having someone beside who was both a friend and a lover. No, what was he thinking? It was all Rusty's fault, leading his thoughts astray. Although Rodney had never liked girls, he certainly hadn't liked boys either. He firmly believed he wasn't gay. Rusty emerged from the bathroom after showering. It was the hottest time of late August, and he only wore basketball shorts, with water droplets still dripping from his chest. Among peers, Rusty's physique was definitely top-notch, probably due to his dance practice since childhood and various part-time jobs. Griffin whistled, dude, you've got an amazing body. Rusty wasn't modest, of course, with 6-pack abs. Griffin and Adon had already digested the situation with the other 2 roommates. As contemporary young people, this wasn't unusual. Whether it was Rodney or Rusty, they both looked like normal boys, and Rusty had clarified that he was only interested in Rodney. So there was no need to feel uncomfortable, they could just get along as ordinary buddies. Rodney had seen Rusty's muscles countless times before, but back then, he saw him as a friend. Now, his thoughts inevitably wandered. Just as Rusty turned around, he caught Rodney swallowing. Rusty couldn't help but laugh and leaned close to Rodney. Come here, let you appreciate me up close. Get lost, admire what? Could you please put on some clothes? Pay attention to public decency. Hey, look, they didn't feel anything when they saw us. Your reaction shows you have thoughts about me too. That's a good thing. Rusty put on his shirt while talking. What a load of bull. Rodney gave him a dirty look and muttered under his breath. He was still fiddling with the new phone, downloading software and transferring data, which took some time. Suddenly, his phone received a message. Rodney opened it and found it was from Rusty. Stop being weird. You know I have feelings for you. Are you teasing me? Go away. Rodney replied without hesitation. Before school started, there was a 15-day military training period. Military training at Jiangzhou University was extremely strict, leaving them physically and mentally drained. On the first day, a classmate recognized them as the protagonists of the confession on the playground, but before they could tease or gossip, the intense military training left no room for curiosity. 2 kilometers, once you finish running, you can rest and head to the cafeteria for food. After the instructor gave the order, the group set off. The formation held up for the first 400 meters, but as they went further, the team spread out more. Rodney lay down directly after running 2 kilometers and didn't get back up. He had focused too much on studying these past 2 years, leading to poor physical condition. These 2 kilometers nearly killed him. Hey, don't just lie there, get up. Rusty's stamina was arguably the best in the class, no wonder he could climb over the high school wall barehanded since freshman year. Rodney felt utterly inferior. Just leave me alone. All he wanted to do was lie there. I'll carry you, get up. Rusty squatted beside Rodney's feet. If it were another time, Rodney would have rolled away, but today, he really didn't want to move. From their training field to the cafeteria was at least 800 meters, the thought of which made him dizzy. Come on, don't be shy, you acting like this makes me think you have feelings for me. Bull, remembering the message Rusty sent earlier, Rodney swallowed the word crap. Rusty couldn't help but laugh. Rodney gritted his teeth, sat up, and climbed onto his back. Rusty stood up while supporting the ground with one hand holding Rodney's legs and the other tapping his bottom. You were about to say that word, right? Rodney turned red instantly when tapped. He wrapped his arms around Rusty's neck and threatened, if you touch me again, I'll strangle you. Rusty laughed and lifted the person on his back slightly higher as he walked toward the cafeteria. When they reached the cafeteria entrance, Rodney refused to let him carry him anymore due to the crowd. Fortunately, their dorm mates had already arrived and called them over to eat together. After dinner, on the way back to the dormitory, Rusty said, you guys go ahead, I have something to do tonight. What do you have to do? Go work again. Naturally, Rusty needed money and had to work. But considering the intensity of the military training now, how could he possibly keep working? Yes, Rusty nodded. At the community center? Yes. Dancing? Yes, Rusty nodded repeatedly. Not allowed. Rodney said irritably. Chapter 0098 Extra, Rusty x Rodney 7. Why? Are you jealous? Rusty asked excitedly as if he had discovered a new world. Jealous of what? Are you crazy? Aren't you tired? Military training will be over in a few days. You can go after it ends. The money on my meal card is enough for us to eat. Rodney just didn't want him to go. Why couldn't he do something else? A grown man dancing around in front of so many people, did he think it made him look good? Rusty felt a bit disappointed. I thought you were jealous. I'm not tired, I've got used to it. Whatever. Rodney turned away angrily and went back to the dormitory. After he came back and showered, Rusty still hadn't returned. He really went. Claiming to like him but not listening to his words at all, showing no sincerity. Rodney tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep as lights out approached, and Rusty still hadn't come back. Suddenly, Rodney sat up and jumped down from his bunk. Hey, where are you going? What if they check the dorm later? Griffin asked from his upper bunk. Call me if there's anything. Rodney rushed out after saying this hurriedly. What's with his sudden madness? Griffin scratched his head, puzzled. Observing the sky in the morning, watching clouds in the evening, whether walking or sitting, I miss you all the time. Audon lay on his bed reciting a line of poetry slowly. Ah, Griffin suddenly understood. To save money on a taxi, Rodney ran to the community where Rusty was working. At this hour, nightlife had just begun. Dancers lined up on stage, moving to music, setting off a lively atmosphere throughout the community. Below the stage, men and women cheered, took photos with their phones, danced together, the bustling noise contrasting sharply with the quiet night outside. Rodney spotted Rusty on stage right away. Approaching the front of the stage, he saw Rusty squatting to rest after finishing his dance. Brother Moo, you danced really well. There's a move I can't quite get, even the boss pointed it out yesterday. Can you teach me when you're done? A boy, somewhat flamboyant in both attire and makeup, handed a tissue to Rusty and leaned close to talk. Which move? Rusty wiped sweat off with the tissue. Let's talk about it backstage. Okay, I have one more song. Rusty didn't think much of it. He was a professional compared to them, so it made sense they would ask for corrections. The music started again, and Rusty threw the tissue aside, taking his position. Not far from them, Rodney watched, but Rusty didn't see him. Seeing the boy who just talked to Rusty, Rodney couldn't help but feel irritated. No wonder he insisted on coming. Just as Rodney turned to leave, cheers erupted from the crowd below the stage. Many girls eagerly took photos of the performers. Curious, Rodney turned his head toward the stage, and what he saw infuriated him further. On stage, pairs were performing partner dances. Rusty paired with a boy, almost pressed against each other, his hand on the boy's waist, doing hip thrusts together. From the side, Rusty barely touched the boy, maintaining polite distance. But from Rodney's view, it looked like Rusty was hugging him from behind. Wow, so cool, the audience screamed excitedly. In the crowd, Rodney clenched his fists tightly. Finishing the last song, Rusty gave his partner a fist bump, saying, good work, completely forgetting about someone needing help with a move. He walked off stage directly, the boy following. Brother Moo, the boy called. Rusty remembered, oh, right, which move? The boy stared at Rusty's handsome face, gritted his teeth, and mustered up the courage to approach. It's the hip thrust you just did. I always feel stiff, don't know if it's because of my waist or something else. Show me once. The boy blushed, twisting his waist. That's definitely wrong. You're focusing on the wrong part, it should be your hips, not your waist, Rusty explained seriously. Like this? No. Hiding at the corner, Rodney watched the boy desperately trying to seduce Rusty while Rusty frowned in earnest instruction, finding it both funny and infuriating. This guy doesn't realize he's practically breaking his own waist. Ah, I just can't learn. Brother, could you hold my waist and show me how to do it properly? The boy pulled Rusty's hand toward his waist. Suddenly realizing, Rusty quickly pushed him away. This isn't appropriate. Practice and find the feel yourself. I need to go. Brother, don't go. Brother Moo, I like you, can't you tell? Let me go with you tonight. The boy lunged at him before Rusty could leave. You can't go with him. The boy's collar was suddenly grabbed, and a force pulled him backward, staggering a few steps away from Rusty. How did you come here? Rusty's eyes lit up in surprise. Why are you here? Rodney glared at him and then turned to the boy. What are you looking at? Get lost. Who are you? The boy asked, unwillingly. Rodney draped his arm over Rusty's shoulder, chin raised slightly in defiance as he stared at the boy. He likes me, this has nothing to do with you. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. He glanced at Rusty resentfully and then ran off. Now it was just the two of them. Rodney immediately dropped his arm and confronted Rusty. I told you not to come dancing. With all those young boys and partners, aren't you having too much fun to think of going back? Rusty laughed foolishly at his expression. Still saying you don't get jealous? The sourness is choking. You, dreaming. I'm just concerned as a friend, not wanting to see you fall into degradation. How is making money considered self-degradation? Do other men have to hug each other when they dance? I didn't hug him, there was quite some distance between us, Rusty said straightforwardly, leaving no room for doubt. What about that guy just now? Should I be blamed if he likes me? Just like me, I only like you. What can I do? Rusty took the opportunity to confess. Rodney's anger subsided by half but still felt annoyed. Well, how did you come find me? Worried I'd be lured away. You're so jealous, yet you won't admit it. Rusty puffed out proudly. You're overthinking. I came as a brother, not to let you sleep on the streets since you have no money. Rusty edged closer to Rodney, pulling out a handful of tips from his pocket. Hey, what do you think I came here for today? Rodney was mortified, wishing he could hide under the ground. He thought his reason was solid, forgetting that this job brought in cash every day. Embarrassed and angry, Rodney walked ahead silently. Behind him, Rusty loudly shouted, Brother now has money, want to go open a room together? Chapter 0099 Epilogue, Rusty x Rodney 8. There weren't many people on the road at night, but it didn't mean there were none. A few people glanced over at their direction due to his shout. Rodney rushed back and kicked him, one more yell and I'll make you mute. Where do we sleep if we don't book a room? Rusty asked with righteousness. Weren't you staying at internet cafes when you were broke? Let's go together. Rodney was not going to stay in a hotel with him. They used to be brothers who could share one quilt without awkwardness. Now, lying down together would feel weird for both of them. Can I bear to see you suffer? Let's just book 2 rooms. Are you burning money? Working so hard as a dancer only to waste it afterwards. It's a miracle you don't like girls, no girl could stand such a wasteful man. But spending money on you is not wasting money. I won't marry a wife in this life, you're the only one. If not you, then who? Rodney chuckled, you dare say that, forever. What if I get married? Then we'll be brothers for life. Anyway, you can't shake me off. Rodney turned his head to glance at him. Under the streetlight, Rusty's eyes were resolute and bright. He was someone who believed in love rather than marriage. The influence of his family of origin made him never expect anything from marriage. He had thought, if Rusty didn't want to get married, then living together as brothers would also be fine. But Rusty fell in love with him. In Rodney's mind, brotherhood was always more reliable than romance. He dared believe they could be good brothers for life, but he didn't dare believe Rusty would love him forever. What was love? A feeling that could vanish anytime. Endless quarrels in marriage. Finally looking at each other with loathing. The resentment in his mother's eyes towards his father before she passed away. What's beautiful about any of that? Can you stop liking me? Wouldn't it be better if we stayed brothers for life? Rodney asked hesitantly. Rodney, what are you afraid of? You're not disgusted by me, you're scared of the change in our relationship, aren't you? Are you afraid I'll become like your irresponsible dad? After being brothers for 2 years, Rusty understood him pretty well. That's why he came out publicly in front of everyone that day. He wanted Rodney to believe his sincerity. He left himself no way out. Caught red-handed, Rodney refused to admit it stubbornly, no. By now, they had walked back near the school. A dessert shop was still open nearby. Rusty rubbed his belly, I'm hungry, dancing really uses up energy. Let's buy some food. Upon entering, they found another customer inside. That person turned around instinctively when they heard someone come in. Why are you here? Rodney was stunned. The person in the store was Eric, his brother's boyfriend. Eric felt it was odd to meet Rodney so late too. Why did you leave school? Afraid Eric would report back to Arrigo, Rusty quickly explained, I came for work, and he accompanied me, so I couldn't return to school. Eric frowned, working while military training isn't over yet? Yeah, I'm cut off from my family, have no money. Over these 2 years, Eric gradually learned some things about him. He quite sympathized with this pair of brothers. Focus on studying at the start of the semester. I'll ask tomorrow if there's any part-time job suitable for students. Don't stay out late, it's dangerous. As the boyfriend of Rodney's older brother, Eric made Rusty feel like seeing a relative. Polite, he said, okay, thanks bro. Why did you come here so late? Eric smiled, Arrigo loves the pastries here from his school days. He mentioned wanting them right before bed, so I slipped out to buy some for breakfast tomorrow. You spoil him. Rodney was speechless. It's nothing much. Eric's phone rang as he spoke. He picked up immediately with a voice sweet enough to melt hearts. Baby, how did you wake up? I came out to buy cake, go back to sleep. I'll be back soon. I know, I'll pay attention to safety. Be good. After hanging up, Eric told Rodney hurriedly, I won't tell your brother I saw you, or he wouldn't sleep peacefully. I'll book you a room in a nearby hotel for tonight. I'll take care of the part-time jobs too. Don't go out so late again, or I'll have your dorm supervisor check on you daily. No need, I earned some money today, we'll book a room ourselves. Don't waste it. The little money you made is barely enough for a room. Eric was eager to go back because Arrigo sounded so pitiful when he woke up. He directly transferred money to Rusty, I won't send you two back. Don't wander around after buying things. After saying that, he left with a few bags. Rodney got goosebumps from the sweetness when he answered the phone and commented disdainfully, at his age, still calling each other baby? The shop assistant giggled, oh him, he used to climb over the school wall at midnight to buy cakes for his boyfriend back then, well, not exactly a boyfriend yet, but was already so doting. Years have passed, they haven't changed, they've become even sweeter. Really enviable. Rodney didn't respond. The relationship between Arrigo and Eric was indeed enviable. Rusty bought a few types of cakes and thanked the shop assistant, thank you, sister. He walked out of the dessert shop with Rodney and said, let's go, find a room. Not going. Your brother-in-law just gave us money. If you don't come with me, I'll report it to him. You. This move worked on Rodney. He feared Rusty would tell Arrigo. Arrigo paid for his education, allowing him to be where he is today. Before paying back, he felt he couldn't face Arrigo properly. Thus, he feared disappointing Arrigo, feeling like an ungrateful wolf raised by kindness. Rodney gritted his teeth. Since it was Eric's money, he wasn't too heartbroken about spending it, so he agreed, but wanted 2 rooms. But when they reached the hotel counter, they were told only 1 room was available. It was soon after the start of the semester, and many parents were still staying to accompany their children, causing a shortage of rooms. Rusty laughed uncontrollably, hey, this isn't my fault. There's only 1 left, want to stay or not? Rodney gnashed his teeth, stay. What else could he do? With the room card, they entered the room. Rodney stared at the large bed, feeling uneasy, wondering if he should beat Rusty if he dared pounce. Rusty went straight to the sofa in front of the bed and lay down. I'll sleep here. Don't look at me like I'd force you. I just love you, not like some pervert. I won't touch you unless you consent. Chapter 100 Special Episode, Rusty x Rodney 9. Seeing Rusty being so open, Rodney felt that he might have overreacted a little. Rusty lay on the sofa eating cake and said as he ate, the cakes from his place are really good. No wonder your brother still thinks about them after graduation. Yeah, it's quite surprising that they've been able to remain this close all along, Rodney sighed. Jealous? Am I not good enough for you? If you want to eat something, I can climb over the wall to buy it for you. Let's not talk about anything else. When it comes to climbing over walls, no one has ever outmatched me. But I don't like sweet things. I know, of course. What I'm saying is just figuratively speaking. Even if you wanted something else, I would buy it for you. Just look at how your brother gives me $500 each month. $300 go towards your tutoring fees, and the remaining $200 are almost all spent on fruits and snacks for you. What Rusty said was true. His family did not give him nothing, and his basic living expenses were covered. Together with the $500 that Arrigo gave him every month, besides spending on his own meals, almost everything went to buying fruit and snacks for Rodney. Rodney knew he didn't have money. He wouldn't listen even when asked not to buy those things. In the end, following the principle that what was bought should not be thrown away, the 2 of them would finish everything while studying. Were you thinking of me back then? Rodney asked. Yeah, you were too focused on your studies back then. Even if I told you, you wouldn't have considered it. So I waited until now to say it. Even if you told me now, I wouldn't consider it either. Then think about it after a few days. After finishing the cake, Rusty was ready to sleep. Today when Rodney came to find him, he already had half an idea. So now he was confident, enjoying his meal and sleeping soundly. But as Rodney looked up at the ceiling, his mind was in a complete mess because of Rusty. When Rodney turned over for the nth time in bed, Rusty suddenly sat up from the sofa. What are you doing? Rodney was startled. Aren't you making pancakes there? Want to stand and sleep during military training tomorrow? Rusty countered. I just couldn't fall asleep. Am I disturbing you? Yeah. Rusty jumped off the sofa in 2 steps and lay down beside the bed. Rodney wanted to run but was pressed onto the pillow by Rusty. Stay still, go to sleep. No, you. Rusty reached out and grabbed Rodney's hand directly. Rodney reacted as if he had been electrocuted and tried to pull his hand back, but Rusty held on tightly and threatened, just sleep like this, or I'll kiss you. These words indeed worked. Rodney dared not move anymore. Lying side by side at both ends of the bed, Rusty's right hand gripped Rodney's left hand. The warmth from the palm transmitted over, and Rodney could hear his heartbeat accelerating. His palms also started to sweat. Rusty's breathing gradually became even, and the grip on his hand loosened. It seemed he had fallen asleep. It was Rodney's first time holding hands with someone else. He didn't know whether his accelerated heartbeat was due to the action or the person. Although tense, he felt at ease too. Closing his eyes, he sensed someone beside him, and despite tossing and turning without falling asleep earlier, he now felt sleepy. Although he could easily withdraw his hand, he didn't. The two of them held hands throughout the night. The next morning, with a meeting scheduled at 8, they woke up at 7:40. Rusty patted Rodney's face to wake him up. Both hurriedly checked out of their room, changed into uniforms, and rushed to assemble. In the morning, too busy to think, standing in the formation practicing military postures, Rodney began to recall the ambiguous atmosphere between them the previous night. Holding hands all night, the warmth from the other person still seemed to linger. With Rusty standing beside him, Rodney felt his heart rate pick up again. What was wrong with him? Could it be that he truly liked Rusty? That was impossible. They were perfectly normal as brothers. How did everything start to change after he confessed? Rodney secretly glanced at the other boys in class, including the instructor. There were handsome ones with great physiques too, but looking at them didn't stir any feelings. However, when he caught a glimpse of Rusty from the corner of his eye, everything felt off. With bad weather today, it started raining after 2 hours of training. Initially, it was light rain, and the instructor didn't dismiss them, continuing the training in the rain. As the rain got heavier, they had to be dismissed to return to the dormitory to wait out the rain. Well, anyway, we had to rest due to rain. Yet, they made us stand in the rain for such a long time. We're all wet, and who knows if our clothes will dry for tomorrow, Griffin complained while changing clothes in the dormitory. 3 of the 4 people were changing clothes. Griffin and Adon finished changing and went to the communal wash basin to do laundry, leaving only Rusty and the spaced-out Rodney in the room. Hey, change your clothes, are you afraid of catching a cold later? Rusty knocked on his desk to remind him. Rodney turned around and saw him take off his shirt, revealing well-toned muscles just inches away from him. He abruptly stood up, bumping his head against the top bunk. Ouch, the pain made him immediately cradle his head and squat down on the floor. Why are you so clumsy? Let me see if you've broken the skin. Rusty squatted down and moved his hand away to check. It's fine, no broken skin, but it's swollen. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, you were just so absorbed in your thoughts. Rusty continued to blow on the top of his head as he spoke. Why did you suddenly get so close? Rodney was in pain from the bump, tears welling up, and when he looked up accusingly at Rusty, the pitiful expression made Rusty laugh. What's wrong with me getting close? Why are you nervous? I'm not nervous. I was thinking, and you suddenly talking scared me, isn't that normal? Then what were you thinking about? Rusty wouldn't let it go, squatting and inching closer. Don't come any closer. Rodney tried to dodge but ended up sitting on the floor. Oh, Rusty just wanted to tease him and quickly helped him up when he saw he had really fallen. Their hands met again, and Rodney hurriedly pulled away. You, stay away from me. Rusty squatted there, laughing at him. What's wrong with you? Do you have feelings for me? Get lost. Rodney blushed in anger, all because of this unreliable troublemaker who was causing him to act strangely too. The more Rodney avoided touching Rusty, the harder it became to treat him like a buddy, making him increasingly afraid. He knew something was definitely wrong with his mindset, and it was the same with Rusty. He couldn't let things continue like this, he needed to return to the time when they were just good brothers. Rodney got up from the floor, grabbed the shirt Rusty had just taken off and threw it at him. Put it on, follow me. Where are we going? Rusty was confused. Just follow me. With that, Rodney opened the door and walked out. Rodney's clothes were still wet, and he hadn't even taken an umbrella. Rusty quickly put the wet clothes back on and grabbed an umbrella to catch up. Rodney walked silently toward the school gate, while Rusty followed under the umbrella. Where are you going? To see a doctor. A doctor? What's wrong with you? Psychiatrist. Look, I need to see one too. Chapter 101 Extra Chapter, Rusty x Rodney 10. Rusty could tell that Rodney was not joking as he clung to the school's iron gate, refusing to leave. I'm not sick, I won't go. You definitely are, hurry up and go, Rodney said while pulling on Rusty's clothes. I won't go. Rodney glanced at him and released his grip. If you won't go, I'll go myself. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the roadside. Rusty hurriedly caught up with an umbrella in hand. Ancestor, what's going on? If you stand in the rain any longer, you'll really have to see a doctor. Rodney ignored him and stood by the road hailing for a taxi. It was hard to get a cab in the rainy weather. Seeing this, Rusty became anxious. Not caring if Rodney was still angry, he bent down and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Stop messing around and come back with me to change clothes and take a shower. Let me go. Rodney struggled, kicking and punching. A car slowly pulled over to the side of the road, and a familiar face emerged. Arrigo rushed up to them and asked, "What are you two doing?" Eustace quickly opened the umbrella to shield Arrigo from the rain. That morning, Eustace had told Arrigo about encountering Rodney and Rusty the previous night. He had mentioned plans to help Rodney find a part-time job, ideally one where they could work together for mutual support. Grover, being local, knew a classmate who ran an art class looking for instructors and offered part-time positions. Given the rain and likely postponement of military training today, they came to discuss the part-time job with Rodney. However, from afar, they saw the two quarreling under the heavy rain outside the school gate. Upon seeing Arrigo, Rusty set Rodney down and called out, "Brother. What's going on here?" "Nothing, brother, did you come for something?" "Yes, wasn't Eustace telling you about finding you a part-time job yesterday? Since it's settled, we thought we'd bring you two along to check it out." "Such efficiency, thank you, brother. Where were you two heading?" "Nowhere, we were just preparing to head back to school," Rusty said sheepishly. Rodney remained silent. Arrigo realized they were having a disagreement. Knowing Rodney only had one close friend, he wanted to invite them to dinner, hoping to smooth things over. "No, let's resolve this first," Rodney insisted stubbornly, unyielding to anyone's persuasion. Rusty sought help from Arrigo. "Brother." The rain was pouring outside, and although Eustace held the umbrella over Arrigo, water still seeped through. Eustace gently pulled Arrigo closer, concerned for his well-being, and addressed Rodney. "Get in the car first, your brother can't handle the cold with his weak stomach. Our clothes are all wet, don't want to dirty your car. Don't go back. Let's buy you new clothes later, come on." Eustace signaled Rusty to bring Rodney into the car. First, Eustace opened the passenger door for Arrigo and then moved to the driver's seat to fold the umbrella. Rodney and Rusty got into the back seat. Eustace drove to a nearby mall. On the ground floor, they bought fresh clothes to replace their drenched ones before heading upstairs for a meal. Eustace ordered 2 pots of hot tea, giving one to Rodney and his friends and pouring another cup for Arrigo. "Drink some to warm up." Arrigo urged Eustace to drink as well. Eustace poured himself a cup and asked the 2 younger brothers across from him, "Tell us, why did you two fight like this today?" Rodney hesitated, but Rusty spoke honestly. "I told him I like him, and he wants to take me to see a psychiatrist." "Whoa," Eustace spat out his mouthful of tea. Arrigo quickly handed him tissues. "You're overreacting, haven't you been getting along fine with his brother? Why can't I like him?" Rusty retorted, annoyed. "Cough, cough, no," Eustace laughed while wiping the tea off his face and the table. Arrigo looked slightly embarrassed. "Enough, stop laughing. Previously, I didn't believe how much blood relations influence behavior, now I do, your brother thinks exactly like you." Rusty paused, "Were you also sent there?" Eustace nodded, still laughing. "Yes, though not because I liked him but because I didn't. After that trip, I realized I liked him." Rusty truly admired Arrigo more after this revelation. Seeing how attentive Eustace was to Arrigo, he had always thought Eustace single-handedly pursued Arrigo until he succeeded. Now he realized Arrigo was even braver than he was. Sending someone to a psychiatric hospital just because you didn't like them, that move was quite intense. Arrigo, knowing Rusty misunderstood, didn't bother explaining. The current issue was with them. "Do you like Pengfei?" "Seriously?" "Of course." "Then, Pengfei." Rodney remained silent. Arrigo whispered a few words into Eustace's ear. Then Eustace stood up and invited Rusty to shop. Left alone in the private room were Arrigo and Rodney. Arrigo asked directly, "Honestly, do you have feelings for Rusty?" Rodney was a little deflated, "I don't know." Hearing him say this, Arrigo was 60% sure of his intentions. If he had no feelings at all, he wouldn't say, "I don't know. Although I am gay and now very happy, this path isn't easy. If you aren't, I would never guide you down this road." Arrigo paused for a moment and continued, "But if you are, then running away won't help." "I'm not, I don't have feelings for others." After a long silence, Rodney finally said. This was the first time he was discussing such private matters with Arrigo. He felt conflicted inside but didn't know who else he could talk to. Arrigo, the brother who suddenly appeared in his life, was his only family. From initial awkwardness to now truly accepting him as a brother, their relationship had grown stronger. However, because of the debt, his pitiful self-esteem still made him feel uncomfortable sometimes. Arrigo understood, Eustace was like this too. "I never thought he was gay, but he loves me. But how can you be sure he will always treat you this way?" This was the core of Rodney's concern. Arrigo asked him, "If it wasn't Eustace who confessed to you but a girl, would you ask the same question?" If it were a girl, Rodney would have directly rejected her and never even considered this question. But Arrigo's words made him realize where his problem lay. He didn't believe that love could last, regardless of who it involved. Or rather, because it was Rodney himself, he feared even more that their relationship couldn't last. So he kept himself confined within the boundaries of friendship, afraid to step out. Arrigo didn't continue on this topic. You have to overcome this obstacle yourself. Matters of the heart can't be forced. I came to you today about the part-time job. My boss's classmate has an art education institute recruiting part-time teachers, open to college students. You and Rusty both do well in your studies, tutoring elementary school kids should be no problem. But, if you don't want to get too close to Rusty, I'll find him another job. No need, this one is fine, don't go through the trouble. Rodney turned his face away and said softly. Arrigo smiled and said, okay. Chapter 102 Epilogue, Rusty x Rodney 11. No one knew what Eric had said to Rusty that day, but he did become more composed after that. After the military training ended, formal classes began, and the two of them attended classes together and took up part-time jobs together. No one mentioned their current relationship, it seemed they had reverted to being good buddies. Initially, the principal of the arts center wanted them both to tutor academic subjects. However, when he found out that Rusty could dance hip-hop and had certification, he assigned him to teach hip-hop. Not only did this pay better, but it was also his passion. The hip-hop classroom was not in the same building as the academic classrooms. They would meet up after their respective classes ended. It was Friday, and Rodney finished his class early, so he went to wait outside the dance studio for Rusty. The studio had a glass partition, and Rodney sat on a chair in the hallway outside, watching while waiting. The students were all children, and Rusty corrected their moves one by one in front of the mirror. This boy who usually seemed unreliable turned out to be quite an authority figure in front of the younger kids. Rusty's dancing was genuinely impressive. With long limbs and explosive power, he was also handsome. The children loved his classes, and since he started teaching there, the trial class success rate had increased significantly. Rodney watched for a while and then became lost in thought. Rusty had been treating him well lately, but never mentioned anything about him considering his proposal again. Did he know it was difficult and gave up? And he had said something about waiting forever. Did he give up after being rejected just a few times? No sincerity at all. He was deep in thought and didn't even notice when Rusty finished his class and came out. What are you thinking about? Rusty's shoes appeared in front of Rodney. Rodney looked up at him. Class is over. Yeah, let's go eat. Dancing was strenuous, and each time after class, Rusty was always ravenous as if he hadn't eaten for days. These kids don't listen, teaching them is far more exhausting than dancing myself. Rusty rubbed his stomach and said, wait for me at the entrance, I need to use the restroom. Rodney waited at the entrance. As students gradually left after class, he saw a boy from his own class standing there, seemingly waiting for his parents. He walked over and asked, do you need help contacting your parents? No, thank you, teacher. My mom will be here soon. Just then, a woman walked over. Mark. Mom. Mark waved at her. As she approached, the woman asked Rodney, who are you? This is my teacher, Mr. Jiang, Mark quickly introduced. The woman smiled warmly. Mr. Jiang, how do you do? Mark often talks about the new young teacher in his class. So it's you. Hello, Rodney nodded. Teacher, you're a student at Jiangzhou University, right? Mark, you should learn well from the teacher and aim to get into Jiangzhou University too. Mark blinked. Is brother also from Jiangzhou University? Don't mention him. Don't follow his example. You shouldn't forget what your father said last time when he beat him. He doesn't set a good example, and we don't want someone like him in our family. Rodney frowned upon hearing this. If he remembered correctly, Mark was named Chuck, an uncommon surname. Coupled with the things they discussed, Rodney associated him with Rusty. Let's go, shall we? How about having hot pot later? Didn't you mention, what are you doing here? Rusty emerged from the building and saw Rodney standing with his stepmother and younger brother. Rusty instinctively pulled Rodney behind him. What were you talking about? The woman was also taken aback, not expecting to encounter Rusty here. Her expression toward Rodney changed immediately. Oh, so you're the man whom Rolf would rather be beaten by his father or estranged from the family for? The woman, who had been warm and welcoming just moments ago, now revealed her bitter and sarcastic side. Rodney's temper flared up. My issues with my father have nothing to do with him, nor with you. Take your precious son and leave. Leave? What kind of school is this? Any teacher is accepted here. Are you not worried about corrupting the children? Her shouting attracted many parents' attention. Rodney clenched his fists, looking grim. You should take care of your own child instead, making sure he doesn't grow up to be heartless and scheming like you, Rusty retorted without backing down. Infuriated by Rusty's words, the woman became even more unreasonable, yelling louder, I'll talk to your principal and join other parents to demand your dismissal. This is a school, and we can't have people like you causing chaos. What happened? What's going on? The principal rushed over upon receiving notification of a conflict between a parent and a teacher. Principal, it's good you're here. As a consumer, I must tell you that you can't just accept anyone as a teacher. He's an illegal worker, and he is his boyfriend. People like them teaching our children make us parents very uneasy. Ask the other parents if they feel comfortable with this, the woman said, pointing at Rusty and Rodney. The topic was too sensitive, and all the onlooker parents became alert, watching the principal for his response. This, the principal found it a bit difficult. These two young men were recommended by Grover. In the past half-month, they had received good reviews for their earnestness and responsibility, with no inappropriate behavior or words. If she hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known they were a couple. Since they hadn't acted inappropriately, there was no reason for him to make trouble because of their personal choices. You crazy woman, you can't stand anything good happening to me. Afraid I'll compete for the family property with your son, you always target me and stir up trouble between my father and me. Whether I am illegal has nothing to do with my work. Instead, you'll be the one who gets what you deserve. You too. Initially, the principal thought it was just a complaint from a parent. Hearing this, he realized something wasn't right. These two turned out to be a stepmother and her son taking advantage of the situation. Principal, I'm sorry. This is my stepmother. She is just targeting me today and causing you trouble. If you think it's inappropriate, I can resign. But I need to set things straight with her. Set things straight with me? What's there to clear up? You made your father angry over your little boyfriend and embarrassed the family like this. Can you blame me? Rusty didn't want to involve Rodney, he's not my boyfriend. When talking about me, don't drag others into this. He is my boyfriend, so what? Rodney couldn't bear it any longer, pushing Rusty aside, so you're the stepmother. I have to ask you, why does he need to work part-time to pay for his education? If your family treated him better, would he have to work so hard? While you and your son wear designer clothes and attend tutoring classes, did you know he couldn't even afford tutoring fees back then? He works hard and earns money on his own without relying on his family, yet you still try to ruin him. Is this what a mother should do? Chapter 103, Bonus Story, Rusty x Rodney 12. Rodney's few words made the woman blush furiously, and the onlookers were all pointing at her. She knew she had no justification, but her main concern today was not this. Our family affairs, what do you know? Besides, what you're talking about is a different matter from my complaint today. In short, Tara should not be teaching children. Whether we can teach is a matter between us and the principal. You are causing a scene here and defaming us, we can hold you responsible for that. You holding me responsible? Go ahead, I'll just see how you pursue it. Call the police and see who ends up embarrassed. How is it embarrassing if your child supports himself by working? We didn't incite others. It's you who should be ashamed. Think about whether your behavior will influence your son. Alright, let's stop the arguing. Their orientation isn't illegal. As for whether they are still suitable as teachers, I will consult other parents privately. If you can't accept it, I can transfer your child to another class, or choose another school among so many art schools. I still want to remind you that home is the first classroom for children. Your actions affect them more than our teachers do. You're defending them now. Fine, we won't come to your classes anymore. Take your time leaving. You can find our customer service to refund the remaining course fees. The woman didn't get what she wanted, and instead faced public condemnation. She left with her son in a sulk. The principal assured the other onlookers, if you have concerns, you can change your children's teachers by contacting our staff. But I still want to say, their orientation is a personal choice and shouldn't be discriminated against as long as it doesn't interfere with others. Some could accept it, some couldn't. This was normal. The principal dispersed the crowd and also advised the two of them not to take it too seriously. Rusty and Rodney apologized to the principal since they caused the disturbance. If the principal felt pressure to dismiss them, they would accept it. Leaving the school, Rodney's mood was at its lowest point. He walked with his hands in his pockets, kicking stones on the roadside while looking down. Watch out. Rusty pulled Rodney to his side when he almost bumped into a parked car. Don't be angry, let's go eat hot pot. Rodney turned his face away. You still think about hot pot? How can you be so carefree? What's the big deal? She's been like this for days. I'm used to it. If I got mad every time, I'd have died of anger long ago, Rusty laughed. What are you laughing at? Rodney thought he had lost it from being upset. Hey, you admitted you're my boyfriend just now. Rusty nudged Rodney's shoulder. That was in the heat of the moment, nonsense talk. Rodney tried to deny it. I'm telling you, more than just I heard it. Want to deny it? I'll bring out all the witnesses. Aren't you embarrassed? After all this, parents will look at us like we're contagious. We need to find new jobs. Then let's find them. What job can't we do? At worst, I can dance at the commune again, supporting you is not a problem. Do I need you to support me? No dancing at the commune. If I catch you there, you'll see what I'll do to you. Yes, boyfriend. Shut up. Rodney hung his head, blushing from ears to neck. Rusty walked behind him, laughing all the way. He wouldn't let this get him down. Those irrelevant people could no longer hurt him, he now had his own faith. The next day, they had planned to pack up and leave, but the principal told them that most parents did not mind. The few who couldn't accept it had already been transferred to other classes. Soon came National Day, which coincided with the Mid-Autumn Festival. The other two roommates had gone home to celebrate, leaving Rodney and Rusty alone at school doing part-time work. A full moon means reunion. They had no one to reunite with. Rusty bought some drinks and food and dragged Rodney up the mountain to enjoy the moonlight. "Here's to us two brothers in arms." Rusty opened a beer can and handed it to Rodney. "You seem to be asking for trouble. There was nothing to be sad about until you insisted on coming here to admire the moon. Being in this deserted place at night would make anyone feel gloomy." Rodney took the beer and tightened his coat. Blmanhwa took a sip of the beer and said, "This is called romance, do you understand? If I took you to a crowded place and wanted to kiss you, would you agree?" "I wouldn't agree even if we were alone," Jiang Pengfei said, holding the beer can. "You're just being stubborn. Who was watching me dance with drooling eyes? I was thirsty. Are you thirsty now?" "Not thirsty, not just had some bee, Before Jiang Pengfei could finish his sentence, he was caught off guard by Blmanhwa, who pulled him close and kissed him. Jiang Pengfei's eyes widened in surprise. Blmanhwa closed his eyes, lips brushing against Jiang Pengfei's as his body gradually leaned closer, his hand supporting him on the grass beside Jiang Pengfei. "Close your eyes," Blmanhwa whispered, breath heavy. Jiang Pengfei instinctively shut his eyes. Blmanhwa chuckled softly and suddenly slipped his tongue into Jiang Pengfei's mouth. In panic, Jiang Pengfei inadvertently squeezed the fragile beer can in his hand, spilling beer all over both of them. "Damn, you really ruined the mood," Blmanhwa muttered, shaking off the spilled beer from their bodies. "What should we do?" Jiang Pengfei asked, still dazed from the kiss. "What should we do?" "Change, obviously. Get lost, I'm not doing it out here." Blmanhwa couldn't stop laughing at this. "I meant go back and change clothes, looks like you have other ideas." "Fine, let's not waste your enthusiasm. Go away, I'm not in the mood, back to the dormitory, ah." Just as Jiang Pengfei tried to stand up, Blmanhwa pounced on him again, kissing him passionately. This time the kiss was full of ambiguity. As Blmanhwa explored every corner of Jiang Pengfei's mouth with his tongue, Jiang Pengfei lost all sense of reason. He clung onto Blmanhwa's shoulders and back, kissing him fervently. They rolled around on the grass, both burning with desire. "Let's go down the mountain." Blmanhwa pulled Jiang Pengfei up. He didn't intend to do anything outdoors the first time. "Where are we going?" "Get a room." Feeling equally aroused, Jiang Pengfei did not object but followed Blmanhwa down the mountain. Once inside the room with the keycard, they immediately tumbled onto the bed, continuing their passionate kisses. Then they both froze, struggling with each other's pants. "Let me do it," Jiang Pengfei said through gritted teeth. "Do you know how?" "Of course I do, do you?" "Sure, I've done my homework." "That won't work." "Hold on. Let's flip a coin to decide fairly," Blmanhwa suggested. Jiang Pengfei wasn't willing, but they were already in this situation and it was inevitable one day. Jiang Pengfei steeled himself, "Okay." Blmanhwa took a coin out of his pocket. "One side for me, flower side for you. Whichever side lands face up decides the top. Deal?" Jiang Pengfei, "It sounds so ominous." "No, I'm one, you're flower." Blmanhwa shrugged, "Fine." The coin flipped and landed, both staring anxiously. It landed with the flower side up. Blmanhwa quickly pinned Jiang Pengfei down with a triumphant laugh. "You chose this, no regrets." Chapter 0104 Extra, Rusty x Rodney 13. Rodney struggled out of instinct. Rusty was already sweating profusely trying to subdue him. "Let's agree to accept the bet." "Be still," Rusty panted. "Why don't you knock me out? I want to cooperate, but I can't control myself." Rodney, feeling uneasy too, asked in a huff, "Didn't you say you previewed beforehand?" "There's a difference between theory and practice." "Ah, you learned all this from where?" "Novels." Rodney's eyes went blank. Can what's written there be trusted? Having 4 or 5 times a night, is that realistic? Rusty chuckled, "Have you read them?" Realizing he had said too much, Rodney buried his head in the pillow without answering. His attention diverted by Rusty, he relaxed somewhat. Seizing the opportunity, Rusty whispered into Rodney's ear, "When you were reading, did you imagine it was me?" Rodney couldn't find the words to respond. Rusty then proved to Rodney through action that not everything written in novels was false. Take frequency, for instance. Though Rodney admitted that after getting used to it, the experience wasn't bad, he swore that if it weren't for Rusty, he would have definitely considered hurting him. "Do you still hurt?" This was the first thing Rodney heard when he opened his eyes the next morning. "You'll find out yourself next time," Rodney replied through gritted teeth. Knowing well that he'd taken full advantage last night, Rusty promised to soothe him first before dealing with any further conflict. They checked out at noon, otherwise, they'd have had to pay another day's room fee, which neither could afford. "Your lust blinded you, last night cost a week's worth of food money," Rodney muttered as they rode the elevator. "I earn it, this money had to be spent." Your first time shouldn't be in the dormitory, that wouldn't make for a good memory later on. It wasn't until they arrived at the reception to check out that they realized a problem. All items in the room came at an extra cost. Money wasn't the issue, the problem was that they were two men. The server's smile as she handed over the bill made Rodney wish he could disappear. Rusty, always socially adept, calmly took the bill and paid it without a second thought. Leaving the hotel, Rodney felt like he had died once despite still being alive. Regarding Rusty's opinion about making a beautiful memory, Rodney only wished never to recall this day again. Rusty usually treated him well, but today he was unusually attentive. He let Rodney lie down on the bed, bringing him snacks and fruits up to the top bunk so he could rest properly. Too lazy to move, Rodney, having sacrificed so much the previous night, felt justified in letting Rusty serve him. That night, only the two of them were in the dormitory, and Rusty squeezed onto Rodney's bed. Get back to your own bed, Rodney tugged at the blanket, refusing to let go. I just want to hug you. You're still sore, I won't touch you, I can't help but care about you, my own person. Believing him, Rodney allowed him to stay on the same bed and be embraced by him. The warmth from both their bodies made the blanket cozy and warm. Tired from the night before, Rodney started dozing off after a while. Just before falling asleep, a sudden thought struck him, wait, it wasn't supposed to be my turn next. What difference does it make whether I'm good or not? Quickly, Rusty kissed him to silence him, patting him to sleep. Next time's matters, we'll talk about next time. On the penultimate day of the holiday, Rusty insisted on showering with Rodney. He reasoned that tomorrow, their roommates would be back, making it hard to be intimate with two light bulbs around, and today they should cherish every moment together. In the confined space, they couldn't contain themselves as they washed. Rusty lifted Rodney's leg around himself, interrupting him mid-protest. Wait, you, Rusty gave him no chance to speak. Bastard. Rodney, held tight by Rusty's waist, turned to curse through gritted teeth. What nonsense, saying it would be his turn next, this bastard must have planned it all along. But Rodney couldn't even form a complete sentence now, his physical response contradicting his psychological state. Pengfei. Pengfei. Rusty called his name softly, each word accompanied by a heavy breath. Struggling to stand steady, Rusty gently picked him up and kissed away the frown on his forehead. Just as Rodney caught his breath, the suffocating sensation returned. When their roommates returned after the holidays, they noticed something different about Rusty. It seemed as if he'd been bewitched. It was as if he wanted to treat Rodney as royalty. Although everyone knew he was pursuing Rodney, nobody expected him to go this far. He treated Rodney like a helpless patient, even preparing cooled water and serving it to him daily. Rodney accepted all of Rusty's attentions with a smile. After all, this rascal had tricked and exhausted him. One day he would have his turn, and then he wouldn't mind being served like this either. Apart from part-time teaching dance, Rusty also learned from Arrigo and started live streaming dance performances. He bought a set of wolf mascot costumes, looking quite dominant. With his great figure and impressive dancing skills, the wolf suit added to his appeal. It wasn't long before he became popular, gaining countless fans. Shopping malls began inviting him for events as well. After his income improved, Rusty started considering renting a place off campus. Firstly, live streaming or recording videos at night in the dormitory would disturb others' rest. Secondly, he wanted to be closer to Rodney. They didn't have much time to spend together during regular days, and Rodney was always reluctant to spend money on outings. Rusty could only endure. Finally, the winter vacation arrived. Rusty wasted no time in renting a house that he had been eyeing for a long time and convinced Rodney to move in with him. Rodney glanced at him. If you ask me to come, I will. Rusty gritted his teeth. Fine. A real man can both yield and assert. He cherished his loved one. Rodney then packed up and followed him. Lying on the bed after taking a shower, Rodney suddenly felt unsure about what to do next. Rusty pulled him over, kissed him, and slowly guided him. Rodney hadn't expected that he was really willing this time, and found it hard to believe. Rusty cupped Rodney's face and said seriously, I like you very much. I want to be with you for my entire life. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. This is nothing compared to what you mean to me. Looking into his deep eyes, Rodney felt touched. Do you really like me? You've never said. Rodney swallowed, finally nodding. If so, it doesn't matter. Come on. Rodney didn't move. Rusty thought he didn't know how to proceed, intending to help him. Instead, Rodney rolled off him, lying aside and turning away, saying, You do it, hurry up. Delighted, Rusty pounced on him without hesitation. Do you think I'm pretty good? I'm just too lazy to move. Come on, admit it, isn't it nice? You're right. You're not a dog but a big-tailed wolf, spoiling me so lazy and unwilling to do anything else, making it easy for you to succeed. I didn't mean it that way. Tell me the truth. Get lost. Chapter 105 Extra, Connor x Alberic 1. Those who have read the previous chapters should know that this couple is not both virgins, they switch roles, those who mind can skip it. Connor noticed that student during the opening ceremony. The youth, representing the freshmen, gave a speech on stage with a clear voice and full of confidence. It was early September with a pleasant autumn weather. The ginkgo trees outside the auditorium had yet to turn yellow, their dense green leaves rustled in the wind, sunlight filtered through the gaps between branches and leaves, sprinkling on the shoulders of the young man. He was vibrant and full of youthful energy. At first, Connor merely admired him. There's no teacher who wouldn't like such an outstanding student. In that young man, Connor saw traces of youth, glimpses of his former self. Connor knew he was a student from the software engineering department, so no matter which class he was in, he would come to his lectures. He began to look forward to the first big lecture after the start of the semester. The course he taught was a required course for software engineering majors. Each class comprised 3 sections, nearly 100 people. Standing on the podium of the, Connor, wearing a microphone, began his first lecture to Alberic. He didn't need to make any effort to find where that youth was sitting or what his name was specifically. Since his grades were so good, he would definitely be among the top 5 names listed by ranking. Which student is Alberic? Connor called out the third name. A boy from the back row stood up, his clear voice echoed, "It's me." Connor smiled, "Then you answer this question." Alberic indeed did not disappoint him, listening very attentively and could expand his thinking based on the knowledge he lectured. "Very good, I will remember you, Alberic. Come find me after class." Connor saw Alberic's face turn red slightly as he slowly sat down. After class, students left one by one, and Alberic came to Connor and asked, "Teacher, what did you need?" Connor turned off the microphone. While organizing his teaching materials, he asked, "Is my lecture easy to understand?" "I personally think it's quite understandable." The teacher wants you to be the class representative for this course, can you do it?" This, Alberic was taken aback. It was only the first class today, he just answered a question once. Why did Connor choose him to be the class representative? "I saw you represent the freshmen to give a speech. I'm afraid if I don't say it quickly, you'll be picked away by teachers from other subjects. So, I took the initiative." "How about it?" Alberic actually enjoyed listening to Connor's classes, they weren't boring. And Alberic's first impression of Connor wasn't bad either, gentle, refined, witty, and approachable. "Okay, I'll try." Connor liked Alberic's confidence. If he thought he could do it, he would try it instead of being coy and refusing. "Good, add my WeChat. If anything comes up, we can communicate." "Okay." Alberic took out his phone and added Connor's WeChat. Connor had 3 lessons a week. Actually, the duties of the class representative weren't much, mainly helping him review homework. Slowly, the two of them became familiar with each other. College professors no longer pay attention to every student as they did in high school, nor do they worry about everyone's grades. In college, everyone is considered an adult, everything depends on oneself. As the course progressed, students who didn't like attending lectures would rush to occupy seats at the back when they came. As the class representative, Alberic almost always sat in the front row. Connor, who repeated the same textbook day after day, suddenly found joy in lecturing again. Sometimes Alberic would look at him earnestly, sometimes operating codes below. Sometimes, when he encountered difficulties, he would frown in confusion, even his nose would wrinkle. Sometimes he would be delighted all by himself when he successfully ran a program. Connor found such Alberic very lively, his expressions would unconsciously affect his mood, brightening his calm life. Alberic was in Connor's office, grading assignments for his classmates using his computer. When he finished, it was lunchtime. Connor had just returned, intending to invite Alberic for lunch. "Taking up so much of your time, let me treat you to lunch." Alberic seemed to have something urgent, apologizing to Connor, "I have to go find my friend later, thank you, teacher." Connor, worried by his hurried look, asked, "So urgent? Is there anything I can help you with? If it's far, I can drive you there." "No need, he's from the economics college, it won't take long for me to get there." "See you, teacher." After saying that, Alberic rushed off. Connor felt a bit disheartened, losing his appetite for lunch. During the midday break, aimlessly wandering around campus, he ended up at the economics college. Outside the boys' dormitory, Connor saw Alberic holding a bag of cherries. Alberic was in such a hurry, Connor thought he was eager to meet a girl he liked, but he didn't expect to see him here. Standing far away, Connor watched as Alberic squatted under the sun, waiting for quite a while before a boy emerged from the building. Alberic stood up and handed the bag of cherries to the boy, saying something. The boy frowned, looking impatient, but Alberic kept his head down and didn't notice. After 2 more sentences, the boy returned to the dormitory, and Alberic turned to walk back. For some reason, Connor stepped aside, not wanting to be seen by Alberic. Calculating the time from his office to the fruit supermarket near the cafeteria and then to the boys' dormitory of the economics college, Connor realized Alberic didn't have time to eat lunch. Who was that boy to him? Was it so important to deliver cherries that he skipped lunch? Alberic's class had the first period in the afternoon. Connor followed him from afar back to the software engineering college and saw him go straight to the classroom instead of the cafeteria. Connor went to the cafeteria and packed a small portion of steamed buns, glancing at the current price of cherries along the way and frowning. From Alberic's usual attire and items, it was evident he was quite frugal, yet he spent around 100 yuan on that bag of cherries, quite extravagant. There was still some time before class, and only a few people were in the classroom. Alberic sat by the window, lost in thought. When Connor placed the steamed buns on the table in front of Alberic, it gave him quite a start. "Teacher." "Yes, I happened to meet you here. I bought these steamed buns but suddenly didn't feel like eating them. It would be wasteful to throw them away. If you don't mind, you can have them." To buy Zaire's favorite cherries, Alberic indeed skipped lunch. That bag cost him half a week's meal money. He originally planned to save on lunch, but Connor's offer came just in time. "You're at the age where boys need plenty of nutrition. You can always eat a bit more after having your meal. Teachers like me will gain weight if we eat too much. Go ahead, eat up." "Thank you." Connor felt somewhat uneasy inside but continued speaking before turning and leaving. Hearing this, Alberic felt relieved, opened the box, and finished the steamed buns. Chapter 106 Extra, Connor x Alberic 2. Ever since that day when Connor saw Alberic buying cherries for that boy, he started to pay attention to the boy's identity. After all, the boy was not from his department, and it wasn't convenient to inquire about him. When asked why he was interested in this student, he didn't have a proper reason. Connor had a gut feeling that the boy and Alberic weren't just ordinary friends, but if they were more than that, it didn't seem quite right either. The impatient look in the boy's eyes toward Alberic that day had really annoyed him. Regardless of their relationship, for Alberic to save time and money on lunch just to bring food to him, if the boy truly disliked Alberic, he shouldn't accept the gifts. His reaction should not have been like that. In the second semester of high school, Alberic's game development class added professional courses taught by Connor. Connor almost saw Alberic every day during these classes. Just then, he was planning a game project with friends and asked Alberic if he wanted to be his assistant and participate. Alberic had great talent and a strong interest in game development. Of course, he would be very willing to participate as a freshman. "As long as the teacher doesn't think I'm a burden, I would love to participate." "You need to be more confident. Honestly, you are the most talented and hardworking student I've ever taught." Determined not to drag Connor or the team down, Alberic studied tirelessly. There is always more to learn from practice than from classroom instruction. After joining the project, Alberic's skills rapidly improved. Connor also enjoyed involving him in more projects. Beyond their teacher-student relationship, they gradually became friends. Connor was 8 years older than Alberic, not too much, yet not insignificant. They shared common interests and goals, and with Connor's advanced ideas and rich experience compared to Alberic who was still a novice, there wasn't much of a generation gap between them. Alberic worked hard and by the end of his freshman year, he could independently develop small games. Normally, it would take until his junior year to reach this level according to standard teaching schedules. Besides the extra guidance from Connor, his own efforts played a significant role. One night, Alberic stayed late coding in Connor's dormitory and fell asleep at the table. Teachers' dormitories were better equipped than student dormitories. They typically housed 2 people in a layout similar to a small apartment. When Connor noticed Alberic had fallen asleep, he draped his jacket over him. They usually didn't use bright lights while coding, leaving only a night light and the colorful LED strips on the computer case. Connor's fingers slowed on the keyboard before stopping completely as he turned to look at Alberic. Alberic was quite handsome, not in an ostentatious way, but in a charming, understated manner. He wasn't the most noticeable person in class, but he grew more attractive the longer you looked at him. Unlike student dormitories which often featured bunk beds, the teachers' dorms had 2 single beds. After his roommate moved out due to marriage, Connor lived alone in the room. Seeing that Alberic showed no sign of waking up, Connor gently patted him and whispered, "See you in, if you're tired, go rest on the bed for a bit." Alberic didn't wake up. Connor couldn't bear to wake him up seeing the dark circles under his eyes. Admittedly, he had given him quite a bit of work recently, but it shouldn't have made him this exhausted. After some internal debate, Connor finally lifted Alberic and placed him on the bed. Propped up by one hand on the bed, Connor gazed at the sleeping Alberic, his heart beating abnormally fast. Alberic's collar had slightly opened during the process, revealing his collarbone, and Connor noticed a red mark on his beautiful clavicle. His rapidly beating heart seemed to pause for a moment as though he'd been struck, making it hard to breathe. Shaking, Connor covered Alberic with a blanket and stumbled out to the balcony. Connor, who rarely smoked, left cigarette butts scattered across the balcony that night. Actually, Connor had known from the beginning that his feelings for Alberic were different. Constrained by their positions, he had always controlled himself, not wanting to scare Alberic away. He thought they still had plenty of time. Now Alberic's studies were important, and with such talent, he could certainly go far in this field. Connor was willing to be the one guiding him, helping him rise higher on his shoulders. As for feelings, he believed it would be fine to pursue them after Alberic graduated and their teacher-student relationship ended. But unexpectedly, no matter when it was, he was already too late. Who was the person with Alberic? Connor ran through everyone he knew connected to Alberic, and eventually, his mind settled on the boy from the economics department. Standing behind the balcony door, Connor watched Alberic sleep on his bed for the entire night. The next morning, Alberic woke up and found himself sleeping in Connor's bed. He quickly sat up and looked around for Connor. Alberic pushed open the balcony door and walked to Connor, immediately smelling a strong tobacco scent. Since he started working on projects with Connor, they often spent entire days together, but Alberic had never seen Connor smoke. In his impression, Connor didn't smoke. But these cigarette butts scattered on the floor couldn't belong to anyone else except Connor. "Teacher, did something happen?" Connor, who was leaning on the balcony, turned his head to look at Alberic, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over to his collar. The collar covered the clavicle, leaving no signs of anything unusual. Connor shifted his gaze back to Alberic's clear, innocent eyes. The concern and worry in this boy's eyes were genuine. Connor felt a bit comforted inside. "Nothing, just a bit tired. I'm sorry I fell asleep yesterday. You should rest today, and I'll catch up on the progress." "It's fine, take your time, you should also go back and get some rest." Connor hadn't slept all night and stubble had grown on his chin, giving him a slightly rugged and even sexy look. Thinking that it might have been Connor who carried him to the bed last night, Alberic lowered his eyes shyly, saying, "I'll take the project back to my dorm to work on it. Tomorrow, I have some errands to run, but I'll make sure to finish everything today." "Alright," Connor nodded. Alberic noticed that Connor's mood was very off today. The usually cheerful and approachable teacher seemed to be emitting a low pressure that made him uncomfortable. "Teacher, are you really okay?" "I'm fine, go back." "Alright." Alberic didn't feel right pressing further and returned to his own dormitory. Tomorrow was Zaire's birthday. He had plans to go out to eat and sing with classmates, and he had also invited Alberic. Since starting college, the two of them rarely saw each other because they were in different departments. Alberic even began to wonder if Zaire was deliberately distancing himself. But recently, Zaire started reaching out, explaining that his family owed debts and he didn't want to hold Alberic back. Touched by this explanation, Alberic asked several times before Zaire told him how much debt he owed. Alberic gave him all the money he earned from recent projects, asking him to pay off the urgent debts first and repay him slowly after finding work. Zaire was deeply moved that day, promising not to let him down. From then on, they naturally ended up together. Alberic had harbored feelings for him for a long time and finally got what he wished for, immersing himself in the illusion of happiness. Chapter 107, Extra, Connor x Alberic 3. On Zaire's birthday, Alberic attended as a friend. Zaire did not want to disclose their relationship, and Alberic could understand that. After all, not everyone could accept people like them. Today's protagonist was Zaire, so Alberic quietly sat aside, watching him happily drinking and chatting with roommates and classmates, completely absorbed. Connor came to eat here purely by coincidence. Alberic hadn't mentioned where he would go or what he would do the previous day. There were many restaurants near the school with good environments. Connor was having a meal with friends when he encountered Zaire on his way back from the restroom. Zaire didn't recognize Connor, but Connor had an unforgettable impression of him. In the corridor, Zaire was behaving intimately with a female classmate, deliberately leaning close to whisper in her ear, ambiguously flirtatious. Connor frowned. He only suspected there might be something between Alberic and this boy without any confirmation, so he did nothing, just watched for a while before returning to his private dining room. "Eric, I need to ask you about a student." Among the people dining, one of them had a wide network, so Connor wanted to ask for help. "Which class is he in?" "Not our department, studying economics." "I don't know his name, but I know what he looks like." "Can you check?" "I can, but it will take some effort." "I'll get back to you." "Don't delay it. You never know when you'll get around to it." "Do it tomorrow." "I'll find you tomorrow and you'll figure it out for me." Eric had known Connor for several years, he had never asked for anything. Checking on a student from another department intrigued Eric. "What's up with this student? Did he offend you?" "No, just some matters. I'll treat you to dinner after this is done." "Alright, come find me tomorrow." Connor worried about this matter all night. The next morning, he went early to find Eric, who brought him to the academic advisor of the economics department, retrieving the freshman records for him to review. After searching all morning, Connor finally found Zaire's information. Turned out he and Alberic were from the same high school and used to be classmates. No wonder Alberic got involved with him so quickly, they must have had a foundation. However, based on Zaire's appearance and clothing style, he looked like a straight man. Connor investigated Zaire indirectly, his grades were average, but he had a silver tongue and a good relationship with a few female classmates. Hearing this, Connor began to doubt whether he had mistaken his suspicions. Zaire seemed anything but gay. How could he possibly be related to Alberic? But there was no one else suspicious around Alberic. Could it be that the marks he saw on him weren't love bites? Connor suddenly felt he might have been too obsessed with Alberic, making him overly paranoid. He couldn't directly inquire about a student's relationship status, it was too obvious, and he feared scaring Alberic away. Chishi Festival was approaching, naturally, Connor had no company. He thought of inviting Alberic to dinner casually, but Alberic already had plans. Looking forward and shyly blushing on Chishi could only mean one thing, he indeed had someone. Connor's renewed hope was once again shattered. Connor wasn't someone who clung persistently. No matter how much he liked someone, if they had a partner, he wouldn't pursue further. But he was extremely curious about who Alberic's partner was. In his most despicable moment, he followed Alberic to see whom he was meeting. He saw Alberic entering a hotel directly. Minutes later, Zaire also went in. Such a coincidence could only mean it wasn't coincidental at all. Connor turned to the bar to drink. When Connor was Alberic's age, he dated several boyfriends. He understood these things well, hanging out under the guise of best friends wasn't uncommon. Still, he couldn't see what Zaire had going for him. But that was Alberic's choice. Even as a teacher, he had no right to interfere in his relationships. After 2 drinks, Connor sought someone to accompany him through his sorrowful Chishi night. With Connor's exceptional appearance and demeanor, he soon received offers, yet he couldn't muster interest. Politely, he let them buy him a couple more drinks before ending it. Feeling somewhat tipsy, Connor paid the bill and left. Walking back to school alone, couples filled the entrance gate of the campus, youthful faces radiating happiness. Connor pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. His smoking frequency had increased significantly recently. At the school gate, he spotted a familiar figure leaning against the wall. Alberic? Connor hurried over and asked, "Why are you here alone?" As he approached, Connor noticed something wrong with Alberic. He was breathing rapidly and trembling. Alberic seemed not to hear someone speaking to him, looking weak as if he might faint at any moment. Connor no longer cared about propriety, reaching out to support Alberic's arm and placing his hand on his forehead. Feeling the fiery heat, he realized Alberic indeed had a fever. "Siyuan. How are you feeling now? Let me take you to the hospital." Alberic reacted only when he heard hospital, struggling weakly in saying, "No, no hospital. You have a fever, and it's quite serious. How can you not go to the hospital? Don't." Alberic might not even recognize who was in front of him, instinctively resisting going to the hospital. He pushed Connor away and walked towards the school. "That's not possible. Who will take care of you like this?" Connor, affected by alcohol, was a bit unsteady on his feet. With some difficulty, he dragged Alberic into a taxi, panting from the effort. He took Alberic to the nearest hospital, where the doctor gave him a reproachful look after the examination. "You young people nowadays dare to do anything. That's fine, and who you choose to be with is your freedom, but you must pay attention to safety and cherish yourselves and each other." His injury became infected, which led to the fever. "Here are the medications. After 2 days of intravenous fluids, he should be better." Connor understood what the doctor meant from the ointment. Gripping the ointment tightly, he suppressed his anger, thanked the doctor, and went to the ward to see Alberic. After receiving the 4, Alberic fell into a peaceful sleep. Connor sat in the chair beside the bed, feeling both pain and anger, his frustration having no outlet. He was heartbroken that Alberic didn't know how to take care of himself and infuriated that the person responsible for his condition showed no regard for him. Basic consideration for a partner was essential. A little more care wouldn't have caused such harm. But that person clearly didn't treat Alberic like a human being. Connor gently opened Alberic's pants and applied the medication, staying by his side until the drip finished. When Alberic woke up the next morning, his fever had subsided, but he still felt discomfort. Turning his head, he saw Connor sleeping by the bed. Fragments of memories flooded back. He remembered that Connor had brought him to the hospital yesterday. That meant Connor must have known why he had a fever. Feeling embarrassed, Alberic couldn't face Connor, let alone his teacher who had always looked after him. Chapter 108, Side Story, Connor x Alberic 4. Alberic had been extremely cautious, but even the slightest sound still woke Connor. After waking up, Connor first touched Alberic's forehead to check for a fever before heaving a sigh of relief upon confirming it was gone. Then he looked at Alberic, who did not dare to meet his eyes and seemed on the verge of tears. "You don't need to be shy with me. Whom you like is your own choice. I won't mind." Adults often tacitly understand many things, saying them outright would make both parties feel awkward. Holding the blanket tightly, Alberic finally whispered his thanks after a long pause. His voice was hoarse from the night of fever. Connor poured him a glass of water and helped him sit up to drink. As Alberic sat up, discomfort made him blush. He felt the embarrassing area had been treated, and if it was Connor who applied the medicine, he truly couldn't face him anymore. Connor seemed to notice his embarrassment. After he finished drinking, Connor put the cup aside on the bedside table, pointing to the ointment nearby. "This ointment needs to be applied daily. The doctor already did it for you yesterday. You can do it yourself today." Connor didn't want Alberic to feel too awkward around him. Hearing this, Alberic felt somewhat relieved and nodded. "Well, since you fell ill because of him, why not call him to take care of you?" Connor wasn't unwilling to care for Alberic, but knowing he had a boyfriend, he decided to retreat into a friend's position. But Alberic didn't call the boy. There's no need to call him. I'm fine now. Why not? Taking care of you is his responsibility. Connor couldn't control his agitation and sensed something amiss. "Why were you alone at the school gate yesterday? Where was he then? Your phone didn't ring all night, he didn't look for you, did you argue?" Alberic shook his head. "No, we didn't argue." "Then why?" "Why?" Alberic didn't know how to express it. Zaire had never been gentle or considerate towards him. Zaire used to be straight and naturally didn't know how to treat him in a relationship. Alberic always convinced himself of this. However, Zaire's roughness yesterday was beyond the norm, leaving immediately after answering a call. Alberic tried to retain him, it was Chishi festival after all. His plan was to have dinner together and watch a movie. But when Zaire suggested they go to a hotel, he agreed. Zaire dressed while saying, a class reunion, if I don't go, everyone will know I have a partner. Our relationship can't be made public yet, right? Then I'll go with you. Alberic just didn't want to be apart from Zaire that day. You. How can you go with me now? Go back to the dormitory and rest well. With those words, Zaire left. Resting a while, Alberic began to feel worse. Returning to the school, he saw a group chat message showing a photo of Zaire drinking at a bar, talking to a girl, looking tender. Feeling suffocated, he fainted alone at the school gate. He couldn't tell this to Connor. Unable to hold back, Connor asked, Siyuan, I have one question, does he really like you? Are you willingly in this relationship? Of course, he likes me. We just can't reveal our relationship yet, and I'm not a girl, so I don't need him to take care of me, thank you, teacher, I'm fine. I'll return soon, and I'll pay back the medical fees. Alberic seemed almost angry at himself. Whether Zaire genuinely liked him was something he dared not ponder deeply. Zaire should like him, otherwise why touch him like that? Yet, besides that, he hardly felt the tenderness and sweetness that should come with love. Yesterday, he even suspected Zaire deliberately hurt him so he couldn't go to the bar. Such suspicion terrified him to the core. Feeling uncertain about everything, he became even more anxious after Connor's question. Instinctively, he lashed out at the person who cared for him. Regret followed these words. It was Connor who helped him in his most vulnerable moment and took care of him all night. Lowering his head, Alberic said, sorry, Connor sighed, it's okay. Alberic couldn't hold back any longer and sobbed softly. For so long, he hadn't told anyone about what happened between him and Zaire. All the repressed anxiety and unease finally burst out. Connor looked at him compassionately, wanting to hug this fragile boy but hesitated, eventually only placing a hand on his back, patting gently, letting him cry his heart out. Alberic stopped crying after a while, took the tissue paper passed by Connor to wipe his face, sorry, for letting you see such a pathetic side of me. We all go through some unrequited feelings at one point or another. I don't have the right to judge your relationship, but if you're not happy in this relationship, you should move on. You have many more things ahead to achieve. Alberic nodded. After sobbing out, Alberic felt much lighter inside. He got up and tidied himself up before heading back to school with Connor. Connor refused to take the medical expenses, so Alberic offered to treat him for a meal, which Connor did not decline. Connor knew he couldn't solve Alberic's emotional problems, only Alberic could solve it himself. However, he could divert his attention from these issues by getting involved in other matters. When Alberic got busier, he paid less attention to Zaire. According to Connor's observation, they had seen each other fewer times lately, indicating they were gradually drifting apart. Coincidentally, he was about to collaborate with a big factory to produce a large-scale game. Connor gave this opportunity to Alberic, recommending him to the big factory under the pretext of being too busy. Alberic was surprised and afraid he might let Connor down if he didn't do well. Don't worry, I will be monitoring your progress. Since I recommended you, it means I trust your abilities. You are competent enough, you just need more confidence. Yes, I will cherish this opportunity. Alberic lived up to Connor's trust and became renowned in the field. Being able to work on a major project during his sophomore year and achieving success, Alberic later participated in several famous projects, becoming a legend among students in related majors. Meanwhile, because of this collaboration, he earned a good sum of money. Previously, to repay Zaire's debts, he had always lived frugally. The first thing he did with his earnings was buy Connor a gift and invite him for dinner. If not for Connor's recognition and cultivation, he wouldn't have grown so fast. Apart from gratitude, Alberic respected Connor from the bottom of his heart. Alberic specially dressed up for the appointment, but as soon as he stepped out of the dormitory building, he saw Zaire, drunk as a skunk. Chapter 109, Bonus Chapter, Connor x Alberic 5. He hadn't seen Zaire for over a week, and their last meeting had ended unpleasantly. Almost every time they argued, it was Alberic who ended up apologizing. This time, Alberic had refrained from reaching out to Zaire, yet here he came looking for him instead. Why are you drinking so much during the daytime? Alberic asked as he approached. Seeing Alberic, Zaire's eyes welled with sorrow, as he accused him, where have you been? So clean and tidy, are you going on a date with someone? Alberic didn't want to argue with a drunk person. He also realized that his scheduled time with Connor was fast approaching. Let me take you back to your dorm. I came to find you because you didn't come to me, Siyuan. I know you aren't really mad at me, right? I've been under too much stress lately, which is why we fought. I've also been feeling terrible these past few days. This was indeed the first time Zaire took the initiative after an argument. Softened by this, Alberic supported him, saying, let's go, I'll take you back to your dorm. Supporting the tipsy Zaire back to his dorm, where his roommates were not around, Alberic planned to leave once he laid Zaire on the bed. He had an appointment with Connor, and time was running out. But Zaire grabbed his wrist and pulled him onto the bed, kissing him forcefully. "Zaire, let me go." Drunk Zaire seemed especially strong, and Alberic couldn't push him away. Worrying about others entering the unlocked room, his struggles went unnoticed. Afterward, Zaire fell asleep hugging Alberic. Alberic carefully removed Zaire's arm, got dressed, and checked his phone to find several missed calls. All from Connor. Alberic quickly called him back, apologizing profusely for being late due to an emergency. Connor replied calmly, "It's fine, as long as nothing happened to you." After hanging up, Connor sat in the restaurant for a while. When the waiter asked if he wanted his meal, Connor sighed, saying, "Just pack it." After that day, it seemed Alberic and Zaire reconciled and became closer. Occasionally, Zaire would pick Alberic up after class. Connor had met him a few times. Aside from being Alberic's boyfriend, there was something about Zaire that Connor simply disliked. His eyes always seemed calculating and cunning, never straightforward. When Alberic entered his third year, Connor was scheduled to study abroad for half a year, with other teachers taking over his classes. On the day of Connor's departure, Alberic gave him the watch he had meant to give before. Connor opened the box, put the watch on, patted Alberic's head, and reminded him to take care of himself. During Connor's half-year abroad, he initially stayed in frequent contact with Alberic, but communication gradually decreased. Through others, he learned that Alberic had been working tirelessly to help Zaire get an opportunity abroad. Connor called Alberic, advising him to be cautious about work opportunities, especially from small studios prone to copyright violations, which could lead to trouble. Clearly, his advice had little effect. Alberic had become a money-making machine, working endlessly to gather funds. Feeling helpless from afar, Connor could do nothing. Until Alberic faced a copyright lawsuit. Connor returned a month early, using his connections to bail Alberic out. However, the incident had already spread in the industry, placing Alberic on many companies' blacklist. Alberic could only switch to freelancing for smaller studios. Knowing Alberic's stubborn nature, Connor realized that no amount of advice would change his mind unless he hit rock bottom. Especially since Zaire knew exactly how to manipulate Alberic, assuring him that once he returned from studies, they would publicly acknowledge their relationship. After graduation, Alberic left school, reducing his chances of meeting Connor. However, they remained friends. Alberic fully saw through Zaire's true nature during the new year. Zaire returned home for the holidays. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, he claimed to stay with his parents and did not visit Alberic. Meanwhile, Connor invited Alberic to an alumni gathering, which he attended. After dinner, they headed to a karaoke bar. Someone who had been drinking excessively lingered in the restroom, forcing Alberic to use an outside one. "Are you and Yaya getting engaged?" "Yeah, bringing her back to meet my parents means just that." Behind the door, Alberic recognized Zaire's voice. "Engagement? Meeting parents?" Alberic withdrew his hand that was about to open the door. "What about your boyfriend?" "What boyfriend? Don't make me sick. What else can be done? If he knows his place, I might see him occasionally, otherwise, he can scram." "You're truly despicable." Both of them laughed loudly after their conversation. "I say, is it really that great with a guy? I saw that he's quite good looking." "Why? You want to try?" "Forget it, it's kind of disgusting. If he didn't agree to be my ATM, I wouldn't even touch a guy. F***ck, you've got all the benefits. Wait until I break up with him, then I'll let you have a taste too." After saying this, Zaire laughed and walked away with his companion. In the stall, Alberic felt as if all the blood in his body had turned cold. Zaire's laughter made his organs ache. He wasn't sure if he was still alive after hearing those words. If he was still alive, why couldn't he move? If he was dead, why did he still feel such pain? The sound of a fight came from outside, followed by Zaire's cursing voice, "F***ck, who do you think you are? I always thought there was something wrong with you. Did you sleep with him long ago? Pretending to be clean for me." Another round of punches and hits could be heard, followed by Connor's voice. "You call yourself a human? Beating you to death would be doing everyone a favor. Stop. Stop. Who are you? I'm calling the police." Zaire's companion shouted at the top of his lungs. Alberic, upon hearing Connor's voice, regained some awareness. He stumbled out of the stall and saw Connor pinning Zaire down and beating him. Zaire, unable to fight back, ended up with a bruised face. "Teacher." Alberic quickly grabbed Connor's fist about to strike again. Thinking of Alberic having just heard that monster's words, Connor felt so heartbroken that he wanted to beat him even more. Alberic's hands were ice cold, trembling as he hugged Connor's arm and pleaded, forget it, teacher, don't hit him because of me." Connor stood up, sheltering Alberic's shaking body in his arms, and pointed at Zaire on the ground, saying, "If you ever dare to show up in front of him again, I'll beat you every time I see you. Do you think you can just walk away after hitting people? I'll make you pay." Zaire shouted defiantly from the ground. Zaire, if you dare to report this, I'll go to your house and publicize everything between us. Let's see if your girlfriend will still want you. If you don't cause trouble for teacher today, I'll pretend I never knew you, and we won't have any relationship from now on. At this moment, Alberic was frighteningly calm. His only thought was that whatever happened to him didn't matter, he couldn't involve Connor. Connor half carried him away and helped him into the car. I'm sorry. Alberic's voice shook fiercely, but he couldn't cry. His fingers were gripping his own hand hard enough to draw blood. Connor pried his fingers apart and finally pulled Alberic into his arms without hesitation. Let's forget everything that happened with that scumbag. From now on, let me take care of you, okay? Alberic's trembling body suddenly stiffened, looking at Connor like a startled rabbit. Connor lifted his hand to caress Alberic's face and said, I like you, Siyuan. I've liked you for many years. Chapter 0110 Bonus Chapter, Connor x Alberic 6. Alberic's lips trembled, and he was speechless, his mind completely dazed. Blood still stained Connor's hands, he had been truly intimidating when he assaulted Zaire just now. Connor had always been the gentle and refined teacher in Alberic's heart. He had never shown such a violent side before, he was genuinely furious. And now, as he looked at him while speaking, his eyes were filled with tenderness and care. Many past events flashed through Alberic's mind, the care and assistance, appreciation and encouragement Connor had given him. It was clear there were signs all along. But he couldn't accept another relationship right now. Alberic didn't cry even when he was humiliated just now. However, he suddenly broke down and cried uncontrollably in Connor's embrace now. Connor pressed his head against his shoulder, gently patting his back. Go ahead and cry. It'll be better after you let it out. We can start over. You don't need to feel burdened or rush to respond to me. We're still friends, and I'll help you get through this. Exhausted from crying, Alberic fell asleep directly. Connor slowly drove to the rented house where Alberic lived, turning off the engine and waiting for him to wake up. Alberic woke up late at night, covered in Connor's coat. Connor was leaning against the driver's seat with his eyes closed. Hearing the sounds of Alberic waking up, Connor opened his eyes. Awake? Let me take you upstairs. Alberic took off the coat and handed it to Connor, lowering his head apologetically. Teacher, I'm sorry, I understand. I expressed my feelings to you so you would know, that's all. I didn't need your response then, and I don't need it now. Don't let that scumbag make you doubt yourself. You are great, you're the most outstanding student I've ever had. This is just a failed relationship, no big deal. Aha, Alberic lowered his gaze and nodded. Let me take you upstairs. Have a good shower, rest well, and tomorrow I'll take you out to relax. I can go up by myself, thank you, teacher. See you on, you've already graduated. Call me by my name, okay? No more, teacher. Alberic looked at Connor, opening his mouth but not calling out his name. The respect for Connor deeply rooted in him couldn't change so quickly. Connor smiled, patting Alberic's head. All right, we'll take it slowly. Go on upstairs. I'll wait until your room lights up before leaving. Okay. After getting out of the car, Alberic hurried upstairs, turned on the balcony light, and then ran to the balcony to look down. Sure enough, Connor only drove away after he saw the light turn on. Alberic sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought. He had liked Zaire for 5 or 6 years. After Zaire knew about it, he kept a distance from him for some time. Later, he explained that he felt too much pressure and didn't want to drag Alberic into his troubles. Then Alberic offered to pay off Zaire's debts, which led to their relationship. It was the same when Zaire planned to study abroad. Now, thinking back, Zaire had indeed treated him like an ATM. No repayment needed, no interest, just occasionally showing some concern and enduring disgust to get what he wanted. No wonder Zaire looked down on him. Alberic now despised himself. He had sensed something was wrong early on but kept fooling himself, hoping to indulge in illusions. The more he invested, the less he dared to admit that Zaire's kindness was all for selfish reasons. That slap finally woke him up. Those years of his life had been nothing but a failure. Now he had to face it and acknowledge it. Curling up his body, Alberic buried his stifled sobs into his arm. Connor's confession had made a difference. When Alberic unconsciously started to deny himself and sink deeper into emotional despair, Connor was like a warm chain pulling him back. Now awakened, Alberic felt unusually calm. He clearly understood that his dependence on Connor stemmed from the failure of his previous relationship. If he allowed himself to enjoy Connor's care and protection and got together with him, he wouldn't be much different from Zaire who had exploited him. He couldn't accept Connor. His failed relationship had nothing to do with Connor, and he could only rely on himself to get through it. If one day he could truly let go, he would reconsider others. But, could he really start anew? From that day on, Alberic never mentioned Zaire again, nor did he bring up that incident. He maintained a friendship with Connor, seeing each other once a week, keeping a distance but not distant. Connor also didn't mention his confession, discussing mostly work-related topics as before. At one point, Alberic suspected that Connor had given up on liking him. That was fine because deep down, he felt he wasn't worthy of someone as good as Connor. Previously, due to the issue with Zaire, Alberic had a falling out with his family, which was why he was living in a rented place. Now that he had broken up with Zaire, Alberic also realized how immature he had been in the past. No matter what, he shouldn't have spoken so harshly to his parents and hurt their feelings. He couldn't change his orientation, but he would slowly let his family accept it instead of using such extreme methods. Over half a year, Alberic matured a lot. His relationship with his family improved, and he found a new job. During this half year, he met a streamer named Butler. Butler streamed gaming content and made games. Over the past 6 months, he had gone through quite a few ups and downs, but there was always a boy by his side. Alberic easily thought of Butler and Hihi's story. From childhood sweethearts to attending the same university, they remained inseparable and took care of each other until they finally got together. Although they hadn't officially announced their relationship, every clue and the way they looked at each other showed they were a couple. The same story with a different ending, simply because the main characters were different. Watching them interact, Alberic felt like he was fulfilling his uncompleted wishes. When he got the chance to work with them, Alberic didn't hesitate to submit his resume. When he first joined the company, Butler was still on sick leave after an eye surgery. Albert went back home every day during lunch breaks to cook for Butler and returned home right after work without any delay. After a few days, when Butler recovered and came back to work, Alberic officially met him. As expected, he and Albert were a couple. Giselbert's eyes were only for the codes and Butler. He followed Butler around like a little dog, taking meticulous care of him. Alberic envied them. This was what love should look like. The new job's environment and benefits made Alberic very satisfied. Just when he thought everything was heading in a positive direction, Zaire unexpectedly appeared again. Alberic had just finished overtime work and met Zaire outside the studio. Not having seen each other for half a year, Alberic's heart skipped a beat. Zaire demanded reconciliation. How could Alberic possibly be deceived by him again? Even after being rejected, Zaire wouldn't give up. You're with that teacher of yours now, right? I haven't settled the account with him for hitting me that day. What? Does he not mind your leftovers from me? Zaire was utterly deranged, desperately trying to humiliate Alberic. Shut up, Zaire. We are long over, and it's none of your business who I am with. Go find your girlfriend and stop making a scene. Girlfriend? I'm like this now all because of you. You need to take responsibility. Chapter 111 Epilogue, Connor x Alberic 7. Alberic laughed bitterly, feeling that it was unreasonable to ask him to take responsibility. To whom should he turn for compensation for his lost youth and efforts? He truly had been blind back then. The two of them were not on good terms, and when Alberic decided to leave, Zaire actually hit him. Did you enjoy watching your teacher beat me up back then? F***ck, I'll beat you to death today. Alberic never expected Zaire would hit him. Fortunately, Barigo and Eric happened to pass by, pulled Zaire away, and took him with them. Alberic refused the offer from Arrigo and Eric to stay over. He couldn't involve anyone else anymore. Zaire came from a poor family background. The money he spent on his girlfriend previously all came from Alberic. After separating from Alberic and losing his source of funds, Zaire gradually revealed his idle nature. The girls saw through him and broke up with him. Having gotten used to getting things without effort and having been involved in this parasitic circle, Zaire could do nothing besides eat, drink, and play. When he was short on money, he thought of Alberic again. In his eyes, Alberic was someone who would crawl back to serve him after just a little coaxing. However, Alberic was determined this time, which made Zaire lose control and start hitting him. Knowing Zaire's character, Alberic understood that avoiding him temporarily wouldn't solve anything. He wouldn't be deceived by Zaire's sweet words any longer. The next day, he went to work with bruises on his face. His boss mentioned they hired a new guru at the studio, only to find out it was Connor. Surprised, Alberic asked, "Aren't you working at the school?" Connor joked, "Isn't saving up for a wife acceptable?" Alberic couldn't argue further. After work, Connor drove him home. "Why didn't you tell me about Zaire coming after you?" Alberic felt guilty for some reason. He was targeting me, so I dealt with it myself. Dealt with it like this? Looking at Alberic's injuries, Connor was heartbroken, almost wishing he could find Zaire and thrash him now. "Teacher, can you promise me something?" "What is it?" "No matter if you encounter him or not, no matter what he says, don't ever lay a hand on him. Last time, I threatened him using his girlfriend, and now they're broken up. If you lay a hand on this scoundrel, he will definitely pin it on you. As a teacher, Connor's future mustn't be affected." "I can't promise that." Connor tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Unless he stops touching you, I won't let him off. I'll avoid him in the future. I'll pick you up and drop you off every day. You mustn't meet him alone. If you promise me, I promise you," Connor said. "All right," Alberic conceded. "Teacher, did you come here because of me?" Connor smiled. "Didn't I say it's for saving up for a wife?" After hesitating for a long time, Alberic finally asked anxiously, "Teacher, are you bisexual?" Connor burst into laughter. "Stupid, you're the goal I've been striving for." Alberic blushed and looked down hastily. "I thought I gave up on you since I didn't bring it up for half a year." "Siyuan, I've noticed you since you first gave that speech as a freshman. I have waited for so many years and won't give up. I'm not in a hurry. Whenever you open up to a new relationship, I'll be ready. I'm not worth it. It's up to me to decide whether you're worth it or not. Let's go eat first." Connor turned the steering wheel and took Alberic to dinner. Alberic glanced secretly at Connor, the heart he thought had withered started beating again. He admitted that when Connor talked about getting married, he felt a pang of hurt. But now he still couldn't clearly determine whether he liked Connor or was just accustomed to his presence. His last failed relationship made him overly cautious now, afraid to take one more step forward. Zaire's madness far exceeded his imagination. He went to the school and reported that Connor was dating his student, saying he corrupted school morals and misled students. Under pressure, the school cancelled Connor's opportunity to study abroad this year, suspended his classes, and transferred him to administrative work. Connor wasn't worried about Alberic, but Alberic couldn't get over it in his heart. Moreover, Eric and Arrigo were also implicated in this incident. They weren't related by blood but instead comforted him without blaming him. Alberic decided to resolve his own leftover issues with his past feelings. He brought a recorder to meet Zaire, planning to make him admit that these years he had clung to him like a leech, exposing everything to clear everyone's names and reveal what kind of person he really was. Zaire was cunning and guessed that Alberic coming to find him wasn't simple. He not only made Alberic hand over his phone but also searched him for a voice recorder. Alberic thought Zaire just wanted to threaten him for money, never expecting that he intended to shoot videos of him. If Alberic didn't want the compromising video to leak, he would have no choice but to support Zaire for life. Alberic struggled fiercely. The two were entangled in a fight, preventing Zaire from easily succeeding, and time was wasted. When Connor kicked open the door, Alberic was disheveled and pinned to the ground by Zaire. Rage surged in Connor's mind. He shoved Zaire aside, pulled Alberic up, and covered him with his coat. Alberic clung tightly to Connor. "Don't touch him, let's report it to the police. Please don't touch him, I beg you." Connor held Alberic, still feeling unsatisfied as he kicked Zaire on the ground several times. Connor had already called the police when he came. They made statements together before taking Alberic home after the officers arrived. This time, Connor was truly furious, both at Alberic for daring to meet him alone and at himself for failing to protect him. Alberic was taken home by Connor. Knowing it was his fault, he didn't dare to object. He sat on the living room sofa, holding a cup of hot water silently. After smoking 2 cigarettes on the balcony, Connor finally calmed down. He went to the bathroom, wet a towel with warm water, and sat next to Alberic, gently wiping his hands and face. Alberic's cold body gradually warmed up. "I'm sorry. I don't want to hear these 3 words anymore. Siyuan, I do have a temper even though I usually seem gentle. You are that sensitive point for me. If you do such foolish things again, I will be really angry." Alberic knew Connor was truly mad at him and nodded numbly. Unable to bear scolding him, seeing that Alberic was frightened today, Connor softened his tone. "Stay here tonight, we'll talk about everything tomorrow." Chapter 112, Interlude, Connor x Alberic 8. Although Zaire was temporarily dealt with and sent back to his hometown by his family after being detained for a month for intentional injury, given the extent of his madness, it was inevitable that he would come looking for Alberic again. Connor couldn't bear the thought of Alberic getting hurt again because of that beast, so he suggested that Alberic move in with him. Apart from considering Alberic's safety, Connor also had his own selfish reasons. He had known Alberic for almost 6 years. In the past, Alberic's heart belonged to someone else, and Connor didn't want to put pressure on him or push him too hard, so he hesitated to make any moves. It was time now. During the period when Alberic was considering Connor's offer, Connor rearranged his home, cleaning up a guest room for Alberic to stay temporarily. He also prepared enough supplies for 2 people. He knew Alberic would eventually agree. After all this time of getting along, Connor understood Alberic well. While Alberic wasn't indifferent to him, he was hesitant due to the heavy trauma left from his previous relationship. To truly turn their relationship into a romantic one, the person who had to take the initiative could only be Connor. After a week of deliberation, Alberic finally agreed to cohabit with Connor. Alberic was clear in his heart. Moving in would signify accepting Connor's pursuit and trying to live together. Amidst his nervousness and anxiety, there was a bit of anticipation in his heart as well. Connor helped Alberic move. Alberic had spent all the money he had earned over the years on Zaire, so he hadn't saved much and had few belongings. His simple clothing packed into 2 bags was carried away by Connor. Walking into Connor's house, Alberic was slightly surprised. The last time he visited, it hadn't been like this. Apart from the furniture, which remained unchanged, the interior decorations and carpets were all new. The curtains had also changed from the formerly understated and somber gray to a bright off-white, refreshing to the eye. "Come, take a look at your room," Connor said, pushing Alberic's shoulder towards the guest room and opening the door. Alberic chuckled. This room looked more like a children's room rather than something prepared for him, with its light blue theme and cartoonish bed linen and curtains. "What are you laughing at?" Connor asked, pinching Alberic's shoulder. "I didn't know you had a kid living here," Alberic joked. "Now I do." Alberic suddenly stopped laughing, blushing as he said, I'm 24, still a child. To me, you've always been a child needing care. When I met you, you were 19, just stepping into adulthood. Even now, you're still a child in my eyes, one who needs to be taken care of. Teacher. Alberic was choked up with emotion. You need to get used to calling me Connor. Now, unpack and settle in. To celebrate you officially moving in, I'll cook dinner for you. Connor proactively defused the awkward moment and went to the kitchen. Alright, I'll finish quickly and come help. No need, I'm fast at cooking. Take your time settling in. Connor usually cooked for himself, and his skills were excellent. Soon, he had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, setting them on the table. Alberic offered to help but found little he could do. After the meal, he volunteered to wash the dishes. Connor didn't stop him, helping him tie on an apron and staying in the kitchen with him. Their cohabitation progressed smoothly for 2 months. Connor gave Alberic plenty of personal space, never making him feel uncomfortable or awkward. They commuted to work together, cooked meals together, cleaned up together, and took out the trash while taking walks together. Except for intimate touches and sleeping in separate rooms, they led lives not unlike lovers. Connor was mature and witty outside but relaxed and cozy at home, enjoying a refined lifestyle. He often added small items to enhance the ambience at home and would bring flowers back during holidays to place on the dining table. Alberic found himself looking at Connor more and more often. Connor recently noticed that whenever he looked up, he would catch Alberic staring at him. Then Alberic would lower his head hastily, adorably flustered. Living under the same roof inevitably led to some physical contact. Both aware of each other's feelings, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly warm and ambiguous. Alberic knew that Connor respected him, which was why he always kept things within bounds. After 2 months of cohabiting, the most intimate action they shared was holding hands. Both normal men, Alberic understood that Connor had needs. He wasn't unwilling, but rather scared. Honestly, he hadn't had good experiences in that area, his few encounters had all been with Zaire, who was only ever rough and uncaring. So, Alberic had never found pleasure in that matter and had a deep aversion to it. Moreover, he wasn't sure how Connor viewed such intimacy or whether he might disdain him. Alberic was lost in thought and absent-minded. When taking a shower, he only grabbed the top of his pajamas but missed the pants. His just-worn clothes were already thrown into the washing machine. Either he had to go out wearing shorts, or he needed to call for Connor's help. After a brief hesitation, Alberic decided to wear shorts. After all, they were both men, and he wasn't naked. Besides, the pajama top was long enough to cover his legs, there was nothing embarrassing about it. With determination, he opened the door and came out. To reach the bedroom from the bathroom, he had to pass through the living room where Connor was working on his laptop placed on his lap. Upon hearing the bathroom door open, Connor looked up and froze. Alberic wasn't wearing pajama pants, with his shirt covering only down to his thighs, giving an illusion of being half-naked. His well-shaped, long legs and slender ankles were exposed. If Connor hadn't known Alberic well enough, he would have mistaken this as intentional. You. Alberic pulled his shirt down, blushing as he said, I forgot to take my pajama pants. Connor's eyes darkened slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he lowered his head. Oh, then quickly go to the bedroom and put some on. All right. Alberic ran back to the bedroom, his heart pounding rapidly. Connor leaned against the sofa, staring at the bedroom door thoughtfully. When Alberic came out again fully dressed, Connor was still sitting in the same position on the sofa. Alberic went to the kitchen for a glass of water. Siyuan, could you get me a glass of water too? Connor called from the kitchen. Sure. Alberic poured another glass and brought it to Connor. Thanks. Connor took the glass, drank a sip, and placed it on the coffee table. He patted the space beside him and said to Alberic, who was about to return to the room, sit here. Okay. Alberic sat beside Connor obediently. Look at this, I found the bug we encountered during testing. Connor tilted his computer screen towards Alberic. Alberic leaned over to look closely. Ah, so that's it. Then if we fix it, won't we need to modify other parts as well? Before Connor could answer, Alberic looked up and met Connor's deep gaze, feeling like he was drawn into a bottomless black hole, unable to move. Teacher. Alberic couldn't help but use the old title. Connor. Connor patiently corrected, reaching out to touch Alberic's damp hair at the back of his neck. In a hoarse voice, he added, or, call me Shio directly. Shio. Alberic found this term endearing and intimate, feeling a strange sensation stirring in his heart as he uttered it. Yeah, Siyuan, can I kiss you? Connor stared at Alberic's lips, asking. Seemingly enchanted, Alberic nodded blankly. Chapter 113, Extra, Connor x Alberic 9. Connor's palm rested on the back of Alberic's head, gradually closing in. He gently touched his lips and pulled back a little, giving him one last chance to change his mind. Alberic had his eyes closed, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. He was so nervous that he almost stopped breathing, yet there was not the slightest intention of retreating. Connor no longer hesitated and kissed the boy he had liked for so many years. Alberic responded awkwardly, only to discover with embarrassment that despite all the supposed dating experience, he didn't even know how to kiss properly. Connor's lips were not particularly soft, carrying a faint scent of tobacco. Taking control, he pushed open the tightly closed teeth of the boy. Tongues entwined as Alberic's mind gradually blurred, all his senses concentrating on the lips pressed against his. By the time he realized it, he was already pressed down onto the sofa by Connor. Connor's hand lifted the hem of Alberic's pajamas, its scorching heat roving around his waist. The kisses became more forceful and flirtatious. The more Connor took, the more anxious Alberic became. When Connor's hand reached for his waistband, Alberic instinctively grabbed Connor's arm. "See you on." Connor's eyes clouded with intense desire, breathing heavily but stopping abruptly due to his resistance. Meeting Alberic's slightly panicked eyes, Connor gently stroked his hair, controlling his ragged breath and said, "It's okay. If you're unwilling now, I'll stop." Connor intended to get up but was suddenly pulled back by Alberic, who hooked his neck. Alberic blushed red, nearly crying as he confessed his vulnerability. I don't mean to refuse, it's just. I'm a little scared." Looking at the conflicted expression on his face, Connor suddenly remembered a long time ago, during Chishi Festival, when Alberic was lying in the hospital with a fever due to an injury. Connor suddenly understood what Alberic was afraid of and why, even though he could feel Alberic's affection for him, the latter never dared to take things further. Connor always thought Alberic hadn't fully accepted him. It turned out that the scars from his previous relationship were casting a shadow over him. Painstakingly stroking Alberic's hair and brushing his lips, Connor softly said, "Don't worry, leave it to your teacher, alright?" Connor usually did not let him call him teacher, they had long ceased to be in a teacher-student relationship. This term seemed to distance them once again. But now, hearing this familiar title, Alberic felt his sense of security swell. The man before him had never hurt him in all these years. So, Alberic willingly entrusted himself once again to the man who had guided and accompanied him through life. Connor carried Alberic to the bedroom and undressed him. With immense patience, Connor dispelled Alberic's fears and opened both his body and heart. Only then did Alberic realize, amidst the fireworks exploding in his mind, that simultaneous physical and emotional fulfillment could be such a blissful experience. Connor was not greedy. After satisfying himself once, he held Alberic close, soothing his emotions. Nestled in Connor's arms, Alberic had never felt happier than he did at this moment. The next day, Alberic moved into Connor's bedroom, sleeping in his bed and no longer resisting any intimate contact with him. Everyone noticed that since moving in with Connor, Alberic became increasingly cheerful, his smiles growing more frequent. Though 2 years older than Arrigo, he seemed to grow more childlike. "Shio, come here and help me." Alberic stood in front of the bathroom mirror and called out to Connor. Putting down his laptop, Connor walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" "The shower gel is gone, can you get the bottle on top of the cabinet for me?" "I can't reach it." Although it was easily reachable by stepping on a stool, Alberic deliberately called him over, and Connor smiled indulgently, thoroughly enjoying Alberic's willingness to rely on him. Reaching up to grab the bottle, Alberic suddenly hugged Connor's waist, resting his chin on his chest and looking up at him with a smile. Placing the shower gel on the counter, Connor embraced Alberic and leaned down to kiss him. "Go ahead and wash up. Let's shower together." Alberic clung to Connor, refusing to let go. Connor looked at Alberic in surprise. "What did you say?" Blushing furiously, Alberic mustered the courage to say, "You're going to shower anyway, and I quite like the smell of this new shower gel." Lifting Alberic onto the sink, Connor cradled the back of his neck, swallowing his shy invitation. The shower gel coated both of their bodies, its sweet scent filling the bathroom, mingling with heavy breathing, murmured words of love, and the sound of water echoing throughout. Bubbles floating in the air reflected the intertwined figures, and after this shower, they smelled sweet from head to toe. Alberic indulged in bed on Saturday morning. Connor had been up early, coming in and out frequently, busily doing something unknown. Alberic was too exhausted from the night before and didn't bother to get up and check until Connor came in to call him. "See you on, it's time to get up." Connor patted Alberic's shoulder as he sat by the bed. Let me sleep a bit longer." Alberic nudged his head closer to Connor's legs. His waist was still sore from the night before, making him linger lazily against Connor. "Really, it's time to get up," Connor spoke with indulgence and helplessness. "I won't." "You didn't, Before Alberic could finish, Connor covered his mouth. Alberic opened his eyes, looking at Connor pitifully and mumbled, "Why? Your parents are here." "What?" Alberic nearly jumped out of bed. "My parents?" "Yes." "How did they come?" "This was supposed to be told later. After we were together, I went to your place and knew you had arguments with your family over your sexual orientation issues before. So, I wanted to talk to them first. I hope our relationship can be understood by them." All Alberic's drowsiness vanished as he stared at Connor with disheveled hair and open mouth, not knowing what to do. Connor reassured him with a smile, "Don't worry, I've talked things through with them already. They just came to see you, not to reprimand you." "But how did they know where you live?" "I've brought their son away, so I need to tell them my background, right?" The last time I visited, I showed them all my assets under my name. Alberic looked at Connor, feeling both heartwarming and touched. He had taken care of everything without him knowing, even talking to his parents. Without any concern for his parents waiting outside, Alberic hugged Connor, burying his head in his chest and rubbing it affectionately. He said gratefully, "How could you be so good to me? You're my love, who else should I be good to? Hurry up and get up, don't keep them waiting too long." "Okay." Alberic got up, washed up, and Connor went out to receive Chi's parents. After washing up, Alberic sat beside Connor and asked, "Mom, Dad, why are you here? Were you planning to run off and never come back?" Chi's father glared. "Hobie, don't blame him, we plan to visit you soon." Connor helped defuse the situation. Callan glanced at him and harumphed, "Forget it, I know my own son well enough. In your lingo now, love brain, isn't it? When in love, one becomes oblivious of everything, just like him. Forget it, you know his story. This time, if not for your reminder, would he remember us?" "Dad," Alberic felt guilty, he had indeed been too happy recently, unwilling to face reality. Megan, seeing his drastic change over these 2 months, not only did he gain some weight but also appeared healthier and happier than ever, knew that Connor treated him very well. After Zaire's incident, Chi's parents knew they couldn't interfere with their son's major decisions anymore. They only hoped he could meet a decent person and lead a good life. Connor seemed to be the one they could trust. "Don't indulge yourself too much, even on weekends, you shouldn't sleep till noon," Megan nagged her son. Alberic blushed and stammered. Connor patted his hand, smiling, "Gracie, it's okay. We often stay up late because of work, so weekend rest is necessary. Breakfast is ready in the pot, he can eat once he wakes up." "Well, go have your meal then. Please join us for a meal, Hobie and Gracie. Let me make a couple more dishes. Don't trouble yourself, we're just checking on you guys, seeing you doing fine, we're relieved." Connor sincerely invited, "You haven't seen each other for a while, chat a bit. I'll make the dishes quickly." With that, Connor went into the kitchen, leaving Chi's family in the living room chatting. "This one seems better," Callan muttered softly. Megan gave him a light slap, "Don't say nonsense in someone else's home. But I'm saying it to you too. Yes, he does seem nice. Of course, he's good. Just rest assured." Alberic proudly watched the busy figure in the kitchen. "And you listen, since others treat you well, you should be diligent too. Effort in a relationship is mutual," Megan lectured. Alberic hurriedly got up and ran to the kitchen. "Right, I'll help." "Oh, this child." In the kitchen, Alberic and Connor chatted happily. Amidst the cooking fumes, happiness continued in every mundane day. End of the novel.